A single favor, whispered in the shadows, can change the course of a lifetime. And in a world where loyalty is worth more than money and betrayal carries a price no one escapes, one family quietly holds the power to shape destinies. This is The Godfather, the unforgettable novel by Mario Puzo. Inspired by Puzo's fascination with power, family bonds, and the hidden structures that influence society from behind closed doors, the story emerged from both his personal struggles and his deep curiosity about the world of organized crime. When it was published in 1969, few could have predicted its impact. The novel would go on to sell more than 21 million copies worldwide, becoming one of the most influential crime stories ever written. By then, Puzo had already proven himself as a gifted storyteller, but it was The Godfather that transformed his name into a literary legend. Its legacy only grew when the acclaimed film adaptation arrived in 1972, bringing this world to life for a new generation and securing its place in cinematic history. What follows is a third-person retelling of the story, not a word-for-word reading, but a journey through its most powerful moments. And as you listen, remember, the visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. Along the way, you'll discover fascinating facts about the novel, behind-the-scenes details about its creation, and surprising stories from the legendary adaptation that followed. Now step into a world where family is everything, power is never given freely, and every choice leaves a mark. The story begins. The camera finds Amerigo Bonacera inside New York Criminal Court No. 3, a man sitting still and waiting for justice to land like a hammer. He feels it as a physical need, vengeance on the young men who tried to dishonor his daughter, who broke her face. The judge, heavy-featured and cold with contempt, rolls up his sleeves and speaks harshly, calling the two clean-cut young men degenerates. Bonacera agrees in silence. Animals. The boys bow their heads, humble and contrite. But something false hangs in the air, something Bonacera senses without yet naming. The judge continues, saying they acted like wild beasts but were lucky they hadn't sexually molested the girl. Otherwise, he'd give them 20 years. Then, with a sly flick of his eyes toward Bonacera, the judge shrugs, citing their youth, clean records, fine families, and the law's majestic refusal to seek vengeance. Sentence: 3 years in the penitentiary, suspended. Only 40 years of professional mourning keep the hatred off Bonacera's face. His daughter lies in the hospital with her jaw wired shut. The animals go free. A farce. He watches happy parents cluster around their darling sons. Everyone is smiling now. Black bile rises in his throat, bitter and sour, pushing through his clenched teeth. He presses a white linen handkerchief against his lips as the two young men stride up the aisle. Confident, cool-eyed, smirking, not even glancing at him. He lets them pass without a word. Their parents follow, two couples his age but more American in dress. They glance at him, shamefaced, yet their eyes hold a strange, triumphant defiance. Bonacera loses control. He leans forward and shouts hoarsely, promising they will weep as he has wept. The defense attorneys sweep their clients forward. A bailiff moves to block Bonacera's row, but it isn't necessary. All his years in America, Bonacera trusted law and order. He prospered for it. Now, with his brain smoking and violent visions jangling his skull, he turns to his bewildered wife and explains they have been made fools of. Then he makes his decision, no longer fearing the cost. For justice, they must go on their knees to Don Corleone. In a garish Los Angeles hotel suite at 4 in the morning, Johnny Fontaine sprawls on a red couch, drinking scotch straight from the bottle. He is as jealously drunk as any ordinary husband. He spins drunken fantasies of murdering his trampy wife when she gets home, if she ever does. It's too late to call his first wife or any of his friends, not since his career started plunging downhill. He can almost smile. On the way up, his troubles fascinated some of the biggest female stars in America. He hears her key in the lock, but keeps drinking until she stands before him. Margot Ashton. Angelic face, violet eyes, perfect body. 100 million men are in love with that face on screen. He asks where she was. She answers with crude defiance, saying she was out having sex, and misjudges his drunkenness. He springs over the table, grabs her throat, but close to that magical face he loses his anger, becomes helpless. She smiles mockingly. He draws back a fist. She screams not to hit her face. She's making a picture. She's laughing. He punches her stomach. She falls on top, punches her arms and thighs, a painful punishment that won't leave lasting marks. But he isn't hitting hard enough. He can't. She giggles, spread-eagled, taunting him to do what he really wants. He gets up. He hates her, but her beauty is a magic shield. She springs to her feet, mocks him in a childish chant, Johnny never hurt her, then tells him he's a dumb romantic, that he makes love like a kid, that he still thinks sex is like the dopey songs he used to sing. She walks into the bedroom and locks the door. Johnny sits on the floor, face in his hands, drowning in sick, humiliating despair. Then the gutter toughness that helped him survive Hollywood kicks in. He calls for a car to the airport. There is one person who can save him. He will go back to New York, back to the man with power, wisdom, and a love he still trusts. His godfather, Corleone. The baker, Nazarene. Pudgy and crusty as his own loaves, still dusty with flour, scowls at his wife, his newborn daughter, Catherine, and his helper, Enzo. Enzo has changed into his prisoner-of-war uniform with its green armband, terrified of being late back to Governor's Island. Paroled to work in the American economy, he lives in constant fear of revocation. The little comedy playing out is deadly serious to him. Nazarene demands to know if Enzo has dishonored his family. If he's given his daughter a little package to remember him by now that the war is over and America will kick his Sicilian ass back to his shitty village. Enzo, short and strongly built, puts his hand over his heart and swears by the Virgin he's never taken advantage. He says he loves Catherine with all respect and asks for her hand, knowing he has no right. But if they send him back to Italy, he can never return or marry her. Nazarene's wife Philomena cuts to the point, telling her husband to stop the foolishness. He knows what he must do. Keep Enzo, hide him with cousins on Long Island. Catherine weeps. Plump, homely, sprouting a faint mustache. She knows she'll never find a husband as handsome as Enzo, never find another man who touches her body with such respectful love. She screams she'll run away to Italy if her father doesn't keep him. Nazarene glances shrewdly at her. She's a hot number. He's seen her brush her swelling buttocks against Enzo's front. The young rascal's hot loaf would be in her oven if steps aren't taken. Enzo must stay in America and become a citizen. Only one man can arrange that. The Godfather, Don Corleone. All these people and many others receive engraved invitations to the wedding of Constanza Corleone, the last Saturday in August 1945. Don Vito Corleone never forgets his old friends and neighbors, though he now lives in a huge house on Long Island. The reception will be there, the festivities lasting all day. The war with Japan has just ended, so no fear for sons in the army will cloud the celebration. A wedding is exactly what people need to show their joy. On that Saturday morning, friends stream out of New York City to do him honor. They bring cream-colored envelopes stuffed with cash, no checks. Each card inside establishes the giver's identity and measure of respect for the Godfather, a respect truly earned. Don Corleone is a man to whom everyone comes for help, and none are disappointed. He makes no empty promises, no craven excuses. It doesn't matter if you're his friend or have nothing to repay him with. Only one thing is required, that you proclaim your friendship. Then, no matter how poor or powerless, Don Corleone takes that man's troubles to his heart. His reward? Friendship, the title of Don, sometimes Godfather. And perhaps a humble gift, a gallon of wine, a basket of torrillos, never for profit, only to show respect. It is understood. You are in his debt, and he may call on you for a small service. Now on this great day, his daughter's wedding, Don Corleone stands in the doorway of his Long Beach home to greet his guests. All known, all trusted. Many owe their good fortune to him and call him Godfather to his face. Even the festal servants are his friends. The bartender, an old comrade who gives all the wedding liquors and his skills. The waiters friends of the Don's sons. The food cooked by the Don's wife and her friends. The garden decorated by the bride's young girl chums. Don Corleone receives everyone, rich and poor, powerful and humble, with equal love. He slights no one. That is his character. Guests exclaim at how well he looks in his tux that an inexperienced observer might think the Don himself is the lucky groom. At the door with Don Corleone stand two of his three sons. The eldest, Santino, called Sonny by everyone except his father, draws askance looks from older Italian men and admiration from the younger. Nearly 6 feet tall, with bushy curly hair that makes him seem taller, his face is that of a gross Cupid. Even features thickly sensual bow-shaped lips, a dimpled cleft chin somehow obscene. Built like a bull, he is so generously endowed that his martyred wife fears the marriage bed. It's whispered that even hardened prostitutes, after an odd inspection, demanded double price when he was a youth. At the wedding feast, some young matrons measure him with coolly confident eyes. But today, they waste their time. Despite his wife and 3 small children, Sonny has plans for his sister's maid of honor, Lucy Mancini. The girl, fully aware, sits at a garden table in her pink formal gown, a flower tiara in her black hair. She flirted with him through the week of rehearsals and squeezed his hand at the altar that morning. A maiden can do no more. She doesn't care that he'll never be the great man his father is. Sonny has strength, courage, generosity, and a heart as big as his organ. But he lacks his father's humility, trading it for a quick, hot temper that leads to errors in judgment. Though a great help in the family business, many doubt he'll inherit it. The second son, Federico, called Fred or Frido, is the child every Italian prays for, dutiful, loyal, always at his father's service, still living with his parents at 30. Short and burly, not handsome, he has the same Cupid head and curly helmet of hair, but his bow-shaped lips are granite-like, not sensual. Inclined to dourness, he is a crutch to his father, never disputing him, never embarrassing him with scandalous behavior with women. Yet he lacks the personal magnetism and animal force necessary to lead men. He, too, is not expected to inherit the family business. The third son, Michael, does not stand with his father and brothers. He sits at a table in the most secluded corner of the garden, but even there he can't escape the attentions of family friends. Michael is the only child who refused the Don's direction. He lacks the heavy, Cupid-shaped face of the others. His jet-black hair is straight, not curly. His skin is a clear olive brown that would be called beautiful in a girl. Handsome in a delicate way, the Don once worried about his youngest son's masculinity, a worry put to rest when Michael turned 17. Now this youngest son sits in the extreme corner of the garden to proclaim his chosen alienation from father and family. Beside him sits the American girl. everyone has heard about, but no one has seen until today. He showed proper respect, introducing her to everyone, including his family. They are not impressed. Too thin, too fair, her face too sharply intelligent for a woman, her manner too free for a maiden. Her name is outlandish to their ears, Kay Adams. If she told them her family settled in America 200 years ago and her name is common, they would shrug. Every guest notices the Don pays no particular attention to this third son. Michael was his favorite before the war, the obvious chosen heir. He has all the quiet force and intelligence of his great father, the born instinct to act, so that men have no recourse but to respect him. But when World War II broke out, Michael volunteered for the Marine Corps, defying his father's express command. The Don had no intention of letting his youngest son be killed for a foreign power. Doctors were bribed, secret arrangements made, a great deal of money spent, but Michael was 21, and nothing could be done against his willfulness. He enlisted, fought over the Pacific, became a captain, won medals. In 1944, his picture appeared in Life magazine with a photo layout of his deeds. A friend showed the Don, his family didn't dare, and the Don grunted disdainfully, saying Michael performs miracles for strangers. When Michael was discharged early in 1945 to recover from a disabling wound, he had no idea his father arranged his release. He stayed home a few weeks, then entered Dartmouth College without consulting anyone, leaving his father's house. Now he returns for his sister's wedding, showing his own future wife to them, the washed-out rag of an American girl. Michael amuses Kay by telling little stories about colorful wedding guests. He is amused by her finding them exotic and charmed by her intense interest in anything foreign to her experience. Her attention is caught by a small group of men gathered around a barrel of homemade wine. Amerigo Bonacera, Nazarene the Baker, Anthony Coppola, and Luca Brasi. With alert intelligence, she remarks that these four don't seem particularly happy. Michael smiles and explains they're waiting to see his father in private. They have favors to ask. Indeed, all four constantly follow the Don with their eyes. As Don Corleone stands greeting guests, a black Chevrolet sedan stops on the far side of the paved mall. Two men in the front seat pull notebooks from their jackets and, with no attempt at concealment, jot down license numbers of other parked cars. Sonny turns to his father and guesses they're cops. The Don shrugs, saying he doesn't own the street. They can do what they please. Sonny's heavy Cupid face reddens with anger. He calls them lousy bastards who don't respect anything, leaves the steps, and walks across the mall to the sedan. He thrusts his face angrily close to the driver, who doesn't flinch but flips open a wallet to show a green identification card. Sonny steps back without a word. He spits, the spittle hits the back door, and walks away, hoping the driver will come after him. Nothing happens. Back at the steps, he tells his father they're FBI men, snotty bastards taking down license numbers. The Don already knows. His closest friends were advised to attend in cars not their own. Though he disapproves of his son's foolish display of anger, the tantrum serves a purpose. It convinces the interlopers their presence was unexpected and unprepared for. The Don is not angry. He long ago learned that society imposes insults that must be borne, comforted by the knowledge that in this world, a time comes when even the most humble man, keeping his eyes open, can take revenge on the most powerful. This knowledge prevents the Don from losing the humility all his friends admire. Now a four-piece band begins to play in the garden behind the house. All guests have arrived. The Don puts the intruders out of his mind and leads his two sons to the wedding feast. Hundreds of guests fill the huge garden. Some dance on a flower-decked wooden platform. Others sit at long tables piled with spicy food and gallon jugs of black homemade wine. The bride, Connie Corleone, sits in splendor at a raised table with her groom, the maid of honor, bridesmaids, and ushers. It's a rustic Italian-style setting, not to the bride's taste, but Connie consented to a guinea wedding to please her father. She has so displeased him in her choice of husband. The groom, Carlo Rizzi, is a half-breed, a Sicilian father and a North Italian mother, from whom he inherited his blonde hair and blue eyes. His parents live in Nevada. Carlo left that state after a little trouble with the law. In New York, he met Sonny Corleone, so met the sister. The Don sent trusted friends to Nevada, who reported Carlo's police trouble was a youthful indiscretion with a gun. Not serious. Easily wiped off the books. They also returned with detailed information on legal gambling in Nevada, which greatly interests the Don and which he has been pondering. It is part of the Don's greatness that he profits from everything. Connie is a not-quite-pretty girl, thin and nervous, certain to become shrewish later in life, but today, transformed by her white bridal gown and eager virginity, she is so radiant as to be almost beautiful. Beneath the table, her hand rests on her groom's muscular thigh. Her cupid bow mouth pouts to give him an airy kiss. She thinks him incredibly handsome. Carlo worked in the open desert air as a young laborer, giving him tremendous forearms and shoulders that bulge his tux jacket. He basks in his bride's adoring eyes and fills her glass with wine, elaborately courteous as if they're both actors in a play. But his eyes keep flickering toward the huge silk purse on the bride's right shoulder, now stuffed full of money envelopes. How much? 10,000? 20,000? Carlo smiles. It's only the beginning. He married into a royal family. They'll have to take care of him. In the crowd, a dapper young man with the sleek head of a ferret also studies the silk purse. From sheer habit, Paulie Gatto wonders how he could hijack that fat pocketbook. The idea amuses him, but he knows it's idle dreaming, like a child dreaming of knocking out a tank with a pop gun. He watches his boss, fat middle-aged Peter Clemenza, whirling young girls around the wooden dance floor in a rustic tarantella. Clemenza, immensely tall and huge, dances with such skill and abandon, his hard belly lecherously bumping the breasts of smaller women, that all the guests applaud. Older women grab his arm. Younger men clear the floor and clap to the wild mandolin. When Clemenza finally collapses in a chair, Paulie brings him a glass of icy black wine and wipes his Jove-like brow with a silk handkerchief. Clemenza blows like a whale as he gulps, but instead of thanking Paulie, he curtly tells him to stop playing dance judge, do his job, and take a walk around the neighborhood to see everything is okay. Paulie slides away into the crowd. The band takes a break. A young man named Nino Valenti picks up a discarded mandolin, puts his left foot on a chair, and begins to sing a coarse Sicilian love song. His face is handsome, though bloated by continual drinking. He's already a little drunk. He rolls his eyes as his tongue caresses the obscene lyrics. Women shriek with glee. Men shout the last word of each stanza with the singer. Don Corleone, notoriously straight-laced in such matters, though his stout wife screams joyfully with the others, disappears tactfully into the house. Seeing this, Sonny makes his way to the bride's table and sits beside Lucy Mancini, the maid of honor. They are safe. His wife is in the kitchen, putting the last touches on the wedding cake. Sonny whispers a few words in the young girl's ear, and she rises. He waits a few minutes, then casually follows, stopping to talk with guests here and there as he works through the crowd. All eyes follow them. The maid of honor, thoroughly Americanized by 3 years of college, is a ripe girl who already has a reputation. Through all the marriage rehearsals, she flirted with Sonny in a teasing, joking way she thought permitted because he was the best man and her wedding partner. Now, holding her pink gown up off the ground, Lucy Mancini goes into the house, smiling with false innocence, and runs lightly up the stairs to the bathroom. She stays a few moments. When she comes out, Sonny Corleone is on the landing above, beckoning her upward. From behind the closed window of Don Corleone's office, a slightly raised corner room with walls stacked with law books, Thomas Hagen watches the wedding party in the festooned garden. As the Don's lawyer and acting consigliere, he holds the most vital subordinate position in the family business. He and the Don have solved many knotty problems in this room. So when he sees the Godfather leave the festivities and enter the house, he knows there will be a little work this day, wedding or not. The Don will be coming to him. Then Hagen spots Sonny whispering to Lucy Mancini and the little comedy of following her inside. He grimaces, debates whether to inform the Don, and decides against it. He goes to the desk and picks up a handwritten list of people granted permission to see Don Corleone privately. When the Don enters, Hagen hands him the list. The Don nods and says to leave Bonacera to the end. Hagen uses the French doors to go directly into the garden, where the supplicants cluster around the wine barrel. He points to the pudgy baker, Nazarene. Don Corleone greets the baker with an embrace. They played together as children in Italy and grew up in friendship. Every Easter, freshly baked clotted cheese and wheat germ pies, crust yolk gold big around his truck wheels, arrive at the Don's home. On Christmas and family birthdays, rich, creamy pastries proclaim the Nazarene's respect. Through lean years and fat, Nazarene cheerfully paid his dues to the bakery union the Don organized in his salad days, never asking for a favor except for the chance to buy black market sugar coupons during the war. Now the time has come for the baker to claim his rights as a loyal friend, and the Don looks forward with great pleasure to granting his request. He gives the baker a Dino Billy cigar and a glass of yellow Strega, putting a hand on the man's shoulder to urge him on. That is the mark of the Don's humanity. He knows from bitter experience what courage it takes to ask a favor from a fellow man. The baker tells the story of his daughter and Enzo, a fine Italian lad from Sicily, captured by the American army, sent to the U.S. as a prisoner of war, paroled to help the war effort. A pure and honorable love has sprung up between honest Enzo and sheltered Catherine. But now the war is ended. The poor lad will be repatriated, and Nazarene's daughter would surely die of a broken heart. Only Godfather Corleone can help this afflicted couple. He is their last hope. The Don walks Nazarene up and down the room, hand on the baker's shoulder, head nodding with understanding to keep up the man's courage. When the baker finishes, the Don smiles and tells him to put all worries aside. He carefully explains what must be done. Petition the district congressman, who will propose a special bill allowing Enzo to become a citizen. The bill will surely pass Congress, a privilege all those rascals extend to each other. The Don explains this will cost money. The going price now $2,000. He will guarantee performance and accept payment. Does his friend agree? The baker nods vigorously. He did not expect such a great favor for nothing. A special act of Congress does not come cheap. Nazarene is almost tearful in thanks. The Don walks him to the door, assuring him competent people will be sent to the bakery to arrange all details and complete necessary documents. The baker embraces him before disappearing into the garden. Hagen smiles at the Don, noting that's a good investment for Nazarene, a son-in-law and a cheap lifetime helper for $2,000. He pauses and asks who to give the job to. The Don frowns in thought, then says not to give it to their paisan. Give it to the Jew in the next district. Change the home addresses. He thinks there might be many such cases now. The war is over. They should have extra people in Washington to handle overflow without raising the price. Hagen makes a note. Not Congressman Luteco, the Don adds. Try Fisher. The next man Hagen brings in is a very simple case. Anthony Coppola, son of a man that the Don worked with in the railroad yards in his youth. Coppola needs $500 to open a pizzeria, a deposit on fixtures, and a special oven. For reasons not gone into, credit is unavailable. The Don reaches into his pocket and pulls out a roll of bills. It's not quite enough. He grimaces and asks Tom Hagen to loan him $100, promising to pay back Monday when he goes to the bank. The supplicant protests that $400 would be ample, but the Don pats his shoulder, apologizing that this fancy wedding left him a little short of cash. He takes Hagen's money and gives it to Coppola, along with his own roll. Hagen watches with quiet admiration. The Don always taught that, When a man is generous, he must show the generosity as personal. How flattering to Coppola that a man like the Don would borrow to loan him money. Coppola knows the Don is a millionaire, but how many millionaires let themselves be put to even a small inconvenience by a poor friend? The Don raises his head inquiringly. Hagen says Luca Brasi isn't on the list but wants to see him. He understands it can't be public, but wants to congratulate the Don in person. For the first time, the Don seems displeased. He asks if it's necessary. Hagen shrugs, saying the Don understands Brasi better than he does. But Brasi was very grateful to be invited to the wedding. He never expected that. Hagen thinks he wants to show his gratitude. The Don nods and gestures for Luca Brasi to be brought to him. In the garden, Kay Adams is struck by the violent fury imprinted on Luca Brasi's face. She asks about him. Michael brought her to the wedding so she would slowly absorb the truth about his father, without too much shock. So far, she seems to regard the Don as a slightly unethical businessman. Michael decides to tell her part of the truth indirectly. He explains that Brasi is one of the most feared men in the Eastern underworld. His great talent, it said, is that he can do a murder job all alone, without confederates, making discovery and conviction almost impossible. Michael grimaces, unsure if all that stuff is true, but he does know Brasi is sort of a friend to his father. For the first time, Kay begins to understand. She asks, incredulously, if he's hinting a man like that works for his father. The hell with it, Michael thinks. He says straight out that nearly 15 years ago, some people wanted to take over his father's oil importing business. They tried to kill him, and nearly did. Luca Brasi went after them. The story is, he killed 6 men in 2 weeks, ending the famous olive oil war. He smiles as if it's a joke. Kay shudders, asking if his father was shot by gangsters. 15 years ago, Michael says, everything's been peaceful since then. He's afraid he went too far. Kay accuses him of trying to scare her, of not wanting her to marry him. She smiles and pokes his ribs with her elbow. Very clever. Michael smiles back and says he wants her to think about it. Kay asks if he really killed 6 men. That's what the newspapers claimed, Michael says. Nobody ever proved it. But there's another story about Brasi that nobody tells. It's supposed to be so terrible that even his father won't talk about it. Tom Hagen knows the story and won't tell Michael. Once Michael kidded him, asking when he'd be old enough to hear it, and Tom said when he's 100. Michael sips his wine. That must be some story. That must be some Luca. Luca Brasi is indeed a man to frighten the devil in hell himself. Short, squat, massive-schooled, his presence sends out alarm bells of danger. His face is stamped into a mask of fury. His eyes are brown, but with none of the warmth of that color, more a deadly tan. His mouth is not so much cruel as lifeless, thin, rubbery, the color of veal. Brasi's reputation for violence is awesome. His devotion to Don Corleone legendary. He is, in himself, one of the great blocks supporting the Don's power structure. His kind is a rarity. Luca Brasi does not fear the police, society, God, hell, or his fellow man. But he has elected to fear and love Don Corleone. Ushered into the Don's presence, the terrible Brasi holds himself stiff with respect. He stutters through flowery congratulations and his formal hope that the first grandchild will be male. Then he hands the Don an envelope stuffed with cash as a gift for the bridal couple. So that was what he wanted to do. Hagen notices the change in Don Corleone. The Don receives Brasi as a king greets a subject who has done him an enormous service, never familiar, but with regal respect. With every gesture and word, the Don makes it clear to Luca Brasi that he is valued. Not for one moment does he show surprise at the wedding gift being presented to him personally. He understands. The money in the envelope is sure to be more than anyone else gave. Brasi spent many hours deciding on the sum, comparing it to what other guests might offer. He wants to be the most generous to show he has the most respect, which is why he gave his envelope to the Don personally. A gaucherie the Don overlooks in his own flowery sentence of thanks. Hagen watches Luca Brasi's face lose its mask of fury, swelling with pride and pleasure. Brasi kisses the Don's hand before going out the door. Hagen holds open. Hagen prudently gives Brasi a friendly smile, which the squat man acknowledges with a polite stretching of rubbery, veal-colored lips. When the door closes, Don Corleone gives a small sigh of relief. Brasi is the only man in the world who can make him nervous. The man is like a natural force, not truly subject to control. He has to be handled as gingerly as dynamite. The Don shrugs. Even dynamite can be exploded harmlessly if the need arises. He looks questioningly at Hagen and asks if Bonacera is the only one left. Hagen nods. The Don frowns in thought, then says before bringing him in, "Tell Santino to come here. He should learn some things." Out in the garden, Hagen searches anxiously for Sonny Corleone. He tells the waiting Bonacera to be patient and goes over to Michael and Kay. He asks if they've seen Sonny around. Michael shakes his head. Damn, Hagen thinks. If Sonny has been sleeping with the maid of honor all this time, there's going to be a mess of trouble. His wife, the young girl's family, it could be a disaster. Anxiously, he hurries to the entrance where he saw Sonny disappear almost half an hour ago. Seeing Hagen go into the house, Kay asks Michael who he is. Michael introduced him as his brother, but his name is different and he certainly doesn't look Italian. Michael explains that Tom has lived with them since he was 12. His parents died, he was roaming the streets with a bad eye infection. Sonny brought him home one night, and he just stayed. He didn't have anywhere to go. He lived with them until he got married. Kay is thrilled, calling it really romantic. She says Michael's father must be warm-hearted to adopt somebody just like that when he already had so many children of his own. Michael doesn't bother to point out that immigrant Italians consider 4 children a small family. He just says Tom wasn't adopted, he just lived with them. Kay asks curiously why they didn't adopt him. Michael laughs, saying his father said it would be disrespectful to Tom to change his name, disrespectful to his own parents. They see Hagen shoo Sonny through the French door into the Don's office and then crook a finger at Amerigo Bonacera. Kay asks why they bother his father with business on a day like this. Michael laughs again. Because they know that by tradition, no Sicilian can refuse a request on his daughter's wedding day, and no Sicilian ever lets a chance like that go by. Lucy Mancini lifts her pink gown off the floor and runs up the steps. Sonny Corleone's heavy Cupid face, redly obscene with whiny lust, frightens her, but she teased him for the past week to just this end. In her 2 college love affairs, she felt nothing, and neither lasted more than a week. Quarreling, her second lover mumbled something about her being too big down there. Lucy understood, and for the rest of the school term refused to go out on any dates. During the summer before the wedding, Lucy heard the whispered stories about Sonny. One Sunday afternoon, in the Corleone kitchen, Sonny's wife Sandra gossiped freely, a coarse, good-natured woman born in Italy but brought to America as a child. Strongly built with great breasts, she had already borne 3 children in 5 years of marriage. Sandra and the other women teased Connie about the terrors of the nuptial bed. Sandra giggled about seeing Sonny's pole for the first time and screaming bloody murder, adding that after the first year her insides felt as mushy as overcooked macaroni. She admitted lighting a candle in church when she heard he was doing the job on other girls. They all laughed, but Lucy felt her flesh twitching between her legs. Now running up the steps towards Sonny, a tremendous flash of desire goes through her body. On the landing, Sonny grabs her hand and pulls her down the hall into an empty bedroom. Her legs go weak as the door closes. His mouth is on hers, lips tasting of burnt tobacco, bitter. She opens her mouth. She feels his hand come up beneath her bridesmaid's gown, hears fabric rip, feels his large, warm hand between her legs tearing aside her satin panties. She puts her arms around his neck and hangs there as he opens his trousers. He places both hands beneath her bare buttocks and lifts her. She hops so both legs wrap around his upper thighs. His tongue fills her mouth. She sucks on it. He thrusts savagely, banging her head against the door. Something burning passes between her thighs. She drops her right hand to guide him, closing it around an enormous, blood-gorged pole of muscle that pulsates like an animal. Almost weeping with grateful ecstasy, she points it into her own wet, turgid flesh. The unbelievable pleasure of its entering makes her gasp, brings her legs up almost around his neck. Her body receives the savage arrows of his lightning thrusts, innumerable, torturing, arching her pelvis higher and higher until for the first time in her life she reaches a shattering climax. She feels his hardness break, then the crawly flood of semen over her thighs. Her legs relax, slide down to the floor. They lean against each other, out of breath. A soft knocking comes at the door. Sonny quickly buttons his trousers, blocking the door so it can't open. Lucy frantically smooths her pink gown. Then she hears Tom Hagen's low voice. "Sonny, you in there?" Sonny sighs with relief and winks at Lucy, answering yes. Hagen's voice, still low, says the Don wants Sonny in his office now. Footsteps walk away. Sonny waits a few moments, gives Lucy a hard kiss, then slips out. Lucy combs her hair, checks her dress, pulls her garter straps around. Her body feels bruised, her lips pulpy and tender. She goes out, and though she feels sticky wetness between her thighs, she doesn't go to the bathroom. She runs straight down the steps into the garden. She takes her seat at the bridal table next to Connie, who petulantly asks where she was and says she looks drunk, ordering her to stay beside her now. The blonde groom pours Lucy a glass of wine and smiles knowingly. Lucy doesn't care. She lifts the dark red juice to her parched mouth and drinks, pressing her legs together, body trembling. Over the glass rim, her eyes search hungrily for Sonny Corleone. No one else matters. She slyly whispers in Connie's ear that in only a few more hours she'll know what it's all about. Connie giggles. Lucy demurely folds her hands on the table, treacherously triumphant, as if she has stolen a treasure from the bride. Amerigo Bonacera follows Hagen into the corner room and finds Don Corleone sitting behind a huge desk. Sonny Corleone stands by the window looking out into the garden. For the first time that afternoon, the Don behaves coolly. He does not embrace the visitor or shake hands. The undertaker owes his invitation to the fact that his wife and the Don's wife are closest friends. Bonacera himself is in severe disfavor with Don Corleone. Bonacera begins obliquely, excusing his daughter, the Don's wife's goddaughter, for not coming today as she's still in the hospital. He glances at Sonny and Hagen, indicating he doesn't wish to speak before them. But the Don is merciless. The Don says they all know of the daughter's misfortune and offers to help, adding that his wife is her godmother, and he has never forgotten that honor. A rebuke. The undertaker never calls Don Corleone Godfather as custom dictates. Bonacera, ashen-faced, asks to speak alone. The Don shakes his head, saying he trusts these two men with his life. They are his two right arms. He cannot insult them by sending them away. The undertaker closes his eyes, then begins. His voice is quiet, the voice he uses to console the bereaved. He raised his daughter in the American fashion. He believes in America. It made his fortune. He gave her freedom, yet taught her never to dishonor her family. She found a boyfriend, not Italian. He never came to meet her parents. Bonacera accepted this without protest. The fault is his. 2 months ago, the boy took her for a drive with a male friend. They made her drink whiskey, then tried to take advantage of her. She resisted, kept her honor. They beat her like an animal. At the hospital, she had 2 black eyes, a broken nose, a shattered jaw wired together. She wept, asking why they did it, and Bonacera wept. Don Corleone makes a gesture of sympathy, and Bonacera continues. Why did he weep? She was the light of his life, affectionate, beautiful. She trusted people and never will again. She will never be beautiful again. He trembles, his sallow face flushing dark red. He went to the police like a good American. The boys were arrested, brought to trial. Overwhelming evidence. They pleaded guilty. The judge sentenced them to 3 years and suspended it. They went free that same day. Bonacera stood in the courtroom like a fool while the bastard smiled at him. Then he told his wife they must go to Don Corleone for justice. The Don bows his head to show respect for the man's grief, but when he speaks, his words are cold with offended dignity. He asks why Bonacera went to the police instead of coming to him at the beginning. Bonacera mutters almost inaudibly, asking what the Don wants of him, telling him to do what he begs, with something almost insolent in his words. The Don asks gravely what that is. Bonacera glances at Hagen and Sonny and shakes his head. The Don inclines his body toward the undertaker. Bonacera hesitates, then bends down and puts his lips so close to the Don's hairy ear that they touch. The Don listens like a priest in the confessional, gazing away, impassive, remote. They stand so for a long moment until Bonacera finishes whispering and straightens. The Don looks up gravely. Bonacera, face flushed, returns the stare unflinchingly. Finally the Don speaks. That he cannot do. Bonacera is being carried away. Bonacera says loudly he will pay anything. Hearing this, Hagen flinches. Sonny folds his arms, smiling sardonically, turning from the window to watch the scene for the first time. The Don rises from behind the desk. His face is still impassive, but his voice rings like cold death. He says they have known each other many years, but until this day, Bonacera never came to him for counsel or help. He can't remember the last time Bonacera invited him for coffee, though his wife is godmother to Bonacera's only child. Let them be frank. Bonacera spurned his friendship. He feared to be in the Don's debt. Bonacera murmurs. He didn't want to get into trouble. The Don holds up his hand, commanding silence. He says Bonacera found America a paradise, a good trade, a good living. He thought the world harmless, where he could take his pleasure as he willed. He never armed himself with true friends. The police guarded him. Courts of law existed. He and his could come to no harm. He did not need Don Corleone. Very well. The Don's feelings were wounded, but he is not the sort to thrust friendship on those who do not value it, on those who think him of little account. The Don pauses, offering a polite, ironic smile. Now Bonacera comes to him saying, Don Corleone give me justice, and he does not ask with respect. He does not offer friendship. He comes into the Don's home on his daughter's wedding day and asks him to do murder, saying he will pay anything. The Don mimics the word scornfully. No, he is not offended, but what has he ever done to make Bonacera treat him so disrespectfully? Bonacera cries out in anguish and fear that America has been good to him. He wanted to be a good citizen. He wanted his child to be American. The Don claps his hands with decisive approval. Well spoken. Very fine. Then Bonacera has nothing to complain about. The judge has ruled. America has ruled. Bring his daughter flowers and candy when he visits her in the hospital. That will comfort her. Be content. This is not a serious affair. The boys were young, high-spirited, and one is the son of a powerful politician. No, dear Amerigo, he has always been honest. The Don admits that, though Bonacera spurned his friendship, he would trust Bonacera's given word more than any other man's. So give his word that he will put aside this madness. It is not American. Forgive. Forget. Life is full of misfortunes. The cruel, contemptuous irony and the Don's controlled anger reduce the Undertaker to a quivering jelly. But he speaks up bravely again, asking for justice. The Don says curtly the court gave him justice. Bonacera shakes his head stubbornly. No, they gave the youths justice. They did not give him justice. The Don acknowledges this fine distinction with an approving nod, then asks what his justice is. An eye for an eye, Bonacera says. The Don says he asked for more. His daughter is alive. Bonacera says reluctantly to let them suffer as she suffers. The Don waits. Bonacera screws up the last of his courage and asks how much he should pay. A despairing wail. Don Corleone turns his back. A dismissal. Bonacera does not budge. Finally, sighing like a good-hearted man who cannot remain angry with an erring friend, the Don turns back to the Undertaker, now as pale as one of his corpses. The Don is gentle, patient. He asks why Bonacera fears to give his first allegiance to him. He goes to law courts and waits months. He spends money on lawyers who know full well he will be made a fool of. He accepts judgment from a judge who sells himself like the worst whore in the streets. Years gone by, when he needed money, he went to banks, paid ruinous interest, waited hat in hand like a beggar while they poked around to make sure he could pay them back. The Don pauses, his voice growing sterner. But if Bonacera had come to him, his purse would have been his. If he had come for justice, the scum who ruined his daughter will be weeping bitter tears this day. If by misfortune an honest man like himself made enemies, they would become the Don's enemies, and then, believe me, they would fear him. Bonacera bows his head and murmurs in a strangled voice to be his friend. He accepts. Don Corleone puts his hand on the man's shoulder. Good. He shall have his justice. Some day, and that day may never come, the Don will call upon him to do a service in return. Until that day, consider this justice a gift from the Don's wife, his daughter's godmother. When the door closes behind the grateful Undertaker, Don Corleone turns to Hagen and tells him to give this affair to Clemenza and to be sure to use reliable people who will not be carried away by the smell of blood. After all, they're not murderers, no matter what that corpse valet dreams up in his foolish head. The Don notes that his firstborn son is gazing through the window at the garden party. It is hopeless, the Don thinks. If Santino refuses to be instructed, he can never run the family business, never become a Don. He will have to find somebody else. And soon. After all, he is not immortal. From the garden, a happy, roaring shout startles the three men. Sonny presses close to the window, then moves quickly toward the door with a delighted smile, announcing it's Johnny. He came to the wedding. Hagen moves to the window and confirms it's really the Don's godson, asking if he should bring him here. The Don says no. Let the people enjoy him. Let him come when he's ready. He smiles at Hagen, calling Johnny a good godson. Hagen feels a twinge of jealousy and says dryly that it's been 2 years. Johnny's probably in trouble again and wants help. The Don asks who else he should come to, if not his godfather. The first to see Johnny Fontaine enter the garden is Connie Corleone. She forgets her bridal dignity and screams his name, running into his arms. He hugs her tight, kisses her mouth, keeps his arm around her as others come to greet him. Old friends from the West Side. Connie drags him to her new husband. Johnny notices with amusement that the blonde groom looks a little sour at no longer being the star of the day. He turns on his charm, shaking the groom's hand and toasting him with wine. A familiar voice calls from the bandstand, asking for a song. Johnny looks up and sees Nino Valenti smiling down. He jumps up on the bandstand and throws his arms around Nini. They had been inseparable, singing together, going out with girls together, until Johnny became famous and went to Hollywood. He had promised to get Nino a club singing date, but never did. Seeing Nino now, with his cheerful, mocking, drunken grin, all the affection returns. Nino begins strumming the mandolin. Johnny announces the song is for the bride, then stamps his foot and chants an obscene Sicilian love song. Nino makes suggestive motions with his body. The bride blushes proudly. The guests roar approval. By the end, everyone is stamping and roaring the double-meaning tagline. They won't stop applauding until Johnny clears his throat for another. They are all proud of him. He is one of them, a famous singer, a movie star who sleeps with the most desired women in the world. Yet he showed proper respect for his godfather by traveling 3,000 miles to this wedding. Many there saw Johnny and Nino singing together as boys, when no one dreamed Johnny would hold the hearts of 50 million women. Johnny reaches down and lifts the bride onto the bandstand, positioning Connie between him and Nino. Both men crouch, facing each other, Nino plucking harsh chords. An old routine, a mock battle and wooing, voices like swords, each shouting a chorus in turn. With delicate courtesy, Johnny lets Nino's voice overwhelm his own, lets Nino take the bride from his arm, lets Nino swing into the victorious final stanza while his own voice dies. The whole party erupts in applause. The three embrace. Guests beg for another song. Only Don Corleone, standing in the corner entrance of the house, senses something amiss. Cheerily, with bluff good humor, he calls out that his godson came 3,000 miles and no one thinks to wet his throat. A dozen wine glasses thrust at Johnny. He sips from all and rushes to embrace his godfather, whispering something in his ear. The Don leads him into the house. Tom Hagen holds out his hand when Johnny enters the room. Johnny shakes it, asks how he is, but without his usual charm, genuine warmth for people. Hagen feels a little hurt by the coolness, but shrugs it off. A penalty for being the Don's hatchet man. Johnny tells the Don that when he got the wedding invitation, he thought his godfather wasn't mad anymore. He called 5 times after his divorce, but Tom always said the Don was out or busy, so he knew the Don was sore. The Don fills glasses from the yellow bottle of Saga, saying that's all forgotten. He asks if he can still do something for Johnny. He's not too famous or rich that the Don can't help him. Johnny gulps the fiery liquid and holds out his glass for more. He tries to sound jaunty, saying he's not rich. He's going down. The Don was right. He should never have left his wife and kids for that tramp he married. He doesn't blame the Don for getting sore. The Don shrugs, saying he worried about Johnny. He's his godson, that's all. Johnny paces. He was crazy about that bitch, the biggest star in Hollywood. She looks like an angel, but after a picture, if the makeup man does a good job, she lets him have her. If the cameraman makes her look extra good, she brings him into her dressing room. Anyone. She uses her body like loose change for a tip. A whore made for the devil. The Don curtly asks how Johnny's family is. Johnny sighs. He took care of them. After the divorce, he gave Jenny and the kids more than the court said. He sees them once a week. He misses them. Sometimes he thinks he's going crazy. Now his second wife laughs at him. She calls him an old-fashioned guinea, makes fun of his singing. Before he left, he gave her a beating, not in the face because she was making a picture, punched her on the arms and legs like a kid, and she kept laughing. He lights a cigarette and says life doesn't seem worth living. The Don says simply these are troubles he can't help with. He pauses, then asks what's wrong with Johnny's voice. All the assured charm disappears from Johnny's face. He says almost brokenly that he can't sing anymore. Something happened to his throat. The doctors don't know what. Hagen and the Don look surprised. Johnny had always been so tough. Johnny continues. His 2 pictures made a lot of money. He was a big star. Now they throw him out. The head of the studio always hated his guts and is now paying him off. The Don stands before his godson and asks grimly why this man doesn't like him. Johnny explains he used to sing for liberal organizations, stuff the Don never liked him to do. Jack Woltz didn't like it either, called him a communist but couldn't make it stick. Then Johnny snatched a girl Woltz had saved for himself. A one-night stand, she came after him. Then his whore second wife threw him out. Jenny and the kids won't take him back unless he crawls on his hands and knees. And he can't sing anymore. What the hell can he do? The Don's face turns cold without a hint of sympathy. He says contemptuously that Johnny can start by acting like a man. Anger contorts his face as he shouts for Johnny to act like a man. He reaches over the desk and grabs Johnny by the hair, a savagely affectionate gesture. He exclaims that Johnny spent so much time in his presence only to turn out no better than this, a Hollywood Finocchio who weeps and begs for pity, crying out like a woman. The Don's mimicry is so extraordinary and unexpected that Hagen and Johnny startle into laughter. The Don is pleased. For a moment, he reflects on how much he loves this godson. His own 3 sons would have reacted poorly. Sonny sulking for weeks, Fredo cowed, Michael giving a cold smile and disappearing for months. But Johnny, smiling now, gathering strength, already knows the true purpose of his godfather. The Don continues. Johnny took his boss's woman, a man more powerful than himself, then complains the man won't help him. What nonsense. He left his family and children without a father to marry a whore, then weeps because they don't welcome him back. He doesn't hit the whore in the face because she's making a picture, then is amazed she laughs at him. He lived like a fool and has come to a fool's end. The Don pauses, asking patiently if Johnny is willing to take his advice this time. Johnny shrugs. He can't marry Jenny again, not the way she wants. He has to gamble, drink, go out with the boys. Beautiful women run after him and he can't resist. Then he felt like a heel going back to Jenny. He can't go through all that again. It's rare the Don shows exasperation. He says he didn't tell Johnny to get married again. Do what he wants. It's good he wishes to be a father to his children. A man who isn't a father can never be a real man. But then he must make their mother accept him. Who says he can't see them every day? Live in the same house? Live exactly as he wants? Johnny laughs, saying not all women are like old Italian wives. Jenny won't stand for it. Now the Don is mocking. Because Johnny acted like a Finocchio, gave more than the court said didn't hit the other in the face because she was making a picture. He let women dictate his actions. They aren't competent in this world, though there'll be saints in heaven while men burn in hell. The Don's voice becomes earnest. Johnny has been a fine godson, given all respect. But what of his other old friends? One year he runs with one person, the next with another. That funny Italian movie boy had bad luck, and Johnny never saw him again because he was more famous. And what about Nino, his old-school comrade, his singing partner? Nino drinks too much out of disappointment but never complains. He works hard driving a gravel truck and sings weekends for a few dollars. He never says anything against Johnny. Why couldn't Johnny help him a bit? He sings well. Johnny says with patient weariness that Nino just hasn't got enough talent. He's okay, but not big time. The Don lids his eyes almost closed, then asks if Johnny now just doesn't have enough talent. Should he get Johnny a job on the gravel truck with Nino? When Johnny doesn't answer, the Don continues. Friendship is everything. More than talent, more than government, almost the equal of family. Never forget that. If Johnny had built a wall of friendships, he wouldn't have to ask the Don to help. Now tell him, why can't Johnny sing? He sang well in the garden, as well as Nene. Hagen and Johnny smile at this delicate thrust. It's Johnny's turn to be patronizingly patient. His voice is weak. He sings one or two songs and then can't again for hours or days. He can't make it through rehearsals or retakes. His voice is weak, sick somehow. So, woman trouble. A sick voice. Now tell the Don the trouble with this Hollywood pettinovante who won't let him work. The Don is getting down to business. Johnny says this man is bigger than one of the Don's pettinovanti. He owns the studio. He advises the president on movie propaganda for the war. A month ago, he bought the movie rights to the biggest novel of the year, a bestseller, and the main character is a guy just like Johnny. Johnny wouldn't even have to act, just be himself. He might even win an Academy Award. Everyone knows it's perfect for him. He'd be big again as an actor. But that bastard Jack Woltz is paying him off. He won't give Johnny the role. Johnny offered to do it for nothing, for minimum price, and Woltz still says no. He sent word that if Johnny comes and kisses his ass in the studio commissary, maybe he'll think about it. The Don dismisses this emotional nonsense with a wave. Among reasonable men, problems of business can always be solved. He pats his godson on the shoulder, saying Johnny is discouraged. Nobody cares about him. He's lost weight, drinks a lot, doesn't sleep, takes pills. The Don shakes his head disapprovingly. The Don tells Johnny he wants him to stay in the house for 1 month, to eat well, rest, sleep, and be his companion. No singing, no drinking, no women. At the end of the month, Johnny can go back to Hollywood. And this pettinovante, this .90 caliber, will give him the job he wants. Done? Johnny can't entirely believe the Don has such power, but his godfather has never promised something without delivering. He warns that this guy is a personal friend of J. Edgar Hoover. You can't even raise your voice to him. The Don says blandly that the man is a businessman. He'll make him an offer he can't refuse. Johnny says it's too late. All the contracts are signed. They start shooting in a week. Absolutely impossible. The Don tells him to go back to the party. His friends are waiting. Leave everything to him. He pushes Johnny out. Hagen sits behind a desk and makes notes. The Don heaves a sigh and asks if there's anything else. Hagen says Sollozzo can't be put off anymore. The Don will have to see him this week. The Don shrugs. Now that the wedding is over, whenever Hagen likes. This answer tells Hagen two things. Most important, the answer to Virgil Sollozzo will be no. Second, since the Don wouldn't give that answer before his daughter's wedding, he expects his no to cause trouble. Hagen cautiously asks if he should tell Clemenza to have some men come live in the house. The Don says impatiently, "For what?" He didn't answer before the wedding, because on such an important day, there should be no cloud, not even in the distance. Also, he wanted to know beforehand what Sollozzo wanted to talk about. They know now. What Sollozzo will propose is an infamita. Hagen asks if the Don will refuse. When the Don nods, Hagen says they should all discuss it, the whole family, before he gives his answer. The Don smiles, agreeing. They will discuss it when Hagen comes back from California. The Don wants him to fly there tomorrow and settle this business for Johnny. See that movie Pettinovante? Tell Sollozzo the Don will see him when Hagen gets back. Is there anything else? Hagen says formally that the hospital called Consigliere Abbandando is dying. He won't last the night. His family was told to come and wait. Hagen has filled the consigliere's post for the past year, ever since cancer imprisoned Genco Abbandando in his hospital bed. Now he waits to hear the Don say the post is his permanently. The odds are against it. Such a high position is traditionally given only to a man descended from 2 Italian parents. There has already been trouble about Hagen's temporary performance. Also, he's only 35, not old enough, supposedly, for the necessary experience and cunning. But the Don gives him no encouragement. He asks when his daughter leaves with her bridegroom. Hagen checks his watch. In a few minutes they'll cut the cake, then a half hour after that. That reminds him of something else, their new son-in-law. Did they give him something important inside the family? The Don's answer is vehement. Never. He hits the desk with the flat of his hand. Give Carlos something to earn a living, a good living, but never let him know the family's business. Tell the others, Sonny, Fredo, Clemenza. The Don pauses, then instructs that all three of his sons will accompany him to the hospital to pay their last respects to poor Jenko. Tell Freddie to drive the big car. Ask Johnny to come as well as a special favor. He sees Hagen look at him questioningly. He wants Hagen to go to California tonight. He won't have time to see Jenko. But don't leave until the Don returns from the hospital and speaks with him. Understood? Hagen says understood, and asks what time Fred should have the car waiting. When the guests have left, the Don says Jenko will wait for him. Hagen adds that the senator called, apologizing for not coming personally. The Don would understand. He probably means the two FBI men across the street taking down license numbers. But he sent his gift over by special messenger. The Don nods. He doesn't mention that he himself warned the senator not to come. He asks if the senator sent a nice present. Hagen makes a face of impressed approval, very strangely Italian on his German-Irish features. Antique silver, very valuable. The kids can sell it for $1,000 at least. The senator spent a lot of time getting exactly the right thing. For those kind of people, that's more important than how much it costs. The Don doesn't hide his pleasure that so great a man as the senator showed him such respect. The senator, like Luca Brasi, is one of the great stones in the Don's power structure. And with this gift, he has resworn his loyalty. When Johnny Fontaine appears in the garden, Kay Adams recognizes him immediately. Truly surprised. She says Michael never told her his family knew Johnny Fontaine. Now she's sure she'll marry him. Michael asks if she wants to meet him. Not now, she says. She was in love with him for 3 years. She used to come to New York whenever he sang at the Capitol and scream her head off. Michael says they'll meet him later. When Johnny finishes singing and vanishes into the house with the Don, Kay asks archly if a big movie star like Johnny Fontaine has to ask Michael's father for a favor. Michael says Johnny is his father's godson, and if it wasn't for his father, Johnny might not be a big movie star today. Kay laughs with delight, saying that sounds like another great story. Michael shakes his head. He can't tell that one. She tells him to trust her. He tells her, without being funny, without pride, without any explanation except that 8 years ago his father was more impetuous, and because the matter concerned his godson, the Don considered it an affair of personal honor. The story comes quickly. 8 years ago, Johnny Fontaine made an extraordinary success singing with a popular dance band. He became a top radio attraction. Unfortunately, the band leader, a well-known show business personality named Les Halley, signed Johnny to a 5-year personal services contract, a common practice. Halley could now loan Johnny out and pocket most of the money. Don Corleone entered negotiations personally. He offered Haley $20,000 to release Johnny. Haley offered to take only 50% of Johnny's earnings instead. The Don was amused. He dropped his offer from $20,000 to $10,000. Halley, obviously not a man of the world outside his beloved show business, completely missed the significance of this lower offer. He refused. The next day, the Don went to see Halley personally, bringing his 2 best friends, Genco Abondando, his consigliere, and Luca Brazaille. With no other witnesses, the Don persuaded Haley to sign a document giving up all rights to all services from Johnny Fontaine upon payment of a certified check for $10,000. He did this by putting a pistol to Haley's forehead and assuring him with utmost seriousness that either his signature or his brains would rest on that document in exactly 1 minute. Haley signed. The Don pocketed the pistol and handed over the check. The rest is history. Johnny went on to become the greatest singing sensation in the country. He made Hollywood musicals that earned fortunes. His records made millions. Then he divorced his childhood sweetheart wife, left his 2 children, and married the most glamorous blonde star in motion pictures. He soon learned she was a whore. He drank, gambled, chased other women. He lost his singing voice. His records stopped selling. The studio didn't renew his contract, so now he came back to his Godfather. Kay says thoughtfully that Michael sounds jealous of his father. Everything he's told her shows the Don doing something for other people. He must be good-hearted. She smiles wryly, adding that his methods aren't exactly constitutional. Michael sighs. That's the way it sounds, but he tells her about Arctic explorers who leave caches of food scattered on the route to the North Pole just in case they may need them someday. That's his father's favors. Someday he'll be at each of those people's houses, and they had better come across. Nearly twilight before the wedding cake is shown, exclaimed over, and eaten. Specially baked by Nazarene, it's cleverly decorated with shells of cream so dizzyingly delicious that the bride greedily plucks them from the corpse of the cake before she whizzes away on her honeymoon with her blonde groom. The Don politely speeds his guest's departure, noting that the black sedan with its FBI men is no longer visible. Finally, the only car left in the driveway is the long black Cadillac with Freddie at the wheel. The Don gets into the front seat, moving with quick coordination for his age and bulk. Sonny, Michael, and Johnny Fontaine get into the back. The Don asks Michael if his girlfriend will get back to the city by herself, all right? Michael nods, saying Tom said he'd take care of it. The Don nods with satisfaction at Huygens' efficiency. Because of gas rationing still in effect, there's little traffic on the Belt Parkway to Manhattan. In less than an hour, the Cadillac rolls onto the street of French Hospital. During the ride, the Don asks Michael if he's doing well in school. Michael nods. Then Sonny asks his father if Johnny says the Don is getting him squared away with that Hollywood business. Does the Don want Sonny to go out there and help? The Don is curt. Tom is going tonight. He won't need any help. It's a simple affair. Sonny laughs, saying Johnny thinks the Don can't fix it. That's why Sonny thought the Don might want him to go. The Don turns his head and asks Johnny why he doubts him. Hasn't his Godfather always done what he said he would do? Has he ever been taken for a fool? Johnny nervously apologizes, explaining that the man who runs the studio is a real .90 caliber Pezzano Vante. You can't budge him, not even with money. He has big connections, and he hates Johnny. Johnny just doesn't know how the Don can swing it. The Don speaks with affectionate amusement, telling Johnny he shall have it. He nudges Michael with his elbow, saying they won't disappoint his godson. Eh, Michael? Michael, who never doubts his father for a moment, shakes his head. As they walk toward the hospital entrance, the Don puts his hand on Michael's arm so the others forge ahead. He tells Michael that when he gets through with college, come and talk to him. The Don has some plans he will like. Michael doesn't say anything. The Don grunts in exasperation. He knows how Michael is. He won't ask him to do anything he doesn't approve of. This is something special. Go his own way now. He's a man after all. But come to the Don as a son should when he's finished with schooling. The family of Genco Abondondando, wife and 3 daughters dressed in black, cluster like a flock of plump crows on the white tile floor of the hospital corridor. When they see Don Corleone come out of the elevator, they seem to flutter up toward him instinctively for protection. The mother is regally stout and black, the daughters fat and plain. Mrs. Abandando pecks at the Don's cheek, sobbing and wailing about what a saint he is to come here on his daughter's wedding day. Don Corleone brushes her thanks aside, asking if he doesn't owe respect to such a friend, a man who has been his right arm for 20 years. He understands immediately that the soon-told widow doesn't comprehend that her husband will die this night. Genco has been in this hospital nearly a year dying of cancer. His wife has come to consider his fatal illness almost ordinary. Tonight is just another crisis. She babbles on, telling him to go see her poor husband, who asked for him. The dying man wanted to come to the wedding to show respect, but the doctor wouldn't permit it. Then he said the dawn would come on this great day, but she didn't believe it possible. She tells him to go inside. He will make Genko happy. A nurse and a young doctor come out of the private room. The doctor is serious-faced with the air of one born to command, one who has been immensely rich all his life. One daughter timidly asks if they can see him now. The doctor looks over the large group with exasperation. Doesn't anyone realize the man inside is dying in torturous pain? Much better to let him die in peace. He suggests just the immediate family, in his exquisitely polite voice. He's surprised when the wife and daughters turn to the short, heavy man in the awkward tuxedo, as if to hear his decision. The heavy man speaks, his voice bearing the slightest trace of an Italian accent. He asks if it's true Genko is dying. The doctor says yes. Then there's nothing more for the doctor to do, the Don says. They will take up the burden. They will comfort Genko, close his eyes, bury him, weep at his funeral, and afterwards watch over his wife and daughters. Hearing this blunt truth, Mrs. Abbandando begins to weep. The doctor shrugs. Impossible to explain to these peasants. Still, he recognizes the crude justice in the man's remarks. His role is over. Still exquisitely polite, he tells them to wait for the nurse to let them in. She has a few necessary things to do with the patient. He walks away, white coat flapping. The nurse goes back into the room. They wait. Finally, she comes out, holding the door. She whispers that he's delirious with pain and fever. Try not to excite him. They can stay only a few minutes, except for the wife. She recognizes Johnny Fontaine as he passes, her eyes opening wide. He gives her a faint smile of acknowledgement. She stares with frank invitation. He files her away for future reference, then follows the others into the sick man's room. Genko Abbandando has run a long race with death, and now, vanquished, he lies exhausted on the raised bed. Wasted to a skeleton, what was once vigorous black hair has become obscene, stringy wisps. The Don says cheerily that he has brought his sons to pay respects, and even Johnny, all the way from Hollywood. The dying man raises fevered eyes gratefully. He lets the young men clasp his bony hand. His wife and daughters range along the bed, kissing his cheek, taking his other hand. The Don presses his old friend's hand and comforts him, suggesting they hurry up and get better so they can take a trip back to Italy together, to their old village, play bocce in front of the wine shop like their fathers before them. The dying man shakes his head. He motions the young men and family away, holding fast to the Don with his other bony claw. He tries to speak. The Don puts his head down and sits on the bedside chair. Genko babbles about their childhood. Then his coal black eyes become sly. He whispers. The Don bends closer. The others are astonished to see tears running down Don Corleone's face as he shakes his head. The quavering voice grows louder, filling the room. With a tortured, superhuman effort, Abbandando lifts his head off the pillow, eyes unseeing, and points a skeletal finger at the Don. He calls out blindly, begging his godfather to save him from death. His flesh is burning off his bones. He can feel worms eating his brain. He begs the Don to cure him, to dry his poor wife's tears. They played together as children in Corleone. Will the Don let him die when he fears hell for his sins? The Don is silent. Abbandando reminds him it's his daughter's wedding day. He cannot refuse. The Don speaks quietly, gravely, to pierce the blasphemous delirium. He tells his old friend he has no such powers. If he did, he would be more merciful than God. Believe him. But don't fear death or hell. The Don will have a mass said for his soul every night and every morning. His wife and children will pray for him. How can God punish him with so many pleas for mercy? The skeleton face takes on an obscene, cunning expression. Abandando asks slyly if it's been arranged then. The Don's voice is cold, without comfort. He says Jinko blasphemes. Resign himself. Abandando falls back on the pillow. His eyes lose their wild gleam of hope. The nurse returns and starts shooing him out matter-of-factly. The Don gets up, but Abandando puts out his hand. He asks his godfather to stay with him and help him meet death. Perhaps if death sees the Don near him, it will be frightened and leave him in peace. Or perhaps the Don can say a word, pull a few strings. The dying man winks, mocking now, not really serious. They're brothers in blood, after all. Then, as if fearing offense, he clutches at the Don's hand, begging him to stay. Let him hold his hand. They'll outwit that bastard as they've outwitted others. Godfather, don't betray him. The Don motions the others out. They leave. He takes Genko's withered claw in his own two broad hands. Softly, reassuringly, he comforts his friend as they wait for death together. As if the Don could truly snatch Genko's life back from that most foul and criminal traitor to man. Connie Corleone's wedding day ends well for her. Carlo Rizzi performs his bridegroom duties with skill and vigor, spurred on by the contents of the gift purse, which totals over $20,000. The bride gives up her virginity with far more willingness than she gives up her purse. For the latter, Carlo has to blacken one of her eyes. Lucy Mancini waits in her house for a call from Sonny, sure he'll ask her for a date. Finally, she calls his house, but when she hears a woman's voice answer, she hangs up. She has no way of knowing that nearly everyone at the wedding remarked their absence for that fatal half hour. The gossip is already spreading that Santino Corleone found another victim, that he did the job on his own sister's maid of honor. Amerigo Bonacera has a terrible nightmare. In his dream, he sees Don Corleone in a peaked cap, overalls, and heavy gloves, unloading bullet-riddled corpses in front of his funeral parlor and shouting reminders to bury them quickly. He groans so loud and long that his wife shakes him awake, grumbling about what a man he is, to have a nightmare only after a wedding. Kay Adams is escorted to her New York City hotel by Paulie Gatto and Clemenza. The car is large, luxurious, driven by Gatto. Clemenza sits in the back. Kay gets the front seat. She finds both men wildly exotic. Their speech is movie Brooklynese, and they treat her with exaggerated courtliness. During the ride, she chats casually, surprised when they speak of Michael with unmistakable affection and respect. He led her to believe he was an alien in his father's world. Now Clemenza assures her in his wheezing, guttural voice that the old man thinks Mike is the best of his sons, the one who will surely inherit the family business. Kay asks what business that is, in the most natural way. Paulie Gatto gives her a quick glance. Clemenza says in a surprised voice that didn't Mike tell her? Mr. Corleone is the biggest importer of Italian olive oil in the States. Now that the war is over, the business could get real rich. He'll need a smart boy like Mike. At the hotel, Clemenza insists on coming to the desk with her. When she protests, he says simply that the boss said to make sure she got home okay. He's got to do it. After she receives her room key, he walks her to the elevator and waits until she gets in. She waves, smiling, surprised at his genuine smile in return. It's just as well she doesn't see him go back to the clerk and ask what name she registered under. The clerk looks at Clemenza coldly. Clemenza rolls a little green spitball across to him. The clerk picks it up and immediately says, Mr. and Mrs. Michael Corleone. Back in the car, Paulie Gatto says she's a nice dame. Clemenza grunts that Mike is doing the job on her, unless they're really married. He tells Gatto to pick him up early in the morning. Hagen has a deal for them that needs to be done right away. It's late Sunday night before Tom Hagen can kiss his wife goodbye and drive to the airport. With his special #1 priority, a grateful gift from a Pentagon staff general officer, he has no trouble getting a plane to Los Angeles. It's been a busy but satisfying day for Hagen. Genco Abandando died at 3 in the morning. When Don Corleone returned from the hospital, he informed Hagen that he is now officially the new consigliere to the family. This means Hagen is sure to become a very rich man, to say nothing of power. The Don has broken a long-standing tradition. The consigliere was always a full-blooded Sicilian. The fact that Hagen was brought up as a member of the Don's family makes no difference to that tradition. It's a question of blood. Only a Sicilian, born to the ways of omerta, the law of silence, could be trusted in the key post of consigliere. Between the Don, who dictates policy, and the operating level of men who carry out orders, there are 3 layers of buffers. Nothing can be traced to the top unless the consigliere turns traitor. That Sunday morning, the Don gave explicit instructions on what should be done to the 2 young men who beat Bonacera's daughter. But he gave those orders in private to Hagen. Later, Hagen privately instructed Clemenza. Clemenza told Paulie Gatto to execute the commission. Gatto will now muster the necessary manpower. He and his men will not know why this task is being carried out or who ordered it originally. Each link would have to turn traitor for the Don to be involved. The cure for that possibility is also known. Only one link in the chain has to disappear. The consigliere is what his name implies. Counselor to the Don, his right-hand man, his auxiliary brain, his closest companion and friend. On important trips, he drives the Don's car. At conferences, he fetches refreshments, coffee, sandwiches, fresh cigars. He knows everything the Don knows, all the cells of power. He is the one man who could bring the Don crashing down. But no consigliere has ever betrayed a Don, not in the memory of any powerful Sicilian family established in America. There's no future in it. Every consigliere knows that if he keeps the faith, he will become rich, wield power, and win respect. If misfortune comes, his wife and children will be sheltered and cared for as if he were alive or free. If he keeps the faith, in some matters, the consigliere must act for his Don in a more open way without involving his principal. Hagen is flying to California on just such a matter. He realizes his career as consigliere will be seriously affected by the success or failure of this mission. By family business standards, whether Johnny Fontaine gets his coveted part is minor. Far more important is the meeting Hagen has set up with Virgil Sollazzo the following Friday. But Hagen knows that to the Don, both are of equal importance, which settles the matter for any good consigliere. The piston plane shakes Tom Hagen's already nervous insides. He orders a martini from the hostess to quiet them. Both the Don and Johnny briefed him on the character of movie producer Jack Woltz. From everything Johnny said, Hagen knows he will never be able to persuade Woltz, but he also has no doubt the Don will keep his promise to Johnny. His own role is that of negotiator and contact. Lying back, Hagen reviews all the information. Jack Woltz is one of the 3 most important movie producers in Hollywood, owner of his own studio with dozens of stars under contract. He serves on the President's Advisory Council for War Information Cinematic Division, meaning he helps make propaganda movies. He has dined at the White House. He has entertained J. Edgar Hoover in his Hollywood home. But none of this is as impressive as it sounds. These are official relationships. Woltz has no personal political power, mainly because he's an extreme reactionary, partly because he's a megalomaniac who loves to wield power wildly, springing up legions of enemies. Hagen sighs. There will be no way to handle Jack Woltz. He opens his briefcase to get some work done, but is too tired. He orders another martini and reflects on his life. No regrets. He's been extremely lucky. Whatever the reason, the course he chose 10 years ago proved right. He is successful, as happy as any grown man could reasonably expect, and finds life interesting. Tom Hagen is 35, tall with a crew cut, very slender, very ordinary looking. He's a lawyer but doesn't do the actual detailed legal work for the Corleone family business. though he practiced for 3 years after passing the bar. At 11, he was a playmate of 11-year-old Sonny Corleone. Hagen's mother went blind and died during his 11th year. His father, a heavy drinker, became a hopeless drunkard, a hard-working carpenter who never did a dishonest thing in his life, but his drinking destroyed his family and finally killed him. Tom was left an orphan, wandering the streets, sleeping in hallways. His younger sister went to a foster home, but in the 1920s, social agencies didn't follow up on 11-year-old boys ungrateful enough to run from charity. Hagen also had an eye infection. Neighbors whispered he caught it from his mother, so it could be caught from him. He was shunned. Sonny Corleone, warm-hearted and imperious, brought his friend home and demanded he be taken in. Tom was given a hot dish of spaghetti with oily, rich tomato sauce, a taste he never forgot, and then a metal folding bed to sleep on. Without a word spoken or the matter discussed, Don Corleone permitted the boy to stay. The Don took him to a special doctor, curing his eye infection. He sent him to college and law school. In all this, the Don acted not as a father, but as a guardian, no show of affection. But oddly, the Don treated Hagen more courteously than his own sons, never imposing a parental will. It was Hagen's decision to go to law school after college. He once heard the Don say that a lawyer with his briefcase can steal more than 100 men with guns. Meanwhile, to their father's annoyance, Sonny and Freddie insisted on going into the family business after high school. Only Michael went to college and enlisted in the Marines the day after Pearl Harbor. After passing the bar, Hagen married a young Italian girl from New Jersey, rare at that time for being a college graduate. The wedding was held in the Don's home. Afterward, the Don offered to support Hagen in any undertaking, send him law clients, furnish his office, start him in real estate. Hagen bowed his head and said he would like to work for the Don. The Don was surprised yet pleased, asking if Hagen knew who he was. Hagen nodded. He hadn't really known the extent of the Don's power then, not until he was made acting consigliere after Genco Abbandando became ill, but he nodded and met the Don's eyes, saying he would work for the Don like his sons, meaning complete loyalty, complete acceptance of the Don's parental divinity. The Don, with that understanding which even then was building the legend of his greatness, showed Hagen the first mark of fatherly affection since he came into the household. He took him into his arms for a quick embrace. Afterward, he treated him more like a true son, though he would sometimes remind Hagen never to forget his parents, as if reminding himself as well. There's no chance Hagen would forget. His mother had been near moronic and slovenly, so ridden by anemia she couldn't feel affection for her children or make a pretense of it. His father, he hated. His mother's blindness before she died terrified him. His own eye infection felt like a stroke of doom. He was sure he would go blind. When his father died, Hagen's 11-year-old mind snapped in a curious way. He roamed the streets like an animal waiting for death until the fateful day Sonny found him sleeping in a hallway and brought him home. What followed was a miracle. But for years, Hagen had nightmares, dreaming he'd grown to manhood blind, tapping a white cane, his blind children behind him, tap-tapping as they begged in the streets. Some mornings when he woke, the Don's face was imprinted on his brain in that first conscious moment, and he would feel safe. The Don, insisted Hagen, put in 3 years of general law practice in addition to family duties. That experience proved invaluable and removed any doubts about working for Don Corleone. He then spent 2 years training in a top criminal law firm where the Don had influence. Everyone saw he had a flair for this branch of the law. He did well, and when he went into full-time family service, the Don couldn't reproach him once in the 6 years that followed. When he was made acting consigliere, other powerful Sicilian families referred contemptuously to the Corleone family as the Irish gang. This amused Hagen. It also taught him he could never hope to succeed the Don as head of the family business, but he is content. That was never his goal. Such ambition would be a disrespect to his benefactor and his benefactor's blood family. It's still dark when the plane lands in Los Angeles. Hagen checks into his hotel, showers, shaves, watches dawn come over the city. He orders breakfast and newspapers sent up, relaxing until his 10 a.m. appointment with Jack Woltz. The appointment was surprisingly easy to make. The day before, Hagen called the most powerful man in movie labor unions, Billy Goff. Acting on the Don's instructions, Hagen told Goff to arrange an appointment for the next day and to hint that if Hagen wasn't made happy by the interview, there could be a labor strike at the studio. An hour later, Goff called back. The appointment would be at 10. Woltz got the message about the possible strike, but didn't seem too impressed. Goff added that if it really comes to that, he'll need to talk to the Don himself. Hagen said if it comes to that, the Don will talk to him, avoiding any promises. He isn't surprised Goff is so agreeable to the Don's wishes. The family empire technically doesn't extend beyond New York, but the Don first became strong by helping labor leaders. Many still owe him debts of friendship. But the 10 a.m. appointment is a bad sign. It means he'll be first on the list, not invited to lunch. It means Woltz holds him in small worth. Goff wasn't threatening enough, probably because Woltz has him on his graft payroll. Sometimes the Don's success at keeping out of the limelight works against the family business. His name means nothing to outside circles. His analysis proves correct. Woltz keeps him waiting half an hour past the appointed time. Hagen doesn't mind. The reception room is plush and comfortable. On a plum-colored couch opposite sits the most beautiful child Hagen has ever seen. No more than 11 or 12, dressed in expensive but simple grown-up clothes. Incredibly golden hair, huge deep sea blue eyes, a fresh raspberry mouth. She's guarded by a woman who is obviously her mother, trying to stare Hagen down with cold arrogance that makes him want to punch her in the face. The angel child and the dragon mother, Hagen thinks, returning the mother's cold stare. Finally, an exquisitely dressed but stout middle-aged woman leads him through a string of offices to the movie producer's office apartment. Hagen is impressed by the beauty of the offices and the people working in them. He smiles. They're all shrewdies trying to get their foot in the movie door by taking office jobs. Most will work there for life or until they accept defeat and return home. Jack Woltz is tall, powerfully built, with a heavy paunch almost concealed by his perfectly tailored suit. Hagen knows his history. At 10, Woltz hustled empty beer kegs and pushcarts on the east side. At 20, he helped his father sweat garment workers. At 30, he left New York for the West, invested in Nickelodeons, pioneered motion pictures. At 48, he was the most powerful movie magnate in Hollywood, rough-spoken, rapaciously amorous, a raging wolf ravaging starlets. At 50, he transformed himself. Speech lessons, an English valet for dressing, an English butler for social behavior. When his first wife died, he married a world-famous, beautiful actress who didn't like acting. Now at 60, he collects old master paintings, sits on the president's advisory committee, and has set up a multi-million-dollar foundation in his name to promote art in motion pictures. His daughter married an English lord, his son an Italian princess. His latest passion, dutifully reported by every movie columnist, is his own racing stables, on which he spent $10 million in the past year. He made headlines by buying the famed English racing horse Khartoum for $600,000, announcing the undefeated racer would be retired and put to stud exclusively for the Woltz stables. He receives Hagen courteously, his beautifully tanned, meticulously barbered face contorted in a grimace meant to be a smile. Despite all the money spent, despite the most knowledgeable technicians, his age shows. The flesh of his face looks seamed together, but there's enormous vitality in his movements. And he has what the Don has, the air of a man who commands absolutely the world in which he lives. Hagen comes directly to the point. He's an emissary from a friend of Johnny Fontaine. This friend is a very powerful man who would pledge his gratitude and undying friendship if Mr. Woltz would grant a small favor, casting Johnny Fontaine in the new war movie the studio plans to start next week. The seamed face is impassive, polite. Woltz asks what favors this friend can do him, with a trace of condescension. Hagen ignores it and explains. Woltz has some labor trouble coming up. The Don can absolutely guarantee to make that trouble disappear. There's a top male star who makes the studio a lot of money, but just graduated from marijuana to heroin. The Don will guarantee that star can't get any more heroin. If other little things come up over the years, a phone call to Hagen can solve problems. Woltz listens as if hearing a child boast. Then he says harshly, his voice deliberately all East Side, asking if Hagen is trying to put muscle on him. Hagen says coolly, absolutely not. He's come to ask a service for a friend. He's tried to explain that Woltz won't lose anything by it. Almost as if he wills it, Woltz makes his face a mask of anger. His mouth curls, his heavy dyed black brows contract to form a thick line over glinting eyes. He leans over the desk toward Hagen and lays it on the line. Johnny Fontaine never gets that movie. He doesn't care how many Guinea Mafia goombas come out of the woodwork. He leans back and offers a word of advice. J. Edgar Hoover, he assumes Hagen has heard of him, is a personal friend. If Woltz lets Hoover know he's being pressured, Hagen's people will never know what hit them. Hagen listens patiently. He expected better from a man of Woltz's stature. Is it possible a man who acts this stupidly could rise to the head of a company worth hundreds of millions? That was something to think about. The Don was looking for new things to invest in, and if the top brains of this industry were so dumb, movies might be the thing. The abuse itself doesn't bother Hagen. He learned the art of negotiation from the Don himself. Never get angry, never make a threat, reason with people. The art is to ignore all insults and threats, to turn the other cheek. Hagen once saw the Don sit at a table for 8 hours, swallowing insults, trying to persuade a notorious strong-arm man to mend his ways. At the end, the Don threw up his hands, said no one could reason with this fellow, and stalked out. The strong-arm man turned white with fear. Emissaries were sent to bring the Don back. An agreement was reached, but 2 months later, the strong-arm man was shot dead in his favorite barbershop. So Hagen starts again, speaking in the most ordinary voice. He points to his card. He's a lawyer. Would he stick his neck out? Has he uttered one threatening word? He's prepared to meet any condition to get Johnny that movie. He's already offered a great deal for such a small favor, a favor it would be in Woltz's interest to grant. Johnny admits Woltz says he'd be perfect for the part. If Woltz is worried about his investment, the Don would finance the picture. But let him be absolutely clear. They understand Woltz's no is no. Nobody is forcing him. They know about his friendship with Mr. Hoover. The Don respects that relationship very much. Woltz has been doodling with a huge red-feathered pen. At the mention of money, his interest is aroused. He stops doodling and says patronizingly, "The picture is budgeted at $5 million. Hagen whistles softly to show he's impressed, then says casually that the Don has many friends who back his judgment. For the first time, Woltz seems to take the whole thing seriously. He studies Hagen's card. He's never heard of Hagen, knows most of the big New York lawyers, but who the hell is he? Hagen says dryly he has one of those dignified corporate practices, just handles this one account. He rises, extends his hand, and Woltz shakes it. Hagen takes a few steps toward the door, then turns back. He understands Woltz has to deal with many people who try to seem more important than they are. In his case, the reverse is true. Why doesn't Woltz check him out with their mutual friend? If he reconsiders, call at the hotel. Hagen pauses, then adds that this may be sacrilege, but his client can do things for Waltz that even Mr. Hoover might find out of his range. He sees the producer's eyes narrowing. Waltz is finally getting the message. Hagen fawningly says he admires Waltz's pictures very much and hopes he can keep up the good work. Their country needs it. Late that afternoon, Hagen receives a call from Waltz's secretary. A car will pick him up within the hour to take him to Waltz's country home for dinner. About a 3-hour drive, but the car has a bar and hors d'oeuvres. The secretary adds that Waltz suggested he bring an overnight bag. He'll get him to the airport in the morning. Hagen agrees, wondering, how did Waltz know he was taking the morning plane back to New York? The most likely explanation: Waltz set private detectives on his trail. That means Waltz now knows he represents the Don, knows something about the Don, and is ready to take the matter seriously. Something might be done after all. Maybe Waltz is smarter than he appeared this morning. Looks like an implausible movie set. A plantation-type mansion, huge grounds girdled by a rich black dirt bridle path, stables and pasture for horses, hedges, flower beds, and grasses are as carefully manicured as a movie star's nails. Waltz greets Hagen on a glass-paneled, air-conditioned porch. The producer is informally dressed. Blue silk shirt open at the neck, mustard-colored slacks, soft leather sandals. Framed in all this color and rich fabric, his seamed, tough face is startling. He hands Hagen an outsized martini glass and takes one for himself. He seems more friendly than earlier, putting his arm over Hagen's shoulder and suggesting they look at his horses before dinner. As they walk toward the stables, Waltz says he checked Hagen out. He should have said his boss is Corleone. Waltz thought he was just some third-rate hustler Johnny was running in to bluff him. And Waltz doesn't bluff. Not that he wants to make enemies. He never believed in that. But let's enjoy themselves now. They can talk business after dinner. Waltz proves to be a truly considerate host. He explains his new methods, innovations he hopes will make his stable the most successful in America. The stables are fireproofed, sanitized to the highest degree, guarded by private detectives. Finally, Waltz leads him to a stall with a huge bronze plaque bearing the name Khartoum. The horse inside is, even to Hagen's inexperienced eyes, beautiful. Jet black except for a diamond-shaped white patch on his huge forehead. Great brown eyes glint like golden apples. The black skin over the taut body is silk. Waltz says, with childish pride, that Khartoum is the greatest racehorse in the world. He bought him in England last year for $600,000. He bets even the Russian czars never paid that much for a single horse. But he's not going to race him. He's putting him to stud, building the greatest racing stable the country has ever known. He strokes the horse's mane, calling out softly with real love in his voice, and the animal responds. Waltz says he's a good horseman, first rode at 50. He laughs, suggesting maybe one of his grandmothers in Russia got raped by a Cossack and he got his blood. He tickles Khartoum's belly and admires the horse's anatomy with sincere admiration. They go back to the mansion for dinner, served by 3 waiters under a butler, table linen, and ware all gold thread and silver. But Hagen finds the food mediocre. Waltz obviously lives alone and doesn't care about food. Hagen waits until they both lit huge Havana cigars before asking, does Johnny get it or not? Waltz says he can't, even if he wanted to. Contracts are signed for all performers. Cameras roll next week. No way to swing it. Hagen says impatiently that the advantage of dealing with a man at the top is that such an excuse isn't valid. Waltz can do anything he wants. Doesn't he believe the Don can keep his promises? Waltz says dryly he believes he's going to have labor trouble. Goff called him the son of a bitch, and the way he talked, you'd never guess Waltz pays him $100,000 a year under the table. And he believes they can get that fag He-Man star off heroin. But he doesn't care about that, and he can finance his own pictures. Because he hates Johnny Fontaine. Tell the Don this is one favor he can't give, but try him on anything else. Anything at all. Hagen thinks, you sneaky bastard. Then why bring me all the way out here? The producer has something on his mind. Hagen says coldly that Waltz doesn't understand. Corleone is Johnny's godfather, a very close, very sacred religious relationship. Waltz bows his head in respect at the mention of religion. Hagen continues. Italians have a joke that the world is so hard a man must have two fathers, which is why they have godfathers. Since Johnny's father died, the Don feels his responsibility even more deeply. As for trying again, the Don is much too sensitive. He never asks a second favor where he's been refused the first. Waltz shrugs, says he's sorry. The answer is still no, but since Hagen is here, what will it cost to have that labor trouble cleared up? In cash. Right now. That solves one puzzle for Hagen. Why Waltz is putting in so much time when he's already decided not to give Johnny the part. Waltz feels secure, not afraid of the Don's power. With his national political connections, his acquaintance with the FBI chief, his huge personal fortune, and his absolute power in the film industry, he seems impregnable if he's willing to take the losses the labor struggle would cost. There's only one thing wrong. Don Corleone promised his godson he would get the part, and to Hagen's knowledge, the Don has never broken his word in such matters. Hagen says quietly that Waltz is deliberately misunderstanding him, trying to make him an accomplice to extortion. The Don only promises to speak in Waltz's favor on the labor trouble as a matter of friendship, in return for Waltz speaking on behalf of his client. A friendly exchange of influence, nothing more. But he can see Waltz doesn't take him seriously. Personally, he thinks that's a mistake. Waltz, as if waiting for such a moment, lets himself get angry. He says he understood perfectly. That's the Mafia style, isn't it? All olive oil and sweet talk while making threats. So let him lay it on the line. Johnny Fontaine will never get that part. He's perfect for it, would make him a great star, but he never will because Waltz hates that pinko punk and is going to run him out of the movies. He'll tell Hagen why. Johnny ruined one of Waltz's most valuable protégés. For 5 years, Waltz had this girl under training. Singing, dancing, acting lessons. Spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. He was going to make her a star. He'll be even more frank. That girl was beautiful and the greatest piece of ass he's ever had. She could suck you out like a water pump. Then Johnny came along with that olive oil voice and guinea charm, and she ran off. She threw it all away just to make Waltz ridiculous. A man in his position can't afford to look ridiculous. He has to pay Johnny off. For the first time, Waltz succeeds in astounding Hagen. He finds it inconceivable that a grown man of substance would let such trivialities affect his judgment in an affair of business, and one of such importance. In Hagen's world, the Corleone's world, the physical beauty and sexual power of women carry not the slightest weight in worldly matters. It's a private affair, except in matters of marriage and family disgrace. Hagen decides to make one last try. He tells Waltz he's absolutely right, but are his grievances that major? He doesn't think Waltz has understood how important this very small favor is to the Don. Corleone held the infant Johnny in his arms at his baptism. When Johnny's father died, the Don assumed the duties of parenthood. He's called Godfather by many who wish to show respect and gratitude for his help. Don Corleone never lets his friends down. Waltz stands up abruptly. He's listened to about enough. Thugs don't give him orders. He gives them orders. If he picks up this phone, Hagen will spend the night in jail. And if that Mafia goomba tries any rough stuff, he'll find out Waltz isn't a band leader. Yeah, you heard that story too. Listen, Corleone will never know what hit him, even if he has to use his influence at the White House. The stupid, stupid son of a bitch. How the hell did he get to be a Pezzano Vanton? Hagen wonders. Advisor to the president, head of the biggest movie studio in the world. Definitely the Don should get into the movie business. And the guy is taking his words at sentimental face value. He's not getting the message. Hagen, thanks Waltz for dinner and a pleasant evening. He asks for transportation to the airport. He doesn't think he'll spend the night. He smiles coldly at Waltz and says Mr. Corleone is a man who insists on hearing bad news at once. The limousine waited in the mansion's floodlit colonnade. Hagen watched two women approach it, the beautiful 12-year-old blonde and her mother, the pair he'd seen in Waltz's office that morning. But the girl's delicate mouth had become a smeared, thick pink mass. Her sea-blue eyes were filmed over. Descending the steps, her long legs tottered like a crippled foal's. The mother supported her, hissing commands, then shot Hagen a quick, furtive look, her eyes blazing with hawk-like triumph. Both disappeared inside. So that explained why Waltz hadn't taken the plane from Los Angeles. The girl and her mother had made the trip with the producer instead. That had given Waltz enough time to relax before dinner and do the job on the child. Johnny wanted to live in this world. Good luck to him, and good luck to Waltz. Paulie Gato hated quickie jobs, especially violent ones. He liked planning. Tonight, even punk stuff could turn serious if someone slipped. Sipping his beer, he checked how the two young punks were making out with the two tramps at the bar. Gatto knew everything about them. Jerry Wagner and Kevin Moonen, both about 20, good-looking, tall, well-built, heading back to college in 2 weeks. Their father's political influence and student status had kept them out of the draft. They were under suspended sentences for assaulting Amerigo Bonacera's daughter. Lousy bastards. Draft dodging, drinking after midnight, chasing floozies. Gatto had earned his own deferment. False documents about electric shock treatments for a mental condition arranged by Clemenza after Gatto had made his bones. Clemenza ordered this job, rushed before the boys went to college. Why New York? Gatto wondered. Clemenza always added extra orders. If those tramps walked out with the punks, it would be another night wasted. One girl laughed, refusing to get in a car, saying she didn't want to end up in the hospital like that other poor girl. Her voice dripped with spiteful satisfaction. That was enough. Gatto finished his beer and walked into the dark street. Perfect. After midnight, only one other bar lit. Stores closed. The precinct patrol car had been handled by Clemenza. They wouldn't come that way until a radio call, and then they'd roll slow. He leaned against the four-door Chevy sedan. Two very big men sat nearly invisible in the back. Gatto told them to take the punks when they came out. Too fast, he thought. Clemenza had given him mug shots and the punks' nightly drinking spots. Gatto had recruited 2 family strong-arms, fingered the targets, and given instructions. No blows to the top or back of the head. No accidental fatality. Otherwise, go as far as they liked. One warning. If those punks got out of the hospital in less than a month, the strong-arms went back to driving trucks. The 2 ex-boxers got out. They'd never made it past small clubs until Sonny Corleone set them up with loan shark work. Now they were eager to show gratitude. When Wagner and Moonen exited the bar, they were perfect setups. The girls' taunts had left their adolescent vanity raw. Gatto leaned against his fender and teased him about getting brushed off. The 2 young men turned on him with delight. He looked like the perfect outlet for their humiliation. Ferret-faced, short, slight. They pounced. Immediately, 2 men pinned their arms from behind. Gatto slipped on brass knuckles, studded with iron spikes. He worked out 3 times a week. His timing was sharp. He smashed Wagner on the nose. The man holding Wagner lifted him off the ground, and Gatto uppercut into the groin. 6 seconds. Wagner went limp. The big man dropped him. They turned to Moonen, who tried to shout. The man holding him used one massive arm to pin him, the other hand clamping his throat to cut off sound. Gatto jumped into the car and started the motor. The 2 big men beat Moonen to jelly, frighteningly deliberate, as if they had all the time in the world. Not flurries, but timed. Slow motion blows carrying their full body weight. Each landed with a splat of splitting flesh. Moonen's face became unrecognizable. They left him and went for Wagner, who was trying to stand and screaming for help. Someone came out of the bar. The men worked faster, clubbing Wagner to his knees. One twisted his arm, then kicked his spine. A crack. Wagner's agony scream opened windows along the street. The men worked very quickly. One held Wagner's head like a vice. The other smashed his huge fist into the fixed target. More people came out, but no one interfered. Gatto yelled enough. The big men jumped in. He gunned the car away. Someone would describe the car and plate. But the plate was stolen from California, and New York City had 100,000 black Chevy sedans. Thursday morning, Tom Hagen went to his city law office to catch up on paperwork. He needed everything cleared for Friday's meeting with Virgil Sollozzo, so important that Hagen had asked the Don for a full evening of talk to prepare. He wanted an unencumbered mind. The Don hadn't seemed surprised Tuesday night when Hagen reported the Woltz negotiations. He'd made Hagen go over every detail, grimacing at the beautiful girl and her mother. He'd murmured infamita, his strongest disapproval. Then one final question. Did this man have real balls? Hagen considered. Over the years, he'd learned the Don's values were different. Did Woltz have character, strong will? Yes. Courage not to be bluffed? Willingness to suffer financial loss and scandal? Yes, but that wasn't what the Don meant. Finally, Hagen translated properly. Did Jack Woltz have the balls to risk everything on principle, honor, revenge? Hagen rarely smiled, but now he couldn't resist jesting. He asked if the Don meant whether Woltz was a Sicilian. The Don nodded pleasantly, acknowledging the flattering witticism. No, Hagen said. That was all. The Don pondered until Wednesday afternoon, then gave Hagen his instructions. They consumed the rest of the day and left Hagen dazed with admiration. No question, the Don had solved it. Woltz would call this morning saying Johnny Fontaine had the starring part. The phone rang. Amerigo Bonacera. The undertaker's voice trembled with gratitude. He wanted Hagen to convey undying friendship to the Don. He would lay down his life for the blessed Godfather. Hagen assured him the Don would be told. The Daily News had run a middle-page spread of Wagner and Moonin lying in the street. Expertly gruesome photos, pulps of human beings. Miraculously, both still alive, though hospitalized for months and requiring plastic surgery. Hagen made a note to tell Clemenza to do something for Paulie Gatto. The man seemed to know his job. Hagen worked 3 more hours, consolidating earnings from the Don's real estate, olive oil importing, and construction. None were doing well, but with the war over they should become rich producers. He'd almost forgotten Johnny Fontaine when his secretary said California was calling, a little thrill of anticipation as he picked up. The voice was unrecognizable with hate and passion. Woltz screamed threats of jail for 100 years, spending every penny, cutting off Johnny Fontaine's balls. Hagen replied kindly that he was German-Irish. A long pause, then a click. Hagen smiled. Not once had Woltz threatened Don Corleone himself. Genius had its rewards. Jack Woltz always slept alone. A bed big enough for 10, a bedroom like a movie ballroom set. He'd slept alone since his first wife died 10 years before. He still used women, could be aroused only by very young girls, but had learned that a few evening hours were all his body and patience could tolerate. This Thursday morning, he awoke early for no reason. Dawn light made his huge bedroom misty as a foggy meadow. At the foot of the bed, a familiar shape. He struggled up on his elbows. A horse's head. Still groggy, he flicked on a night table lamp. The shock made him physically ill, as if a sledgehammer struck his chest. His heartbeat jumped erratically. He became nauseous, vomit sputtering on the thick bear rug. Severed from its body, the black silky head of the great horse Khartoum was stuck fast in a thick cake of blood. White reedy tendons showed. Froth covered the muzzle. Those apple-sized eyes that had glinted like gold were now mottled like rotting fruit with dead hemorrhaged blood. Pure animal terror seized him. Out of that terror, he screamed for servants. Out of that terror, he called Hagen to make his uncontrolled threats. His maniacal raving alarmed the butler, who called Woltz's personal physician and his studio second-in-command. But Woltz regained his senses before they arrived. Woltz was profoundly shocked. What kind of man destroys a $600,000 animal without warning, without negotiation to countermand the act? The ruthlessness, the sheer disregard for any value, it implied a man who considered himself his own law, his own god, a man who backed that will with power and cunning that rendered Woltz's own stable security force useless. By now, Woltz had learned the horse had been heavily drugged before someone leisurely hacked off the massive triangular head with an axe. The night guards claimed they'd heard nothing. Impossible, Woltz thought. They'd been bought off, and they could be made to talk. Woltz wasn't stupid, just supremely egotistical. He'd mistaken his power as more potent than Don Corleone's. He merely needed proof otherwise. Now he understood. Despite his wealth, his contacts with the president and the FBI director, an obscure olive oil importer would actually have him killed. Because he wouldn't give Johnny Fontaine a movie part. Incredible. People didn't have the right to act that way. There couldn't be a world where people acted that way. It meant you couldn't do what you wanted with your own money, your own companies, your power. It was worse than communism. It had to be smashed. The doctor gave him mild sedation. It helped him calm down and think. What truly shocked him was the casualness with which Corleone had ordered the destruction of a world-famous horse worth $600,000 just for openers. Woltz shuddered, thinking of the life he'd built. Rich, able to have any woman by promising a contract received by kings and queens. A life as perfect as money and power could make it. Crazy to risk all this for a whim. What was the legal penalty for killing a racehorse? He laughed wildly. Another thought occurred. He'd be the laughingstock of California, because someone had contemptuously defied his power. That decided him. And the thought that maybe they wouldn't kill him, that they had something more clever and painful in reserve. Woltz gave the necessary orders. His confidential staff swung into action. Servants and doctor were sworn to secrecy. The press was told Khartoum had died of an illness contracted during shipment from England. The remains were buried in a secret place on the estate. 6 hours later, Johnny Fontaine received a call from the executive producer telling him to report for work the following Monday. That evening, Hagen went to the Don's house to prepare for the next day's meeting with Virgil Sollozzo. The Don had summoned his eldest son. Sonny Corleone sat sipping water, his heavy, Cupid-shaped face drawn with fatigue. Still humping that maid of honor, Hagen thought. Another worry. Don Corleone settled into an armchair, puffing a Dino Billy cigar. Hagen kept a box of them. He tried switching the Don to Havanas, but the Don claimed they hurt his throat. The Don asked if they knew everything necessary. Hagen opened his folder of cryptic notes. Sollozzo was coming to them for help, he said. He would ask the family to put up at least $1 million and promise some legal immunity. In return, they'd get a piece of the action. Nobody knew how much. Sollozzo was vouched for by the Tattaglia family, who might also have a piece. The action was narcotics. Sollozzo had Turkish contacts for poppy, shipped to Sicily with no trouble. He had a processing plant there for heroin. The only hitch was bringing it into this country in distribution, plus initial capital. $1 million cash didn't grow on trees. Hagen saw the Don grimace. He hated unnecessary flourishes. Hagen hastily continued. They called Sollozzo the Turk. For 2 reasons. He'd spent time in Turkey and was supposed to have a Turkish wife, and he was supposedly quick with the knife when young, only in business matters with reasonable complaint. A competent man, his own boss. He'd done 2 prison terms, one in Italy, one in the U.S., and was known to authorities as a narcotics man. That could be a plus. He'd never get immunity to testify since he was considered the top, given his record. He also had an American wife and 3 children, a good family man. He'd stand still for any rap as long as his family was taken care of. The Don puffed and asked Santino what he thought. Hagen knew Sonny was chafing under the Don's thumb, wanting his own big operation. Sonny took a long slug of scotch. There was a lot of money in that white powder, he said. But it could be dangerous. Some people could wind up in jail for 20 years. He said if they kept out of operations and stuck to protection and financing, it might be a good idea. Hagen approved. Sonny had played his cards well, sticking to the obvious. The Don asked Tom what he thought. Hagen composed himself to be honest. He'd already concluded the Don would refuse. Worse, Hagen was convinced the Don hadn't thought things through, wasn't looking far enough ahead. The Don encouraged him to speak. Not even a Sicilian consigliere always agrees with the boss. They all laughed. Hagen said he thought the Don should say yes. All the obvious reasons, but the most important was this. There was more money potential in narcotics than any other business. If they didn't get into it, someone else would, maybe the Tartaglias. With that revenue, they'd amass more police and political power. Their family would become stronger. Eventually, they'd come after what the Corleones had. It was like countries, if they arm, you have to arm. Gambling and unions were the best things to have now, but narcotics was the coming thing. They needed a piece of that action, or they risked everything. Not now, but maybe 10 years from now. The Don seemed enormously impressed, puffing and murmuring that this was the most important thing, of course. He sighed and rose, asking what time he had to meet this infidel. Hagen said, 10 in the morning. Hopeful? The Don said he wanted both of them there with him. He took Sonny by the arm, told him to get some sleep. He looked like the devil. He wouldn't be young forever. Encouraged, Sonny asked what the answer would be. The Don smiled. How could he know until he heard the percentages and details? He needed time to think over the advice given tonight. After all, he wasn't a man who did things rashly. As he went out the door, he casually asked if Hagen had in his notes that the Turk had made his living from prostitution before the war, as the Tartaglia family did. Now, write that down before forgetting. There was just a touch of derision in his voice. Hagen flushed. He deliberately not mentioned it, legitimately since it had no bearing, but he'd feared it might prejudice the Don's decision. The Don was notoriously straight-laced about sex. Virgil the Turk Sollazzo was powerfully built, medium-sized, dark-complexioned, with a scimitar nose and cruel black eyes. He also had impressive dignity. Sonny met him at the door and brought him into the office. Hagen thought he'd never seen a more dangerous-looking man except for Luca Brasi. Polite handshakes. If the Don ever asked whether this man had balls, Hagen would have to say yes. He'd never seen such force in one man, not even the Don. In fact, the Don appeared at his worst. A little too simple, too peasant-like in his greeting. Sollazzo came to the point immediately. The business was narcotics. Everything was set up. Poppy fields in Turkey had pledged certain amounts yearly. He had a protected plant in France to convert to morphine. An absolutely secure plant in Sicily to process the heroin. Smuggling into both countries was as safe as such matters could be. Entry into the U.S. would entail about 5% losses. The FBI itself was incorruptible, as they both knew, but profits would be enormous, risk non-existent. The Don politely asked why Sollazzo came to him. How had he deserved such generosity? Sollazzo's dark face remained impassive. He needed $2 million cash. Equally important, he needed a man with powerful friends in important places. Some couriers would be caught over the years, inevitable. They'd have clean records so judges could give light sentences. He needed a friend who could guarantee his people wouldn't spend more than a year or two in jail. Then they wouldn't talk. But with 10 or 20 years, who knew? Legal protection was a must. He'd heard Don Corleone had as many judges in his pocket as a bootblack had silver. The Don didn't acknowledge the compliment. He asked what percentage for his family. Salazzo's eyes gleamed. 50%. In the first year, the Don's share would be $3 or $4 million. Then it would go up. The Don asked what the Tattaglia family's percentage was. For the first time, Salazzo seemed nervous. They would receive something from his share. He needed help in operations. So the Don said he would receive 50% merely for finance and legal protection. No worries about operations. Salazzo nodded, congratulating the Don if he considered $2 million cash merely finance. The Don spoke quietly. He consented to see Salazzo out of respect for the Tattaglias, and because he'd heard Salazzo was a serious man, he had to say no, but he would give his reasons. The profits were huge, but so were the risks. Salazzo's operation could damage the Don's other interests. He had many political friends, but they wouldn't be so friendly if his business were narcotics instead of gambling. They thought gambling was a harmless vice like liquor. They thought narcotics a dirty business. Don't protest, the Don was telling Salazzo their thoughts, not his own. How a man made his living wasn't his concern. But this business was too risky. All his family members had lived well the last 10 years, without danger or harm. He couldn't endanger them out of greed. Salazzo's only sign of disappointment was a quick flicker of his eyes around the room, as if hoping Hagen or Sonny would speak in his support. He asked if the Don was worried about security for the $2 million. The Don smiled coldly and said no. Salazzo tried again. The Tattaglia family would also guarantee the investment. That was when Sonny Corleone made an unforgivable error. He asked eagerly whether the Tattaglias would guarantee the return of their investment without any percentage from them. Hagen was horrified. He saw the Don turn cold, malevolent eyes on his eldest son, who froze in uncomprehending dismay. Salazzo's eyes flickered again, this time with satisfaction. He'd found a chink in the Don's fortress. The Don's voice held dismissal. He remarked that young people were greedy and had no manners, interrupting their elders. He admitted a sentimental weakness for his children and said he'd spoiled them. His no was final. He wished Salazzo good fortune in his business. It had no conflict with his own. He was sorry to disappoint him. Salazzo bowed, shook the Don's hand, and let Hagen escort him to his car. His face showed nothing when he said goodbye. Back inside, the Don asked Hagen what he thought of that man. Hagen dryly answered he was a Sicilian. The Don nodded thoughtfully, then gently told Santino to never let anyone outside the family know what he was thinking, or what he had under his fingernails. He said Sonny's brain was going soft from all that comedy with the young girl. Stop it and pay attention to business. Now get out of his sight. Hagen saw surprise on Sonny's face, then anger. Did Sonny really think the Don wouldn't know about his conquest? And did he truly not understand what a dangerous mistake he'd made? If so, Hagen would never wish to be consigliere to a Don Santino Corleone. The Don waited until Sonny left, then sank back into his leather armchair and brusquely motioned for a drink. Hagen poured anisette. The Don looked up and told him to send Luca Brasi in. 3 months later, Hagen hurried through paperwork, hoping to leave early for Christmas shopping. Johnny Fontaine called, bubbling with high spirits. The picture had been shot. The rushes were fabulous. He was sending the Don a Christmas present that would knock his eyes out. He couldn't bring it himself because of movie work. Hagen tried to conceal his impatience. Johnny's charm had never worked on him, but his interest stirred. What was it? Johnny chuckled and said he couldn't tell. That was the best part. Hagen lost interest and politely hung up. 10 minutes later, Connie Corleone called. Hagen sighed. As a young girl, she'd been nice. As a married woman, she was a nuisance. Complaints about her husband, running home to her mother for days. Carlo reads he was a loser, running his business into the ground, drinking, whoring, gambling, occasionally beating his wife. Connie hadn't told her family, but she'd told Hagen. But the Christmas spirit had cheered her. She just wanted gift ideas for her father, Sonny, Fred, and Mike. Hagen made suggestions. She rejected them all. Finally, she let him go. When the phone rang again, Hagen threw his papers back. The hell with it. He'd leave. But he never refused a call. His secretary said it was Michael Corleone. He picked up with pleasure. He'd always liked Mike. Michael said he was driving to the city with Kay tomorrow. Something important he wanted to tell the old man before Christmas. Would he be home tomorrow night? Hagen said yes. He wasn't leaving until after Christmas. Anything he could do? Michael was as close-mouthed as his father. No, just that. He'd see Hagen Christmas at Long Beach. Hagen was amused when Mike hung up without small talk. He told his secretary to call his wife. He'd be late, but have supper ready. Outside, he walked briskly toward Macy's. Someone stepped in his way. It was Sollozzo. Sollozzo took his arm and quietly told him not to be frightened. He just wanted to talk. A car door opened at the curb. Sollozzo urged him to get in. Hagen pulled his arm loose, irritated, saying he didn't have time. Two men came up behind him. His legs went weak. Sollozzo softly told him to get in. If he'd wanted him dead, he'd be dead now. Trust him. Without a shred of trust, Hagen got in. Michael Corleone had lied to Hagen. He was already in New York, calling from a room at the Hotel Pennsylvania. When he hung up, Kay Adams put out her cigarette and called him a good fibber. Michael sat beside her on the bed. All for her, he said. If he'd told his family they were in town, they'd have to go there immediately. No dinner, no theater, no sleeping together tonight, not in his father's house, not unmarried. He kissed her gently, then pulled her down. She closed her eyes, waiting. He'd spent the war years on Pacific Islands dreaming of a girl like Kay. Fair, fragile, milky-skinned. They made love until dinner and theater time. After dinner, they walked past brightly lit department stores. She asked what she should get him for Christmas. Pressing against him, she said, just him. Did his father approve of her? Michael said that wasn't the question. Would her parents approve of him? She shrugged. She didn't care. Michael said he'd thought of legally changing his name, but if something happened, that wouldn't help. Was she sure she wanted to be a Corleone? Yes, she said without smiling. They'd decided to marry during Christmas week, a quiet civil ceremony at City Hall. But Michael insisted he had to tell his father, who wouldn't object as long as it wasn't secret. Kay doubted, saying she couldn't tell her parents until after. Of course they'd think she was pregnant, she said. Michael grinned. So would his parents. Neither mentioned that Michael would have to cut close ties with his family. They both understood he'd already done so, to some extent. They planned to finish college, weekends together, summers living together. The play was Carousel. Its sentimental story made them smile. Coming out into the cold, Kay snuggled up and asked if, after they were married, he'd beat her and then steal a star for a present. Michael laughed. He was going to be a math professor. Did she want to eat before the hotel? She shook her head, looking up meaningfully. He smiled down at her, kissed her in the cold street. He felt hungry and decided to order sandwiches to the room. In the hotel lobby, Michael pushed Kay toward the newsstand and got the key. Waiting in a small line, he looked impatiently for her. She stood by the newsstand, staring down at a newspaper. He walked over. She looked up, eyes filled with tears. She said his name. He took the paper. The first thing he saw. A photo of his father lying in the street, head in a pool of blood. A man sat on the curb weeping, his brother Freddie. Michael felt his body turn to ice. No grief, no fear, just cold rage. He told Kay to go up to the room, took her arm, led her into the elevator. In silence, they rode up. In the room, Michael sat on the bed and opened the paper. Headlines: Vito Corleone, shot, alleged racket chief, critically wounded, operated on under heavy police guard, bloody mob war feared. His legs felt weak. He said the bastards hadn't killed him. He read again: shot at 5 in the afternoon. While he'd been making love, having dinner, enjoying the theater, his father was near death. Sick with guilt. Kay asked if they should go to the hospital. Michael shook his head. He'd call the house first. The people who did this were crazy, and with the old man still alive, they'd be desperate. Both phones in Long Beach were busy. Nearly 20 minutes before he got through, Sonny's voice answered. Michael identified himself. He heard relief in Sonny's voice. Jesus, kid, they've been worried. Where the hell was he? He'd sent people to that hick town. Michael asked how bad the old man was hurt. Pretty bad, Sonny said. 5 times. But he was tough. The doctor said he pulled through. Sonny said he was busy. Where was Michael? In New York, Michael said. Didn't Tom tell him he was coming down? Sonny's voice dropped. They'd snatched Tom. That's why he'd been worried. Tom's wife was there. She didn't know, neither did the cops. Sonny didn't want them to know. The bastards who pulled this must be crazy. Michael should get out here right away and keep his mouth shut. Michael said, okay. Did Sonny know who did it? Sure, Sonny said. As soon as Luca Brasi checked in, they'd be dead meat. They still had all the horses. Michael said he'd be there in an hour, by cab, and hung up. The papers had been on the streets for over 3 hours. Radio news reports, too. Almost impossible Luca hadn't heard. Where was Luca Brasi? It was the same question Hagen was asking himself. The same question worrying Sonny Corleone out in Long Beach. At 4:45 that afternoon, Don Corleone finished checking papers from his olive oil company's office manager. He put on his jacket, wrapped Freddie's head to get him out of the newspaper, and told him to tell Gatto to get the car from the lot. Freddie grunted. He'd have to get it himself. Paulie called in sick. Again, the Don looked thoughtful. That was the 3rd time this month. Maybe get a healthier fellow for the job. Fred protested. Paulie was a good kid. If he said he was sick, he was sick. He didn't mind getting the car. He left. The Don watched his son cross 9th Avenue to the parking lot. He called Hagen's office, no answer. Called Long Beach, no answer. Irritated, he looked out the window. His car was parked at the curb. Freddie leaned against the fender, arms folded, watching Christmas shoppers. The Don put on his jacket. The office manager helped with his overcoat. The Don grunted, thanks, went out the door, and started down 2 flights of steps. The early winter light was failing. Freddie leaned casually against the Buick's fender, then got in on the driver's side when he saw his father come out. Don Corleone was about to enter from the sidewalk side when he hesitated and turned toward the long fruit stand near the corner, a recent habit. He loved the out-of-season yellow peaches and oranges glowing in their green boxes. The proprietor sprang to serve him. The Don pointed without handling the fruit. The fruit man disputed only once, showing a rotten underside. The Don took the paper bag in his left hand, paid with a $5 bill, pocketed his change, and turned back toward the waiting car. 2 men stepped from around the corner. Don Corleone knew immediately what was coming. They wore black overcoats and black hats pulled low. They hadn't expected his alert reaction. He dropped the fruit and darted toward the parked car with startling quickness for a man his size, shouting, "Fredo! Fredo!" Only then did the 2 men draw and fire. The first bullet caught him in the back. He felt the hammer shock but forced his body toward the car. The next 2 bullets hit his buttocks and sent him sprawling into the street. The gunman, careful not to slip on the rolling fruit, started after him to finish the job. No more than 5 seconds after the Don's call, Federico Corleone appeared from behind the car, looming over it. The gunman fired 2 more hasty shots at the Don lying in the gutter, one in the fleshy part of his arm, one in his right calf. Though least serious, they bled profusely, forming small pools beside his body. By then, Don Corleone had lost consciousness. Freddie had heard his father shout his childhood name, then the first 2 reports. By the time he got out of the car, he was in shock, hadn't even drawn his gun. The assassins could have shot him down, but they panicked. Too much time had passed, and they must have known the son was armed. They disappeared around the corner, leaving Freddie alone with his father's bleeding body. People had flung themselves into doorways or onto the ground, others huddled in small groups. Freddie still hadn't drawn his weapon. He seemed stunned, staring down at his father, lying face down on the tarred street in what looked like a blackish lake of blood. Freddie went into physical shock. As he started to sag, someone led him to the curb and made him sit. A crowd gathered around Don Corleone's body, then shattered when a police car sirened through. Directly behind it came a Daily News radio car. A photographer jumped out before it even stopped, snapping pictures of the bleeding Don. An ambulance arrived moments later. The photographer turned his attention to Freddie, now weeping openly, a curiously comical sight given his tough, Cupid-featured face, heavy nose, and thick mouth smeared with snot. Detectives spread through the crowd. One knelt beside Freddie, but he was too deep in shock to answer. The detective lifted Freddie's wallet, checked the ID, and whistled to his partner. In seconds, plainclothesmen had cut Freddie off from the crowd. The detective found Freddie's gun in its shoulder holster and took it. Then they lifted him off his feet and shoved him into an unmarked car, followed by the Daily News radio car. The photographer kept snapping. In the half hour after the shooting, Sonny Corleone received 5 rapid phone calls. The first was from Detective John Phillips on the family payroll, who'd been in the lead plainclothes car at the scene. Phillips asked if Sonny recognized his voice, then said without preamble that someone had shot the Don outside his place 15 minutes ago. He was alive but hurt bad, taken to French hospital. They had Freddie at the Chelsea precinct. Sonny better get him a doctor when they turned him loose. Phillips was going to the hospital to help question the Don if he could talk. Across the table, Sonny's wife Sandra saw his face flush red, his eyes glaze. She whispered what was wrong. He waved her off impatiently, turned his back, and asked Phillips if he was sure the Don was alive. "Yeah," Phillips said. "A lot of blood, but maybe not as bad as he looked." Sonny thanked him and told him to be home tomorrow at 8 sharp. He had a grand coming. Sonny cradled the phone and forced himself to sit still. His greatest weakness was his anger, and this was one time it could be fatal. First, get Tom Hagen. But before he could pick up the phone, it rang. A bookmaker licensed by the family called to say the Don had been killed, shot dead. After a few questions confirming the informant hadn't been close to the body, Sonny dismissed it as incorrect. Phillips' dope would be more accurate. The phone rang a third time. A Daily News reporter. Sonny hung up as soon as the man identified himself. He dialed Hagen's house. Hagen's wife said Tom wasn't home yet, wasn't due for 20 minutes, but she expected him for supper. Sonny told her to have him call. He tried to think like his father would. This was Salazzo's doing, but Salazzo would never have dared eliminate so high-ranking a leader unless backed by other powerful people. The fourth call interrupted. A very soft, very gentle voice asked for Santino Corleone. The voice said they had Tom Hagen. In about 3 hours, he'd be released with their proposition. Don't do anything rash until hearing what he had to say. What's done is done. Everybody had to be sensible now. Don't lose that famous temper. The voice was slightly mocking. Sonny couldn't be sure, but it sounded like Salazzozo. Sonny made his voice muted, depressed, saying he'd wait. He heard the click, looked at his heavy, gold-banded watch, noted the exact time on the tablecloth. He sat at the kitchen table, frowning. His wife asked what it was. He told her calmly they'd shot the old man. When he saw her shock, he said roughly not to worry. He wasn't dead, and nothing else was going to happen. He didn't tell her about Hagen. The fifth call came. It was Clemenza. The fat man's voice came wheezing in grunt-like gasps, asking if Sonny had heard about his father. Sonny said yes, but he wasn't dead. A long pause, then Clemenza's voice packed with emotion. Thank God, thank God. Then anxiously asking if Sonny was sure, since he'd heard he was dead in the street. Sonny said he was alive, listening intently to every intonation. The emotion seemed genuine, but Clemenza was a good actor by profession. Clemenza said Sonny would have to carry the ball now. What did he want him to do? Sonny told him to get to his father's house and bring Paulie Gatto. That's all? Clemenza asked. Didn't he want him to send people to the hospital and his place? No, just Clemenza and Paulie. A long pause. Clemenza was getting the message. To make it more natural, Sonny asked where the hell Paulie was anyway. What was he doing? Clemenza's voice was guarded now, no longer wheezing. Paulie was sick with a cold, stayed home. He'd been a little sick all winter. Sonny asked how many times he'd stayed home the last couple of months. Maybe 3 or 4 times, Clemenza said. He'd always asked Freddie if he wanted another guy, but Freddie said no. There'd been no cause. The last 10 years had been smooth. Sonny said he'd see Clemenza at his father's house. Be sure to bring Paulie. Pick him up on the way. He didn't care how sick he was. He slammed down the phone without waiting for an answer. His wife was weeping silently. He stared at her for a moment, then told her harshly that if any of their people called, tell them to reach him at his father's house on the special phone. Anyone else? She didn't know nothing. If Tom's wife called, tell her Tom wouldn't be home for a while. He was on business. He said a couple of their people would come to stay here. He saw her fright and said impatiently not to be scared. He just wanted them here. Do whatever they told her. If she wanted to talk to him, use Pop's special phone, but don't call unless it was really important. He went out. Darkness had fallen. December wind whipped through the mall. Sonny had no fear. All 8 houses were owned by Don Corleone. At the mouth of the mall, the 2 houses on either side were rented by family retainers. Of the remaining 6 houses forming the half-circle, 1 was Tom Hagen's, 1 was the Don's own, the smallest and least ostentatious, and the other 3 were rent-free to retired friends who would vacate whenever requested. The harmless-looking mall was an impregnable fortress. All 8 houses had floodlights bathing the grounds, making it impossible to lurk. Sonny crossed to his father's house, let himself in with his own key, and called for his mother. She came out of the kitchen, the smell of frying peppers rising behind her. Before she could speak, he took her arm, made her sit, and told her he'd just gotten a call, not to worry. Pop was in the hospital hurt. Get dressed and ready to go down there. He'd have a car and driver for her in a little while. His mother looked at him steadily, then asked in Italian if they'd shot him. Sonny nodded. She bowed her head for a moment, then went back into the kitchen and turned off the gas under the pan of peppers. Sonny followed, took peppers from the pan and bread from the basket, made a sloppy sandwich with hot olive oil dripping from his fingers. He went into the huge corner room that was his father's office and unlocked a special phone from a locked cabinet box, installed under a phony name and address. He called Luca Brasi first. No answer. Then he called Tessio, the safety valve Copo regime in Brooklyn, a man of unquestioned loyalty. Sonny told him what had happened and what he wanted. Tessio was to recruit 50 absolutely reliable men, send guards to the hospital, and send men to Long Beach. Tessio asked if they'd gotten Clemenza, too. Sonny said he didn't want to use Clemenza's people right now. Tessio understood immediately. A pause. Then Tessio said, speaking as Sonny's father would, "Don't move too fast." He couldn't believe Clemenza would betray them. Sonny thanked him. He didn't think so either, but he had to be careful. Tessio agreed. Sonny added that his kid brother Mike went to college in Hanover, New Hampshire. Get people they knew in Boston to go up and bring him down to the house until this blew over. He'd call Mike so he'd expect them. Just playing the percentages, just to make sure. Tessio said he'd be over to the Don's house as soon as he got things rolling. Sonny hung up, went to a small wall safe, and unlocked it. Inside was an index book bound in blue leather. He opened it to the T's until he found the entry. Ray Farrell, $5,000 on Christmas Eve, followed by a phone number. He dialed, confirmed Farrell was on the line, and identified himself as Santino Corleone. He wanted a favor right away. Check 2 phone numbers, Paulie Gatto's home and Clemenza's home, and give him all calls made and received for the last 3 months. He said it was important. Get it to him before midnight, and Farrell would have an extra, very Merry Christmas. Before settling back to think, he called Luca Brasi one more time. Again, no answer. It worried him, but he pushed it aside. Luca would come to the house as soon as he heard the news. Sonny leaned back in the swivel chair. In an hour, the house would be swarming with family people, and he'd have to tell them all what to do. Now that he finally had time to think, he realized how serious it was. The first challenge to the Corleone family's power in 10 years. No doubt Sollazzo was behind it, but he'd never have dared attempt such a stroke unless backed by at least one of the 5 great New York families. That support must have come from the Tattaglias, which meant a full-scale war or an immediate settlement on Sollazzo's terms. Sonny smiled grimly. The wily Turk had planned well, but been unlucky. The old man was alive, so it was war. With Luca Brasi and the family's resources, there could be but one outcome. But again, the nagging worry. Where was Luca Brasi? Counting the driver, 4 men were in the car with Hagen. They put him in the back seat between the 2 who'd grabbed him in the street. Sollazzo sat up front. The man on Hagen's right reached over, tilted Hagen's hat over his eyes so he couldn't see, and warned him not to even move a pinky. The ride was short, no more than 20 minutes. When they got out, darkness had fallen. Hagen couldn't recognize the neighborhood. They led him into a basement apartment and made him sit on a straight-backed kitchen chair. Sollazzo sat across the table, his dark face peculiarly vulturine. He told Hagen not to be afraid. He knew Hagen wasn't in the muscle end. He wanted Hagen to help the Corleones and to help him. Hagen's hand shook as he lit a cigarette. One of the men brought rye whiskey and poured a slug into a china coffee cup. Hagen drank gratefully. It steadied his hands and took the weakness from his legs. Sollazzo said Hagen's boss was dead. He paused, surprised at the tears that sprang to Hagen's eyes. Then he continued. They'd gotten the Don outside his office, in the street. As soon as Sollazzo got word, he picked up Hagen. Hagen had to make peace between Sollazzo and Sonny. Hagen didn't answer. He was surprised at his own grief, at the desolation mixed with his fear of death. Sollazzo spoke again. Sonny had been hot for the deal, right? Hagen knew it was the smart thing, too. Narcotics was the coming thing. So much money that everyone could get rich in a couple of years. The Don was an old mustache Pete. His day over, but he didn't know it. Now he was dead. Nothing could bring him back. Sollazzo was ready to make a new deal. He wanted Hagen to talk Sonny into taking it. Hagen said Sollazzo didn't have a chance. Sonny would come after him with everything he had. Sollazzo said impatiently that was Sonny's first reaction. Hagen had to talk sense to him. The Tattaglia family stood behind Sollazzo with all their people. The other New York families would go along with anything that stopped a full-scale war between them. Their war would hurt the other families and their businesses. If Sonny went along with the deal, the other families around the country would consider it none of their affair, even the Don's oldest friends. Hagen stared at his hands, not answering. Sollozzo went on persuasively. The Don had been slipping. In the old days, Sollozzo could never have gotten to him. The other families distrusted the Don because he'd made Hagen his consigliere. Hagen wasn't even Italian, much less Sicilian. If it went to all out war, the Corleone family would be smashed. Everyone lost, Sollozzo included. He needed the family's political contacts more than the money. So talk to Sonny, talk to the capo regimes. Hagen would save a lot of bloodshed. Hagen held out his cup for more whiskey. He said he'd try, but Sonny was strong-headed, and even Sonny wouldn't be able to call off Luca. Sollozzo had to worry about Luca. Hagen would have to worry about Luca if he went for the deal. Sollozzo quietly said he'd take care of Luca. Hagen take care of Sonny and the other two kids. Sollozzo added that Hagen could tell them Freddie would have gotten it today with his old man, but Sollozzo's people had strict orders not to gun him. He didn't want more hard feelings than necessary. Freddie was alive because of him. Finally, Hagen's mind started working. For the first time, he truly believed Sollozzo didn't mean to kill him or hold him hostage. The sudden relief from fear flooded his body, and he flushed with shame. Sollozzo watched with a quiet, understanding smile. Hagen began to think things out. If he didn't agree to argue Sollozzo's case, he might be killed. But Sollozzo only expected him to present it properly, as he was bound to do as a responsible consigliere. And now, thinking about it, he realized Sollozzo was right. Unlimited war between the Tattaglias and the Corleones must be avoided at all costs. The Corleones must bury their dead and make a deal. And when the time was right, they could move against Sollozzo. But glancing up, he realized Sollozzo knew exactly what he was thinking. The Turk was smiling. Then it struck Hagen. What had happened to Luca Brasi that Sollozzo was so unconcerned? Had Luca made a deal? He remembered that on the night Don Corleone refused Sollozzo, Luca had been summoned for a private conference with the Don. But this wasn't the time to worry about such details. He had to get back to the safety of the Long Beach fortress. He told Sollozzo he'd do his best. He believed Sollozzo was right, that it was even what the Don would want. Sollozzo nodded gravely and said he didn't like bloodshed. He was a businessman. Blood cost too much money. At that moment, the phone rang. One of the men behind Hagen answered, listened, then whispered in Sollozzo's ear. Hagen saw Sollozzo's face go pale, his eyes glitter with rage. Hagen felt a thrill of fear. Sollozzo looked at him speculatively, and suddenly Hagen knew he was no longer going to be set free. Something had happened that might mean his death. Sollozzo said the old man was still alive. 5 bullets in his Sicilian hide, and he was still alive. He gave a fatalistic shrug. Bad luck for him, he told Hagen. Bad luck for Hagen. Michael arrived at his father's Long Beach house to find the mall's narrow entrance blocked by a link chain. Floodlights from all 8 houses blazed, outlining at least 10 cars parked along the curving cement walk. 2 unfamiliar men leaned against the chain. One asked in a Brooklyn accent who he was. Michael told them. Another man came out of the nearest house, peered at his face, and identified him as the Don's kid, offering to bring him inside. Michael followed to his father's house, where 2 men at the door let them pass. The house seemed full of strangers until he reached the living room. Tom Hagen's wife, Teresa, sat stiffly on the sofa, smoking, a glass of whiskey on the coffee table beside her. On the other side sat bulky Clemenza, impassive but sweating, his cigar glistening slickly black with saliva. Clemenza wrung Michael's hand in a consoling way, muttering that his mother was at the hospital with his father, who would be all right. Paulie Gatto stood to shake hands. Michael looked at him curiously. He knew Paulie was his father's bodyguard, but didn't know he'd stayed home sick that day. Still, he sensed tension in the thin, dark face. He noticed several other men in the corners, none of them Clemenza's people. Michael put the facts together. Clemenza and Gatto were suspect. Thinking Paulie had been at the scene, Michael asked how Freddie was. Clemenza said the doctor had given him a shot. He was sleeping. Michael went to Teresa, kissed her cheek, and whispered not to worry. Tom would be okay. Had she talked to Sonny yet? She clung to him, shook her head. He took her hand and led her into his father's corner office. Sonny sprawled behind the desk, holding a yellow pad and pencil. The only other man was Capo Regime Tessio, whom Michael recognized, so it was Tessio's men forming the new palace guard. Tessio also had a pad and pencil. Sonny came around the desk and took Teresa in his arms, telling her Tom was okay. They just wanted to give him a proposition. They'd said they'd turn him loose. He wasn't on the operating end, just their lawyer. No reason to harm him. He released her, then hugged and kissed Michael. Michael pushed him away, grinning, joking about putting up with this after Sonny used to beat him up. Sonny shrugged, saying he'd been worried when he couldn't reach Michael in that hick town. Not that he cared if someone knocked him off, but he didn't like the idea of bringing the news to their mother. He'd had to tell her about Pop. Michael asked how she took it. Good, Sonny said. She'd been through it before. Michael was too young to remember. Things had gotten smooth while he was growing up. She was at the hospital. The old man would pull through. Michael asked about going down there. Sonny shook his head dryly. He couldn't leave this house until it was all over. The phone rang. Sonny listened intently. Michael sauntered to the desk and glanced at the yellow pad, a list of 7 names. The first 3 were Sollozzo, Philip Tattaglia, and John Tattaglia. It hit Michael that he'd interrupted Sonny and Tessio making up a kill list. Sonny hung up and asked Michael and Teresa to wait outside. He had business to finish with Tessio. Teresa asked if the call was about Tom, almost truculent, but weeping with fright. Sonny put his arm around her, swore he'd be okay, and led her out, shutting the door behind her. Michael sat in a leather armchair. Sonny gave him a quick, sharp look and went back behind the desk. He warned Michael that hanging around meant hearing things he didn't want to hear. Michael lit a cigarette and said he could help. Sonny said no. The old man would be sore as hell if he let Michael get mixed up. Michael stood up and yelled that he was their father. Wasn't he supposed to help? He didn't have to kill people, but he could help. Stop treating him like a kid brother. He'd been in the war, got shot, killed some Japs. What did Sonny think he'd do if someone got knocked off? Faint. Sonny grinned and said pretty soon Michael would want him to put up his dukes. Fine, stick around, handle the phone. He turned to Tessio. The call he'd just gotten gave him the dope he needed. He told Michael someone had fingered the old man, Clemenza or Paulie Gatto, conveniently sick today. Sonny knew the answer now. Let's see how smart the college boy was. Who sold out to Sollozzo? Michael sat back, thinking carefully. Clemenza was a capo regime, a millionaire made by Don Corleone, an intimate friend for over 20 years. What could he gain? More money? Power? Revenge for Hagen becoming consigliere? A businessman's conviction that Sollozzo would win? No, it was impossible. Or rather, Michael realized, it was only impossible because he didn't want Clemenza to die. The fat man had brought him gifts growing up, taking him on outings when the Don was busy. He couldn't believe Clemenza was guilty, but Sollozzo would want Clemenza in his pocket more than anyone. Michael thought about Paulie. Not yet rich, well thought of. His rise certain, but he'd have to put in time. Young men dreamed wilder of power. It had to be Paulie. Then Michael remembered that in 6th grade, he and Paulie had been in the same class. He didn't want it to be Paulie either. He shook his head and said neither one. But he said it only because Sonny claimed to have the answer. If it were a vote, he'd have voted Paulie guilty. Sonny smiled and said not to worry. Clemenza was okay. It was Paulie. Michael saw Tessio's relief. As a fellow Kapoor regime, his sympathy would be with Clemenza. Tessio cautiously asked if he could send his people home tomorrow. Sonny said the day after tomorrow. He didn't want anyone to know until then. He asked Tessio to wait in the living room. He wanted to talk family business with his brother. They could finish the list later. Tessio went out. Michael asked how Sonny knew for sure. Sonny said they had people in the phone company. They'd tracked all of Paulie's calls and Clemenza's. On the 3 days Paulie was sick this month, he'd gotten a call from a street booth across from the old man's building. Today, too. They were checking if Paulie was coming down or someone was being sent to take his place. It didn't matter. Thank God it was Paulie. They'd need Clemenza bad. Michael asked hesitantly if it would be a lout war. Sonny's eyes went hard. That's how he played as soon as Tom checked in, until the old man told him different. Michael asked why not wait until the old man could tell him. Sonny looked at him curiously. How the hell had Michael won those combat medals? They were under the gun. They had to fight. He was just afraid they wouldn't let Tom go. Michael was surprised. Why not? Sonny's voice turned patient. They'd snatched Tom because they figured the old man was finished and they could make a deal. Tom would be the sit-down guy. Now with the old man alive, Sonny couldn't make a deal, so Tom was no good to them. They could turn him loose or dump him, depending how Sollozzo felt. Dumping him would just be to show they meant business, trying to bulldoze them. Michael quietly asked what made Sollozzo think he could get a deal with Sonny. Sonny flushed and paused. Then he admitted that a few months ago, Sollozzo had come with a drug proposition. The old man turned him down, but during the meeting, Sonny shot off his mouth a little, showed he wanted the deal. Absolutely the wrong thing to do. If there was one thing the old man had hammered into him, it was never to let outsiders know there was a split in the family. So Sollozzo figured he'd get rid of the old man, and Sonny would have to go in with him on drugs. With the old man gone, the family power was cut at least in half. Knocking off the old man was purely business, nothing personal. As a matter of business, Sonny would go in with him. Of course, Sollozzo would never let him get too close, but he also knew that once Sonny accepted the deal, the other families would never let him start a war a couple of years later just for revenge. Plus, the Tattaglias were behind him. Michael asked if they'd gotten the old man. What would Sonny have done? Sonny said very simply that Sollozzo would be dead meat. He didn't care what it cost, even if they had to fight all 5 families. The Tattaglias would be wiped out, even if they all went down together. Michael said softly that wasn't how Pop would have played it. Sonny made a violent gesture. He knew he wasn't the man his father was, but when it came to real action, short range, he could operate as good as anybody. He'd made his bones at 19 during the last family war and been a big help to the old man. He wasn't worried now. Their family had all the horses in a deal like this. He just wished they could get contact with Luca. Michael asked curiously if Luca was really that tough, that good. Sonny nodded. He was in a class by himself. Sonny was going to send him after the 3 Tattaglias. He'd get Sollozzo himself. Michael shifted uneasily in his chair, looking at his older brother. He remembered Sonny as casually brutal but warm-hearted, a nice guy. It seemed unnatural to hear him talking this way, chilling to see the kill list scribbled down as if Sonny were some newly crowned Roman emperor. Michael was glad he wasn't truly part of all this, that since his father lived, he didn't have to involve himself in vengeance. He'd help out, answer the phone, run errands. Sonny and the old man could take care of themselves, especially with Luca behind them. A woman screamed from the living room. Michael's heart dropped. It sounded like Tom's wife. He rushed to the door and opened it. Everyone in the living room was standing. By the sofa, Tom Hagen held Teresa close, his face embarrassed. She wept and sobbed, and Michael realized the scream had been her, calling out her husband's name with joy. Tom disentangled himself, lowered her back onto the sofa, and grimly told Michael he was glad to see him. He strode into the office without another look at his still sobbing wife. He hadn't lived with the Corleone family for 10 years for nothing, Michael thought with a queer flush of pride. Some of the old man had rubbed off on him, as it had on Sonny, and even, Michael realized with surprise, on himself. Nearly 4 a.m, they all sat in the corner office. Sonny, Michael, Tom Hagen, Clemenza, and Tessio. Teresa had been persuaded to go home next door. Paulie Gatto still waited in the living room, unaware that Tessio's men had instructions not to let him leave or out of their sight. Tom relayed Salazzo's offer. He explained how, after Salazzo learned the Don still lived, it was obvious he'd meant to kill Tom. Tom grinned, saying he'd never plead better before the Supreme Court than he did with that Turk tonight. He promised to talk the family into the deal, even with the Don alive. He claimed he could wrap Sonny around his finger, how they were buddies as kids. He apologized for letting Salazzo think Sonny might not be too sorry about getting the old man's job. Sonny gestured that it was nothing. Michael, leaning back with the phone at his right hand, studied both men. When Tom entered, Sonny had rushed to embrace him. Michael felt a faint twinge of jealousy. Sonny and Tom were closer than Michael could ever be to his own brother. Sonny called them to business. They had to make plans. He handed over the kill list. Michael said Freddie should be there. Sonny grimly said Freddie was no use. The doctor said he was in shock so bad he needed complete rest. Freddie had always been tough, but seeing the old man gunned down was hard on him. He'd always thought the Don was God. He wasn't like Michael and Sonny. Tom quickly agreed. Leave Freddie out of everything, absolutely everything. Until this was over, Sonny should never leave the house. He was safe there. Don't underrate Salazzo. He had to be a real pezzinovante. Was the hospital covered? Sonny nodded. The cops had it locked in, and he had his own people visiting Pop constantly. Tom frowned at the list, saying Sonny was taking this too personally. The Don would consider it a business dispute. Salazzo was the key. Get rid of him, and everything fell in line. Sonny didn't have to go after the Tatalias. Sonny looked at his capo regimes. Tessio shrugged. It was tricky. Clemenza didn't answer. Sonny told Clemenza one thing they could take care of without discussion. He didn't want Paulie around anymore. Make that first on the list. The fat man nodded. Tom asked about Luca. Salazzo hadn't seemed worried about him. That worried Tom. If Luca sold them out, they were in real trouble. Had anyone been able to reach him? Sonny said no. He'd been calling all night. Maybe he was shacked up. Tom said Luca never slept over with a woman. He always went home when finished. He told Michael to keep ringing the number until he got an answer. Michael dialed. The phone rang on the other end. No answer. He hung up. Tom told him to keep trying every 15 minutes. Sonny impatiently asked Tom, as consigliere for advice. What the hell should they do? Tom poured himself whiskey from the desk bottle. He said they should negotiate with Salazzo until the Don was in shape to take charge. They might even make a deal if they had to. When the Don got out of bed, he could settle the whole business without a fuss, and all the families would go along. Sonny angrily asked if Tom thought he couldn't handle Salazzo. Tom looked him in the eye. Sure, Sonny could outfight him. The Corleone family had the power. Clemenza and Tessio could muster 1,000 men if it came to a loud war. But at the end, there would be a shambles over the whole East Coast, and all the other families would blame the Corleones. They'd make enemies, something the Don never believed in. Michael thought Sonny took this well. Then Sonny asked what Tom would advise if the old man died. Tom quietly admitted that Sonny wouldn't do it, but he'd advised making a real deal with Sollazzo on drugs. Without the Don's political contacts and personal influence, the Corleone family lost half its strength. Without him, the other New York families might support the Tattaglias and Sollazzo just to avoid a long, destructive war. If the Don died, make the deal. Then wait and see. Sonny went white with anger. Easy for Tom to say. It wasn't his father they killed. Tom answered quickly and proudly that he'd been as good a son to the Don as Sonny or Michael, maybe better. He was giving a professional opinion. Personally, he wanted to kill all those bastards. The emotion shamed Sonny, who apologized. But he had meant it. Blood was blood, and nothing else was its equal. Sonny brooded. Then he sighed and spoke quietly. They'd sit tight until the old man could give the lead. But Tom had to stay inside the mall, too. Don't take chances. Mike, be careful. Though Sonny didn't think even Sollazzo would bring personal family into the war, everyone would be against him then. Tessio would hold his people in reserve but have them nosing around the city. Clemenza, after settling the Paulie Gato thing, would move his men into the house and mall to replace Tessio's. Tessio would keep his men at the hospital. Tom would start negotiating by phone or messenger with Sollazzo and the Tattaglias. First thing in the morning, Mike would take a couple of Clemenza's people to Luca's house and wait for him to show up, or find out where the hell he was. That crazy bastard might be going after Sollazzo right now if he'd heard the news. Sonny couldn't believe Luca would ever go against his Don, no matter what the Turk offered. Tom reluctantly said maybe Mike shouldn't get mixed up so directly. Sonny agreed. Forget that. He needed Mike on the phone in the house anyway, more important. Michael said nothing. He felt awkward, almost ashamed, and noticed Clemenza and Tessio with faces so carefully impassive he was sure they were hiding contempt. He picked up the phone, dialed Luca Brasi's number, and kept the receiver to his ear as it rang and rang. Peter Clemenza slept badly that night. He rose early and made his own breakfast. A glass of grappa, a thick slice of Genoa salami with fresh Italian bread, then a large mug of hot coffee laced with anisette. Padded in his old bathrobe and red felt slippers, he pondered the day's work ahead. Last night, Sonny Corleone had made it clear. Paulie Gatto was to be taken care of immediately. Today, Clemenza was troubled. Not because Gatto, his protege, had turned traitor. That didn't reflect on the Capo regime's judgment. Paulie's background had been perfect. A Sicilian family, the same neighborhood as the Corleone children, even school with one of the sons. He'd been brought up through each level properly, tested, not found wanting. After making his bones, he'd received a good living, a percentage of an East Side book, and a union payroll slot. Clemenza had known Paulie supplemented his income with freelance stick-ups, strictly against family rules. But that was a sign of high-spiritedness, like a fine racehorse fighting the reins. Paulie had never caused trouble, meticulously planned jobs, minimum fuss, no one ever hurt. A young man could always use pocket money. Who could foretell he'd turn traitor? What troubled Clemenza was administrative. The execution itself was cute and dreed. The problem, who to bring up from the ranks to replace Gatto as a button man? The man had to be tough, smart, safe, not someone who talked to police, saturated in omerta. And what living would he receive? Clemenza had spoken to the Don about better rewards for button men, but the Don had put him off. If Paulie had been making more money, he might have resisted Sollazzo's blandishments. Clemenza narrowed the candidates to 3. First, an enforcer who worked with colored policy bankers in Harlem. Big, brawny, charming, yet fearsome. But Clemenza scratched him. He got along too well with black people, some flaw of character, and would be too hard to replace. Second, a hard-working collector of delinquent accounts for Fama-likes and Shylocks. Faithful, but not quite ready for such a promotion. He settled on Rocco Lampone. Lampone had served a short but impressive apprenticeship. Wounded in Africa during the war, discharged in 1943, despite a limp, Clemenza had taken him on, using him as a black market contact in the garment center and with government employees controlling OPA food stamps. Lampone had graduated to troubleshooter for the whole operation. Clemenza liked his good judgment, knowing when heavy threats were pointless, keeping operations in a minor key. Relief washed over Clemenza, the relief of a conscientious administrator solving a knotty personnel problem. Rocco Lampone would assist. Clemenza planned to handle the job himself, not only to help a new man make his bones, but to settle a personal score. Paulie had been his protege. He'd advanced Paulie over more deserving people, helped him make his bones, furthered his career. Paulie had not only betrayed the family, he'd betrayed his padrone. This lack of respect had to be repaid. Everything else was arranged. Paulie had been instructed to pick Clemenza up at 3 in his own car. Nothing hot. Clemenza dialed Lampone's number, didn't identify himself, simply said to come to the house. He had an errand. Pleased to note that despite the early hour, Lampone's voice wasn't surprised or dazed, just a laconic okay. Clemenza added no rush. Have breakfast and lunch first, but not later than 2. He hung up. He'd already alerted his people about replacing Tessio's men in the Corleone Mall. That was done. He had capable subordinates and never interfered with mechanical operations. He decided to wash his Cadillac. He loved the car. Quiet, peaceful ride, rich upholstery. Sometimes he sat in it for an hour when the weather was good. Grooming it helped him think. He remembered his father in Italy doing the same with donkeys. Working inside the heated garage, he hated cold. He ran over his plans. You had to be careful with Paulie. The man was like a rat, could smell danger. Now, with the old man still alive, Paulie must be shitting in his pants, skittish as a donkey with ants up his ass. But Clemenza was accustomed to these circumstances. First, a good excuse for Rocco to accompany them. Second, a plausible mission for all three. Strictly speaking, not necessary. Paulie could be killed without frills. He was locked in, couldn't run, but Clemenza felt strongly about keeping good working habits, never giving away a fraction of a percentage point. These matters were, after all, questions of life and death. As he washed his baby blue Cadillac, Clemenza rehearsed his lines, his facial expressions. He would be curt with Paulie, as if displeased. With a man as sensitive and suspicious as Gatto, this would throw him off track or leave him uncertain. Undue friendliness would make him wary. The curtness mustn't be too angry, rather an absent-minded irritation. And why Lampone? Paulie would find that alarming, especially with Lampone in the rear seat. Paulie wouldn't like being helpless at the wheel with a man behind his head. Clemenza rubbed and polished furiously. It was going to be tricky. For a moment he debated recruiting another man but decided against it. Basic reasoning. If there were just one accomplice, it was one's word against the other. A second accomplice's word could swing the balance. No, they'd stick to procedure. What annoyed Clemenza was that the execution had to be public, the body found. He'd much prefer making it disappear. But it had to be public, so embryo traders would be frightened, and the enemy warned that the Corleone family hadn't gone stupid or soft. Salazzo would be made wary by the quick discovery of his spy. The family would win back some of its prestige. It had been made to look foolish by the shooting of the old man. Clemenza sighed. The Cadillac gleamed like a huge blue steel egg, and he was nowhere near solving his problem. Then the solution hit him. It would explain Rocco, himself, and Paulie being together, give them a mission of sufficient secrecy and importance. He would tell Paulie their job today was to find an apartment in case the family decided to go to the mattresses. Whenever a war between families became intense, opponents set up secret headquarters where soldiers could sleep on mattresses scattered through rooms, not so much to keep families out of danger, since attacks on non-combatants were undreamed of, but to keep movements from being charted by opponents or meddling police. A trusted capo regime would be sent to rent a secret apartment and fill it with mattresses, A sally port into the city when an offensive mounted, natural for Clemenza to be sent on such an errand, natural to take Gatto and Lampone to arrange details. And Clemenza thought with a grin, Paulie was greedy. The first thought in his head would be how much he could get from Salazzo for this valuable intelligence. Lampone arrived early. Clemenza explained what had to be done, their roles. Lampone's face lit up with surprised gratitude. He thanked Clemenza respectfully for the promotion, allowing him to serve the family. Clemenza clapped his shoulder, said he'd get something better for his living after today. They'd talk later. The family now was occupied with more critical matters. Lampone gestured he would be patient. Clemenza went to his den safe, took out a gun, and gave it to Lampone. Untraceable. Leave it in the car with Paulie. When the job was finished, Lampone should take his wife and children on a Florida vacation. Use his own money now. Clemenza would pay him back later. Use the family hotel in Miami Beach so Clemenza would know where to reach him. Clemenza's wife knocked to say Paulie Gatto had arrived, parked in the driveway. Clemenza led the way through the garage, Lampone following. When Clemenza got into the front seat with Gatto, he merely grunted in greeting, an exasperated look on his face. He glanced at his wristwatch as if checking whether Gatto was late. The ferret-faced button man watched him intently, looking for a clue. He flinched when Lampone got into the rear seat behind him. Clemenza sourly told Rocco to sit on the other side. A big guy like that blocked the rearview mirror. Lampone shifted dutifully behind Clemenza, as if the request were the most natural thing in the world. Clemenza said sourly to Gatto that Sonny was running scared, already thinking of going to the mattresses. They had to find a place on the west side. Paulie and Rocco would staff and supply it until word came down for the rest of the soldiers to use it. Did Paulie know a good location? As expected, Gatto's eyes became greedily interested. Paulie swallowed the bait. Thinking how much the information was worth to Salazzo, he forgot to worry about whether he was in danger. Lampone acted perfectly, staring out the window in a disinterested, relaxed way. Clemenza congratulated himself on his choice. Gatto shrugged. He'd have to think about it. Clemenza grunted. Drive while you think. He wanted to get to New York today. Paulie was an expert driver. Traffic into the city was light that afternoon, early winter darkness just beginning to fall when they arrived. No small talk in the car. Clemenza directed Paulie to Washington Heights, checked a few apartment buildings, then told him to park near Arthur Avenue and wait. He left Rocco Lampone in the car, too. Clemenza entered the Vera Mario restaurant, had a light dinner of veal and salad, nodding to acquaintances. After an hour, he walked back to the car. Gato and Lampone were still waiting. Clemenza said they wanted them back in Long Beach, some other job now. Sonny said to let this one go until later. He asked if Rocco, who lived in the city, wanted dropped off. Rocco quietly said his car was out at Clemenza's place, and his old lady needed it first thing in the morning. Clemenza said that was right. Then Rocco had to come back with them after all. Again on the ride back, nothing was said. On a stretch leading into the city, Clemenza suddenly told Paulie to pull over. He had to take a leak. Gatto, knowing the Fat Kapoor regime's weak bladder from years working together, pulled off the highway onto soft earth leading to the swamp. Clemenza climbed out, stepped into the bushes, and relieved himself. As he opened the door to get back in, he took a quick look up and down the highway. No lights. The road was completely dark. Go ahead, Clemenza said. A second later, the car's interior reverberated with a gunshot. Paulie Gatto seemed to jump forward, his body flinging against the steering wheel, then slumping over the seat. Clemenza had stepped back hastily to avoid being hit by fragments of skull bone and blood. Rocco Lampone scrambled out of the back seat, still holding the gun. He threw it into the swamp. He and Clemenza walked hastily to a nearby parked car and got in. Lampone reached under the seat, found the key left for them, started the car, and drove Clemenza home. Then, instead of going back the same way, he took the Jones Beach Causeway through to Merrick, onto the Meadowbrook Parkway to the Northern State Parkway, rode that to the Long Island Expressway, continued to the Whitestone Bridge, and through the Bronx to his Manhattan home. On the night before Don Corleone's shooting, his strongest, most loyal, and most feared retainer prepared to meet the enemy. Luca Brasi had made contact with Sollozzo's forces several months earlier, on Don Corleone's own orders. He'd done so by frequenting Tattaglia-controlled nightclubs and taking up with one of their top call girls. In bed with her, he grumbled about being held down in the Corleone family, about his worth not being recognized. After a week, Bruno Tattaglia, the youngest son, manager of the nightclub, approached him. The club's dancing line of long-stemmed beauties was the finishing school for many city hookers. The first meeting was above board. Tattaglia offered him a job as an enforcer. The flirtation went on for nearly a month. Luca played the role of a man infatuated with a young, beautiful girl. Bruno played the businessman recruiting from a rival. At one meeting, Luca pretended to be swayed, but said he would never go against the Godfather. Don Corleone was a man he respected. He understood that the Don had to put his sons before him. Bruno, one of the new generation with barely hidden contempt for old mustache peeps, like Luca and even his own father, said his father wouldn't expect Luca to do anything against the Corleones. Everybody got along now. It was just a job offer. Luca shrugged. It wasn't so bad where he was, and so they left it. The idea had been to lead the Tattaglias to believe Luca knew about the lucrative narcotics operation and wanted a freelance piece, hoping to hear something about Sollozzo's plans. After 2 months with nothing happening, Luca reported to the Don that Sollozzo was taking his defeat graciously. The Don told him to keep trying as a sideline, not to press it. Luca dropped into the nightclub the evening before the Don was shot. Almost immediately, Bruno Tattaglia came to his table and sat down. He said a friend wanted to talk to Luca in private. Luca asked who. Bruno just said a friend with a proposition. Could Luca meet him later tonight? Luca asked what time and where. Bruno said the club closed at 4 in the morning. Why not meet here while the waiters were cleaning up? They knew his habits, Luca thought. They must have been checking him out. He usually got up in the afternoon, gambled with cronies, or had a girl, never went to bed before dawn. The suggestion wasn't outlandish. He agreed and left, catching a cab to his furnished room on 10th Avenue. 2 rooms separated from the rest of a railroad flat, giving him family life and protection against surprise. The sly Turkish fox was going to show his bushy tail, Luca thought. If things went far enough, maybe the whole thing could be wound up as a Christmas present for the Don. In his room, he unlocked the trunk beneath the bed and took out a heavy bulletproof vest. He undressed, put it on over his woolen underwear, then his shirt and jacket. He thought of calling the Don's house to report the development, but knew the Don never talked over the phone to anyone, and the Don had given him this assignment in secret, not wanting anyone, not even Hagen or Sonny, to know. Luca always carried a gun. He had a license, the most expensive ever issued, $10,000, to keep him out of jail if frisked. As a top executive of the family, he rated it. But tonight, just in case he could finish the job, he wanted a safe gun, untraceable. Then he decided he would just listen to the proposition and report back to the Godfather. He made his way back to the club but didn't drink. Instead, he wandered to 48th Street for a leisurely late supper at Patsy's, his favorite Italian restaurant. When it was time for his appointment, he drifted uptown to the club entrance. The doorman was gone. The hat-check girl was gone. Only Bruno Tattaglia waited to greet him and lead him to the deserted bar. Before him, the desert of small tables surrounded the polished yellow wood dance floor, gleaming like a small diamond. In the shadows stood the empty bandstand with its skeleton metal stalk of a microphone. Luca sat at the bar. Bruno went behind it. Luca refused a drink and lit a cigarette. It was possible this would turn out to be something else, not the Turk. But then he saw Sollozzo emerge from the shadows at the far end of the room. Salazzo settled onto the next bar stool and shook the man's hand. Tartaglia set a glass before the Turk, who acknowledged it with a nod. He asked if Luca knew who he was. Luca did. A grim smile crossed his face. In his mind, the rats were finally being flushed out. Taking care of this renegade Sicilian would be a pleasure. Salazzo then asked if Luca understood what he was about to request. Luca signaled no. The Turk explained there was a fortune to be made, millions for those at the top. He promised $50,000 from the first shipment alone. He was talking about narcotics, the coming thing. Luca asked why Salazzo had come to him, suggesting the Turk wanted him to speak to the Don. Salazzo admitted he'd already tried the Don, who wanted nothing to do with it. That was fine. But he needed a strong man for physical protection. He'd heard Luca was unhappy with his family and might be willing to switch sides. Luca shrugged, saying the offer would have to be good enough. Salazzo watched him closely, then told Luca to think it over for a few days. He extended his hand, but Luca pretended not to see it, occupying himself with lighting a cigarette. Behind the bar, Tartaglia produced a lighter, held it to Luca's cigarette, then dropped the lighter and grabbed Luca's right hand, clamping it tight. Luca reacted instantly, slipping off the stool and trying to twist free. Salazzo seized his other wrist, but even with both men on him, Luca was too strong. He would have broken loose, except a figure emerged from the shadows behind him and looped a thin silken cord around his neck. The cord pulled tight. Luca's breath cut off, his face purpled, the strength drained from his arms. Tartaglia and Salazzo held his hands easily now, watching with a strangely childlike curiosity as the man behind him drew the cord tighter and tighter. Then the floor grew wet and slick beneath him. His body gave way. His legs folded. He sagged. The two men let go of his hands, and only the strangler followed him down, sinking to his knees, pulling the cord so tight it disappeared into the flesh of Luca's neck. His eyes bulged outward in what looked like utter surprise, the last trace of humanity left on his face. He was dead. Salazzo ordered that the body not be found. Not yet. Then he turned and vanished back into the shadows. The day after the Don was shot, the family stayed busy. Michael relayed messages by phone to Sonny. Tom Hagen worked to find a mediator acceptable to both sides, so a meeting could be arranged with Salazzo. The Turk had turned cautious, perhaps aware that Clemenza and Tessio's men were scouring the city for him. But Salazzo remained hidden, along with the top Tartaglia members. Sonny expected this, a basic precaution. Clemenza was occupied with Paulie Gatto. Tessio had been ordered to track Luca Brasi, who hadn't been home since the night before the shooting. A bad sign. Still, Sonny couldn't believe Luca had turned traitor or been caught off guard. Mama Corleone stayed with family friends in the city to be near the hospital. Carlo Rizzi offered help, but was told to tend to his own business, a profitable bookmaking territory the Don had set up for him. Connie stayed with her mother so she could visit her father, too. Freddie remained sedated in his room at the parents' house. Sonny and Michael visited him and were shocked by his pallor and obvious illness. Sonny muttered that Freddie looked worse than the old man. Michael had seen soldiers in the same condition on the battlefield, but he'd never expected it from Freddie. The toughest of the brothers as kids, yet the most obedient to their father. The Don had long since given up on this middle son ever being important to the business. Not smart enough, and failing that, not ruthless enough. Too retiring, not enough force. Late afternoon, Johnny Fontaine called from Hollywood. Sonny took the phone. He told Johnny not to come back. The old man was too sick, it would generate bad publicity, and the Don wouldn't want that. Wait until he was better and could be moved home. Sonny hung up and told Michael that their father would be pleased. Johnny wanted to fly in from California. Later, Michael took a call in the kitchen from Kay. Her voice was strained, unnatural. Michael knew she still couldn't quite believe the newspapers were right about his father. She asked if he was all right. He said he would be. She asked if she could come along when he visited the hospital. Michael laughed. She'd remembered him telling her such gestures mattered with old Italians. But this was a special case. He explained that if reporters got hold of her name and background, she'd end up on page 3, a girl from an old Yankee family mixed up with a Mafia chief's son. How would her parents like that? Kay replied dryly that her parents never read the daily news. Then an awkward pause, and she asked if he was okay, if he was in any danger. Michael laughed again. He was known as the Corleone family's sissy. No threat, no reason to come after him. He told her it was all over, no more trouble. It had been sort of an accident anyway. He'd explain when he saw her. She asked when that would be. Michael considered. Late tonight, a drinking supper at her hotel. Then he'd go to the hospital. He was tired of answering phones. He warned her not to tell anyone. He didn't want newspaper photographers snapping pictures. Embarrassing, especially for her parents. She agreed. She asked if she could do any Christmas shopping for him. No, just be ready. She gave a small, excited laugh and said she'd be ready. Wasn't she always? Yes, she was. That's why she was his best girl. She said she loved him and asked if he could say it back. Michael looked at the 4 men sitting in the kitchen. He said, not now. Tonight. She said, okay. He hung up. Clemenza had finally returned from his work and was bustling around the kitchen, making a huge pot of tomato sauce. Michael nodded to him and went to the corner office, where Hagen and Sonny waited impatiently. Sonny asked if Clemenza was out there. Michael grinned and said the man was cooking spaghetti for the troops, just like the army. Sonny told him to cut the crap and get Clemenza and Tessio in here. Minutes later, they gathered. Sonny asked Clemenza curtly if he'd taken care of him. Clemenza nodded. He wouldn't be seen again. With a small electric shock, Michael understood. They were talking about Paulie Gato. Little Paulie was dead, murdered by that jolly wedding dancer, Clemenza. Sonny then asked Hagen if he'd had any luck with Sollazzo. Hagen shook his head. Sollazzo had gone cold on the negotiation idea. Not too anxious anymore, or maybe just being careful so the family's button men couldn't nail him. Hagen hadn't been able to set up a go-between the Turk with trust, but Sollazzo had to know he had to negotiate now. He'd missed his chance when he let the old man survive. Sonny called Sollazzo the smartest enemy the family had ever faced. Maybe he figured they were just stalling until the Don recovered, or they got a line on him. Hagen agreed. Sollazzo would figure that. But he still had no choice. Hagen was certain he'd have it set up tomorrow. One of Clemenza's men knocked and entered. A radio report. Cops had found Paulie Gatto dead in his car. Clemenza nodded and told the man not to worry. The button man's astonishment shifted to comprehension before he returned to the kitchen. The conference continued. Sonny asked about the Don's condition. Hagen said he was stable but wouldn't be able to talk for another couple of days, still recovering from surgery. The Don's mother and Connie spent most of the day with him. Cops were all over the hospital, and Tessio's men hung around just in case. In a few days, the Don could decide what he wanted done. Meanwhile, they had to keep Sollazzo from doing anything rash. That's why Hagen wanted to start talking deals. Sonny grunted. Until then, Clemenza and Tessio were looking for Sollazzo. Maybe they'd get lucky. Hagen disagreed. Sollazzo was too smart. He knew once he came to the table, he'd have to go their way. That's why he was stalling. Hagen guessed Sollazzo was trying to line up support from the other New York families so the Corleones couldn't go after him when the Don gave the word. Sonny demanded why the other families would do that. Hagen explained, to avert a big war that brought the papers and government in. Also, Sollazzo would give them a piece of the drug action. The Corleones didn't need it. Gambling was the best business to have. But the other families were hungry. Sollazzo was a proven man. Alive, he was money in their pockets. Dead, he was trouble. Sonny's face turned gray. He didn't care what they wanted. They better not mess in this fight. Clemenza and Tessio shifted uneasily. Hagen told Sonny his father wouldn't like that thinking. The Don always said that was a waste. Sure, they wouldn't let anyone stop them if the old man said, go after Sollazzo. But this wasn't personal. It was business. If the other families interfered, they'd negotiate. If the families saw the Corleones were determined, they'd let them. The Don would make concessions in other areas to square things. Don't go blood crazy. Even the shooting of Sonny's father was business, not personal. Sonny's eyes stayed hard. But he said he understood. As long as nobody stood in their way when they wanted Sollazzo. Sonny turned to Tessio about Luca. No leads. Sollazzo must have snatched him. Hagen added that Sollazzo hadn't seemed worried about Luca. Too smart not to worry about a man like that. The Turk must have gotten him out of the picture one way or another. Sonny muttered. He hoped Luca wasn't fighting against him. That was the one thing he'd fear. Clemenza and Tessio, how did they figure it? Clemenza said slowly that anyone could go wrong. Look at Paulie. But Luca could only go one way. The Godfather was the only thing he believed in, the only man he feared. Luca respected the Don like no one else. No, Luca would never betray them, and Clemenza found it hard to believe a man like Sollazzo, however cunning, could surprise Luca, a man who suspected everyone and was always ready for the worst. Maybe Luca had just gone off somewhere. They'd hear from him any time. Tessio shrugged. Any man could turn traitor. Luca was very touchy. Maybe the Don had offended him. But Tessio thought Sollazzo had given Luca a little surprise, fitting what the consigliere said. Expect the worst. Sonny asked how the news about Paulie Gatto would affect Sollazzo. Clemenza said grimly it would make him think the Turk would know the Corleones weren't fools. He'd realize he'd been very lucky yesterday. Sonny shot back that it wasn't luck. Sollazzo had planned for weeks. Tailed the old man, learned his routine, bought off Paulie and maybe Luca, snatched Tom right on schedule. They'd done everything they wanted. They were unlucky, not lucky. The hired button men weren't good enough. And the old man moved too quick. If they'd killed him, Sonny would have had to make a deal, and Sollazzo would have won. For now. But don't underrate him. They'd done that too much lately. Button men brought spaghetti, plates, forks, wine. They ate as they talked. Michael watched in amazement. He and Tom didn't eat, but Sonny, Clemenza, and Tessio dug in. The discussion continued. Tessio didn't think Paulie's loss would upset Sollazzo. The Turk might have anticipated it, even welcomed it. A useless mouth off the payroll. And he wouldn't be frightened. After all, would they be? Michael spoke up diffidently. He knew he was an amateur. But from everything they'd said about Sollazzo, plus the fact he'd gone out of touch with Tom, Michael guessed the Turk had an ace up his sleeve. Something tricky that would put him back on top. If they could figure out what that was, they'd be in the driver's seat. Sonny admitted he'd thought of that. The only thing he could figure was Luca. Word was already out that Luca was to be brought here before being allowed any old rights. The other possibility, Sollazzo had made his deal with the New York families, and they'd get word tomorrow that everyone would be against them in a war. They'd have to give the Turk his deal. Right, Tom? Hagen nodded. That's what it looked like. And they couldn't move against that kind of opposition without the Don. He was the only one who could stand against the families. He had the political connections they always needed. If he wanted to badly enough. Clemenza said with a hint of arrogance that Sollazzo would never get near this house. Sonny looked at him thoughtfully, then asked Tessio about hospital coverage. Tessio was absolutely sure. Outside and inside, around the clock. Cops had it covered pretty good, too. Detectives at the bedroom door waiting to question the Don. A laugh. The Don was still on tubes. No food, so no worry about the kitchen. Those Turks believed in poison. They couldn't get at the Don, not in any way. Sonny tilted back and wondered if Sollazzo might snatch Michael as a hostage to make a deal. Michael ruefully thought his date with Kay was dead. But Hagen dismissed it. Sollazzo could have snatched Michael any time if he wanted insurance. Everyone knew Michael wasn't in the family business, a civilian. If Sollazzo snatched him, he'd lose all the other New York families. Even the Tataliers would have to help hunt him down. No, tomorrow they'd get a representative from all the families, telling them they had to do business with the Turk. That was his ace in the hole. Michael sighed with relief. Good, because he had to go into town tonight. Sonny asked sharply why. Michael said he figured he'd drop in at the hospital to visit the old man, see his mother and Connie, and some other things. Like the Don, Michael never told his real business. No reason not to tell Sonny he was seeing Kay, just habit. A loud murmur rose from the kitchen. Clemenza went to see. He returned holding Luca Brasi's bulletproof vest, wrapped inside a huge dead fish. Clemenza said dryly that the Turk had heard about his spy Paulie Gato. Tessio added just as dryly that now they knew about Luca Brasi. Sonny lit a cigar and took a shot of whiskey. Bewildered, Michael asked what the fish meant. Hagen answered, "An old Sicilian message." Luca Brasi was sleeping on the bottom of the ocean. Michael Corleone had traveled into the city that night with a depressed spirit. He felt himself being pulled into family business against his will, resenting Sonny for using him even just to answer phones. Being inside the family councils, hearing secrets about murder, made him deeply uncomfortable. And now, heading to see Kay, guilt pressed in from another direction. He had never been completely honest with her about his family, always dressing up the truth with jokes and colorful anecdotes that made them seem like characters in a movie. Now his father had been shot in the street, and his eldest brother was planning murder. He had already told Kay the shooting was almost an accident, that the trouble was over. But it looked like it was just beginning. Sonny and Tom were still underrating Sollazzo, even though Sonny saw the danger. Michael tried to think what the Turk might have up his sleeve, a bold, clever man of extraordinary force. He had to figure on a real surprise. But Sonny, Tom, Clemenza, and Tessio all agreed everything was under control and they had more experience. He was the civilian in this war, Michael thought wryly. They'd need much better medals than he'd gotten in World War II to make him join this one. That thought brought guilt about not feeling more sympathy for his father. Shot full of holes, and yet Michael understood better than anyone what Tom meant. It was business, not personal. His father had paid for the power he'd wielded all his life. What Michael wanted was out, to lead his own life. But he couldn't cut loose until the crisis passed. He had to help in a civilian capacity. With sudden clarity, he realized he was annoyed by that assigned role. The privileged non-combatant, the excused conscientious objector. That was why the word civilian kept popping into his skull so irritatingly. When he reached the hotel, Kay waited in the lobby. Clemenza's people had driven him into town and dropped him on a nearby corner after making sure they weren't followed. They had dinner and drinks. Kay asked when he was visiting his father. Michael checked his watch. Visiting hours ended at 8:30. He planned to go after everyone left. They'd let him up. His father had a private room and his own nurses. Michael could just sit with him for a while. He didn't think the Don could talk or even know he was there, but he had to show respect. Kay quietly said she felt sorry for his father. He'd seemed so nice at the wedding. She couldn't believe what the papers printed. Michael politely agreed, surprised at his own secrecy. He loved and trusted her, but she was an outsider. He would never tell her anything about his father or the family. Kay asked if he was going to get mixed up in the gang war. The papers gleefully described. Michael grinned, unbuttoned his jacket, and held it open. "No guns!" she laughed. They went up to the room. She mixed drinks and sat on his lap. Beneath her dress, she was all silk until his hand found the warm skin of her thigh. They fell back on the bed together, making love with all their clothes on, mouths pressed together. When they finished, they lay still, feeling body heat burning through fabric. Kay murmured something about whether that was what soldiers called a quickie. He said yes. She offered a judicious approval. They dozed until Michael started up anxiously and looked at his watch. Nearly 10. He had to get to the hospital. He went to wash up. Kay came behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist, asking when they would marry. "Whenever you say," he answered, as soon as the family thing quieted down and his father got better. But she should explain things to her parents. Kay asked what she should explain. Michael ran the comb through his hair. Just say she'd met a brave, handsome guy of Italian descent. Top marks at Dartmouth, a Distinguished Service Cross, and Purple Heart, honest and hard-working. But his father was a Mafia chief who sometimes had to kill bad people, bribe high officials, and got shot full of holes. That had nothing to do with his honest son. Could she remember all that? Kay let him go and leaned against the door. Was he really? Did he really kill people? Michael finished combing his hair. He didn't really know. Nobody knew. But he wouldn't be surprised. Before he left, she asked when she would see him again. Michael kissed her and told her to go home and think things over in her little hick town. He didn't want her mixed up in this. After Christmas, he'd be back at school, and they'd get together in Hanover. She watched him go, saw him wave before stepping into the elevator. She had never felt so close to him, never so much in love. If someone had told her she wouldn't see Michael again for 3 years, she could not have borne the anguish. When Michael got out of the cab at the French hospital, the street was completely deserted. Inside, the lobby was empty. What the hell were Clemenza and Tessio doing? They knew enough about tactics to have outposts. A couple of men should have been here at least. The last visitors had departed, nearly 10:30. Tense and alert now, Michael didn't stop at information. He already knew the room number on the 4th floor. He took the self-service elevator. No one stopped him until the 4th floor nurse's station, but he strode past the nurse's query and on to his father's room. No one outside the door. Where were the 2 detectives supposed to be guarding and questioning the old man? Where were Tessio and Clemenza's people? The door was open. He went in. December moonlight showed his father's face in the bed, impassive, chest heaving shallowly. Tubes hung from steel stands and ran into his nose. A glass jar on the floor caught poisons emptied from his stomach. Michael stayed a moment to confirm his father was all right, then backed out. He told the nurse his name and that he wanted to sit with his father. What happened to the detectives? The nurse, pretty young, confident in her authority, explained that his father had too many visitors interfering with hospital service. Police had made them all leave about 10 minutes ago. Then just 5 minutes ago, she'd had to call the detectives to the phone for an emergency alarm from headquarters. And they left too. But she looked in often and could hear any sound from his room. That's why they left doors open. Michael thanked her and said he'd sit for a little while. She allowed it briefly, citing the rules. Michael went back into the room, took the phone, and got the operator to connect him to the Long Beach house. Sonny answered. Michael whispered that he was at the hospital, came down late, and there was nobody there. None of Tessio's people. No detectives at the door. The old man was completely unprotected. His voice trembled. A long silence, then Sonny's low, impressed voice. This was Salazzo's move. Michael said he'd figured the same. But how did the Turk get the cops to clear everyone out? Where did they go? What happened to Teshio's men? Did Salazzo have the NYPD in his pocket too? Sonny told him to take it easy, stay in the old man's room, lock the door from inside. He'd have men there in 15 minutes. Just sit tight and don't panic. Michael said he wouldn't panic, but for the first time, a furious anger rose in him, a cold hatred for his father's enemies. He hung up and rang the nurse's buzzer. He would use his own judgment, disregard Sonny's orders. When the nurse came in, he told her not to be frightened, but they had to move his father to another room or floor right away. Could she disconnect the tube so they could wheel the bed? The nurse said that was ridiculous. They needed a doctor's permission. Michael spoke very quickly. She'd read about his father in the papers, seen there was no guard tonight. He'd just gotten word that men would come to kill him. Please believe him and help. He could be extraordinarily persuasive. The nurse said they didn't need to disconnect. They could wheel the stand with the bed. Did she have an empty room? At the end of the hall. It was done in moments, quickly and efficiently. Then Michael told her to stay with his father until help came. If she stayed at her station, she might get hurt. At that moment, his father's voice came from the bed, hoarse but full of strength, asking if it was Michael what had happened. Michael leaned over and took his father's hand. He identified himself and told him not to be afraid. Listen, don't make any noise, especially if someone calls your name. Some people want to kill you, but I'm here, so don't be afraid. Don Corleone, still not fully conscious of what had happened the day before, in terrible pain, smiled benevolently at his youngest son. He wanted to tell him something, but it was too much effort. Why should I be afraid now? Strange men have come to kill me ever since I was 12 years old. The hospital had only one entrance. Michael looked down from a window into the curved courtyard and the empty street beyond. Whoever came would have to pass through that single door. He ran down 4 flights and out through the ground floor entrance. Off to the side, the ambulance yard held no cars, no ambulances. Michael stood on the sidewalk, lit a cigarette, and unbuttoned his coat so the lamplight caught his face. A young man walked swiftly from 9th Avenue with a package under his arm. A combat jacket, a heavy shock of black hair. His face was familiar, but Michael couldn't place him until the young man stopped and extended his hand, speaking in a heavy Italian accent. Enzo, the baker's helper to Nazarene. His son-in-law. The Don had saved his life by getting the government to let him stay in America. Michael shook his hand, remembering now. Enzo had come to pay his respects. Michael smiled and shook his head. Too late for visiting, but thanks anyway. He'd tell the Don. A car roared down the street, and Michael went instantly alert. He told Enzo to leave quickly. There might be trouble, and Enzo wouldn't want to get involved with police. Fear crossed the young Italian's face. Police trouble could mean deportation or denied citizenship. But he stood fast, whispering in Italian that if there was trouble, he'd stay to help. He owed it to the Godfather. Michael was touched. He almost sent the young man away again, then thought better of it. 2 men in front of the hospital might scare off any of Salazzo's crew. 1 man probably wouldn't. He gave Enzo a cigarette and lit it for him. They stood together under the lamppost in the cold December night, yellow hospital windows and green Christmas decorations twinkling above them. They'd nearly finished their cigarettes when a long, low black car turned onto 30th Street from 9th Avenue and cruised toward them, hugging the curb. It almost stopped. Michael peered for faces inside, his body flinching. The car seemed about to stop, then sped forward. Someone had recognized him. Michael gave Enzo another cigarette and noticed the baker's hands were shaking. His own hands were steady. 10 minutes later, a police siren split the night air. A patrol car screamed around the corner and pulled up in front of the hospital. 2 more squad cars followed. Suddenly, uniformed police and detectives flooded the entranceway. Michael sighed with relief. Good old Sonny must have gotten through right away. He moved forward. Two burly policemen grabbed his arms. Another frisked him. A massive police captain with gold braid on his cap came up the steps, his men parting respectfully. Vigorous despite his girth and white hair, his face beefy red, he demanded harshly to know who the hell Michael was, thinking he'd gotten all the guinea hoods locked up. One of the cops said Michael was clean. Michael didn't answer. He studied the captain coldly, the beefy face, the metallic blue eyes. A plainclothes detective identified Michael as the Don's son. Michael quietly asked what had happened to the detectives guarding his father. Who pulled them off? The captain exploded with rage, calling Michael a fucking hood and telling him to mind his own business. He had pulled them. He didn't give a shit how many dago gangsters killed each other. He wouldn't lift a finger to keep the old man from getting knocked off. Now get the hell out, punk. Stay out of the hospital when it wasn't visiting hours. Michael studied him intently, not angry, his mind racing furiously. Was it possible Salazzo had been in that first car, seen him standing in front of the hospital, and called this captain to ask why the Corleone's men were still around when he'd been paid to lock them up? Everything fitted. Still cool, Michael said he wasn't leaving until guards were put around his father's room. The captain didn't bother answering, ordering a detective named Phil to lock this punk up. The detective hesitated. The kid was clean, a war hero never mixed up in rackets. The papers could make a stink. The captain roared over him, face red with fury. Michael, still thinking clearly, asked with deliberate malice how much the Turk was paying him to set his father up. The captain told the two patrolmen to hold him. Michael felt his arms pinned. He saw the massive fist arching toward his face, tried to weave away, but it caught him high on the cheekbone. A grenade exploded in his skull, his mouth filled with blood and small hard objects he realized were his own teeth. His head puffed up as if filling with air. His legs went weightless, only the policemen held him upright. He stayed conscious. The plainclothes detective stepped in front, saying the captain had really hurt him. The captain announced loudly that he hadn't touched him. Michael attacked him and fell, resisted arrest. Through a red haze, Michael saw more cars pulling up, men getting out. One was Clemenza's lawyer, now speaking suavely to the captain. The Corleone family had hired private detectives to guard Mr. Corleone. These men were licensed to carry firearms. If the captain arrested them, he'd have to appear before a judge in the morning. The lawyer glanced at Michael and asked if he wanted to press charges. Michael's jaws wouldn't come together, but he managed to mumble that he'd slipped. He'd slipped and fell. The captain gave him a triumphant glance. Michael tried to answer with a smile. At all costs, he wanted to hide the delicious icy chill controlling his brain, the surge of cold hatred pervading his body. Give no warning to anyone in this world about how he felt. As the Don would not. Then he felt himself carried into the hospital, and he lost consciousness. When he woke in the morning, his jaw had been wired together. 4 teeth were missing from the left side of his mouth. Hagen sat beside the bed. Michael asked if they'd drugged him. Yes, they had to dig bone fragments out of his gums. Too painful otherwise. Besides, he'd been practically out anyway. Anything else wrong? No. Sonny wanted him at the Long Beach house. Could he make it? Sure. Was the Don all right? Hagen flushed and said they thought they'd solved the problem now. Private detectives, the whole area loaded. He'd explain more in the car. Clemenza drove. Michael and Hagen sat in back. Michael's head throbbed. He asked what the hell really happened. Hagen spoke quietly. Sonny had an inside man, Detective Phillips, who'd tried to protect him. The police captain, McCluskey, had been on the take heavily since his patrolman days. The family had paid him quite a bit. Greedy, untrustworthy. But Salazzo must have paid him a huge price. McCluskey had all of Tessio's men at the hospital arrested right after visiting hours, helped by the fact that some were carrying guns. Then he'd pulled the official guard detectives off the Don's door, claiming he needed them and someone else was supposed to take their place. Baloney. He was paid to set the Don up. Philip said he'd try again. Sollozzo must have given him a fortune for openers and promised the moon. Michael asked if his getting hurt was in the papers. No, they kept that quiet. Neither the cops nor the family wanted it known. Good. Did Enzo get away? Yes, smarter than Michael. He disappeared when the cops came. He claimed he'd stuck with Michael while Sollozzo's car went by. Was that true? Yes. He was a good kid. He'd be taken care of. Hagen asked if Michael was feeling okay. He looked lousy. Michael said he was fine and asked for the police captain's name, McCluskey. Hagen added that it might make Michael feel better to know the Corleone family finally got up on the scoreboard. Bruno Tattaglia, 4 o'clock this morning. Michael sat up. He thought they were supposed to sit tight. Hagen shrugged. After the hospital, Sonny got hard. Button men were out all over New York and New Jersey. He was trying to hold Sonny in. Maybe Michael could talk to him. This could still be settled without a major war. Michael said he'd talk. Was there a conference this morning? Yes. Sollozzo finally got in touch and wanted to sit down. A negotiator was arranging details. That meant they won. Sollozzo knew he'd lost and wanted to get out with his life. Maybe he thought they were soft because they hadn't struck back. Now with a Tattaglia's son dead, he knew they meant business. They'd also gotten confirmation on Luca, killed the night before they shot the Don, in Bruno's nightclub. Michael said no wonder they'd caught him off guard. At the houses in Long Beach, a long black car blocked the mall entrance. 2 men leaned against its hood. Open windows on the upper floors of both neighboring houses. Sonny meant business. Clemenza parked outside, and they walked in. The 2 guards were Clemenza's men. He gave them a frown of greeting. No smiles, no greetings. Clemenza led Michael and Hagen inside. Another guard opened the door before they could ring, watching from a window. They went to the corner office where Sonny and Tessio waited. Sonny came to Michael, held his younger brother's head in his hands, and said mockingly that it was beautiful. Michael knocked his hands away, went to the desk, and poured himself scotch, hoping to dull the ache in his wired jaw. The 5 of them sat around the room, but the atmosphere had changed. Sonny was gayer, more cheerful, and Michael recognized what that gaiety meant. No more doubts in his older brother's mind. He was committed. The attempt on the hospital had been the final straw. No truce was possible. Sonny told Hagen the negotiator had called. The Turk wanted a meeting now. Sonny laughed admiringly at the man's nerve. After crapping out last night, he wanted to talk today or tomorrow, while they were supposed to just lay back and take everything he dished out. Hagen asked what Sonny answered. Sonny grinned. Sure, why not? He had 100 button men on the street 24 hours a day. If Sollozzo showed 1 hair, he was dead. Take all the time they wanted. Hagen asked if there was a definite proposal. Yeah. Sollozzo wanted Michael to meet with him to hear a proposition. The negotiator guaranteed Michael's safety. The meeting would be arranged on Sollozzo's side. His people would pick Michael up, take him to a secret location. Michael would listen, and they'd turn him loose. The promise, the deal would be so good they couldn't turn it down. Hagen asked about the Tattaglias and Bruno. Sonny said that was part of the deal. The Tattaglia family agreed to go along with Sollozzo. They'd forget about Bruno. One cancels the other. Sonny laughed again at the nerve of the bastards. Hagen cautiously said they should hear what Sollozzo had to say. Sonny shook his head, his voice holding a faint trace of Italian accent as he consciously mocked his father for humor. No more meetings, no more discussions, no more Sollozzo tricks. When the negotiator got back in touch, Hagen was to give one message. Sonny wanted Sollozzo. If not, all-out war. Go to the mattresses. Business would suffer. Hagen warned the other. Families wouldn't stand for an all-out war. Too much heat. Sonny shrugged. They had a simple solution. Give him Salazzo, or fight the Corleone family. No more advice on patching it up. The decision was made. Hagen's job was to help him win. Hagen bowed his head, then reported what he'd learned from their contact at the police station. Captain McCluskey was definitely on Salazzo's payroll for big money, getting a piece of the drug operation. McCluskey had agreed to be Salazzo's bodyguard. The Turk didn't poke his nose out without him. At any meeting with Michael, McCluskey would be sitting beside him in civilian clothes, carrying his gun. Hagen pointed out that with that protection, Salazzo was invulnerable. Nobody had ever gunned down a New York police captain and gotten away with it. The heat would be unbearable. Newspapers, the whole police department, the churches, the families would turn on them. Even the Don's political protection would run for cover. Sonny shrugged. McCluskey couldn't stay with the Turk forever. They'd wait. Tessio and Clemenza puffed their cigars uneasily, sweating. Michael spoke. He asked if the old man could be moved to the mall. Hagen shook his head. Impossible. The Don was in very bad shape. He needed more surgery and constant attention. Then they had to get Salazzo right away, Michael said. They couldn't wait. The guy was too dangerous. The key was still that he wanted the old man dead. Now he knew it was very tough, so he was willing to accept defeat for his life. But if he was going to get killed anyway, he'd have another crack at the Don. With a police captain helping, who knew what might happen? They couldn't take that chance. Sonny scratched his chin thoughtfully, then agreed. Michael got right to the nuts. They couldn't let Salazzo get another crack at the old man. Hagen quietly reminded them about McCluskey. Sonny turned to Michael with an odd little smile, repeating the question. Michael said slowly that it was an extreme, but sometimes the most extreme measures were justified. They had to kill McCluskey. The way to do it was to have him heavily implicated, not an honest captain doing his duty, but a crooked official mixed up in the rackets who got what was coming to him. They had newspaper people on the payroll. Give them the story with enough proof. That should take some heat off. Michael looked deferentially around the room. Tessio and Clemenza had gloomy faces and refused to speak. Sonny urged him on with the same odd smile, quoting the Don about the mouths of infants. Michael flushed and continued. They wanted him to go to a conference. It would be him, Salazzo, and McCluskey alone. Set the meeting for 2 days from now. Get informers to find out where. Insist on a public place, a restaurant or bar at the height of dinner hour. They'd frisk him, so he'd have to be clean going in, but they could figure out a way to get a weapon to him during the meeting. Then he'd take both of them. All 4 heads turned and stared. Clemenza and Tessio were gravely astonished. Hagen looked sad but not surprised. Then Sonny, his heavy Cupid's face twitching with mirth, burst into loud belly laughter. He pointed at Michael, gasping. The high-class college kid who never wanted to get mixed up in the family business now wanted to kill a police captain and a Turk just because McCluskey smashed his face. He was taking it personal, and it was supposed to be just business. All those years of talk about not taking things personally, and now he wanted to kill 2 guys over a slap in the face. Sonny kept laughing. Clemenza and Tessio, misunderstanding, smiled broadly and a little patronizingly at Michael. Only Hagen kept his face impassive. Michael looked around at all of them, then stared at Sonny, who still couldn't stop laughing. Sonny asked if he'd really take both of them. They wouldn't give medals. They put you in the electric chair. This was no hero business. You didn't shoot from a mile away. You stood right next to them and blew their heads off, brains all over your nice Ivy League suit. Did he want to do that just because some dumb cop slapped him around? Michael stood up and told Sonny to stop laughing. The change was so extraordinary that the smiles vanished from Clemenza and Tessio. Michael wasn't tall or heavily built, but his presence radiated danger. In that moment, he was a reincarnation of Don Corleone himself, eyes gone pale tan, face bleached of color, seeming about to fling himself on his older, stronger brother. If he'd had a weapon, Sonny would have been in danger. Sonny stopped laughing. Michael asked in a cold, deadly voice if Sonny didn't think he could do it. Sonny said he knew Michael could do it. He wasn't laughing at what Michael said, just at how funny things turned out. Sonny had always said Michael was the toughest one in the family, tougher than the Don himself. The only one who could stand off the old man. What a temper he'd had as a kid. Used to fight Sonny, even though Sonny was much older, and Freddie had to beat the shit out of him at least once a week. And now Sollozzo had Michael figured for the soft touch, because he let McCluskey hit him without fighting back, wouldn't get mixed up in family fights. Sollozzo figured he had nothing to worry about meeting Michael head-to-head. McCluskey figured him for a yellow guinea. Sonny paused and said softly that Michael was a Corleone after all. Sonny had been sitting there for 3 days, ever since the old man got shot, waiting for Michael to crack out of that Ivy League war hero bullshit character, waiting for him to become Sonny's right arm so they could kill those fucks trying to destroy their father and their family. And all it took was a sock on the jaw. How did he like that? The tension relaxed. Michael shook his head. He was doing it because it was the only thing to do. He couldn't give Sollozzo another crack at the old man. He seemed to be the only one who could get close enough. He'd figured it out. He didn't think anyone else would kill a police captain. Maybe Sonny would. But Sonny had a wife and kids and had to run the family business until the Don recovered. That left Michael and Freddie. Freddie was in shock, out of action. So that left just Michael. It was all logic. The sock on the jaw had nothing to do with it. Sonny embraced him, saying he didn't care about the reasons, just that Michael was with him now, and Michael was right all the way. Sonny asked Hagen for his say. Hagen shrugged. The reasoning was solid. What made it so was that Hagen didn't think the Turk was sincere about a deal. He'd still try to get at the Don. So they had to get Sollozzo, even if it meant getting the police captain. But whoever did the job would catch an awful lot of heat. Did it have to be Michael? Sonny said softly he could do it. Hagen shook his head impatiently. Sollozzo wouldn't let Sonny within a mile if he had 10 police captains. Besides, Sonny was acting head of the family. He couldn't be risked. Hagen asked Clemenza and Tessio if either had a top-button man, someone really special, who would take the job. He wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Clemenza spoke first. Nobody. Sollozzo wouldn't know. He'd catch on right away. He'd catch on if Clemenza or Tessio went too. Hagen asked about a tough rookie who hadn't made his reputation yet. Both capo regimes shook their heads. Tessio smiled to soften the words and said that was like bringing a guy up from the minors to pitch the World Series. Sonny broke in curtly. It had to be Michael for a million reasons. Most important, they had him down as soft. And Michael could do the job. This was the only shot they'd get at the sneaky Turk. So now they had to figure out how to back him up. Tom, Clemenza, Tessio. Find out where Sollozzo would take him, no matter the cost. Once they knew the location, they could figure out how to get a weapon into his hands. Clemenza was to pick out a truly safe gun from his collection. The coldest one, impossible to trace. Short barrel, lots of blasting power. Accuracy didn't matter. Michael would be right on top of them. As soon as he used the gun, drop it. Don't get caught with it. Clemenza would tape the barrel and trigger with special material so no prints. Sonny reminded Michael they could square witnesses and everything else, but if they caught him with the gun, they couldn't square that. They'd have transportation and protection, then make Michael disappear for a long vacation until the heat wore off. He'd be gone a long time. No saying goodbye to his girlfriend, not even a call. After it was over and Michael was out of the country, Sonny would send word she was okay. Those were orders. Sonny smiled and told Michael to stick with Clemenza, get used to handling the gun, maybe practice a little. They'd take care of everything else. Okay, kid. Michael felt that delicious, refreshing chilliness all over his body. He told Sonny he didn't need to crap about not talking to his girlfriend about something like this. What did Sonny think he was going to do? Call her up to say goodbye. Sonny said fine, but Michael was still a rookie, so he spelled things out. Michael grinned and asked what Sonny meant by rookie. He'd listened to the old man just as hard as Sonny had. How did Sonny think he'd gotten so smart? They both laughed. Hagen poured drinks for everyone, looking a little glum. The statesman forced to go to war, the lawyer forced to go to law. He said that at least now they knew what they were going to do. Captain Mark McCluskey sat in his office, fingering 3 envelopes bulging with betting slips. He frowned, wishing he could decode the notations. The envelopes held slips from a raid on one of the Corleone family's bookmakers the night before. The bookmaker would have to buy them back so players couldn't claim winners and wipe him out. McCluskey wanted to decode them so he wouldn't get cheated when he sold them. If there was 50 grand in action, he could sell back for 5. But if the slips represented 100 or 200 grand, the price should be higher. He fiddled with the envelopes, then decided to let the bookie sweat and make the first offer. That might tip off the real price. He glanced at the station house clock. Time to pick up that greasy Turk, Salazzo, and take him to wherever he was meeting the Corleone family. McCluskey changed into civilian clothes, then called his wife to say he wouldn't be home for supper. He'd be out on the job. He never confided in her. She thought they lived on his policeman's salary. McCluskey grunted with amusement. His mother had thought the same, but he'd learned early. His father had shown him the ropes. His father had been a police sergeant. Every week, father and son walked through the precinct, and McCluskey Sr. introduced his 6-year-old to the storekeepers, saying this was his little boy. The storekeepers would shake the boy's hand, compliment him extravagantly, and ring open their cash registers to give him a gift of $5 or $10. By day's end, little Mark McCluskey's pockets would be stuffed with paper money. He felt so proud that his father's friends liked him enough to give presents. Of course, his father put the money in the bank for his college education. Little Mark got at most a 50-cent piece. When he got home and his policeman uncles asked what he wanted to be when he grew up, he'd lisp that he wanted to be a policeman. They'd all laugh uproariously. Later, though his father wanted him to go to college first, he went straight from high school to studying for the police force. He'd been a good cop, a brave cop. Tough young punks terrorizing street corners fled when he approached and finally vanished from his beat altogether. He was very tough and very fair. He never took his son around to storekeepers to collect money presents for ignoring violations. He took the money directly into his own hand because he felt he earned it. He never ducked into a movie house or goofed off in restaurants like some cops, especially on winter nights. He always made his rounds. He gave his stores a lot of protection, a lot of service. When winos and drunks filtered up from the Bowery to panhandle on his beat, he got rid of them so roughly they never came back. The tradespeople appreciated it, and they showed their appreciation. He also obeyed the system. The bookies in his precinct knew he would never make trouble to get an extra payoff for himself. He was content with his share of the station house bag. His name was on the list with the others. He never tried to make extras. He was a fair cop who took only clean graft, and his rise in the department was steady, if not spectacular. During this time, he raised a family of 4 sons, none of whom became policemen. They all went to Fordham, and since McCluskey was rising from sergeant to lieutenant to captain, they lacked for nothing. It was then that McCluskey got a reputation for being a hard bargainer. The bookmakers in his district paid more protection money than anywhere else in the city. But maybe that was because of the expense of putting 4 boys through college. McCluskey felt there was nothing wrong with clean graft. Why should his kids go to a cheap college just because the police department didn't pay enough to live on and take care of families properly? He protected all these people with his life. His record showed citations for gun duels with stick-up men, strong-arm guys, would-be pimps. He'd hammered them into the ground. He'd kept his little corner of the city safe for ordinary people, and he sure as hell was entitled to more than his lousy 1 note a week. But he wasn't indignant about his low pay. He understood that everybody had to take care of themselves. Bruno Tattaglia was an old friend. Bruno had gone to Fordham with one of his sons, then opened his nightclub. Whenever the McCluskey family spent an infrequent night on the town, they could enjoy cabaret, liquor, and dinner on the house. On New Year's Eve, they received engraved invitations to be guests of the management, always one of the best tables. Bruno always made sure they were introduced to the celebrities who performed, famous singers and Hollywood stars. Of course, sometimes he asked a little favor, like getting an employee with a record cleared for a cabaret work license, usually a pretty girl with a police dossier as a hustler or roller. McCluskey was glad to oblige. He made it a policy never to show that he understood what other people were up to. When Sollozzo approached McCluskey about leaving the old man uncovered in the hospital, McCluskey didn't ask why. He asked the price. Sollozzo said 10 grand. McCluskey knew why. He didn't hesitate. Corleone was one of the biggest Mafia men in the country, with more political connections than Capone ever had. Whoever knocked him off would be doing the country a favor. McCluskey took the money in advance and did the job. When Sollozzo called to say 2 of Corleone's men were still in front of the hospital, McCluskey flew into a rage. He'd locked up Tessio's men and pulled the detective guards. Now, being a man of principle, he'd have to return the 10 grand money already earmarked for his grandchildren's education. In that rage, he'd struck Michael Corleone at the hospital. But it worked out for the best. He met Sollozzo at the Tattaglia nightclub, and they made an even better deal. Again, McCluskey didn't ask questions. He knew the answers. He just made sure of his price. It never occurred to him that he could be in any danger, that anyone would consider killing a New York City police captain was too fantastic. The toughest Mafia hood had to stand still if the lowliest patrolman decided to slap him around. There was no percentage in killing cops. Then suddenly, a lot of hoods would be killed, resisting arrest or escaping crime scenes. And who would do anything about that? McCluskey sighed and got ready to leave the station house. Problems, always problems. His wife's sister in Ireland had just died after years of cancer that had cost him plenty. Now the funeral would cost more. His uncles and aunts in the old country needed help keeping their potato farms, and he sent the money without begrudging it. When he and his wife visited, they were treated like royalty. Maybe they'd go again this summer now that the war was over and extra money was coming in. McCluskey told his patrolman clerk where he'd be if needed. He didn't feel it necessary to take precautions. He could always claim Sollozzo was an informer. Outside the station house, he walked a few blocks and caught a cab to meet Sollozzo. Tom Hagen had to make all the arrangements for Michael's departure. False passport, seaman's card, a berth on an Italian freighter docking in Sicily. Emissaries flew out that very day to prepare a hiding place with a Mafia chief in the hill country. Sonny arranged for a car, an absolutely trustworthy driver to be waiting when Michael stepped out of the restaurant. Tessio volunteered for the job, a beat-tube-looking car with a fine motor, phony license plates, untraceable, save for a special job requiring the best. Michael spent the day with Clemenza, practicing with the small gun that would be gotten to him. A .22 filled with soft-nosed bullets, pinpricks going in, gaping holes coming out, accurate up to 5 steps. The trigger was tight, but Clemenza worked on it with tools to make it pull easier. They decided to leave it noisy. The report would keep innocent bystanders from interfering out of ignorant courage. Clemenza kept instructing. Drop the gun as soon as you've used it. Let your hand drop and the gun slip out. Nobody will notice. They'll be staring at your face. Walk out quickly, but don't run. Don't look anyone directly in the eye, but don't look away either. They'll be scared of you. Nobody will interfere. Tessio will be waiting outside. He clapped a gray fedora on Michael's head. Michael grimaced. He never wore a hat, Clemenza reassured him. It helped against identification. Gave witnesses an excuse to change their story when the family made them see the light. Don't worry about prints. The butt and trigger were fixed with special tape. Don't touch any other part of the gun. Michael asked if Sonny had found out where Sollozzo was taking him. Not yet. Sollozzo was being very careful, but the negotiator stayed in their hands until Michael came back safe. If anything happened to Michael, the negotiator paid. Michael asked why the negotiator would stick his neck out. Clemenza explained. A big fee, a small fortune. An important man in the families. Sollozzo couldn't let anything happen to him. Michael's life wasn't worth the negotiator's life to Sollozzo. Very simple. Michael would be safe. They were the ones who catch hell afterward. How bad? Very bad. Allowed war with the Tattaglias. Most others would line up with them. The sanitation department would sweep up a lot of dead bodies this winter. Clemenza shrugged. These things had to happen every 10 years or so. It got rid of bad blood. You had to stop them at the beginning, like they should have stopped Hitler at Munich. Michael had heard his father say the same thing before the war started. If the families had run the State Department, there would never have been World War II. They drove back to the mall. Michael found Sonny taking a nap on the couch. The office was taking on the look of a badly kept furnished room. Michael shook his brother awake and asked why he didn't stop living like a bum and clean the place up. Sonny yawned and said they still hadn't gotten word where the meeting would be. If they didn't find out, how could they get the gun to Michael? Michael asked if he could just carry it. Maybe they wouldn't frisk him. Or if they did, maybe they'd miss it. Even if they found it, so what? They'd just take it off him. No harm done. Sonny shook his head. This had to be a sure hit on Sollozzo. Get him first if possible. McCluskey was slower and dumber. Did Clemenza tell him to drop the gun? 1,000,000 times. Sonny asked how his jaw felt. Lousy. Michael took the bottle of whiskey from the table and swigged directly. The pain eased. Sonny warned him not to get slowed up by booze. Michael snapped back to stop playing the big brother. He'd been in combat against tougher guys than Sollozzo under worse conditions. Where were Sollozzo's mortars? Air cover? Heavy artillery? Landmines? Sollozzo was just a wise son of a bitch with a big-wheel cop sidekick. Once anyone made up their mind to kill them, there was no other problem. That was the hard part, making up your mind. Tom Hagen entered and went to the falsely listed telephone. He made a few calls, then shook his head at Sonny. Not a whisper. Sollozzo was keeping it to himself as long as he could. The phone rang. Sonny answered, held up a hand for silence, jotted notes, then said the man would be there and hung up. He was laughing. That son of a bitch Sollozzo, he really was something. At 8 that night, he and McCluskey would pick up Michael in front of Jack Dempsey's bar on Broadway. They'd go someplace to talk. And get this, Michael and Sollozzo would speak in Italian, so the Irish cop wouldn't know what they were saying. Sollozzo even said not to worry. McCluskey didn't know one word in Italian unless it was soldi, and he checked Michael out and knew he could understand Sicilian dialect. Michael said dryly that he was rusty, but they wouldn't talk long. Hagen said they didn't let Michael go until they had the negotiator. Clemenza nodded. The negotiator was at his house playing pinochle with 3 of his men. They waited for a call before letting him go. Sonny sank back in the leather armchair. How the hell would they find out the meeting place? Informers with the Tattaglia family hadn't given word. Hagen shrugged. Sollozzo was playing it close to the vest, using no men as cover, figuring the captain was enough, that security was more important than guns. He was right. They'd have to put a tail on Michael and hope for the best. Sonny shook his head. Anyone could lose a tail when they really wanted to. That's the first thing they'd check. By then it was 5 in the afternoon. Sonny suggested maybe they should just let Michael blast whoever was in the car when it came to pick him up. Hagen said no. What if Sollozzo wasn't in the car? They'd have tipped their hand for nothing. They had to find out where Sollozzo was taking him. Clemenza added that maybe they should start figuring why Sollozzo was making it such a big secret. Michael said impatiently, because it was the percentage. Why should he let them know anything if he could prevent it? He smelled danger. Hagen snapped his fingers. That detective, Phillips. Why didn't Sonny give him a ring? Maybe he could find out where the captain could be reached. McCluskey wouldn't give a damn who knew where he was going. Sonny dialed, spoke softly, then hung up. Phillips would call back. They waited nearly 30 minutes. The phone rang. Sonny jotted something down, his face taut. Captain McCluskey always had to leave word on where he could be reached. From 8 to 10 that night, he'd be at the Luna Azure in the Bronx. Tessio spoke confidently. He knew it. Perfect. A small family place with big booths for private talk. Good food. Everybody minded their own business. He leaned over the desk and arranged stubbed-out cigarettes into map figures. This was the entrance. When Michael finished, walk out and turn left, then around the corner. Tessio would spot him, put on his headlights, and catch him on the fly. If Michael had any trouble, yell, and Tessio would try to come in and get him out. Clemenza had to work fast, send someone to plant the gun. There was an old-fashioned toilet with a space between the water container and the wall. Tape the gun behind there. After they frisked Michael in the car and found him clean, they wouldn't be too worried. In the restaurant, wait a bit before excusing himself. Better still, ask permission to go. Act a little in trouble first. Very natural. They couldn't figure anything. But when he came out again, don't waste time. Don't sit down again. Start blasting. In the head, 2 shots apiece, and out as fast as his legs could travel. Sonny listened judiciously, then told Clemenza he wanted someone very good, very safe, to plant that gun. He didn't want his brother coming out of that toilet with just his dick in his hand. Clemenza said emphatically the gun would be there. Sonny told everyone to get rolling. Tessio and Clemenza left. Hagen asked if he should drive Michael to New York. No, Sonny wanted him there. When Michael finished, their work began, and Sonny would need him. Did he have the newspaper guys lined up? Hagen nodded. He'd be feeding them info as soon as things broke. Sonny got up and stood before Michael, shaking his hand. He told his brother he was on. Sonny would square it with their mother about not seeing her before Michael left, and he'd get a message to the girlfriend when the time was right. Michael asked how long before he could come back. At least a year, Sonny said. Hagen added that the Don might be able to work faster, but don't count on it. The timing hinged on planting stories with newsmen, how much the police department wanted to cover up, how violently the other families reacted. There would be hell and heat and trouble. That was the only sure thing. Michael shook Hagen's hand and asked him to do his best. He didn't want to do another 3-year stretch away from home. Hagen said gently that it wasn't too late to back out. They could get someone else, revisit alternatives. Maybe they didn't need to get rid of Sollozzo. Michael laughed. They could talk themselves into any viewpoint, but they'd figured it right the first time. He'd been riding the gravy train all his life. It was time to pay his dues. Hagen suggested he shouldn't let the broken jaw influence him. McCluskey was stupid, and it was business, not personal. For the second time, Michael's face froze into a mask uncannily like the Don's. He told Hagen not to let anyone kid him. It was all personal, every bit of business. Every piece of shit every man had to eat every day was personal. They called it business, but it was personal as hell. He'd learned that from the Don. If a bolt of lightning hit a friend, the old man would take it personal. He took Michael joining the Marines personal. That's what made him great. He took everything personal, like God. Accidents didn't happen to people who took accidents as a personal insult. He'd come late, but he was coming all the way. Damn right, he took that broken jaw personal. Damn right, he took Sollozzo trying to kill his father personal. He laughed and said to tell the old man he'd learned it all from him, that he was glad for the chance to pay him back for everything. He'd been a good father. Then Michael asked thoughtfully how many men Hagen figured the Don had killed or had killed. Hagen turned away. He said Michael hadn't learned this from the Don. Talking that way, there were things you did and never talked about. You didn't justify them. They couldn't be justified. You just did them and forgot them. Michael frowned and quietly asked, as the consigliere, did Hagen agree that letting Sollozzo live was dangerous to the Don and the family? Yes, Hagen said. Then Michael had to kill him. Michael stood in front of Jack Dempsey's restaurant on Broadway waiting for his pickup. 5 minutes to 8. Sollozzo would be punctual. Michael had arrived early, waiting 15 minutes already. During the ride from Long Beach, he tried to forget what he'd said to Hagen. If he believed it, his life was set on an irrevocable course. Yet could it be otherwise after tonight? He might be dead after tonight if he didn't stop all this crap. He had to keep his mind on business. Sollozzo was no dummy, and McCluskey was very tough. The ache in his wired jaw was welcome. It would keep him alert. Broadway wasn't crowded on this cold winter night. A long black car pulled up. The driver, a young punk with slick black hair and open shirt, leaned over and told Michael to get in. In the back sat McCluskey and Sollozzo. Sollozzo reached over the seat and shook Michael's hand. Firm, warm, dry. Sollozzo said he was glad Michael came. He hoped they could straighten everything out. This was terrible, not how he'd wanted things to happen at all. Michael replied quietly that he hoped they could settle things tonight. He didn't want his father bothered anymore. Sollozzo swore sincerely by his children that he wouldn't be. Just keep an open mind. He hoped Michael wasn't a hothead like Sonny. Impossible to talk business with him. McCluskey grunted that Michael was a good kid. He leaned over with an affectionate pat and apologized for the other night. Getting too old for the job, too grouchy. Soon retire. Couldn't stand the aggravation. Then with a doleful sigh, he gave Michael a thorough frisk. Michael saw a slight smile on the driver's lips. The car went west, then up the West Side Highway, speeding in and out of traffic. Then, to Michael's dismay, it took the exit for the George Washington Bridge. They were going to New Jersey. Whoever had given Sonny the meeting location had been wrong. The car crossed the bridge, leaving the blazing city behind. Michael kept his face impassive. Were they dumping him in the swamps, or was this a last-minute change? Nearly all the way across, the driver twisted the wheel violently. The car jumped over the divider and bounced into the lanes, going back to New York. McCluskey and Sollozzo looked back to see if anyone had followed. Nobody had. They went through side streets, no cars behind. Nearly 9 o'clock, Sollozzo offered cigarettes and praised the driver's work. 10 minutes later, they pulled up in front of a restaurant in a small Italian neighborhood. Empty streets. Only a few people still at dinner. Michael had worried the driver would come in with them, but he stayed outside. Sollozzo had technically broken the agreement by bringing him along. Michael decided not to mention it. They sat at the only round table. Sollozzo refused a booth. Only 2 other people in the restaurant. Michael wondered if they were Sollozzo's plants. Didn't matter. Before they could interfere, it would be over. McCluskey asked if the Italian food was good. Sollozzo reassured him. Try the veal, finest in New York. The waiter brought wine. McCluskey didn't drink. He said he must be the only Irishman who didn't. He'd seen too many good people get in trouble because of booze. Sollozzo told the captain he'd speak Italian to Michael. Not because he didn't trust him, but because he couldn't explain himself properly in English. He wanted to convince Michael he meant well. Don't be insulted. McCluskey gave an ironic grin and told him to go ahead. He'd concentrate on his veal and spaghetti. Sollozzo spoke rapidly in Sicilian. He said Michael had to understand that what happened between him and the Don was strictly business. He had great respect for Don Corleone and would beg to enter his service. But the Don was old-fashioned, standing in the way of progress. The drug business was the coming thing, untold millions for everyone. The Don imposed his will because of unrealistic scruples. Sollozzo was a man who respected himself and couldn't let another man impose his will, so what had to happen did happen. He'd had the silent support of all the New York families. The Tattaglias became his partners. If the quarrel continued, the Corleone family would stand alone. If the Don were well, maybe it could be done. But the eldest son wasn't the man the Godfather was. No disrespect. And the Irish consigliere wasn't the man Genco Abondando was. So Sollozzo proposed peace until the Don recovered. The Tattaglias agreed to forego justice for Bruno. Meanwhile, Sollozzo had to make a living and would do a little trading. He didn't ask for cooperation, only that the Corleones not interfere. He assumed Michael had the authority to agree. Michael asked in Sicilian to hear more about how the business would start, exactly what part his family would play, and what profit they could take. Salazzo asked if he wanted the whole proposition in detail. Michael said gravely that most important, he needed sure guarantees that no more attempts would be made on his father's life. Salazzo raised his hand. What guarantees could he give? He was the hunted one. He'd missed his chance. Michael thought too highly of him. Michael was now sure the conference was only to gain time. Salazzo would make another attempt on the Don. What was beautiful was that the Turk was underrating him as a punk kid. That strange, delicious chill filled Michael's body. He made his face look distressed. Salazzo asked sharply what was wrong. Michael said with embarrassment that the wine had gone right to his bladder. He'd been holding it. Could he go to the bathroom? Salazzo searched his face with dark eyes, then reached over and roughly thrust his hand into Michael's crotch and around, searching. Michael looked offended. McCluskey said curtly that he'd frisked him. Thousands of young punks. He was clean. Salazzo didn't like it. For no reason, he didn't like it. He glanced at a man sitting opposite and raised his eyebrows toward the bathroom door. The man gave a slight nod. Checked. Nobody inside. Salazzo reluctantly told Michael not to take too long. He had marvelous antennae. He was nervous. Michael went into the bathroom. The urinal had a pink bar of soap secured by wire. He used the booth, then reached behind the enamel water cabinet until his hand touched the small, blunt-nosed gun taped there. He ripped it loose, remembering Clemenza's instruction not to worry about prints on the tape. He shoved the gun into his waistband and buttoned his jacket. He washed his hands, wet his hair, wiped his prints off the faucet with his handkerchief. Then he left the toilet. Salazzo sat directly facing the door, dark eyes blazing with alertness. Michael smiled and said with a sigh of relief that now he could talk. McCluskey was eating veal and spaghetti. The man on the far wall had been stiff with attention. Now he too relaxed visibly. Michael sat down again. Clemenza had told him not to do this. Come out of the toilet and blaze away. But either instinct or sheer funk had stopped him. He'd felt that one swift move would have gotten him cut down. Now he felt safer, and he must have been scared because his legs had gone weak with trembling. He was glad to no longer be standing. Salazzo leaned toward him. Michael unbuttoned his jacket under the cover of the table and listened. He couldn't understand a word. Gibberish. His mind was so full of pounding blood that nothing registered. Under the table, his right hand moved to the gun in his waistband and drew it free. At that moment, the waiter came to take their order. Salazzo turned his head to speak to the man. Michael thrust the table away with his left hand and shoved the gun almost against Salazzo's head. The Turk's coordination was so acute that he'd already begun flinging himself away at Michael's motion. But Michael was younger, his reflexes sharper. He pulled the trigger. The bullet caught Salazzo squarely between eye and ear, blasting out a huge gout of blood and skull fragments onto the waiter's jacket. Instinctively, Michael knew one bullet was enough. Salazzo had turned his head in that last moment, and Michael saw the light of life die in the man's eyes as clearly as a candle going out. Only 1 second had passed as Michael pivoted to bring the gun to bear on McCluskey. The police captain stared at Salazzo with phlegmatic surprise, as if it had nothing to do with him. He didn't seem aware of his own danger. His veal-covered fork hung in his hand, his eyes just turning to Michael. The expression on his face, in his eyes, held such confident outrage, as if he expected Michael to surrender or run. Michael smiled at him as he pulled the trigger. This shot was bad, not mortal. It caught McCluskey in his thick, bull-like throat, and he started to choke loudly as if he'd swallowed too big a bite of veal. Then the air filled with a fine mist of sprayed blood as he coughed it out of his shattered lungs. Very coolly, very deliberately, Michael fired the next shot through the top of his white-haired skull. The air seemed full of pink mist. Michael swung toward the man against the wall. The man hadn't moved, seemed paralyzed. Now he carefully showed his hands on the table and looked away. The waiter staggered back toward the kitchen, staring at Michael in disbelief. Salazzo was still in his chair, propped up by the table, McCluskey's heavy body pulled downward, falling off his chair to the floor. Michael let the gun slip out of his hand so it bounced off his body and made no noise. Neither the man nor the waiter noticed. He strode the few steps to the door and opened it. Salazzo's car was still parked at the curb, but no sign of the driver. Michael turned left around the corner. Headlights flashed. A battered sedan pulled up, doors swinging open. He jumped in, and the car roared away. Tessio was at the wheel, his trim features hard as marble. He asked if Michael had done the job on Salazzo, using an idiom Michael found curious, normally sexual. Michael said both of them. Tessio asked if he was sure. Michael said he'd seen their brains. A change of clothes waited in the car. 20 minutes later, Michael was on an Italian freighter bound for Sicily. 2 hours later, the freighter put out to sea. From his cabin, Michael could see the lights of New York City burning like the fires of hell. An enormous sense of relief flooded him. He was out of it now. The feeling was familiar. Being taken off a beach after his Marine division invaded, slightly wounded, ferried to a hospital ship. The same overpowering relief. All hell would break loose, but he wouldn't be there. The day after the murders, every police station in New York City sent out the word: no more gambling, no more prostitution, no more deals of any kind until Captain McCluskey's murderer was caught. Massive raids began. All unlawful business came to a standstill. Later that day, an emissary from the families asked if the Corleones would give up the murderer. They were told the affair did not concern them. That night, a bomb exploded in the Corleone Mall in Long Beach, thrown from a car. That same night, 2 Corleone button men were killed as they ate dinner in a small Italian restaurant in Greenwich Village. The Five Families' War of 1946 had begun. Johnny Fontaine waved a casual dismissal to the manservant, saying he'd see him in the morning. The butler bowed, a friendly goodbye sort of bow, not a servant's bow, given only because Johnny had company for dinner. The girl was Sharon Moore, a Greenwich Village type in Hollywood, trying for a small part in a movie produced by an old flame. Johnny had found her young, fresh, charming, witty on the set and invited her to his place. His dinner invitations had the force of royalty, so of course she said yes. Sharon clearly expected him to come on strong because of his reputation, but Johnny hated the Hollywood piece of meat approach. He never slept with a girl unless he genuinely liked something about her, except when very drunk. Now 35, divorced once, estranged from his second wife, with maybe 1,000 scalps on his belt, he simply wasn't that eager. But something about Sharon aroused affection, so he'd invited her. He never ate much, but knew young, pretty girls starved themselves for clothes and were big eaters on a date, so there was plenty of food and liquor on the table. He served drinks and prepared plates. After eating, he led her to the huge living room with its glass wall overlooking the Pacific. He put on Ella Fitzgerald records, settled on the couch with Sharon, and made small talk. What she'd been like as a kid, tomboy or boy crazy, homely or pretty lonely or gay. He always found these details touching. They evoked the tenderness he needed to make love. They nestled together comfortably. He kissed her coolly on the lips, and when she kept it that way, he left it that way. Outside, the dark blue sheet of the Pacific lay flat under moonlight. She teased him about not playing his own records. He smiled, amused. He wasn't that Hollywood. She asked him to play some or sing, like the movies. She'd bubble and melt all over him, just like the screen girls. Johnny laughed outright. When younger, he'd done such things, but the result was always stagey. He'd never dream of singing to a girl now. For one thing, he hadn't sung in months and didn't trust his voice. For another, amateurs didn't realize how much professionals depended on technical help. He could have played his records, but felt the same shyness as an aging, balding man running to fat-showing pictures of his youthful self. He said his voice was out of shape, and honestly, he was sick of hearing himself sing. She said she heard he was great in the picture. Was it true he did it for nothing? Just a token payment, Johnny said. He got up to refill her brandy, gave her a cigarette, lit it. He sat down again. His glass had considerably more brandy than hers. He needed it to warm himself, charge himself. His situation was the reverse of the usual lovers. He had to get himself drunk instead of the girl. The last 2 years had been hell on his ego. He used a simple way to restore it. Sleeping with a young, fresh girl for one night, taking her to dinner a few times, giving an expensive present, then brushing her off nicely so her feelings wouldn't be hurt. Then she could always say she'd had a thing with the great Johnny Fontaine. It wasn't true love, but you couldn't knock it if the girl was beautiful and genuinely nice. He hated the hard, bitchy ones who screwed him and rushed off to tell friends they'd better, always adding they'd had better. What amazed him most were the complacent husbands who almost forgave their wives because it was allowable to be unfaithful with a star like Johnny Fontaine. That really floored him. He loved Ella Fitzgerald's clean singing, clean phrasing, the only thing in life he truly understood, and he knew he understood it better than anyone. Lying back on the couch, brandy warming his throat, he felt a desire to sing along with the records, but it was impossible in front of a stranger. His free hand rested in Sharon's lap, sipping from the other. Without slyness, but with a childlike sensuality seeking warmth, his hand pulled up her silk dress to show milky white thigh above gold stockings. As always, despite all the women and years, Johnny felt the fluid, sticky warmth flood through his body at that sight. The miracle still happened. What would he do when that failed him, as his voice had? The moment had arrived. He set down his drink, turning fully toward her, deliberate, tender, controlled. Nothing predatory in the way his hands rose to her breasts as he kissed her mouth, then drifted to the silky warmth of her thighs. Her returning kiss stayed warm but unhurried, which he preferred. He'd always hated women who flipped a sudden switch, bodies lurching into mechanical overdrive. Then he executed his signature move, the lightest possible brush of his middle fingertip between her thighs, synchronized with a deep kiss. Some women never even noticed. Others grew distracted, uncertain. A few responded with an instinctive pelvic push, and before fame, some had slapped him. Usually the technique served him well. Sharon's reaction proved unusual. She accepted the kiss and touch, then gently pulled her mouth away, shifted back on the couch, and reached for her drink. Cool, definite refusal. Rare, but it happened. He picked up his own glass and lit a cigarette. She explained herself sweetly, lightly. She did like him, better than expected, and it wasn't about being that kind of girl. She simply needed to feel turned on. He smiled, still liking her, and asked if he failed to turn her on. A little embarrassed, she admitted she'd been a kid during his singing prime, part of the next generation. Had he been a movie star she grew up on, she joked, her panties would be off in a second. His affection cooled slightly. She was sweet, witty, intelligent, no hustler angling for showbiz favors. But he recognized the type, the girl who decided beforehand not to sleep with him, just to prove to herself and friends she'd turned down the great Johnny Fontaine. Older now, he understood it without anger. He just didn't like her quite as much. Relaxed by that distance, he sipped his drink and watched the Pacific. She hoped he wasn't sore. Maybe she was being square, but she hadn't been in Hollywood long enough to treat sex as casually as a goodnight kiss. He smiled, patted her cheek, discreetly smoothed her skirt over her knees, and assured her he wasn't sore, that an old-fashioned date felt nice. He didn't voice his actual relief. No need to prove himself a great lover, to live up to that godlike image, or to hear a girl exaggerate a routine encounter into something epic. Another drink, a few cool kisses. Then she decided to leave. He politely asked if he could call her for dinner sometime. She played it frank to the end, said she knew he didn't want to waste time and get disappointed. thanked him for a wonderful evening, and told him she'd one day tell her children she'd had supper alone with the great Johnny Fontaine. He smiled and added, "And that you didn't give in." They both laughed. She said they'd never believe that. He offered to give it in writing, then to back her up by phone, claiming he'd chased her all around the apartment while she kept her honor. He'd been a little too cruel. The hurt on her young face struck him. She understood his implication, that he hadn't tried very hard. He'd stolen the sweetness of her victory. Now she'd feel her lack of charm had won the night. Taking pity, he told her to call if she ever felt down. He didn't need to sleep with every girl he knew. She said she would, and walked out. The long evening stretched ahead. He could use Jack Woltz's meat factory of willing starlets, but he wanted human companionship, real conversation. He thought of his first wife, Virginia. With the picture finished, he'd have more time for the kids. He worried about her, too. She wasn't equipped to handle Hollywood sharpies chasing her just to brag about betting Johnny Fontaine's ex. As far as he knew, nobody could say that yet. Everyone could say it about his second wife, though. He picked up the phone. He recognized her voice immediately. Had heard it first when they were 10 years old in Class 4B together. He asked if she was busy, if he could come over. She said all right, but the kids were sleeping. That was fine. He just wanted to talk. Her voice hesitated, then carefully controlled. She asked if anything was serious. He said no. He'd finished the picture and wanted to see her and maybe look at the kids. She agreed, adding she was glad he got the part he wanted. He thanked her and said he'd be there in half an hour. Arriving at what had been his Beverly Hills home, he sat in the car staring at the house. He remembered his godfather's words, that he could make his own life whatever he wanted. Great chance if you knew what you wanted. But what did he want? His first wife waited at the door. Pretty petite brunette, a nice Italian girl next door who'd never fool around, which had once mattered to him. Did he still want her? No. He could no longer make love to her. Their affection had grown too old. And there were things, nothing to do with sex, she could never forgive, but they were no longer enemies. She made coffee, served homemade cookies in the living room, told him to stretch out on the sofa because he looked tired. He took off his jacket and shoes, loosened his tie. She sat across from him with a grave little smile, remarking how funny it was. He asked what. She said the great Johnny Fontaine stuck without a date. He replied that the great Johnny Fontaine was lucky if he could even get it up anymore. She asked if something was really wrong. He grinned and confessed his date had brushed him off, and he'd felt relieved. To his surprise, anger passed over her face. She dismissed the girl as a little tramp who probably thought refusal would get him interested. He realized with amusement that Jenny was actually angry on his behalf. He shrugged it off, saying he was tired of that stuff, had to grow up sometime. Without his singing, he figured he'd have a tough time with women. He'd never gotten by on looks alone. She said loyally he'd always been better looking than his photographs. He shook his head, admitted he was getting fat and bald, joked that if this picture didn't make him big again, he better learn to bake pizzas, or maybe put her in the movies since she looked great. She looked 35, a good 35, but in Hollywood that might as well be 100. Young, beautiful girls thronged the city like lemmings, lasting a year or two. Some so stunning they could stop a man's heart until they opened their mouths, until greedy hopes clouded their eyes. Ordinary women couldn't compete, and since Johnny could have nearly all of those girls, Jenny knew his compliments were just flattery. He'd always been nice that way, polite to women, holding lights for their cigarettes, opening doors, even with one-night stands. She smiled a friendly smile and reminded him he'd already made her for 12 years, so he didn't need to give her the line. He sighed, stretched out on the sofa, and insisted she looked good. She didn't answer, seeing his depression. She asked if the picture was okay. If it would do him some good, he nodded. It could bring him all the way back. With an Academy Award and the right moves, he could make it big again without the singing, then give her and the kids more money. She said they had more than enough. He said he wanted to see more of the kids, settle down. He proposed coming every Friday night for dinner without fail, plus weekends and vacations. She put an ashtray on his chest and agreed she'd never remarried because she wanted him to stay their father. Staring at the ceiling, he knew she said that as atonement for the cruel things she'd once said when their marriage broke up and his career started sinking. She mentioned that someone had called, someone he could take at least one guess at. He wouldn't play the game and just ask who. She said his godfather. He was genuinely surprised. The Godfather never talked to anyone on the phone. She reported what the old man had said, to help Johnny, that he could be as big as ever, on his way back, but needed people to believe in him. She'd asked why she should, and the Godfather answered, because he's the father of my children. She called him such a sweet old guy, given the horrible stories told about him. The kitchen phone rang. Virginia went to answer. Returning with a surprised look, she told Johnny it was Tom Hagen, important. Johnny took the call in the kitchen. Hagen's voice was cool. The Godfather wanted him to fly out and set up some things to help Johnny now that the picture was finished. Could Johnny meet the morning plane in Los Angeles? Hagen had to fly back to New York the same night. Johnny said sure, and offered him to stay over, relax, meet some movie people, his standard offer to folks from the old neighborhood so they wouldn't think he was ashamed of them. Hagen thanked him, but said he really had to catch the early morning return. He confirmed the 11:30 a.m. arrival out of New York. Johnny agreed. Hagen instructed Johnny to stay in his car and send someone to meet him at the gate. Johnny agreed. Back in the living room, Jenny looked at him with curiosity. Johnny told her his godfather had some plan to help him out. Had gotten him the movie part, though he didn't know how, but he wished the Don would stay out of the rest. Exhausted, he returned to the sofa. Jenny suggested he sleep in the guest bedroom instead of driving home so he could have breakfast with the kids. She hated thinking of him alone in that house. He admitted he didn't stay home much. She laughed and said he hadn't changed, then offered to fix up the other bedroom. Johnny asked why he couldn't sleep in hers. She flushed and said no, but smiled. They were still friends. He woke late the next afternoon, the sun angling through the drawn blinds. He yelled to Jenny, asking if he still rated breakfast. She called back just a second. And it was. She must have had everything ready, because as he lit his first cigarette, the door opened and his two small daughters wheeled in the breakfast cart. They were so beautiful it broke his heart. Bright-faced, curious, eager to run to him. Old-fashioned pigtails, old-fashioned frocks, white patent leather shoes. They waited by the cart as he stubbed out his cigarette and opened his arms. They came running. He pressed his face between their fresh cheeks, scraped them with his beard until they shrieked. Jenny appeared, wheeling the cart the rest of the way so he could eat in bed. She sat beside him, pouring coffee, buttering toast. The girls watched from the couch, already too old for pillow fights, smoothing their mussed hair. He thought with dread of Hollywood punks coming after them when they grew up. He shared his toast and bacon with them, gave them sips of coffee, a habit from his band days when he rarely ate with them, so they loved sharing his odd-hour meals. Only Jenny and a few close friends knew how much he idolized his daughters. That had been the worst part of the divorce. He had fought fiercely for his position as a father, subtly making Jenny understand he wouldn't be pleased by her remarrying, not out of jealousy for her, but for his role. He'd structured the financial settlement to heavily disadvantage her if she remarried. Lovers were acceptable as long as they weren't introduced into the home. He had absolute faith in her. She'd always been shy and old-fashioned. Hollywood gigolos had struck out when they swarmed around her. He had no fear she expected a reconciliation after his suggestion the night before. Neither wanted to renew the marriage. She understood his hunger for beauty, his irresistible pull toward younger women far more beautiful than she. Jenny told him he'd have to start getting dressed soon. Tom's plane was getting in. She shooed the girls out. Johnny mentioned he was getting divorced, about to be a free man again. She watched him dress. He always kept fresh clothes at her house since their new arrangement after Connie's wedding. She asked if she should plan on him being there for Christmas, 2 weeks away. He hadn't thought about the holidays. Last year, he'd missed Christmas while courting his second wife in Spain. He said yes to Christmas Eve and Christmas, but didn't mention New Year's Eve. He'd need a wild night getting drunk with friends. No wife along. No guilt. She helped him into his jacket, brushed it off. She saw him frowning at a shirt not laundered to his taste, cufflinks too loud for his current style. She laughed softly and said Tom wouldn't notice. The 3 women walked him to the car. The girls held his hands. His wife walked behind, taking pleasure in how happy he looked. He swung each girl high in the air, kissed her on the way down, then kissed his wife and got in. He never liked drawn-out goodbyes. Arrangements had been made by his PR man. At his house, a rented, chauffeured car waited with the PR man and another member of his entourage. Johnny parked his own car, hopped in, and they headed to the airport. He waited inside while the PR man met Tom Hagen's plane. When Hagen got in, they shook hands and drove back. Alone in the living room, a coolness hung between them. Johnny had never forgiven Hagen for blocking access to the Don during those bad days before Connie's wedding, when the Don was angry. Hagen never made excuses. It was his job to absorb resentments people were too awed to feel toward the Don himself. Hagen said the Godfather sent him to give a hand on some things before Christmas. Johnny shrugged and said the picture was finished. The director treated him right. His scenes were too important to be left on the cutting room floor just for Waltz to pay him off. Everything now depended on how good people thought he was. Hagen cautiously asked if winning an Academy Award was truly that important or just publicity crap that didn't mean anything. He added the obligatory exception for glory. Johnny grinned and said it wasn't crap. An Oscar could make an actor for 10 years. Pick of roles, audiences. For an actor, it was the most important thing in the business. He was counting on winning, not because he was such a great actor, but because the part was foolproof, and he was pretty good too. Hagen shrugged and delivered the message. The Don said that as things stood, Johnny had no chance of winning. Johnny flared up. The picture hadn't even been cut yet. The Don wasn't in the movie business. Why fly 3,000 miles to tell him that shit? He was so shaken he was nearly in tears. Hagen said worriedly that he didn't know anything about movie stuff. He was just a messenger boy. But the Don worried about Johnny's future, felt he still needed help, and wanted to settle the problem once and for all. Johnny needed to start growing up, stop thinking of himself as a singer or actor, and start thinking of himself as a prime mover, a guy with muscle. Johnny laughed bitterly and filled his glass. Without that Oscar, he'd have as much muscle as one of his daughters. His voice was gone. But the Don had never been wrong. Hagen explained that Jack Woltz wouldn't spend studio money to support Johnny's candidacy. In fact, Woltz had sent word to every voter that he didn't want Johnny to win, was holding back ad money, arranging opposition votes, using bribes, jobs, money, women, everything, while trying not to hurt the picture. Johnny shrugged, downed his whiskey, and pronounced himself dead. Hagen watched with distaste and said drinking wouldn't help his voice. Johnny told him to fuck off. Hagen's face went smoothly impassive. He said he'd keep it purely business then. Johnny set his drink down and stood in front of Hagen, apologizing. He was taking it out on Tom because he wanted to kill Jack Woltz and was afraid to tell off his Godfather. Tears in his eyes, he threw the empty glass against the wall, so weakly it didn't shatter, just rolled back to him. He looked down in baffled fury, then laughed and said, Jesus Christ. He walked to the other side of the room and sat opposite Hagen. He admitted he'd had everything his own way for a long time, then divorced Jenny and everything went sour. Lost his voice, records stopped selling, no more movie work. Then the Don got sore and wouldn't talk to him or see him. Hagen was always the barrier, and Johnny blamed him, but knew Hagen wouldn't act without orders. You couldn't get sore at the Don. It was like getting sore at God. So he cursed Tom instead. But Tom had been right all along. To show his apology was sincere, he was taking Hagen's advice. No more booze until he got his voice back. The apology was sincere. Hagen forgot his anger. There must be something to this 35-year-old boy for the Don to be so fond of him. He told Johnny to forget it, embarrassed by the depth of Johnny's feeling, and by the suspicion it might have been inspired by fear that Hagen could turn the Don against him. Of course, the Don could never be turned by anyone. His affection was mutable only by himself. Hagen relayed that the Don could cancel out everything Woltz did against Johnny. He would almost certainly win the award. But that wouldn't solve his problem. The Don wanted to know if Johnny had the brains and balls to become a producer on his own, make his own movies from top to bottom. Johnny asked incredulously how the hell the Don was going to get him the award. Hagen answered sharply. Why was it so easy for Johnny to believe Woltz could finagle the award but not the Don? To secure Johnny's faith for the rest of the deal, Hagen revealed that the Don was far more powerful than Jack Woltz in areas far more critical. The Don controlled the people who controlled all the labor unions in the industry, and nearly everyone who voted. Of course, Johnny had to be good on his own merits, but the Don had more brains than Woltz. He wouldn't put a gun to anyone's head. He'd make people want to vote for Johnny by taking an interest. Hagen told him to take it on faith. The Don could get him the award, and if the Don didn't, Johnny wouldn't get it. Johnny believed him, and he had the balls and brains to be a producer, but not the money. No bank would finance him. It took millions. Hagen said dryly that when Johnny won the award, he should start planning 3 to 5 of his own movies, hire the best people. Johnny called him crazy. That could mean $20 million. Hagen instructed him that when he needed the money, get in touch, and Hagen would give him the name of a California bank to ask for financing. Just ask in the ordinary way with proper justification. They would approve. But first, Johnny had to share the figures and plans with Hagen. Johnny was silent, then asked quietly if there was anything else. Hagen smiled and confirmed that yes, favors would be expected in return for a $20 million loan. Nothing Johnny wouldn't do anyway if the Don asked. Johnny insisted the Don would have to ask him personally if it was something serious. He wouldn't take Hagen's or Sonny's word for it. Hagen was surprised by this good sense. Fontaine had brains after all, knowing the Don was too fond of him and too smart to ask something foolishly dangerous, whereas Sonny might. Hagen reassured him. The Don had given strict instructions not to involve Johnny in anything that might bring bad publicity. Any favor the Don asked, Johnny would offer to do before it was requested. Johnny smiled and agreed. Hagen added that the Don had faith in Johnny's brains, figuring the bank would make money on the investment, meaning the Don would make money too. It was a business deal. Johnny shouldn't screw around with the money. $20 million was a lot, and the Don had to stick his neck out. Johnny told him not to worry. If a guy like Jack Woltz could be a movie genius, anyone could. Hagen confirmed that was what the Don figured, then asked to be driven back to the airport. He advised Johnny to hire his own lawyers, but to let Hagen see everything before signing. Johnny would never have labor troubles, which would cut costs. So when accountants lumped that in, disregard those figures. Johnny asked cautiously if he needed Hagen's approval on scripts, stars, anything else. Hagen shook his head. No. The Don might object to something directly, but Hagen couldn't imagine what. Movies didn't affect the Don at all, so he had no interest and didn't believe in meddling. Johnny said good. He'd drive Hagen himself and to thank the Godfather. He asked why the Don never came to the phone. Hagen shrugged and explained the Don hardly ever talked on the phone, didn't want his voice recorded, even saying something innocent, afraid of spliced words being used to frame him. His only worry was being framed by authorities, so he didn't want to give them an edge. They drove to the airport. Hagen reflected that Johnny was better than he'd figured. Driving him personally proved he'd learned something, the personal courtesy the Don believed in. The apology had been sincere, not born of fear. Johnny had always had guts, which was why he was always in trouble with movie bosses and women. He was also one of the few people not afraid of the Don. Fontaine and Michael were maybe the only two Hagen knew. He accepted the apology. They'd see a lot of each other in the coming years. Johnny would have to pass the next test, proving how smart he was. Do something for the Don that the Don would never ask him to do or insist upon as part of the agreement. Hagen wondered if Johnny was smart enough to figure out that part of the bargain. After dropping Hagen off, Hagen insisted Johnny not wait around. Johnny drove back to Jenny's. She was surprised to see him, but he wanted time to think and plan. What Hagen told him was extremely important. His whole life was changing. At 35, he was washed up, even if he won the award. Nothing if his voice didn't come back. He'd be scandrate with no real power. That girl turning him down, would she have been so cool if he'd really been at the top? Now with the Don backing him with money, he could be as big as anyone in Hollywood. He could be a king. Hell, he could even be a Don. Living with Jenny again for a few weeks would be nice. Take the kids out every day, have friends over, stop drinking and smoking, take care of himself. Maybe his voice would return. With that and the Don's money, he'd be unbeatable. As close to an old-time king or emperor as America allowed. An empire rooted in money and the most coveted kind of power. Jenny had the guest bedroom made up. They would not share a room or live as man and wife again, though the outside world blamed him solely for the marriage's failure. Between the two of them, they both knew she was even more to blame. When Johnny became the most popular singer and movie musical comedy star, it never occurred to him to desert his wife and children. He was too Italian, too old style. Naturally, he'd been unfaithful, impossible to avoid in his business. Despite his skinny, delicate look, he had the wiry horniness of many small-boned Latin types. Women delighted him with their surprises. He loved finding unexpectedly full, rich breasts beneath a demure, virginal face. He loved finding shyness in sexy-looking girls who vaped as if they'd slept with 100 men, then battling for hours only to discover they were virgins. Hollywood guys laughed at his fondness for virgins, called it an old guinea taste. But Johnny knew it was how you handled a young girl, breaking them in, having them wrap their legs around him, their thighs all different shapes, skins different shades. The young daughter of a jazz singer in Detroit, a good girl, had been one of the sweetest things he'd ever had. Her lips had tasted like warm honey with pepper, her dark brown skin rich and creamy, and she'd been a virgin. He never liked blowjobs or 69 much. His second wife had preferred that too much, to the point where she didn't want anything else, and he had to fight to stick it in. She called him a square, spread the word he made love like a kid. Maybe that was why last night's girl turned him down. Well, hell with it. She wouldn't be great in bed anyway. You could tell a girl who really liked to fuck. They were always the best, especially the ones who hadn't been at it too long. He hated the ones who started at 12 and were all fucked out by 20, just going through the motions, some of them the prettiest of all. Jenny brought coffee and cake to his room. He told her simply that Hagen was helping put together credit for a producing package. She was excited he'd be important again, but she didn't understand the Don's real power or the significance of Hagen coming from New York. He said Hagen was also helping with legal details. After coffee, he told her half of everything would be in the kids' names. She gave him a grateful smile and kissed him goodnight. A glass dish of his favorite monogrammed cigarettes, and a humidor with thin black Cuban cigars waited on his desk. Johnny leaned back and started calling. His brain whirred. He called the author of the best-selling novel on which his new film was based, a guy his own age who'd come up hard, now a literary celebrity. The author had come to Hollywood expecting to be treated like a wheel, and like most authors, had been treated like shit. Johnny had witnessed a humiliation one night at the Brown Derby when a bosomy starlet deserted the famous author for a ratty-looking movie comic who'd waggled his finger. That had shown the writer exactly who was who in the Hollywood pecking order. A starlet preferred the crummiest movie wheel. Now Johnny thanked the author for the great part he'd written, flattering him heavily. Casually, he asked about his next novel. He lit a cigar while the author described a especially interesting chapter, then offered to read it when finished and maybe get him a better deal than Woltz gave. The eagerness in the author's voice told Johnny he'd guessed right. Woltz had chiseled the guy, giving him peanuts. Johnny mentioned he might be in New York after the holidays and asked if the author wanted to have dinner with some friends. He joked about knowing a few good-looking broads. The author laughed and agreed. Next, Johnny called the director and cameraman from the film he'd just finished, thanking them for their help. He told them confidentially that he knew Woltz had been against him, doubly appreciated their help, and if there was ever anything he could do for them, just call. Then came the hardest call, to Jack Woltz. Johnny thanked him for the part and expressed eagerness to work for him any time, doing it merely to throw Woltz off the track. In a few days, Woltz would discover the maneuvering and be astounded by the treachery of this call, exactly what Johnny wanted him to feel. Afterward, he sat at the desk puffing a cigar. Whiskey sat on a side table, but he'd made himself a promise not to drink. He shouldn't even be smoking. Whatever was wrong with his voice probably wouldn't be helped by quitting, but it might. And he wanted every percentage on his side now that he had a fighting chance. With the house quiet, his divorced wife sleeping, his beloved daughter sleeping, he thought back to that terrible time when he deserted them for a whore of a second wife. Yet he smiled at the memory of her. She was such a lovely woman in so many ways. The only thing that saved his life was the day he decided he could not afford to hate women. Not his first wife, not his daughters, not his girlfriends, not his second wife, not even Sharon Moore brushing him off so she could brag about refusing the great Johnny Fontaine. He had traveled with bands, become a radio star, a movie stage show star, then finally made it in movies. All that time he'd lived how he wanted, slept with whom he wanted, but never let it affect his personal life. Then he'd fallen for his soon-to-be second wife, Margot Ashton, went absolutely crazy for her. His career went to hell, his voice went to hell, his family life went to hell. He was left with nothing. He had always been generous and fair. He gave his first wife everything he owned in the divorce. He made sure his daughters got a piece of everything he made. He had refused his first wife nothing, helped all her brothers and sisters, her parents, her school friends, and their families. He had sung at her younger sister's weddings, something he hated. He had refused her only the complete surrender of his own personality. Then, when he hit bottom, no movie work, no singing, his second wife betrayed him. He spent a few days with Ginny and his daughters. He flung himself on her mercy one night, feeling lousy. He had heard one of his recordings and sounded so terrible he accused the sound technicians of sabotage, until he became convinced that was truly his voice. He smashed the master record and refused to sing anymore, ashamed, not singing a note until Connie Corleone's wedding with Nino. He never forgot the look on Ginny's face when she learned of his misfortunes. It passed over her features for only a second, a look of savage, joyful satisfaction. It made him believe she had contemptuously hated him all those years. She quickly recovered, offering cool but polite sympathy. He pretended to accept it. In the following days, he visited 3 girls he had liked most over the years. Girls he'd remained friends with, sometimes still slept with in a comradely way. Girls he'd helped with hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts or job opportunities. On their faces, he caught that same fleeting look of savage satisfaction. During that time, he knew he had to make a decision. He could become like so many other successful Hollywood men who preyed on beautiful women with lustful hatred, using power and favors grudgingly, always alert for betrayal, seeing women as adversaries to be bested. Or he could refuse to hate women and continue to believe in them. He knew he could not afford not to love them. Something of his spirit would die if he didn't continue to love women, no matter how treacherous or unfaithful they were. It didn't matter that the women he loved most were secretly glad to see him crushed. He had no choice. He had to accept them. So he made love to them, gave them presents, hid the hurt. He forgave them, knowing he was being paid back for having lived in the utmost freedom from women and in the fullest flush of their favor. But now he never felt guilty about being untrue to them. He never felt guilty about how he treated Ginny, insisting on remaining the sole father of his children, never even considering remarrying her, and letting her know that too. That was one thing he salvaged from his fall. He had grown a thick skin about the hurts he gave women. Tired and ready for bed, one note of memory stuck with him: singing with Nino Valenti. Suddenly, he knew what would please Don Corleone more than anything else. He called New York, got Sonny Corleone, asked for Nino's number, then called Nino. Nino sounded a little drunk. Johnny asked Nino to come out and work for him. He needed a guy he could trust. Nino kidded about his good job on the truck, boffing housewives, clearing $150 a week, asking what Johnny had to offer. Johnny said he could start him at $500, get him blind dates with movie stars, and maybe let him sing at parties. Nino joked about consulting his lawyer, accountant, and truck helper. Johnny got serious, no kidding around. He needed Nino out there tomorrow morning to sign a personal contract for $500 a week for a year. If Nino stole one of his broads and got fired, he'd still pick up a year's salary. A long pause. Nino's voice went sober, asking if Johnny was kidding. Johnny said he was serious. Go to his agent's office in New York for the plane ticket and cash. He'd call first thing in the morning. Nino could go in the afternoon. Then someone would meet him at the plane. Another long pause. Then Nino's voice, subdued and uncertain, agreed. He didn't sound drunk anymore. Johnny hung up and got ready for bed, feeling better than any time since he smashed that master record. Johnny sat in the huge recording studio, figuring costs on a yellow pad. Musicians filed in, all friends from his days as a kid singer. The conductor, Eddie Niels, a top man who had been kind to him when things went sour, handed out bundles of music and gave verbal instructions. He'd taken on this recording as a favor. Nino sat at a piano, fooling around nervously, sipping from a huge glass of rye. Johnny didn't mind. Nino sang just as well drunk as sober, and what they were doing today wouldn't require real musicianship on his part. Eddie had made special arrangements of old Italian and Sicilian songs, plus a special job on the dual duet song from Connie's wedding. Johnny was making the record primarily because he knew the Don would love such songs, a perfect Christmas gift. He also had a hunch it would sell well, not a million, of course. And he'd figured out that helping Nino was how the Don wanted his payoff. Nino was, after all, another of the Don's godchildren. Johnny put down his clipboard, stood beside the piano, and greeted Nino. Nino glanced up and tried to smile, looking a little sick. Johnny leaned over and rubbed his shoulder blades, telling him to relax, do a good job, and he'd fix him up with the best and most famous piece of ass in Hollywood. Nino took a gulp of whiskey and asked who. Lassie? Johnny laughed and said no, Deanna Dunn. He guaranteed the goods. Nino was impressed, but joked about wanting Lassie instead. The orchestra swung into the opening song. Johnny listened intently as Eddie played all the songs through in their special arrangements. He made mental notes on how he'd handle each phrase. His voice wouldn't last long, but Nino would do most of the singing. Johnny would sing under him, except in the duet-duel song. He'd have to save himself for that. He pulled Nino to his feet. They stood by their microphones. Nino flubbed the opening, then flubbed it again, his face reddening with embarrassment. Johnny kidded him about stalling for overtime. Nino said he didn't feel natural without his mandolin. Johnny thought a moment, then told him to hold that glass of booze in his hand. It did the trick. Nino kept drinking as he sang, but did fine. Johnny sang easily, not straining, his voice dancing around Nino's main melody. No emotional satisfaction, but he was amazed at his own technical skill. When they reached the duet-duel song that ended the record, Johnny let his voice go. And when they finished, his vocal cords ached. The musicians, normally callous veterans, had been carried away by the last song. They hammered their instruments and stamped their feet in approval. The drummer gave a ruffle of drums. With stops and conferences, they worked nearly 4 hours before quitting. Eddie came over and quietly said, "Johnny sounded pretty good. Maybe he was ready to do a record." Eddie had a new song perfect for him. Johnny shook his head, told Eddie not to kid him. Besides, in a couple of hours he'd be too hoarse to talk. He asked if they'd have to fix up much of what they did today. Eddie said Nino would have to come in tomorrow. He made some mistakes, but he was much better than expected. As for Johnny's stuff, Eddie would have the sound engineers fix anything he didn't like. Johnny asked when he could hear the pressing. Tomorrow night at Johnny's place. Johnny thanked him and said, "See you tomorrow." Then took Nino by the arm and walked out. They went to Johnny's house instead of Ginny's. Late afternoon. Nino was still more than half drunk. Johnny told him to shower and take a snooze. They had to be at a big party at 11 that night. When Nino woke up, Johnny briefed him. This party was a movie star Lonely Hearts Club. The women there were glamour queens millions of guys would give their right arms to screw, and the only reason they'd be at the party was to find someone to shack up with. Because they were hungry for it, just a little old, and like every woman, they wanted it with a bit of class. Nino asked what was wrong with Johnny's voice. Johnny, speaking almost in a whisper, explained that every time after he sang a little bit, that happened. He wouldn't be able to sing for a month now, but he'd get over the hoarseness in a couple of days. Nino said thoughtfully, "Tough." Johnny shrugged and told Nino not to get too drunk tonight. He had to show these Hollywood women that Johnny's Pizon buddy wasn't weak in the poop. He had to come across some of these women were very powerful in movies. They could get him work. It didn't hurt to be charming after knocking off a piece. Nino was already pouring himself a drink, saying he was always charming. He drained the glass, grinned, and asked if Johnny could really get him close to Deanna Dunn. Johnny told him not to be so anxious. It wasn't going to be like he thought. The Hollywood movie star Lonely Hearts Club, as the mandatory attendance juvenile leads called it, met every Friday night at the palatial studio-owned home of Roy McElroy, public relations counsel for Woltz International. Though McElroy hosted, the idea came from Jack Woltz himself. His aging money-making stars without special lights and genius makeup looked their age. Desensitized physically and mentally, they could no longer fall in love or play the hunted woman. Fame, money, and former beauty had made them too imperious. Woltz threw these parties to make it easier for them to pick up one-night stands, who might graduate to full-time partners. Since things sometimes degenerated into brawls or sexual excess drawing police attention, Woltz held the parties at the PR man's house, where he could pay off newsmen and officers and keep everything quiet. For virile young male actors, not yet stars, attendance wasn't always pleasant. The excuse was a screening of a new, unreleased studio film, giving the evening a professional context. Young starlets were forbidden, or rather discouraged. Most took the hint. Screenings happened at midnight. Johnny and Nino arrived at 11. Roy McIlroy, enormously likable, well-groomed, and beautifully dressed, greeted Johnny with surprised delight, genuinely astonished to see him. Johnny shook his hand, said he was showing his country cousin the sights, and introduced Nino. McElroy shook hands, appraised Nino, and warned they'd eat him alive, then led them to the rear patio. The patio was a series of huge rooms with glass doors open to a garden and pool. Nearly 100 people milled around, drinks in hand. Lighting was artfully arranged to flatter feminine faces. These were women Nino had seen on darkened movie screens as a teenager, figures in his adolescent erotic dreams. Seeing them in the flesh was like horrible makeup. Nothing hid the tiredness of their spirit and flesh. Time had eroded their godhead. They moved charmingly, but were like wax fruit. They couldn't lubricate his glands. Nino grabbed 2 drinks and positioned himself near a nest of bottles. Johnny moved with him. They drank together until Deanna Dunn's magic voice came from behind. Nino, like millions, had that voice imprinted on his brain forever. Deanna Dunn had won 2 Academy Awards, starred in the biggest grosser Hollywood ever made. On screen, she had feline feminine charm, irresistible to all men, but the words she spoke had never been heard on the silver screen. She called Johnny a bastard, said she'd had to go back to her psychiatrist because he gave her a one-night stand and never came back for seconds. Johnny kissed her cheek, joked that she wore him out for a month, and introduced Nino as a nice, strong Italian boy who might keep up with her. She coolly asked if Nino liked to watch previews. Johnny laughed and suggested she break him in. Alone with Deanna Dunn, Nino took a big drink, trying for nonchalance. She had the upturned nose and classical Anglo-Saxon features. He knew her so well, heartbroken over her dead flyer husband, dignified against a caddish Clark Gable, writhing in requited love, dying beautifully 6 times. But nothing prepared him for her first words alone. She declared Johnny one of the few men with balls in this town, the rest all fags and sick morons who couldn't get it up with a woman, even with a truckload of Spanish fly. She took Nino's hand and led him to a corner, out of traffic. Still coolly charming? She asked about himself. He saw through her. She was playing the rich society girl being kind to the stable boy, who would either discourage his amatory interest or throw everything over for him depending on the leading man. But it didn't matter. He found himself telling her about growing up with Johnny in New York, singing together on little club dates. She seemed marvelously sympathetic and interested. Once she casually asked if he knew how Johnny made that bastard Jack Woltz give him the part. Nino froze and shook his head. She didn't pursue it. Time for the preview. Deanna Dunn led Nino by the hand into a windowless interior room with about 50 small 2-person couches, scattered for semi-privacy. A small table beside each couch held an ice bowl, glasses, liquor, and cigarettes. Nino gave her a cigarette, lit it, mixed them drinks. They didn't speak. After a few minutes, the lights went out. He'd expected something outrageous, legends of Hollywood depravity, but not Deanna Dunn's voracious plummet onto his sexual organ without even a courteous word of preparation. He sipped his drink and watched the movie, tasting nothing, seeing nothing, excited in a way he'd never been, partly because this woman servicing him in the dark had been the object of his adolescent dreams. Yet his masculinity felt insulted. When she was sated and had tidied him up, he very coolly fixed her a fresh drink in the darkness, lit her a fresh cigarette, and said in the most relaxed voice imaginable that this looked like a pretty good movie. He felt her stiffen. Was she expecting a compliment? He poured his glass full from the nearest bottle. The hell with that. She'd treated him like a male whore. Cold anger rose at all these women. He leaned away so their bodies didn't touch. Finally, she whispered harshly, telling him not to be such a snotty punk. He'd liked it. He was as big as a house. Nino sipped his drink and said in his natural offhand manner that was how it always was. She should see it when he got excited. She laughed a little and stayed quiet for the rest of the picture. Lights on. Nino looked around. There'd been quite a ball in the darkness, though he hadn't heard a thing. Some women had that hard, shiny, bright-eyed look of those, just worked over real good. They sauntered out. Deanna Dunn left him immediately to talk to an older man Nino recognized as a famous featured player. And seeing him in person, he realized the guy was a fag. He sipped his drink thoughtfully. Johnny came up beside him, asking if he was having a good time. Nino grinned and said it was different. Now, when he went back to the old neighborhood, he could say Deanna Dunn had him. Johnny laughed and said she could be better than that if she invited him home. Did she? Nino shook his head, said he got too interested in the movie. Johnny didn't laugh. He got serious, told Nino a woman like that could do him a lot of good, and Nino used to boff anything. Johnny still had nightmares about the ugly women Nino used to bang. Nino waved his glass drunkenly and said loud enough to carry that, yeah, they were ugly, but they were women. Deanna Dunn turned her head to look at them. Nino waved his glass in greeting. Johnny sighed and called him a guinea peasant. Nino said with his charmingly drunk smile that he wasn't going to change. Johnny understood perfectly. Nino wasn't as drunk as he pretended, just pretending so he could say things too rude to say to his new Hollywood padrone sober. Johnny put an arm around Nino's neck and said affectionately that Nino had an ironclad contract for a year. Could say and do anything, and Johnny couldn't fire him. Nino asked with drunken cunning if Johnny really couldn't fire him. No. Then Nino told him to fuck off. For a moment, Johnny was surprised into anger. He saw the careless grin on Nino's face. But in the past few years, he'd gotten smarter. Or his descent from stardom had made him more sensitive. He understood Nino, why his boyhood singing partner had never become successful, why he was trying to destroy any chance of success now. Nino was reacting against all the prices of success, felt insulted by everything being done for him. Johnny took Nino's arm and led him out. Nino could barely walk. Johnny soothed him. Just sing for Johnny. Earn him money now that Johnny couldn't sing anymore. Nino straightened up, voice slurring, said he'd sing for Johnny, that he was a better singer than Johnny now, always had been. Johnny stood there thinking, so that was it. When his own voice was healthy, Nino simply wasn't in the same league. Nino waited for an answer, weaving drunkenly in the California moonlight. Johnny told him gently to fuck off, and they both laughed together like the old days when they'd been equally young. When Johnny got word about Don Corleone being shot, he worried about his Godfather, and also wondered whether his movie financing was still alive. He wanted to go to New York to pay respects at the hospital, but was told not to get bad publicity. That was the last thing the Don would want. So he waited. A week later, a messenger came from Tom Hagen. The financing was still on, but for only one picture at a time. Meanwhile, Johnny let Nino go his own way in Hollywood and California. Nino did all right with the young starlets. Sometimes Johnny called him for a night out, but never leaned on him. When they talked about the Don getting shot, Nino recalled once asking the Don for a job in his organization. The Don had refused, saying every man has only one destiny. Nino's was to be an artist, meaning he couldn't be a racket guy. Johnny thought that over. The Godfather must be just about the smartest guy in the world. Johnny had known immediately that Nino could never be a racket guy, would only get himself in trouble or kill with one of his wisecracks. But how did the Don know Nino would be an artist? Because the Don figured that someday Johnny would help Nino. And how did he figure that? because he dropped the word to Johnny, and Johnny would try to show his gratitude. The Don never asked. He just let Johnny know it would make him happy. Now the Godfather was hurt, in trouble, and Johnny could kiss the Academy Award goodbye. Woltz working against him with no help on his side. Only the Don had the personal contacts to apply pressure, and the Corleone family had other things to think about. Johnny had offered to help. Hagen gave him a curt no. Johnny stayed busy getting his own picture going. The author whose book Johnny had starred in finished his new novel and came west on Johnny's invitation to talk without agents or studios. The second book was perfect. Johnny wouldn't have to sing. It had a good, gutsy story with plenty of women and sex, and a part Johnny recognized as tailor-made for Nino. The character talked like Nino, acted like him, even looked like him. All Nino would have to do was get on screen and be himself. Johnny worked fast. He knew more about production than he thought, but he hired an executive producer, a blacklisted man who knew his stuff but had trouble finding work. Johnny gave him a fair contract, telling him frankly he expected the man to save him money. So Johnny was surprised when the executive producer told him the union rep had to be taken care of to the tune of $50,000. Overtime and hiring problems made it worth spending. Johnny debated whether the producer was hustling him, then told him to send the union guy over. The union guy was Billy Goff. Johnny told him he thought the union stuff was fixed by his friends. He was told not to worry about it at all. Goff asked who told him that. Johnny said the man knew damn well who. He wouldn't say the name, but if that man said something, that was it. Goff said things had changed. Johnny's friend was in trouble, and his word didn't go this far west anymore. Johnny shrugged and told him to come back in a couple of days. Goff smiled and agreed, but said calling New York wouldn't help. But calling New York did help. Johnny spoke to Hagen at his office. Hagen told him bluntly not to pay. The Don would be sore as hell if Johnny paid that bastard a dime. It would make the Don lose respect, and right now he couldn't afford that. Johnny asked if he could talk to the Don. Hagen said nobody could talk to the Don right now. He was too sick. Hagen would talk to Sonny about fixing things, but he was making the decision. Don't pay that smart bastard a dime. If anything changed, Hagen would let him know. Annoyed, Johnny hung up. Union trouble could add a fortune to making the film and screw up the works. For a moment he debated slipping Goff the $50,000 on the quiet. The Don telling him something and Hagen telling him something were two different things. But he decided to wait a few days. By waiting, he saved $50,000. 2 nights later, Goff was found shot to death in his home in Glendale. No more talk of union trouble. Johnny was shaken. It was the first time the long arm of the Don had struck such a lethal blow so close to him. As weeks passed and he grew busier with the script, casting, and production details, Johnny forgot about his voice, his not being able to sing. Yet when the Academy Award nominations came out and he found himself a candidate, he was depressed that he wasn't asked to sing one of the nominated songs at the nationally televised ceremony. But he shrugged it off and kept working. He had no hope of winning now that his godfather couldn't apply pressure, but the nomination still had some value. The record he and Nino had cut, Italian Songs, was selling much better than anything he'd cut lately, but he knew it was Nino's success more than his. He resigned himself to never singing professionally again. Once a week he had dinner with Jenny and the kids. No matter how hectic things got, he never skipped that duty. But he didn't sleep with her. Meanwhile, his second wife finagled a Mexican divorce, so he was a bachelor again. Oddly, he wasn't frantic to bang starlets who would have been easy meat. He was too snobbish. He was hurt that none of the young stars still on top ever gave him a tumble. But it was good to work hard. Most nights he went home alone, put on his old records, had a drink, and hummed along for a few bars. He had been good, damn good. He hadn't realized how good. Even aside from the special voice, which could have happened to anybody, he was good. A real artist. And he never knew it, never knew how much he loved it. He'd ruined his voice with booze and tobacco and women just when he really understood what it was all about. Sometimes Nino came over for a drink and listened with him. Johnny would say scornfully that Nino had never sung like that in his life. Nino would give him that curiously charming smile and sympathetically agree as if he knew what Johnny was thinking. A week before shooting the new picture, Academy Award night arrived. Johnny invited Nino to come along. Nino refused. Johnny reminded him he'd never asked a favor. Do him this one. Nino was the only guy who'd really feel sorry for him if he didn't win. Nino looked startled, then agreed. He said if Johnny didn't win, forget it. Just get as drunk as possible and Nino would take care of him. He wouldn't even drink himself. Johnny called him some buddy. Award night came. Nino kept his promise, arriving dead sober. They left for the presentation theater together. Nino wondered why Johnny hadn't invited any of his girls or ex-wives, especially Ginny. Didn't he think Ginny would root for him? Nino wished he could have just one drink. It looked like a long bad night. Nino found the whole affair a bore until the winner of Best Male Actor was announced. When he heard Johnny Fontaine, he jumped into the air applauding. Johnny reached out for his hand, and Nino shook it. He knew his buddy needed human contact with someone he trusted, and Nino felt enormous sadness that Johnny didn't have anyone better than himself to touch in his moment of glory. What followed was an absolute nightmare. Jack Woltz's picture swept all the major awards, so the studio's party was swamped with newspaper people and on They Make Hustlers, male and female. Nino stayed sober and tried to watch over Johnny, but the women kept pulling Johnny into bedrooms for little chats, and Johnny kept getting drunker and drunker. Meanwhile, the Best Actress winner suffered the same fate but loved it more and handled it better. Nino turned her down, the only man at the party to do so. Finally, someone had a great idea. Public mating of the two winners. Everybody else as spectators. The actress was stripped down, and the other women started undressing Johnny. Nino, the only sober person there, grabbed a half-clawed Johnny, slung him over his shoulder, fought his way out of the house to their car. Driving Johnny home, Nino thought that if that was success, he didn't want it. The Don was a real man at 12. Short, dark, slender, living in the Moorish-looking village of Corleone in Sicily, he was born Vito Andolini. When strange men came to kill the son of the man they had murdered, his mother sent the young boy to America to stay with friends. In the new land, he changed his name to Corleone to preserve a tie with his native village. One of the few gestures of sentiment he ever made. In Sicily, at the turn of the century, the Mafia was the second government, far more powerful than the official one in Rome. Vito's father became involved in a feud with another villager who took his case to the Mafia. The father refused to knuckle under and, in a public quarrel, killed the local Mafia chief. A week later, he was found dead, his body torn apart by Lupara blasts. A month after the funeral, Mafia gunmen came inquiring after the young boy, Vito. They decided he was too close to manhood. He might try to avenge his father. The 12-year-old was hidden by relatives and shipped to America, boarded with the Abandandos, whose son, Genco, later became consigliere to his Don. Young Vito went to work in the Abandando grocery store on 9th Avenue in New York's Hell's Kitchen. At 18, he married an Italian girl, freshly arrived from Sicily, only 16, but a skilled cook and good housewife. They settled in a tenement on 10th Avenue near 35th Street, only blocks from where Vito worked. 2 years later, they had their first child, Santino, called Sonny by all his friends because of his devotion to his father. In the neighborhood lived a man called Fanucci. Heavy-set, fierce-looking, wearing expensive light-colored suits and a cream-colored fedora. He was reputed to be of the Black Hand, an offshoot of the Mafia that extorted money by threat of physical violence. But most inhabitants were violent themselves, so Fanucci's threats worked only on elderly couples without male children. Some storekeepers paid him trifling sums as a matter of convenience. Fanucci also scavenged on fellow criminals, people who illegally sold Italian lottery or ran gambling games. The Abbandando grocery gave him a small tribute, despite young Genco's protest that he would settle Fanucci's hash. His father forbade him. Vito observed all this without feeling involved. One day, 3 young men set upon Fanucci, cutting his throat from ear to ear, not deeply enough to kill, but to frighten him and make him bleed. Vito saw Fanucci fleeing, the circular/flowing red. What he never forgot was Fanucci holding the cream-colored fedora under his chin to catch the dripping blood as he ran, as if he didn't want his suit soiled or to leave a shameful trail of carmine. The attack proved a blessing in disguise. The 3 young men weren't murderers, just tough kids trying to teach him a lesson. Fanucci proved himself a murderer. Weeks later, the knife wielder was shot to death, and the families of the other 2 paid an indemnity to make Fanucci forswear vengeance. After that, tributes became higher, and Fanucci became a partner in neighborhood gambling games. For Vito, it was none of his affair. He forgot about it immediately. During World War I, when imported olive oil became scarce, Fanucci acquired a part interest in the Abbandando grocery by supplying oil, imported salami, hams, and cheeses. He then moved a nephew into the store, and Vito found himself out of a job. By then, the second child, Federico, had arrived. 4 mouths to feed. Up to that time, Vito had been quiet, very contained, keeping his thoughts to himself. Young Genco Abbandando, the grocery owner's son, was his closest friend. To the surprise of both, Vito reproached his friend for his father's deed. Genco, flushed with shame, vowed Vito wouldn't have to worry about food. He would steal from the grocery to supply his friend's needs. Vito sternly refused, too shameful for a son to steal from his father. But Vito felt a cold anger for the dreaded Fanucci. He never showed it, biding his time. He worked on the railroad for a few months. When the war ended, work became slow. He could earn only a few days' pay a month. Most foremen were Irish and American, abusing workmen in foul language. Vito bore it stone-faced, as if he didn't comprehend, though he understood English very well despite his accent. One evening, as Vito had supper with his family, a knock came at the window leading to the open-air shaft separating them from the next building. Pulling aside the curtain, he saw Peter Clemenza, a young man from the neighborhood, leaning out a window on the other side of the air shaft, extending a white-sheeted bundle. Clemenza urgently asked him to hold on to it until asked for. Vito automatically reached across the empty space and took the bundle. Clemenza's face was strained and urgent. He was in some kind of trouble, and Vito's helping action was instinctive. When he untied the bundle in his kitchen, 5 oily guns stained the white cloth. He put them in his bedroom closet and waited. He learned Clemenza had been taken away by the police. Must have been knocking on his door when he handed the guns over the air shaft. Vito never said a word to anyone. His terrified wife dared not open her lips even in gossip, fearing her own husband would go to prison. 2 days later, Clemenza reappeared in the neighborhood and asked casually if Vito still had his goods. Vito nodded, habit of talking little. Clemenza came up to the tenement flat, was given a glass of wine while Vito dug the bundle out of the bedroom closet. Clemenza drank his wine, his heavy, good-natured face watching Vito alertly. He asked if Vito had looked inside the bundle. Vito, face impassive, shook his head and said he wasn't interested in things that didn't concern him. They drank together the rest of the evening, finding each other congenial. Clemenza was a storyteller. Vito was a listener. They became casual friends. A few days later, Clemenza asked Vito's wife if she would like a fine rug for her living room floor. He took Vito along to help carry it. Clemenza led Vito to an apartment house with 2 marble pillars and a white marble stoop. He used a key to open the door, and they were inside a plush apartment. Clemenza grunted for Vito to help him roll up the rug, a rich red wool. Astonished by Clemenza's generosity, Vito helped roll it. They each took an end and headed for the door. The apartment bell rang. Clemenza dropped the rug, strode to the window, pulled the drape aside, and drew a gun from inside his jacket. Only then did the astonished Vito realize they were stealing the rug from some stranger's apartment. The bell rang again. Vito moved alongside Clemenza and saw a uniformed policeman at the door. The officer gave the bell a final push, shrugged, and walked away. Clemenza grunted in satisfaction, and they picked up the rug, edging out the heavy oaken door into the street. 30 minutes later, they were cutting the rug to fit Vito's living room, with enough left for the bedroom. Clemenza, an expert workman, pulled carpet-cutting tools from his wide, ill-fitting jacket pockets. Time went on. Things did not improve. The Corleone family could not eat the beautiful rug. No work. His wife and children must starve. Vito took parcels of food from his friend Genco while he thought things out. Finally, Clemenza and Tessio, another young tough from the neighborhood, approached him. They thought well of him, the way he carried himself, and knew he was desperate. They proposed he join their gang, which specialized in hijacking trucks of silk dresses after loading at the factory on 31st Street. There was no risk. Truck drivers, sensible working men, flopped on the sidewalk at the sight of a gun, while the hijackers drove the truck away. Merchandise would be sold to an Italian wholesaler or door-to-door in Italian neighborhoods. Clemenza and Tessio needed Vito to drive, since he chauffeured the Abandondon grocery delivery truck. In 1919, skilled drivers were at a premium. Against his better judgment, Vito accepted. The clinching argument, he would clear at least $1,000 for his share. But his young companion struck him as rash, the planning haphazard, the distribution foolhardy. Their whole approach was too careless for his taste. Still, he thought them of good, sound character. Clemenza inspired trust. The lean, saturnine Tessio inspired confidence. The job went off without a hitch. Vito felt no fear, much to his astonishment, when his comrades flashed guns and made the driver get out of the silk truck. He was impressed with their coolness. They joked with the driver, told him if he was a good lad, they'd send his wife a few dresses. Because Vito thought it stupid to peddle dresses himself and gave his whole share to the fence, he made only $700, still a considerable sum in 1919. The next day on the street, Fanucci stopped Vito, the cream-suited, white-faderade man with the circular scar looping from ear to ear under his chin. Heavy black brows, coarse features that were oddly amiable when he smiled. With a thick Sicilian accent, Fanucci said, people told him Vito was rich, along with his two friends. But hadn't they treated him shabbily? This was his neighborhood. They should let him wet his beak, the Mafia phrase demanding a cut of the loot. Vito did not answer, waiting for a definite demand. Fanucci smiled, showing gold teeth, stretching the noose-like scar tight around his face. He unbuttoned his jacket to show the gun in his waistband, then demanded $500, forgetting the insult. Otherwise, the police would come, and Vito's wife and children would be shamed and destitute. If his information was incorrect, he'd dip his beak just a little, but no less than $300. Vito spoke reasonably, courteously, without anger. He said his two friends had his share. He'd have to speak to them. Fanucci was reassured, telling Vito to tell his friends he expected the same, adding that Clemenza understood these things. Vito shrugged, looking embarrassed, thanked Fanucci for speaking to him as a godfather. Fanucci was impressed, called him a good fellow with respect, and invited him to speak first next time. In later years, Vito understood that what made him act so tactically with Fanucci was the death of his hot-tempered father, killed by the Mafia in Sicily. But at that time, all he felt was icy rage that this man planned to rob him of money earned with risk of life and freedom. He had not been afraid. He thought Fanucci a crazy fool. From what he'd seen, Clemenza would sooner give up his life than a penny of his loot, and Tessio had the deadly air of a viper. But later that night, in Clemenza's tenement apartment, Vito received another lesson. Clemenza cursed. Tessio scowled. Then both started talking about whether Fanucci would be satisfied with $200. Tessio thought maybe. Clemenza was positive. That scar-faced bastard must have found out what they made from the wholesaler. Fanucci wouldn't take a dime less than $300. They'd have to pay. Astonished, Vito asked why they had to pay. What could Fanucci do to the three of them? They were stronger, had guns. Clemenza explained patiently. Fanucci had friends, real brutes, connections with the police. He'd like them to tell him their plans so he could set them up for the cops and earn their gratitude. And he had a license from Maranzala himself to work this neighborhood. Clemenza served wine he'd made himself. His wife put out salami, olives, and bread, then went downstairs to sit with her women cronies. Vito sat with his two friends and drank. He had never used his intelligence before as he was using it now. He was surprised at how clearly he could think. He recalled everything about Fanucci, the day his throat was cut, running with the fedora under his chin, the murder of the knife wielder, the other two buying off their sentences. Suddenly, he was sure Fanucci had no great connections. Not a man who informed to the police. Not a man who allowed vengeance to be bought off. A real mafioso chief would have killed the other two as well. No, Fanucci had killed one man, but knew he couldn't kill the other two after they were alerted, so he took payment. It was his personal, brutal force that allowed him to levy tribute. But Vito knew of at least one gambling game that never paid Fanucci, and nothing had ever happened to the man running it. So Fanucci was alone, or with gunmen hired on a cash basis. From this experience came Vito's oft-repeated belief that every man has but one destiny. He could have paid Fanucci the tribute and become again a grocery clerk, perhaps with his own store in the years to come. But destiny decided he was to become a Don and had brought Fanucci to set him on his destined path. When they finished the bottle, Vito cautiously proposed giving him $200 each to pay Fanucci. He guaranteed Fanucci would accept that amount from him. He would settle the problem to their satisfaction. Clemenza's eyes gleamed with suspicion. Vito told him coldly that he never lied to friends. Speak to Fanucci tomorrow. Don't pay him. Don't quarrel. Tell him you have to get the money and we'll give it to Vito to pass along. Let him understand you're willing to pay what he asks. Don't bargain. Vito would quarrel over the price. No point making Fanucci angry if he was as dangerous as they said. They left it at that. The next day, Clemenza spoke to Fanucci to confirm Vito wasn't making up the story. Then he came to Vito's apartment and gave him $200. He asked how Vito would make Fanucci take less when Fanucci had told him nothing below $300. Vito said reasonably that was no concern of Clemenza's. Just remember Vito had done him a service. Tessio came later, more reserved, sharper, more clever, but with less force. He sensed something amiss, told Vito to watch himself with that black hand bastard tricky as a priest. Did Vito want Tessio there as a witness? Vito shook his head, didn't bother to answer. He told Tessio to inform Fanucci he'd pay the money at his house at 9 o'clock tonight. He'd have to give him a glass of wine, talk, reason with him to take the lesser sum. Tessio shook his head. Fanucci never retreated. Vito said he would reason with him. It was to become a famous phrase in the years to come, the warning rattle before a deadly strike. When he became a Don and asked opponents to sit down and reason with him, they understood it was the last chance to resolve an affair without bloodshed. Vito told his wife to take the two children, Sonny and Fredo, down into the street after supper and not to let them come up until he gave permission. She was to sit guard at the tenement door. He had private business with Fanucci that couldn't be interrupted. He saw the look of fear on her face and was angry, quietly asking if she thought she'd married a fool. She didn't answer. Not from fear of Fanucci now, but of her husband. He was changing visibly before her eyes, hour by hour, into a man radiating some dangerous force. Always quiet, speaking little, but always gentle and reasonable. Extraordinary in a young Sicilian male. She was watching him shed the protective coloration of a harmless nobody now that he was ready to start on his destiny. He started late, 25 years old, but he would start with a flourish. Vito had decided to murder Fanucci. By doing so, he would have an extra $700, the $300 he would have paid, plus Tessio's $200 and Clemenza's $200. If he didn't kill Fanucci, he would have to pay the man $700 cold cash. Fanucci alive wasn't worth that to him. He wouldn't pay $700 to keep Fanucci alive, not even for an operation to save his life. He owed Fanucci no personal debt. They weren't blood relatives. He didn't love him. Why, then, should he give Fanucci $700? It followed inevitably that since Fanucci wished to take $700 from him by force, why should he not kill Fanucci? Surely the world could do without such a person. There were practical reasons against it. Fanucci might have powerful friends. Fanucci himself was dangerous. There were the police and the electric chair. But Vito had lived under a sentence of death since his father's murder. At 12, he had fled his executioners and crossed the ocean into a strange land, taking a strange name. Years of quiet observation had convinced him he had more intelligence and more courage than other men, though he had never had the opportunity to use them. Yet he hesitated before taking the first step toward his destiny. He even packed the $700 in a single fold of bills and put it in his left trouser pocket. In the right pocket, he put the gun Clemenza had given him for the hijacking. Fanucci came promptly at 9. Vito set out a jug of homemade wine from Clemenza. Fanucci put his white fedora on the table, loosened his broad, multi-flowered tie. The summer night was hot, the gaslight feeble. The apartment was very quiet, but Vito was icy. To show good faith, he handed over the roll of bills. Fanucci counted it, took out a wide leather wallet, and stuffed the money inside. He sipped his wine and said Vito still owed him $200. Vito, in his cool, reasonable voice, said he was a little short. Out of work. Let him owe the money for a few weeks. Fanucci had the bulk of the money and would wait. He chuckled, called Vito a sharp young fellow, wondered how he'd never noticed him before, too quiet for his own interest. He could find some profitable work for Vito. Vito nodded politely and filled the glass from the purple jug. But Fanucci thought better of what he was going to say. Rose shook Vito's hand and wished him good night with no hard feelings. He said to let him know if he could ever do Vito a service. Vito let Fanucci go down the stairs and out the building. The street was thronged with witnesses to show he'd left the Corleone home safely. Vito watched from the window. He saw Fanucci turn the corner toward 11th Avenue, headed for his apartment, probably to put away his loot and his gun. Vito left his apartment, ran up the stairs to the roof, traveled over the square block of roofs, and descended the fire escape of an empty loft building into the backyard. He kicked the back door open and went through the front door. Across the street was Fanucci's tenement. The village of tenements extended only as far west as 10th Avenue. 11th Avenue was mostly warehouses and lofts. Fanucci's apartment house was one of the few left standing, occupied mostly by bachelor trainmen, yard workers, and the cheapest prostitutes. People who didn't sit in the street gossiping like honest Italians, but sat in beer taverns guzzling their pay. Vito slipped across deserted 11th Avenue and into Fanucci's vestibule. There he drew the gun he'd never fired and waited. He watched through the glass door, knowing Fanucci would come from 10th Avenue. Clemenza had shown him the safety, and he'd triggered it empty. But as a boy of 9 in Sicily, he'd often gone hunting with his father, often fired the heavy shotgun called the Lupara. His skill with the Lupara as a small boy had brought the sentence of death upon him from his father's murderers. Waiting in the darkened hallway, he saw the white blob of Fanucci crossing the street toward the doorway. Vito stepped back, shoulders pressed against the inner door. He held his gun out to fire, his extended hand only 2 paces from the outside door. The door swung in. Fanucci, white, broad, smelly, filled the square of light. Vito fired. The open door let some sound escape into the street. The rest of the explosion shook the building. Fanucci held on to the sides of the door, trying to stand erect, reaching for his gun. His struggle tore the buttons off his jacket, making it swing loose. His gun was exposed, but so was a spidery vein of red on the white shirt front of his stomach. Very carefully, as if plunging a needle into a vein, Vito fired his second bullet into that red web. Fanucci fell to his knees, propping the door open. He let out terrible groans, almost comical, the groans of a man in great physical distress. He kept giving these groans. Vito remembered hearing at least 3 before he put the gun against Fanucci's sweaty, suety cheek and fired into his brain. No more than 5 seconds passed. Fanucci slumped into death, jamming the door open with his body. Very carefully, Vito took the wide wallet from the dead man's jacket pocket and put it inside his shirt. He walked across the street into the loft building, through that into the yard, climbed the fire escape to the roof. From there, he surveyed the street. Fanucci's body lay in the doorway, but no sign of anyone else. 2 windows had gone up in the tenement. He could see dark heads poked out, but he couldn't see their features, so they certainly hadn't seen his. And such men wouldn't give information to the police. Fanucci might lie there until dawn, or until a patrolman stumbled on his body. No one in that house would deliberately expose themselves to police suspicion. They would lock their doors and pretend they'd heard nothing. He could take his time. He traveled over the rooftops to his own roof door, down to his flat, unlocked the door, went inside, locked it behind him. He rifled the dead man's wallet. Besides the $700 he'd given Fanucci, there were only some singles and a $5 note. Tucked inside the flap was an old $5 gold piece, probably a luck token. If Fanucci was a rich gangster, he certainly didn't carry his wealth with him, confirming some of Vito's suspicions. He knew he had to get rid of the wallet and the gun, leaving the gold piece in the wallet. He went up on the roof again, traveled over a few ledges, threw the wallet down an air shaft, emptied the gun of bullets, and smashed its barrel against the roof ledge. The barrel wouldn't break. He reversed it and smashed the butt against the chimney. The butt split in half. He smashed it again, and the pistol broke into barrel and handle, 2 separate pieces. He used a separate air shaft for each. They made no sound striking the earth 5 stories below, sinking into the soft hill of garbage accumulated there. In the morning, more garbage would be thrown out and, with luck, cover everything. Vito returned to his apartment. He was trembling a little, but absolutely under control. He changed his clothes, fearful that blood might have splattered on them, threw them into a metal tub his wife used for washing, soaked them with lye and heavy brown laundry soap, scrubbed them with the metal washboard beneath the sink. Then he scoured tub and sink with lye and soap. He found a bundle of newly washed clothes in the corner of the bedroom and mingled his own with them. Then he put on fresh shirt and trousers and went down to join his wife, children, and neighbors in front of the tenement. All these precautions proved unnecessary. The police, after discovering the dead body at dawn, never questioned Vito. He was astonished. They never learned about Fanucci's visit to his home on the night he was shot. He'd counted on that for an alibi, Fanucci leaving the tenement alive. He only learned later that the police had been delighted with the murder of Fanucci and not anxious to pursue his killers. They assumed it was another gang execution and questioned hoodlums with records in the rackets. Since Vito had never been in trouble, he never came into the picture. But if he'd outwitted the police, his partners were another matter. Clemenza and Tessio avoided him for 2 weeks. Then they came to call one evening with obvious respect. Vito greeted them with impassive courtesy and served them wine. Clemenza spoke first. Nobody was collecting from store owners on 9th Avenue, from the card games and gambling in the neighborhood. Vito gazed at both men steadily, but didn't reply. Tessio spoke. They could take over Fanucci's customers. They would pay them. Vito shrugged and asked why come to him. He had no interest in such things. Clemenza laughed. Even in his youth, before growing his enormous belly, he had a fat man's laugh, and asked about the gun he'd given Vito for the truck job. Since Vito wouldn't need it anymore, he could give it back. Very slowly and deliberately, Vito took a wad of bills from his pocket and peeled off 5 tens, offering to pay for it. He said he'd thrown the gun away after the truck job. He smiled at the two men. Vito didn't know the effect of this smile. It was chilling because it attempted no menace. He smiled as if at some private joke only he could appreciate. But since he smiled that way only in lethal affairs, and the joke wasn't really private, and his eyes didn't smile, and his outward character was usually so reasonable and quiet, the sudden unmasking of his true self was frightening. Clemenza shook his head and said he didn't want the money. Vito pocketed the bills and waited. They all understood each other. They knew he had killed Fanucci, and though they never spoke about it to anyone, the whole neighborhood within weeks also knew Vito was treated as a man of respect by everyone. But he made no attempt to take over Fanucci's rackets and tributes. What followed was inevitable. One night, Vito's wife brought a neighbor, a widow, to the flat. The woman was Italian, of unimpeachable character, working hard to keep a home for her fatherless children. Her 16-year-old son brought home his pay envelope sealed to hand over in the old country style. Her 17-year-old daughter, a dressmaker, did the same. The whole family sewed buttons on cards at night at slave labor piece rates. Her name was Signora Colombo. Vito's wife told him Signora Colombo had a favor to ask. She was having some trouble. Vito expected to be asked for money, which he was ready to give. But it seemed Mrs. Colombo owned a dog her youngest son adored. The landlord had received complaints about barking and told her to get rid of it. She pretended to do so. The landlord found out she'd deceived him and ordered her to vacate. She'd since truly gotten rid of the dog, but the landlord was so angry he wouldn't revoke the order. Her little boy had cried when they gave the dog away to relatives in Long Island. All for nothing. They would lose their home. Vito asked gently why she came to him. Mrs. Colombo nodded toward his wife, who had told her to ask. Vito was surprised. His wife had never questioned him about the clothes he washed the night of the murder. Never asked where the money came from when he wasn't working. Even now her face was impassive. Vito offered money to help her move. The woman shook her head in tears. All her friends were here, the girl she grew up with in Italy. She wanted him to speak to the landlord to let her stay. Vito nodded and said it was done. She wouldn't have to move. He'd speak to the landlord tomorrow morning. His wife gave him a smile he didn't acknowledge, but he felt pleased. Mrs. Colombo looked uncertain, asking if he was sure the landlord would say yes. Vito said Signor Roberto was a good-hearted fellow. Once he explained things, the landlord would take pity. She shouldn't let it trouble her anymore. Guard her health for her children's sake. The landlord, Mr. Roberto, came to the neighborhood every day to check on the 5 tenements he owned. A padrone who sold Italian laborers off the boat to big corporations, he bought the tenements one by one with his profits. An educated man from northern Italy, he felt only contempt for the illiterate Southerners from Sicily and Naples who swarmed like vermin through his buildings. He wasn't a bad man, a good husband and father, but constant worry about his investments had frazzled his nerves. When Vito stopped him on the street to ask for a word, Roberto was brusque but not rude. Any Southerner might stick a knife into you if rubbed wrong, though this young man looked quiet. Vito explained that his wife's friend, a poor widow with no man to protect her, had been ordered to move. She was in despair. He told her he would speak to Roberto, a reasonable man who acted out of misunderstanding. She'd gotten rid of the animal that caused the trouble, so why shouldn't she stay? As one Italian to another, he asked a favor. Roberto studied the young man, medium stature but strongly built, a peasant but not a bandit, though he laughably called himself an Italian. Roberto shrugged and said he'd already rented the apartment to another family for higher rent. He couldn't disappoint them for the sake of Vito's friend. Vito asked how much more a month. $5, Roberto lied. The railway flat rented for $12 a month to the widow, and he hadn't gotten more from the new tenant. Vito peeled off 3 tens from a roll of bills, offering 6 months' increase in advance. He said Roberto needn't speak to the widow about it. She was proud. See Vito again in 6 months. But of course Roberto would let her keep her dog. Roberto cursed and asked who the hell Vito was to give orders, warning him to watch his manners or he'd be out on his Sicilian ass. Vito raised his hands in surprise. He was asking a favor. One never knows when one might need a friend. He thrust the money into Roberto's hand, told him to take it as a sign of goodwill, think things over. Tomorrow morning, Roberto could give the money back if he wanted. If he wanted the woman out, how could Vito stop him? It was his property. If he didn't want the dog, Vito understood. He disliked animals himself. He patted Roberto's shoulder and asked for the service, promising he wouldn't forget it. Roberto should ask his friends in the neighborhood about Vito. They'd tell him Vito believed in showing his gratitude. But Roberto had already begun to understand. That evening, he made inquiries about Vito Corleone. He didn't wait until morning. He knocked on the Corleone door that very night, apologizing for the lateness of the hour, and accepted a glass of wine from Signora Corleone. He assured Vito it had all been a dreadful misunderstanding. Of course, Signora Colombo could remain. Of course, she could keep her dog. Who were those miserable tenants to complain about noise from a poor animal when they paid such low rent? He threw the $30 on the table and said in the most sincere fashion that Vito's good heart had shamed him. He wished to show his own Christian charity. Her rent would remain what it was. All concerned played the comedy prettily. Vito poured wine, called for cakes, wrung Roberto's hand, and praised his warm heart. Roberto sighed and said, meeting such a man restored his faith in human nature. Finally, they tore themselves away. Roberto, his bones turned to jelly with fear at his narrow escape, caught the streetcar to his home in the Bronx and took to his bed. He didn't reappear in his tenements for 3 days. Vito was now a man of respect in the neighborhood, reputed to be a member of the Sicilian Mafia. One day, a man who ran card games in a furnished room came to him and voluntarily paid $20 each week for his friendship. Vito had only to visit the game once or twice a week to let players understand they were under his protection. Store owners with problems from young hoodlums asked him to intercede. He did so and was properly rewarded. Soon he had an enormous income for that time and place, $100 a week. Since Clemenza and Tessio were his friends and allies, he gave each part of the money without being asked. Finally, he decided to go into the olive oil importing business with his boyhood chum, Genco Abbondando. Genco would handle the importing from Italy, the buying at proper prices, the storing in his father's warehouse. Clemenza and Tessio would be salesmen, persuading every Italian grocery store in Manhattan, then Brooklyn, then the Bronx, to stock Genco Pura olive oil. With typical modesty, Vito refused to name the brand after himself. He would be head of the firm, supplying most of the capital, and would be called in on special cases where store owners resisted the sales talks of Clemenza and Tessio. Then he would use his own formidable powers of persuasion. For the next few years, Vito lived the completely satisfying life of a small businessman devoted to building up his commercial enterprise. He was a devoted father and husband, but so busy he could spare his family little time. As Genco Pura olive oil grew to become the best-selling imported Italian oil in America, his organization mushroomed. Like any good salesman, he understood undercutting rivals in price, barring them from distribution outlets by persuading store owners to stock less of their brands. Like any good businessman, he aimed at holding a monopoly by forcing rivals to abandon the field or merge with his company. But since he'd started relatively helpless economically, didn't believe in advertising, and his olive oil was no better than his competitors, He couldn't use the common strangleholds of legitimate businessmen. He had to rely on the force of his own personality and his reputation as a man of respect. Even as a young man, Vito became known as a man of reasonableness. He never uttered a threat. He always used logic that proved irresistible. He always made certain the other fellow got his share of profit. Nobody lost. Like many businessmen of genius, he learned free competition was wasteful, monopoly efficient, so he set about achieving that efficient monopoly. There were some oil wholesalers in Brooklyn, fiery, headstrong men not amenable to reason, who refused to recognize Vito's vision even after he'd explained everything with utmost patience. With these men, Vito threw up his hands in despair and sent Tessio to Brooklyn to set up a headquarters and solve the problem. Warehouses were burned, truckloads of olive green oil were dumped to form lakes on cobbled waterfront streets. One rash Milanese, with more faith in the police than a saint has in Christ, actually went to the authorities with a complaint against his fellow Italians, breaking the 10th-century-old law of omerta. Before the matter could progress further, the wholesaler disappeared, never to be seen again, leaving behind his devoted wife and 3 children, who, God be thanked, were fully grown and capable of taking over his business and coming to terms with the Genco Pura Olive Oil Company. But great men are not born great. They grow great. And so it was with Vito Corleone. When Prohibition came and alcohol was forbidden to be sold, Vito made the final step from a quite ordinary, somewhat ruthless businessman to a great don in the world of criminal enterprise. It didn't happen in a day or a year, but by the end of Prohibition and the start of the Great Depression, Vito had become the Godfather, the Don Corleone. It started casually enough. By this time, the Genco Pura Olive Oil Company had a fleet of 6 delivery trucks. Through Clemenza, Vito was approached by a group of Italian bootleggers smuggling alcohol and whiskey from Canada. They needed trucks and delivery men to distribute their product over New York City, reliable, discreet men of a certain determination and force. They were willing to pay Vito an enormous fee for his trucks and his men. He cut back drastically on his oil business to use the trucks almost exclusively for the bootlegger smugglers, despite the silky threat that accompanied their offer. But Vito was so mature a man that he didn't take insult at a threat or refuse a profitable offer because of it. He evaluated the threat, found it lacking conviction, and lowered his opinion of his new partners for being stupid enough to use threats where none were needed. Useful information to be pondered at its proper time. Again he prospered. But more importantly, he acquired knowledge, contacts, and experience. He piled up good deeds as a banker piles up securities. In the following years, it became clear that Vito was not only a man of talent, but in his way, a genius. He made himself the protector of Italian families who set up small speakeasies in their homes, selling whiskey at 15 cents a glass to bachelor laborers. He became godfather to Mrs. Colombo's youngest son at confirmation, giving a handsome present of a $20 gold piece. Meanwhile, since it was inevitable that some of his trucks be stopped by police, Genco hired a fine lawyer with many contacts in the police department and judiciary. A system of payoffs was set up, and soon the Corleone organization had a sizable sheet, the list of officials entitled to a monthly sum. When the lawyer tried to keep the list down, apologizing for the expense, Vito reassured him. He wanted everyone on it, even those who couldn't help right now. He believed in friendship and was willing to show his friendship first. The Corleone empire swelled over time. More trucks, a longer sheet of rackets, more soldiers under Tessio and Clemenza. It grew unwieldy. So Vito Corleone built a system. He made Clemenza and Tessio caporegimes, their men soldiers. He named Genco Abbandando his consigliere. Then he layered insulation between himself and any operational act. He gave orders only to Genco or a single captain, rarely with witnesses. He split Tessio into Brooklyn, forbidding him and Clemenza from socializing unless necessary, explaining it as a security measure against the law. the smarter Tessio understood. No conspiracy, no ill will, just precaution. In return, Vito gave Tessio a free hand in Brooklyn while keeping Clemenza's Bronx fief tightly leashed. Clemenza was braver, more reckless, crueler beneath his jollity. The Great Depression made Don Corleone. Honest men begged. Proud men took official charity with contempt. But the Don's men walked tall, pockets stuffed with cash, no fear of losing work. And that most modest of men felt pride. He was taking care of his world. An arrested employee's family received a living allowance matching what the man earned free. Not pure Christian charity. Self-interest lived there too. A prisoner knew, keep his mouth shut, his family got fed, don't inform, and a party waited on release. Homemade ravioli, wine, pastries, friends rejoicing. The consigliere, or even the Don himself, would stop by, pay respects, leave a handsome gift of money for leisure weeks before returning to toil. Infinite sympathy. Understanding. The Don realized he ran his world better than his enemies, ran the greater world that blocked him. Poor neighbors nurtured that feeling, coming for home relief, job help, jail release, small loans, landlord intervention. Don Vito helped them all, with goodwill and encouraging words to soften charity's sting. So those Italians asked their friend, their godfather, who to vote for. He became a political power consulted by party chiefs. He consolidated it by putting brilliant, poor Italian boys through college. Future lawyers, assistant DAs, even judges. He planned for his empire like a great national leader. Prohibition's repeal dealt a crippling blow. But he'd taken precautions. In 1933, he sent emissaries to Salvatore Maranzano, who controlled Manhattan's gambling, shylocking, bookmaking, policy numbers. The Corleone emissaries proposed an equal partnership. Vito's political and police contacts could umbrella Maranzano's operations into Brooklyn and the Bronx. But Maranzano, short-sighted friend to Al Capone, with his own war chest, spurned the offer with contempt. He wouldn't brook this upstart debater. The refusal touched off the Great War of 1933. Uneven match. Maranzano had strong enforcers, Capone's friendship, the Tattaglia family's prostitution and drug traffic, political contacts with business leaders who used his men against Jewish unionists and Italian anarchists. Against that, Don Corleone threw two small but superbly organized regimes, Clemenza and Tessio. His police contacts were negated by Maranzano's business allies. But the enemy lacked intelligence on his true strength, even believing Tessio was independent. Unequal battle until Vito Corleone evened the odds with one master stroke. Maranzano called Capone for his two best gunmen to eliminate the upstart. Corleone intelligence in Chicago relayed their train arrival. Vito dispatched Luca Brazzi. Brazzi and four of his people met the Chicago hoods at the station. One procured a taxicab. The porter led the Capone men to it. Brazzi and another man crowded in after them, guns drawn, forcing the two onto the floor. The cab drove to a dockside warehouse Brazzi had prepared. The Capone men were bound hand and foot, bath towels stuffed into their mouths to silence them. Brazzi took an axe from the wall and started hacking at one. Feet, then legs at the knees, then thighs. An extremely powerful man, but it took many swings. By then, the victim had died, the warehouse floor slick with hacked flesh and gouting blood. When Brazzi turned to the second victim, further effort proved unnecessary. The man had, in sheer terror, swallowed the towel and suffocated. Police later found it in his stomach during autopsy. Days later, the Capones received a message from Vito Corleone. Its essence: they now knew how he dealt with enemies. Why should a Neapolitan interfere in a quarrel between Sicilians? If they wished him as a friend, he owed them a service payable on demand. A man like Capone should know the profit in a friend who handles his own affairs, yet stands ready to help. If not friendship, so be it. But then the climate in New York was damp, unhealthy for Neapolitans, and they were advised never to visit. The letter's arrogance was calculated. The Don held the Capones in small esteem, stupid, obvious cutthroats. His intelligence told him Capone had forfeited political influence through public arrogance and flaunting wealth. Without that camouflage, Capone's world could be destroyed. Capone was on that path. His influence didn't extend beyond Chicago, terrible as it was there. The tactic succeeded, not just from ferocity, but from chilling swiftness. Good intelligence made any further moves dangerous. Better to accept friendship. The Capones sent word they would not interfere. The odds were now equal. Vito Corleone earned enormous respect nationwide by humiliating the Capones. For 6 months, he outgeneraled Maranzano, raiding crap games, hitting his biggest policy banker in Harlem for a day's play and records, engaging on all fronts. In the garment centers, he sent Clemenza to fight alongside Unionists against Maranzano's enforcers. Superior intelligence and organization made him victor. Clemenza's jolly ferocity, judiciously deployed, helped turn the tide. Then Don Corleone sent the hellback Tessio Reserve after Maranzano himself. By then, Maranzano's emissaries sued for peace. Vito refused to see them, putting them off. Maranzano's soldiers deserted. Bookmakers and Shylocks paid the Corleone organization. The war was all but over. On New Year's Eve, 1933, Tessio got inside Maranzano's defenses. Maranzano's own lieutenants, anxious for a deal, agreed to lead their chief to slaughter. They told him a Brooklyn restaurant meeting had been arranged with Corleone, then accompanied him as bodyguards. They left him sitting at a checkered table, morosely chewing bread, and fled as Tessio and 4 men entered. Execution swift and sure. Maranzano, mouthful of half-chewed bread, riddled. War over. The Maranzano Empire was incorporated into the Corleone operation. Don Corleone set up tribute, letting incumbents keep their spots, and gained a foothold in the garment unions, extremely important in later years. Business settled. Trouble found him at home. Santino Sonny Corleone was 16, 6 feet tall, broad shoulders, a heavy, sensual face. Fredo was quiet, Michael a toddler. Santino was constant trouble, fights, bad school. Clemenza, his godfather, came one evening with duty to speak. Sonny had taken part in an armed robbery. Stupid, could have gone badly. Sonny was ringleader. One of the few times Vito Corleone lost his temper. He asked Clemenza if Tom Hagen, living in his home for 3 years, had been involved. Clemenza shook his head. The Don sent a car to bring Santino to the Genco Pura Olive Oil Company offices. Alone with his son, the Don gave full vent to his rage, cursing in Sicilian dialect, far more satisfying for fury. He ended with a question. What gave Sonny the right to commit such an act? What made him want to? Sonny stood there, angry, refusing to answer. The Don said with contempt, "So stupid. What had he earned for that night's work? $50? $20? Risking his life for $20. As if not hearing those last words, Sonny said defiantly he'd seen his father kill Fanucci. The Don sank back in his chair with a soft, He waited. Sonny told his father what he'd seen. When Fanucci left the building, Mama let him go up to the house. He followed Vito onto the roof and watched everything. The killing, the thrown wallet and gun. The Don sighed, then conceded he couldn't lecture Sonny about behavior. Didn't the boy want to finish school? Become a lawyer? Lawyers could steal more with a briefcase than 1,000 men with guns and masks. Sonny grinned slyly. He wanted to enter the family business. When the Don's face stayed impassive, Sonny hastily added he could learn to sell olive oil. The Don still didn't answer. Finally, a shrug. Every man has one destiny. He didn't add that witnessing the Fanucci murder had decided his sons. He merely turned away, quietly telling Sonny to come in at 9 the next morning. Genco would show him what to do. But Genco Abondando, with a consigliere's shrewd insight, realized the Don's true wish. He used Sonny mostly as a bodyguard for his father, a position where the boy could learn subtlety. It brought out a professorial instinct in the Don himself, who often lectured his eldest son on success. Beyond his theory of destiny, the Don constantly reproved Sonny's outbursts of temper. Threats were foolish exposure, unthinking anger the most dangerous indulgence. No one had ever heard the Don utter a naked threat or seen him in uncontrollable rage. He tried to teach Sonny his own disciplines. No greater advantage than having an enemy overestimate your faults, unless it was having a friend underestimate your virtues. Clemenza took Sonny in hand, shooting the garrote. Sonny had no taste for the Italian rope, too Americanized. He preferred the Anglo-Saxon gun, which saddened Clemenza. But Sonny became a constant, welcome companion to his father, driving, handling small details. For 2 years, he seemed like any son entering the business. Not too bright, not too eager, content with a soft job. Meanwhile, his boyhood chum Tom Hagen went to college. Fredo remained in high school, Michael in grammar school, baby Connie toddled at 4. The family had moved to a Bronx apartment house. Don Corleone considered buying on Long Island, but wanted it to fit with other plans. Vito Corleone had vision. America's cities were torn by underworld strife, guerrilla wars, ambitious hoodlums carving empires. The Don saw newspapers and government using the killings for stricter laws, harsher police methods. He foresaw public indignation might suspend democratic procedures, fatal to him and his people. His own empire was secure internally. He decided to bring peace to all warring factions in New York, then the nation. No illusions about the danger. He spent a year meeting gang chiefs, laying groundwork, sounding them out, proposing spheres of influence under a loose council. Too many factions, too many conflicting interests, agreement impossible. Like great rulers in history, the Don decided order and peace were impossible until the number of reigning states was reduced to a manageable number. 5 or 6 families were too powerful to eliminate, but the rest, neighborhood black hand terrorists, freelance Shylocks, bookmakers without proper legal protection, would have to go. He mounted a colonial war against them, throwing all Corleone resources. The pacification took 3 years with unexpected rewards. At first, it looked like bad luck. A group of mad dog Irish stick-up artists, marked for extermination, almost carried the day with suicidal bravery. By chance, one Irish gunman pierced the Don's protective cordon and put a shot into his chest. The assassin was immediately riddled, but the damage was done. This gave Santino Corleone his chance. With his father out of action, Sonny took command, his own regime, rank of capo regime. Like an untrumpeted Napoleon, he showed genius for city warfare and a merciless ruthlessness, the lack of which had been Don Corleone's only fault as a conqueror. From 1935 to 1937, Sonny Corleone made a reputation as the most cunning, relentless executioner the underworld had yet known. Yet for sheer terror, even he was eclipsed by Luca Brasi. Brasi went after the remaining Irish gunmen and single-handedly wiped them out. When one of the 6 powerful families tried to interfere and become protector of the independents, Brasi, operating alone, assassinated that family's head as a warning. Shortly after, the Don recovered from his wound and made peace with that family. By 1937, peace and harmony reigned in New York, except for minor, sometimes fatal incidents. As ancient rulers kept an anxious eye on barbarian tribes, Don Corleone watched the world outside. He noted Hitler's rise, Spain's fall, Germany's strong-arming of Britain at Munich. Unblinkered, he saw the coming global war and understood implications. His own world would become more impregnable. Fortunes could be made in wartime by the alert and foresighted. But for that, peace must reign in his domain while war raged outside. Don Corleone carried his message across the United States, conferring with compatriots in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Cleveland, Chicago, Philadelphia, Miami, Boston. He became the underworld's apostle of peace by 1939, more successful than any pope. He achieved a working agreement among the country's most powerful underworld organizations. Like the U.S. Constitution, the agreement respected each member's internal authority, covering only spheres of influence and a pact to enforce peace. So when World War II broke out in 1939, when America joined in 1941, Don Vito Corleone's world was at peace, ready to reap the golden harvest alongside booming America's industries. The Corleone family had a hand in black market OPA stamps, gasoline, food, travel priorities. It helped get war contracts and black market materials for garment firms without government contracts. He could even get his young men excused from the foreign war through doctors advising drugs before physical exams or placing them in draft-exempt war industry positions. The Don could take pride. His world was safe for those who'd sworn loyalty. Other men who believed in law and order were dying by the millions. The only fly in the ointment, his own son, Michael Corleone, refused help, insisted on volunteering for his country. To the Don's astonishment, a few other young men in the organization did the same. One tried explaining to his capo regime this country had been good to him. When relayed to the Don, he replied angrily that he himself had been good to that man. It might have gone badly for them, but as he had excused his son Michael, so he must excuse these others who so misunderstood their duty to their Don and themselves. At the end of World War II, Don Corleone knew his world would have to change again, fit itself more snugly into the larger world's ways. He believed he could do this with no loss of profit. Reason for this belief came from two personal affairs. Early in his career, young Nazarene, only a baker's helper planning marriage, had come to him for help. Nazarene and his fiancée had saved $300, paying a furniture wholesaler recommended to them. They'd spent a happy day picking out bedroom and living room sets from a huge warehouse. The wholesaler took their money and promised delivery within the week. The very next week, the firm went bankrupt. The warehouse was sealed. The wholesaler disappeared. Nazarene's lawyer said nothing could be done until the case settled, maybe 3 years, lucky to get 10 cents on the dollar. Vito Corleone listened with amused disbelief. The law couldn't allow such thievery. The wholesaler owned a palatial home, a Long Island estate, a luxury car, and sent his children to college. How could he keep the baker's money without delivering? To be sure, he had Genco Abondando check with Genco Pura's lawyers. They verified the story. The wholesaler's wealth was in his wife's name. The business was incorporated. He wasn't personally liable. Taking Nazarene's money while knowing bankruptcy was coming was common practice. Under law, nothing could be done. The matter was easily adjusted. Don Corleone sent Genco to speak to the wholesaler. That wide-awake businessman caught the drift immediately and arranged for Nazarene to get his furniture. An interesting lesson for the young Vito Corleone. The second incident had more far-reaching repercussions. In 1939, Don Corleone decided to move his family out of the city. Like any parent, he wanted better schools, better companions. For his own reasons, he wanted suburban anonymity. He bought the mall property in Long Beach, 4 newly built houses with room for more. Sonny was formally engaged to Sandra and would soon marry, 1 house for him, 1 for the Don, 1 for Genco Abondando and his family, 1 kept vacant. A week after moving in, 3 workmen arrived innocently with their truck, claiming to be furnace inspectors for the town. One of the Don's young bodyguards let them in and led them to the basement. The Don, his wife, and Sonny were in the garden enjoying the sea air. Annoyed, the Don was summoned inside. The three burly workmen had taken the furnace apart, pieces strewn across the cement floor. The authoritative leader gruffly announced the furnace was in lousy shape. For $150 labor and parts, they'd fix it, reassemble it, and pass him for county inspection. He produced a red paper label, a seal to keep the county from bothering him again. The Don was amused. A boring, quiet week, having to neglect business for family-moving details. In more broken English than his usual slight accent, he asked what would happen to his furnace if he didn't pay. The leader shrugged. They'd leave the furnace the way it was, gesturing at the metal parts strewn across the floor. The Don meekly said he'd get the money. Then he went to the garden and told Sonny that some men were working on the furnace. He didn't understand what they wanted. Go inside and handle the matter. Not simply a joke. He was testing his son for underboss. Sonny's solution didn't fully please his father. Too direct, lacking Sicilian subtlety. He was the club, not the rapier. Sonny immediately held the three men at gunpoint, had the bodyguards thoroughly beat them, then made them reassemble the furnace and tidy the basement. He searched them. They worked for a house improvement firm in Suffolk County. He got the owner's name, kicked the three men to their truck, warned them never to return to Long Beach with a crude threat. Young Santino extended his protection to the community. He paid a personal call to the firm's owner, ordering him to stay out of Long Beach. Once the Corleone family set up liaison with the local police, they received all complaints and professional crime reports. Within a year, Long Beach became the most crime-free town of its size in America. Professional stick-up artists and strong arms got one warning, a second offense, and they simply disappeared. Flim-flam artists and door-to-door con men were politely warned they weren't welcome. Those who ignored it were beaten within an inch of their lives. Resident punks with no respect for authority were fatherly advised to run away from home. Long Beach became a model city. What impressed the Don was the legal validity of these swindles. There was a place for a man of his talents in that other world closed to him as an honest youth. He took steps to enter it. And so he lived happily on the Long Beach Mall, consolidating and enlarging his empire until after the war, when the Turk Sollozzo broke the peace and plunged the Don's world into its own war, bringing him to a hospital bed. In the New Hampshire village, housewives peering from windows and storekeepers, lounging behind doors, noticed every foreign phenomenon. So when the black car with New York plates stopped in front of the Adams home, every citizen knew within minutes. Kay Adams, small-town girl despite her college education, was also peering from her bedroom window. Studying for exams, preparing for lunch, she spotted the car coming up the street. For some reason, she wasn't surprised when it stopped on her lawn. Two big, burly men got out. To her eyes, they looked like movie gangsters. She flew downstairs to reach the door first. She was sure they came from Michael or his family and didn't want them talking to her parents without introduction. Not shame about Mike's friends. It was that her old-fashioned New England Yankee parents wouldn't understand her, even knowing such people. She reached the door as the bell rang, called to her mother that she'd get it, and opened it. The two big men stood there. One reached inside his breast pocket like a gangster going for a gun. The move surprised Kay into a small gasp, but the man pulled out a small leather case, flipping it open to show an ID. He identified himself as Detective John Phillips from the NYPD, motioning to his partner, Detective Sirianni, a dark-complexioned man with very thick, very black eyebrows. He asked if she was Kay Adams. Kay nodded. Phillips said they needed to talk to her for a few minutes about Michael Corleone. She stood aside to let them in. Her father appeared from the side hall, gray-haired, slender, distinguished-looking, the pastor of the town's Baptist church and a religious scholar. Kay didn't really know him well. He puzzled her, but she knew he loved her, even if he seemed to find her uninteresting. Though never close, she trusted him. She explained simply, these were New York detectives wanting to ask about a boy she knew. Mr. Adams didn't seem surprised, suggesting his study. Phillips gently preferred to talk to her alone. Mr. Adams courteously left it to Kay. Would she rather speak alone, or with him, or her mother? Kay shook her head. She talked to them alone. Mr. Adams offered his study and lunch. The men declined. Kay led them in. They sat uncomfortably on the couch's edge while she took her father's big leather chair. Phillips opened by asking if she'd seen or heard from Michael Corleone in the last 3 weeks. The single question warned her. 3 weeks ago, she'd read Boston newspapers with headlines about a New York police captain's killing and a narcotics smuggler named Virgil Sollozzo, part of the gang war involving the Corleone family. Kay shook her head. The last time she saw him was going to see his father at the hospital about a month ago. Sirianni said harshly they knew all about that meeting. Had she seen or heard from him since? Kay said no. Phillips politely asked that if she did have contact, she let them know. It was very important they talk to Michael. He warned that contact could involve her in a dangerous situation. Helping him in any way could bring serious trouble. Kay sat up very straight. Why shouldn't she help him? They were going to be married. Married people help each other. Sirianni answered, helping could make her an accessory to murder. They were looking for her boyfriend because he killed a New York police captain, plus an informer the officer was contacting. They knew Michael Corleone was the shooter. Kay laughed, unaffected, incredulous. The officers were impressed. She said Mike wouldn't do anything like that. He never had anything to do with his family. At his sister's wedding, he'd been treated as an outsider, almost as much as she was. If he was hiding now, it was just to avoid publicity, to keep his name from being dragged through this. Mike was not a gangster. She knew him better than anyone. He was too nice a man for something as despicable as murder. He was the most law-abiding person she knew. She'd never known him to lie. Phillips gently asked how long she'd known him. Kay said over a year, and was surprised when the two men smiled. Phillips told Kay there were things she should know. On the night Michael left her, he went to the hospital. When he came out, he argued with a police captain who was there on official business. Michael assaulted that officer but got the worst of it, a broken jaw and lost teeth. Friends took him to the Corleone houses in Long Beach. The following night, that same police captain was gunned down and Michael disappeared. Vanished. Their contacts and informers all pointed at Michael, but they lacked evidence for court. The waiter who witnessed the shooting didn't recognize a photo of Mike, but might recognize him in person. Sollozzo's driver refused to talk, but they might make him talk if they had Michael in hand. Everyone was looking. The FBI, their own people. No luck so far, so they thought Kay might give them a lead. Kay said coldly she didn't believe a word of it. But she felt sick knowing the part about Mike's broken jaw must be true. Not that it would make him commit murder. Phillips asked if she'd let them know if Mike contacted her. Kay shook her head. Sirianni spoke roughly. They knew the two had been sleeping together. They had hotel records and witnesses. If that information slipped to newspapers, her parents would feel lousy. Respectable people like them wouldn't think much of a daughter shacking up with a gangster. If she didn't come clean right now, he'd call her father in and give it to him straight. Kay looked at him with astonishment. Then she got up, opened the study door, saw her father at the living room window with his pipe, and called him in. When he came through, he put an arm around her waist and faced the detectives. Kay coolly told Sirianni to give it to him straight. Sirianni flushed. He told Mr. Adams this was for his daughter's good. She was mixed up with a hoodlum they believed murdered a police officer. She could get into serious trouble unless she cooperated. She didn't seem to realize how serious this was. maybe Mr. Adams could talk to her. Mr. Adams called it quite incredible, politely. Sirianni jutted his jaw. The facts. Kay and Michael had been together over a year, stayed overnight in hotels as man and wife. Michael was wanted for questioning in a police officer's murder. Kay refused to give information. He could back everything up. Mr. Adams gently didn't doubt his word. What he found incredible was that his daughter could be in serious trouble, unless Sirianni was suggesting she was, with scholarly doubt, a mall. Kay looked at her father in astonishment. She knew he was being playful in his donnish way, surprised he could take it so lightly. Mr. Adams firmly assured that if the young man showed his face, he would immediately report it to authorities, as would his daughter. He asked forgiveness. Their lunch was growing cold. He ushered the men out with every courtesy, closed the door gently but firmly, and led Kay toward the kitchen. He told her mother was waiting lunch. By the time they reached the kitchen, Kay was weeping silently. Relief from strain, from her father's unquestioning affection. Her mother took no notice. Kay realized her father must have told her about the detectives. She sat down. Her mother served silently. When all three were at the table, her father said grace with bowed head. Mrs. Adams, short, stout, always neatly dressed, told Kay to stop being so dramatic. It was all a fuss about nothing. The boy was a Dartmouth boy. He couldn't possibly be mixed up in anything so sordid. Kay looked up in surprise. How did her mother know Mike went to Dartmouth? Her mother complacently said, young people were so mysterious, thinking they were so clever. They'd known about him all along, but couldn't bring it up until Kay did. Kay asked how. She still couldn't face her father knowing about her and Mike sleeping together, so she didn't see the smile on his face when he said they'd opened her mail, of course. Kay was horrified and angry. Now she could face him. What he'd done was more shameful than her own sin. She could never believe it of him. Mr. Adams smiled. He debated which was the greater sin, opening her mail or going in ignorance of some hazard his only child might incur. The choice was simple and virtuous. Mrs. Adams added between mouthfuls that Kay was terribly innocent for her age. They had to be aware, and Kay never spoke about him. For the first time, Kay was grateful Michael was never affectionate in his letters. Grateful her parents hadn't seen some of hers. She'd never told them about him because she thought they'd be horrified by his family. Mr. Adams cheerfully said they were. He asked if Michael had gotten in touch. Kay shook her head. She didn't believe he was guilty of anything. She saw her parents exchange a glance. Then Mr. Adams gently suggested that if he wasn't guilty and had vanished, perhaps something else had happened to him. At first, Kay didn't understand. Then she got up and ran to her room. 3 days later, Kay Adams got out of a taxi in front of the Corleone Mall in Long Beach. She'd phoned. She was expected. Tom Hagen met her at the door. She was disappointed. She knew he would tell her nothing. In the living room, he gave her a drink. She'd seen men lounging but not Sonny. She asked Tom directly, did he know where Mike was? Where she could reach him? Hagen smoothly said they knew he was all right, but not where he was right now. When Mike heard about the captain being shot, he was afraid they'd accuse him, so he decided to disappear. He told Tom he'd get in touch in a few months. The story was not only false, but meant to be seen through. He was giving her that much. Kay asked if that captain really broke Mike's jaw. Tom admitted that was true, but Mike was never vindictive. He was sure that had nothing to do with what happened. Kay opened her purse and took out a letter. Would Tom deliver it if Mike got in touch? Hagen shook his head. Accepting the letter might be interpreted in court as knowledge of Mike's whereabouts. He suggested she wait a bit. He was sure Mike would get in touch. She finished her drink and got up to leave. Hagen escorted her to the hall. As he opened the door, a short, stout woman in black came in from outside. Kay recognized Michael's mother. She held out her hand and greeted Mrs. Corleone. The woman's small black eyes darted at her. Her wrinkled, olive-skinned face broke into a small, curt, but somehow truly friendly smile. She called Kay Mikey's little girl in a heavy Italian accent, then asked if she'd eaten. Kay said no, meaning she didn't want anything. But Mrs. Corleone turned furiously on Tom Hagen, berating him in Italian for not even giving this poor girl coffee, calling him a disgrazia. She took Kay's hand, surprisingly warm and alive, and led her to the kitchen, insisting she have coffee and something to eat. Then someone would drive her home. She made Kay sit, bustled around tearing off her coat and hat. In seconds, bread, cheese, and salami were on the table, coffee perked on the stove. Kay timidly said she'd come to ask about Mike. She hadn't heard from him. Mr. Hagen said nobody knew where he was, that he'd turn up. Hagen quickly told Ma that was all they could tell her. Mrs. Corleone gave him a look of withering contempt. He wasn't going to tell her what to do. Her husband didn't even tell her what to do. God have mercy on him. She crossed herself. Kay asked if Mr. Corleone was all right. Mrs. Corleone said fine. He was getting old, getting foolish to let something like that happen, tapping her head disrespectfully. She poured coffee and forced Kay to eat. After they drank, Mrs. Corleone took one of Kay's hands in her two brown ones and quietly said Mikey wouldn't write to her. She wouldn't hear from him. He would hide 2 to 3 years, maybe more, maybe much more. Kay should go home to her family and find a nice young fellow and get married. Kay took the letter from her purse and asked if Mrs. Corleone would send it to him. The old lady took the letter and patted Kay's cheek, saying sure. Hagen started to protest. She screamed at him in Italian. Then she led Kay to the door, kissed her cheek very quickly, and told her to forget about Mikey. He was no longer the man for her. A car waited with 2 men up front. They drove her all the way to her New York hotel without a word. Neither did Kay. She was trying to get used to the fact that the young man she'd loved was a cold-blooded murderer, and that she'd been told by the most unimpeachable source, his mother. Carlo Rizzi was a punk sore at the world. Once married into the Corleone family, he'd been shunted aside with a small bookmaking business on Manhattan's Upper East Side. He'd counted on one of the houses on the Long Beach Mall. He knew the Don could move retainer families out when he pleased, and he'd been sure it would happen, putting him on the inside of everything. But the Don wasn't treating him right. The great Don, he thought with scorn, an old mustache Pete caught on the street by gunmen like any dumb small-time hood. He hoped the old bastard croaked. Sonny had been his friend once. If Sonny became head of the family, maybe he'd get a break. He watched his wife pour his coffee. What a mess she turned out to be. 5 months of marriage, and she was already spreading, besides blowing up. Real guinea broads, these East Coast Italians. He reached out and felt Connie's soft, spreading buttocks. She smiled at him. He told her she had more ham than a hog, pleased to see the hurt look on her face, the tears springing into her eyes. She might be a daughter of the great Don, but she was his wife now, his property. He could treat her as he pleased. It made him feel powerful that one of the Corleones was his doormat. He'd started her off, right? She'd tried to keep that purse full of money presents for herself. He'd given her a nice black eye and taken the money. Never told her what he'd done with it either. That might have caused real trouble. Even now he felt the slightest twinge of remorse. Christ, he'd blown nearly 15 grand on the track and showgirl bimbos. He felt Connie watching his back, so he flexed his muscles reaching for sweet buns. He'd just finished ham and eggs, but was a big man needing a big breakfast. He was pleased with the picture he knew he presented. Not a greasy, dark Ginzo husband, but crew-cut blonde, huge golden-haired forearms, broad shoulders, thin waist, He knew he was physically stronger than any of those so-called hard guys working for the family. Clemenza, Tessio, Rocco Lampone, and that guy Paulie someone had knocked off. He wondered the story about that. Then he thought about Sonny. Man to man, he could take Sonny, even though Sonny was a little bigger and heavier. What scared him was Sonny's rep, though he'd never seen Sonny anything but good-natured and kidding around. Yeah, Sonny was his buddy. Maybe with the old Don gone, things would open up. He dawdled over coffee. He hated this apartment, used to the bigger living quarters out west. Soon he'd have to go crosstown to run the noontime action. Sunday, the heaviest action of the week, with baseball already going, the tail end of basketball, and night trotter starting up. Gradually, he became aware of Connie bustling behind him and turned to watch. She was dressing up in the real New York City Ginzo style he hated. A silk flower-patterned dress with belt, showy bracelet and earrings, flouncy sleeves. She looked 20 years older. He asked where the hell she was going. She answered coldly, to see her father in Long Beach. He still couldn't get out of bed and needed company. Carlo was curious. Was Sonny still running the show? Connie gave him a bland look. What show? He was furious. He called her a lousy little guinea bitch and threatened to beat that kid right out of her belly if she talked to him like that. She looked frightened, which enraged him more. He sprang from his chair and slapped her across the face, leaving a red welt. With quick precision, he slapped her 3 more times. He saw her upper lip split bloody and puff up. That stopped him. He didn't want to leave a mark. She ran into the bedroom, slammed the door, and he heard the key turn. He laughed and returned to his coffee. He smoked until time to dress. He knocked on the door and threatened to kick it in. No answer. He demanded she open up so he could get dressed. He heard her get off the bed and come toward the door. Then the key turned. When he entered, she had her back to him, walking back to the bed, lying down with her face turned to the wall. He dressed quickly and saw she was in her slip. He wanted her to visit her father, hoping she'd bring back information. He asked sarcastically if a few slaps had taken all the energy out of her, lazy slut. She mumbled tearfully that she didn't want to go. He reached out impatiently, pulled her around to face him, and saw why. He must have slapped her harder than he figured. Her left cheek was blown up. The cut upper lip ballooned grotesquely puffy and white beneath her nose. He said fine, but he wouldn't be home until late. Sunday was his busy day. He left, found a $15 parking ticket on his car, and put it in the glove compartment with the stack of others. He was in a good humor. Slapping the spoiled little bitch around always made him feel good. Dissolved some of the frustration from being treated so badly by the Corleones. The first time he'd marked her up, he'd been a little worried. She'd gone straight to Long Beach to complain to her parents and show her black eye. He'd really sweated it out. But when she came back, she'd been surprisingly meek. The dutiful little Italian wife. He'd made a point of being the perfect husband for weeks, treating her well, being lovey and nice, banging her every day. Finally, she told him what happened, since she thought he'd never act that way again. Her parents had been coolly unsympathetic and curiously amused. Her mother had some sympathy and even asked her father to speak to Carlo. Her father refused. She was his daughter, but now she belonged to her husband. He knew his duties. Even the King of Italy didn't meddle with husband and wife. Go home and learn how to behave so he wouldn't beat her. Connie had asked her father angrily if he'd ever hit his wife. He answered that she'd never given him reason. Her mother nodded and smiled. She told him how her husband had taken the wedding present money and never told her what he did with it. Her father shrugged. He would have done the same if his wife had been as presumptuous as her. So she'd returned home, bewildered, frightened. She'd always been her father's favorite and couldn't understand his coldness. But the Don hadn't been as unsympathetic as he pretended. He made inquiries and found out what Carlo had done with the money. He assigned men to Carlo's bookmaking operation who would report everything to Hagen. But the Don couldn't interfere. How could a man discharge his husbandly duties to a wife whose family he feared? He dared not meddle. When Connie became pregnant, he was convinced of his decision's wisdom. Though Connie complained about more beatings and her mother became concerned enough to mention it, the Don refused to interfere. When Connie hinted at divorce, the Don was angry with her for the first time in her life. He was the father of her child. What could a child come to in this world without a father? Learning this, Carlo grew confident. He was perfectly safe. He bragged to his two book writers, Sally Rags and Coach, about how he bounced his wife around when she got snotty, seeing their looks of respect that he had the guts to manhandle the daughter of the great Don Corleone. But Reezy wouldn't have felt so safe if he'd known that when Sonny learned of the beatings, he'd flown into a murderous rage and been restrained only by the Don's sternest, most imperious command, one even Sonny dared not disobey. That was why Sonny avoided Rizzy, not trusting himself to control his temper. So feeling perfectly safe on this beautiful Sunday morning, Carlo sped crosstown on 96th Street to the east side. He didn't see Sonny's car coming the opposite way toward his house. Sonny Corleone had left the protection of the mall and spent the night with Lucy Mancini in town. Now on the way home, he traveled with 4 bodyguards, 2 in front, 2 behind. He didn't need guards right beside him. He could handle a single direct assault. The others traveled in their own cars and had apartments on either side of Lucy's. It was safe to visit her as long as he didn't do it too often. But now that he was in town, he figured he'd pick up his sister Connie and take her out to Long Beach. He knew Carlo would be working at his book, and the cheap bastard wouldn't get her a car, so he'd give his sister a lift. He waited for the 2 men in front to enter the building, then followed. He saw the 2 behind pull up and get out to watch the streets. He kept his own eyes open, a million-tune shot that the opposition even knew he was in town, but he was always careful. He'd learned that in the 1930s, war. He never used elevators, death traps. He climbed the 8 flights to Connie's apartment, going fast. He knocked. He'd seen Carlo's car go by and knew she'd be alone. No answer. He knocked again, then heard his sister's voice, frightened, timid, asking who it was. The fright stunned him. His kid sister had always been fresh and snotty, tough as anyone in the family. What the hell happened to her? He said it was Sonny. The bolt slid back, the door opened, and Connie was in his arms, sobbing. He was so surprised he just stood there. He pushed her away and saw her swollen face. He understood. He pulled away to run down the stairs after her husband. Rage flamed up, contorting his own face. Connie saw it and clung to him, not letting him go, making him come inside. She wept out of terror now. She knew her older brother's temper and had never complained to him about Carlo for that reason. She made him come in. She said it was her fault. She'd started a fight and tried to hit him, so he hit her. He really didn't hit her that hard. She walked into it. Sonny's heavy Cupid face was under control. He asked if she was going to see the old man that day. She didn't answer, so he said he thought so and dropped over to give her a lift since he was in the city anyway. She shook her head. She didn't want them to see her this way. She'd come next week. Sonny said okay. He picked up her kitchen phone and dialed, getting a doctor to come look at her and fix her up. In her condition, she had to be careful. How many months before the kid? Connie said 2 months. She begged Sonny not to do anything. Please don't. Sonny laughed, his face cruelly intent. He wouldn't make her kid an orphan before he was born. He kissed her lightly on her uninjured cheek and left. On East 112th Street, a long line of cars was double parked in front of a candy store. headquarters of Carlo Rizzi's book. On the sidewalk, fathers played catch with small children they'd taken for a Sunday morning ride, keeping them company as they placed bets. When they saw Carlo coming, they stopped playing ball and bought their kids ice cream to keep them quiet. Then they started studying newspapers with starting pitchers, trying to pick winning baseball bets for the day. Carlo entered the large back room. His two writers, Sally Rags, small and wiry, and Coach, big and husky, already waited for the action, their huge lined pads ready. A blackboard on a wooden stand listed the 16 big league teams, paired with blocked-out squares for odds. Carlo asked if the store phone was tapped. Coach shook his head. The tap was still off. Carlo went to the wall phone, dialed, jotted down the day's line, then chalked the odds on the board. Unbeknownst to him, his writers had already gotten the line and were checking his work. In his first week, Carlo had made a mistake transposing odds, creating a gambler's dream middle that cost the book $6,000, confirming the Don's judgment about his son-in-law. All of Carlo's work was now checked. Though normally such operational details never reached high Corleone members, the book was a testing ground for the son-in-law, placed under Tom Hagen's direct scrutiny with daily reports. With the line posted, gamblers thronged in, jotting odds next to games. Some held little children by the hand. One big bettor teased his daughter, asking if she liked giants or pirates. Fascinated by the colorful names, she asked if giants were stronger than pirates. The father laughed. A line formed before the two writers. When a writer filled a sheet, he tore it off, wrapped the collected money, and handed it to Carlo. Carlo exited the back, climbed steps to the apartment above, called bets to his central exchange, and put money in a wall safe hidden by a window drape. Then he returned after burning the bet sheet and flushing its ashes. No Sunday game started before 2 due to blue laws. After the first crowd of family men came the bachelor gamblers and diehards, bigger bettors who returned around 4 for doubleheader second games. They made Carlo's Sundays full-time with overtime, though some married men called from the beach to recoup losses. By 1:30, betting trickled. Carlo and Sally Rags sat on the stoop for fresh air, watching kids play stickball. A police car passed, ignored. The book had heavy precinct protection. A raid would need top-level orders, and even then warning would come. Coach joined them. They gossiped about baseball and women. Carlo laughingly mentioned he'd had to bat his wife around again, teach her who's boss. Coach casually noted she was pretty knocked up now. Carlo brushed it off. He just slapped her face a few times. Didn't hurt her. He brooded. She thought she could boss him around. He wouldn't stand for it. A few bettors still hung around, talking baseball, some sitting above the writers and Carlo. Suddenly, kids playing stickball scattered. A car screeched up the block, tires screaming, stopping in front of the candy store. Before it fully stopped, a man hurtled from the driver's seat, moving so fast everyone froze. Sonny Corleone. His heavy, Cupid-featured face with its thick, curved mouth was an ugly mask of fury. In a split second, he reached the stoop and grabbed Carlo Rizzi by the throat, pulling him away from the others, trying to drag him into the street. But Carlo wrapped his huge, muscular arms around the iron railings and clung on, cringing away, trying to hide his head and face in the hollow of his shoulders. His shirt ripped away in Sonny's hand. What followed was sickening. Sonny beat the cowering Carlo with his fists, cursing in a thick, rage-coked voice. Carlo, despite his tremendous physique, offered no resistance, no cry for mercy. Coach and Sally Rags dared not interfere. They thought Sonny meant to kill his brother-in-law and had no desire to share his fate. The stickball kids gathered to curse the driver who made them scatter, but now watched awestruck. Tough kids, but Sonny's rage silenced them. Another car pulled up behind Sonny's. 2 bodyguards jumped out. When they saw what was happening, they too dared not interfere, standing alert, ready to protect their chief if any bystander stupidly tried to help Carlo. What made the sight sickening was Carlo's complete subjection, but it perhaps saved his life. He clung to the railing so Sonny couldn't drag him into the street. Despite obvious equal strength, he refused to fight back, letting blows rain on his unprotected head and neck until Sonny's rage ebbed. Finally, chest heaving, Sonny looked down and threatened to kill him if he ever beat his sister again. Those words released the tension. If Sonny intended to kill the man, he'd never have uttered the threat. He uttered it in frustration because he couldn't carry it out. Carlo refused to look at Sonny, kept his head down, hands and arms entwined in the railing. He stayed that way until the car roared off, and Coach said in his curiously paternal voice that they should get into the store, out of sight. Only then did Carlo dare get out of his crouch and unlock his hands from the railing. Standing, he saw the kids staring at him with the sickened faces of people who'd witnessed a fellow human being's degradation. He was a little dizzy, more from shock and raw fear than injury. He wasn't badly hurt despite the heavy blows. Coach led him by the arm into the back room, put ice on his face, uncut but lumpy with swelling bruises. The fear subsiding, the humiliation made him sick to his stomach. He had to throw up. Coach held his head over the sink, supported him as if drunk, then helped him upstairs to a bedroom to lie down. Carlo never noticed Sally Rags had disappeared. Sally Rags had walked to 3rd Avenue and called Rocco Lampone to report. Rocco calmly took the news and called his capo regime Pete Clemenza. Clemenza groaned. Damn Sonny and his temper, but prudently clicked his finger on the hook so Rocco never heard the remark. Clemenza called Long Beach, got Tom Hagen. Hagen was silent a moment, then instructed Clemenza to send people and cars onto the road to Long Beach as soon as possible, just in case Sonny got held up by traffic or an accident. When Sonny got that sore, he didn't know what he was doing. Maybe enemies on the other side would hear he'd been in town. You never could tell. Clemenza doubted by the time he could get anyone on the road, Sonny would be home. That went for the Tattaglias, too. Hagen patiently acknowledged that, but if something out of the ordinary happened, Sonny might be held up. Do the best you could, Pete. Grudgingly, Clemenza called Rocco to get a few people and cars to cover the road to Long Beach. He himself went out to his beloved Cadillac and, with 3 guards from the platoon garrisoning his home, started over the Atlantic Beach Bridge toward the city. One hanger-in around the candy store, a small bettor who worked as an informer for the Tattaglia family, called his contact. But the Tattaglia family hadn't streamlined for war. The contact had to go through all the insulation layers before reaching the capo regime, who contacted the Tattaglia chief. By then, Sonny Corleone was safely back in the mall, in his father's Long Beach house, about to face his father's wrath. The 1947 war between the Corleone family and the combined 5 families proved expensive for both sides. Complicating matters, police pressure mounted to solve Captain McCluskey's murder. Politicians found themselves as helpless as generals whose field officers refused orders, rare for a department that usually ignored political muscle protecting gambling and vice. This lack of protection hurt the Corleones less than their opponents, but it still hit hard. Their gambling income, especially the numbers operation, suffered severely. Runners were swept into police nets, usually shellacked before booking. Even some banks were located and raided with heavy financial loss. The bankers, Pezzonovante in their own right, complained to the capo regimes, who brought complaints to the council table. Nothing could be done. They were told to go out of business. Local Negro freelancers took over Harlem, the richest territory, operating so scattered that police couldn't pin them down. After McCluskey's death, newspapers printed stories, planted by Hagen, linking him with Sollozzo, proving he'd received large cash sums before dying. The police department refused to confirm or deny, but the stories took effect. Informers and police on the family payroll spread word that McCluskey had been a rogue cop, not for taking money or clean graft, but for taking the dirtiest money, murder and drug money. In police morality, that was unforgivable. Hagen understood the policeman's curiously innocent belief in law and order, more than the public he served. Law and order gave him his cherished individual power, yet resentment smoldered against the public, ward and prey simultaneously, ungrateful, abusive, demanding wards, slippery, dangerous, guileful prey. Once a policeman caught someone, society marshaled all resources to cheat him of his prize. Politicians fixed cases, judges gave suspended sentences, governors and presidents granted pardons. So why shouldn't the cop collect fees? He risked his life. His children deserved college. His wife deserved nicer things. He deserved winter sun in Florida. But he drew the line at dirty graft. He'd take money for bookmaking, parking tickets, call girls, natural vices. Not drugs, armed robbery, rape, murder. Those attacked the core of his personal authority. A police captain's murder was regicide. But when it became known McCluskey had been killed with a notorious narcotics peddler, suspected of conspiracy to murder, the vengeance lust faded. Besides, mortgage payments remained. Cars needed paying off. Children needed launching. Without their sheet money, policemen scrambled. Unlicensed peddlers provided lunch money. Parking payoffs came to nickels and dimes. Some desperate ones even shook down suspects in precinct squad rooms. Finally, the brass relented. Raise prices. Let the families operate. Once again, the payoff sheet was typed up by the precinct bagman. Social order restored. It had been Hagen's idea to use private detectives guarding Don Corleone's hospital room, supplemented by Tessio's formidable soldiers. But Sonny wasn't satisfied. By mid-February, when the Don could be moved without danger, an ambulance took him home to the mall. The house was renovated. His bedroom became a hospital room with emergency equipment. Specially checked nurses were hired for round-the-clock care. Dr. Kennedy paid a huge fee, became physician in residence, at least until the Don needed only nursing. The mall itself was made impregnable. Button men moved into extra houses. Tenants were sent on all-expenses-paid vacations to their native Italian villages. Freddie Corleone was sent to Las Vegas to recuperate and scout ground for a family operation in a luxury hotel gambling casino complex springing up. Las Vegas belonged to the still-neutral West Coast empire, whose Don guaranteed Freddie's safety. The New York Five families had no desire to make more enemies by going after him there. Dr. Kennedy forbade business discussion in front of the Don. The edict was completely disregarded. The Don insisted on a war council in his room. Sonny, Tom Hagen, Pete Clemenza, and Tessio gathered there his first night home. Too weak to speak much, Don Corleone wished to listen and exercise veto power. He nodded approvingly at Freddie's Las Vegas assignment. When he learned Bruno Tattaglia had been killed by Corleone button men, he shook his head and sighed. But what distressed him most was learning that Michael had killed Salazzo and Captain McCluskey and fled to Sicily. He motioned them out. They continued in the law library corner room. Sonny relaxed in the huge desk armchair. He suggested letting the old man take it easy for a couple of weeks until the doctor said he could do business. He wanted operations going again before the Don got better. Cops had given the go-ahead. First thing, policy banks in Harlem. The black boys had their fun. Now it was time to take it back. They'd screwed up. Runners didn't pay winners, drove Cadillacs, made players wait or paid half. Sonny didn't want any runner looking rich, dressing too good, driving new cars, welching on winners, or freelancers staying in business. He told Tom to get that project moving. Everything else would fall in line once word went out that the lid was off. Hagen said there were very tough boys in Harlem now. They tasted big money and wouldn't go back to being runners or sub-bankers. Sonny shrugged. Just give their names to Clemenza. That was his job, straightening them out. Clemenza told Hagen no problem. Tessio raised the most important question. Once they started operating, the five families would start raids. Hit bankers in Harlem, bookmakers on the east side, even the garment center outfits they serviced. This war would cost a lot of money. Sonny said maybe they wouldn't. They knew the Corleones would hit back. He had peace feelers out. Maybe they could settle by paying an indemnity for the Tattaglia kid. Hagen said they were getting the cold shoulder. The five families had lost a lot of money the last few months and blamed the Corleones, with justice. He thought what they wanted was agreement to come in on narcotics trade, use family political influence, Salazzo's deal minus Salazzo, but they wouldn't broach it until they'd hurt the Corleones with combat action first. After softening them up, they'd expect the Corleones to listen. Sonny said curtly, "No deal on drugs." The Don said no, and it was no until he changed it. Hagen briskly laid out the tactical problem. Corleone money was out in the open, bookmaking and policy, vulnerable to hits. The Tattaglia family had prostitution, call girls, dock unions. How would they hit that? Other families were in construction trades, shylocking, unions, government contracts. Their money wasn't in the street. The Tattaglia nightclub was too famous to touch. It would cause too much of a stink. With the Don still out, their political influence matched the Corleones. A real problem. Sonny said it was his problem. He'd find the answer. Keep negotiations alive and follow through on the other stuff. Go back into business and see what happened. Clemenza and Tessio had plenty of soldiers. They could match the whole five families gun for gun if that's what they wanted. They just go to the mattresses. Getting the freelance Negro bankers out of business posed no problem. Police were informed and cracked down with special effort. At that time, it was impossible for a Negro to make a high-level payoff to keep such an operation going, due more to racial prejudice and distrust than anything else. Harlem had always been considered a minor problem. Its settlement was expected. The five families struck in an unexpected direction. Two powerful garment union officials, Corleone family members, were killed. Then Corleone's shylocks and bookmakers were barred from the waterfront piers. Longshoremen's union locals had gone over to the five families. Corleone bookmakers across the city were threatened to change allegiance. The biggest numbers banker in Harlem, an old Corleone friend and ally, was brutally murdered. No option remained. Sonny told his Kapoor regimes to go to the mattresses. 2 city apartments were set up, furnished with mattresses for button men, refrigerators for food, guns, and ammunition. Clemenza staffed one, Tessio the other. All family bookmakers got bodyguard teams. But Harlem's policy bankers had gone over to the enemy. Nothing could be done about that for now. All this cost the Corleone family enormous money with very little coming in. Over the next months, other things became obvious. Most important, the Corleone family had overmatched itself. Reasons existed. With the Don still too weak to take part, much of the family's political strength was neutralized. The last 10 years of peace had seriously eroded the fighting qualities of Clemenza and Tessio. Clemenza remained a competent executioner and administrator, but no longer had the youthful strength to lead troops. Tessio had mellowed with age, losing ruthlessness. Tom Hagen, despite abilities, was simply not suited to be a wartime consigliere. His main fault: he was not a Sicilian. Sonny recognized these weaknesses, but couldn't remedy them. He was not the Don. Only the Don could replace capo regimes and consigliere. And replacement itself would make the situation more dangerous, might precipitate treachery. At first, Sonny thought of fighting a holding action until the Don was well enough to take charge. But with policy bankers defecting and bookmakers terrorized, the family position was becoming precarious. He decided to strike back. He decided to strike at the heart of the enemy, planning the execution of the five families' heads in one grand tactical maneuver. He put an elaborate surveillance system into effect. But after a week, the enemy chiefs dove underground and were seen no more in public. The five families and the Corleone Empire were in stalemate. Amerigo Bonacera lived only blocks from his Mulberry Street undertaking establishment, always going home for supper. Evenings he returned to work, dutifully joining mourners paying respects to the dead in his somber parlors. He always resented jokes about his profession, the macabre technical details that were so unimportant. None of his friends, family, or neighbors would make such jokes. Any profession was worthy of respect to men who for centuries earned bread by the sweat of their brows. Now at supper with his wife in their solidly furnished apartment, gilt Virgin Mary statues with red glass candles flickering on the sideboard, Bonacera lit a Camel and took a relaxing glass of American whiskey. His wife brought steaming plates of soup. The two were alone now. He'd sent his daughter to Boston with her mother's sister, where she could forget her terrible experience and the injuries from the two ruffians Don Corleone had punished. As they ate, his wife asked if he was going back to work that night. He nodded. His wife respected his work but didn't understand it. She didn't understand that the technical part was least important. She thought, like most people, that he was paid for making the dead look lifelike in their coffins. His skill legendary. But even more important was his physical presence at the wake. When the bereaved family came at night, they needed Amerigo Bonacera with them. He was a strict chaperone to death, his face always grave yet strong and comforting, his voice unwavering yet muted. He commanded the mourning ritual. He could quiet unseemly grief, rebuke unruly children, never cloying, never offhand. Once a family used him, they came back again and again. He never deserted a client on that terrible last night above ground. Usually he allowed a little nap after supper. Then he washed and shaved afresh. Talcum powder generously used to shroud his heavy black beard, always a mouthwash. He respectfully changed into fresh linen, white gleaming shirt, black tie, freshly pressed dark suit, dull black shoes, and black socks. The effect was comforting instead of somber. He kept his hair dyed black, an unheard-of frivolity for an Italian male of his generation, but not out of vanity. Simply because his hair had turned a lively pepper and salt, which struck him as unseemly for his profession. After finishing his soup, his wife placed a small steak before him, with a few forkfuls of green spinach oozing yellow oil. He was a light eater. He finished, drank coffee, and smoked another Camel. Over his coffee, he thought about his poor daughter. She would never be the same. Her outward beauty had been restored, but the look of a frightened animal in her eyes made him unable to bear the sight of her. So they'd sent her to Boston for a time. Time would heal her wounds. Pain and terror weren't as final as death. His work made him an optimist. He'd just finished coffee when the living room phone rang. His wife never answered it when he was home, so he got up, drained his cup, and stubbed out his cigarette. As he walked to the phone, he pulled off his tie and started unbuttoning his shirt, getting ready for his nap. He picked up the phone and answered with quiet courtesy. The voice on the other end was harsh, strained. Tom Hagen calling for Don Corleone at his request. Bonacera felt the coffee churning sourly in his stomach, going a little sick. More than a year since he'd put himself in the Don's debt to avenge his daughter's honor, and the knowledge that he must pay that debt had receded. He'd been so grateful seeing those two ruffians' bloody faces that he would have done anything for the Don. But time erodes gratitude more quickly than beauty. Now Bonacera felt the sickness of a man facing disaster. His voice faltered as he answered. He understood. He was listening. He was surprised at the coldness in Hagen's voice. The consigliere had always been courteous, though not Italian, but now he was rudely brusque. Hagen said Bonacera owed the Don a service. The Don had no doubt he would repay it, would be happy for the opportunity. In 1 hour, not before, perhaps later, the Don would be at his funeral parlor to ask for his help. Bonacera was to be there to greet him. Send any employees home. If he had objections, speak now. Hagen would inform the Don, who had other friends who could do this service. Bonacera almost cried out in fright. How could Hagen think he would refuse the Godfather? Of course, he'd do anything the Don wished. He hadn't forgotten his debt. He'd go to his business immediately, at once. Hagen's voice was gentler now, but strange. He thanked Bonacera. The Don never doubted him. The question was, Hagen's obliged the Don tonight, and Bonacera could always come to him in any trouble. He'd earned Hagen's personal friendship. This frightened Bonacera even more. He stuttered. The Don himself was coming to him tonight? Hagen said yes. Bonacera said the Don must be completely recovered from his injuries. Thank God, his voice making it a question. A pause. Then Hagen's voice said very quietly, yes. A click, and the phone went dead. Bonacera was sweating. He went into the bedroom, changed his shirt, rinsed his mouth. He didn't shave or use a fresh tie, put on the same one from during the day. He called the funeral parlor and told his assistant to stay with the bereaved family using the front parlor that night. He himself would be busy in the laboratory work area. When the assistant started asking questions, Bonacera cut him off curtly and told him to follow orders exactly. He put on his suit jacket. His wife, still eating, looked up in surprise. He said he had work to do, and she didn't dare question him because of the look on his face. Bonacera left and walked a few blocks to his funeral parlor. The building stood alone on a large lot with a white picket fence all around. A narrow roadway led from the street to the rear, wide enough for ambulances and hearses. Bonacera unlocked the gate and left it open. He walked to the rear and entered through the wide door. As he did, he saw mourners already entering the front door to pay respects to the current corpse. Years ago, when Bonacera bought this building from a retiring undertaker, there had been a stoop of about 10 steps mourners had to mount. Old and crippled mourners had found the steps almost impossible, so the former undertaker had used a freight elevator for them, a small metal platform rising out of the ground beside the building. The elevator was for coffins and bodies. It would descend underground, then rise into the funeral parlor itself, so a crippled mourner would find himself rising through the floor beside the coffin. Bonacera had found this solution unseemly and penny-pinching. He'd had the front remodeled, the stoop replaced with a slightly inclining walk, but the elevator was still used for coffins and corpses. In the rear, cut off from the funeral parlor by a massive soundproof door, were the business office, embalming room, coffin storeroom, and a carefully locked closet holding chemicals and the awful tools of his trade. Bonacera went to the office, sat at his desk, and lit a Camel, one of the few times he'd ever smoked in this building. Then he waited for Don Corleone. He waited with utmost despair. He had no doubt what services he'd be called upon to perform. For the last year, the Corleone family had waged war against the 5 great Mafia families of New York and the carnage-filled newspapers. Many men on both sides had been killed. Now the Corleones had killed someone so important that they wished to hide his body, make it disappear. And what better way than to have it officially buried by a registered undertaker? Bonacera had no illusions. He would be an accessory to murder. If it came out, he'd spend years in jail. His daughter and wife would be disgraced. His good name dragged through the bloody mud of the Mafia war. He indulged himself by smoking another Camel. Then he thought of something even more terrifying. When the other Mafia families found out he'd aided the Corleones, they would treat him as an enemy. They would murder him. Now he cursed the day he'd gone to the Godfather and begged for vengeance. He cursed the day his wife and Don Corleone's wife became friends. He cursed his daughter and America and his own success. Then his optimism returned. It could all go well. Don Corleone was clever. Certainly everything had been arranged to keep the secret. He had only to keep his nerve, for the one thing more fatal than any other was to earn the Don's displeasure. He heard tires on gravel. His practiced ear told him a car was coming through the narrow driveway and parking in the backyard. He opened the rear door. The huge, fat man Clemenza entered. followed by two very rough-looking young fellows. They searched the rooms without a word to Bonacera. Then Clemenza went out. The two young men remained. A few moments later, Bonacera recognized the sound of a heavy ambulance coming through the driveway. Clemenza appeared in the doorway, followed by two men carrying a stretcher. Bonacera's worst fears were realized. On the stretcher was a corpse swaddled in a gray blanket with bare yellow feet sticking out the end. Clemenza motioned the stretcher bearers into the embalming room. Then, from the blackness of the yard, another man stepped into the lighted office. Don Corleone. The Don had lost weight during his illness and moved with a curious stiffness. He held his hat in his hands. His hair seemed thin over his massive skull. He looked older, more shrunken than when Bonacera had seen him at the wedding, but he still radiated power. Holding his hat against his chest, he asked Bonacera if he was ready to do him this service. Bonacera nodded. The Don followed the stretcher into the embalming room, Bonacera trailing after. The corpse was on one of the guttered tables. Don Corleone made a tiny gesture with his hat, and the other men left. Bonacera whispered, "What did the Don wish him to do?" Don Corleone stared at the table. He wanted Bonacera to use all his powers, all his skill, as he loved him. He did not wish the boy's mother to see him as he was. He went to the table and drew down the gray blanket. Amerigo Bonacera, against all his will, against all his years of training and experience, let out a gasp of horror. On the embalming table was the bullet-smashed face of Sonny Corleone. The left eye, drowned in blood, had a star fracture in its lens. The bridge of his nose and left cheekbone were hammered into pulp. For one fraction of a second, the Don put out his hand to support himself against Bonacera's body. "See how they have massacred my son?" he said. Perhaps it was the stalemate that made Sonny embark on the bloody course of attrition ending in his own death. Perhaps it was his dark, violent nature given full rein. That spring and summer he mounted senseless raids on enemy auxiliaries, Tattaglia pimps shot dead in Harlem, dock goons massacred. Union officials loyal to the five families were warned to stay neutral. When Corleone bookmakers and Shylocks remained barred from the docks, Sonny sent Clemenza to wreak havoc on the longshore. The slaughter was senseless because it couldn't affect the war's outcome. Sonny was a brilliant tactician winning brilliant victories, but what was needed was the Don's strategic genius. The whole thing degenerated into deadly guerrilla war, both sides losing revenue and lives to no purpose. The Corleone family was finally forced to close some of its most profitable bookmaking stations, including the book given to son-in-law Carlo Rizzi for his living. Carlo took to drink, running with chorus girls and giving Connie a hard time. Since Sonny's beating, he hadn't dared hit her again, but hadn't slept with her either. Connie had thrown herself at his feet. He'd spurned her like a Roman with exquisite patrician pleasure. He sneered. Go call her brother and tell him he wouldn't screw her. Maybe Sonny would beat him until he got an erection. But he was in deadly fear of Sonny, though they treated each other with cold politeness. Carlo realized Sonny would kill him, that Sonny could kill another man with the naturalness of an animal, while he himself would have to summon all his courage, all his will, to commit murder. It never occurred to Carlo that, because of this, he was a better man. He envied Sonny's awesome savagery now becoming legend. Tom Hagen disapproved of Sonny's tactics, but decided not to protest to the Don. The tactics worked to some extent. The five families seemed cowed as attrition continued. Their counterblows weakened and finally ceased. Hagen distrusted this seeming pacification, but Sonny was jubilant. He'd pour it on, and those bastards would come begging for a deal. Sonny had other worries. His wife was giving him a hard time. Rumors reached her that Lucy Mancini had bewitched her husband. Though she joked publicly about Sonny's equipment and technique, he'd stayed away too long, and she missed him in her bed, making life miserable with nagging. Additionally, Sonny was under enormous strain as a marked man. He had to be extraordinarily careful in all movements, knowing his visits to Lucy had been charted by the enemy. He took elaborate precautions there, the traditional vulnerable spot. Lucy, without the slightest suspicion, was watched 24 hours a day by men of the Santino regime. When an apartment on her floor became vacant, it was immediately rented by one of the regime's most reliable men. The Don was recovering and would soon resume command. Then the tide must swing to the Corleone family, Sonny was sure. Meanwhile, he would guard the empire, earn his father's respect, and cement his claim as heir. But the enemy was making plans. They'd analyzed the situation and concluded the only way to stave off complete defeat was to kill Sonny. They understood better now, felt it was possible to negotiate with the Don, known for his logical reasonableness. They'd come to hate Sonny for his bloodthirstiness, which they considered barbaric and bad business. Nobody wanted the old turmoil back. One evening, Connie received an anonymous phone call, a girl's voice asking for Carlo. When Connie asked who it was, the girl giggled and said she was a friend of Carlo's. Just wanted to tell him she couldn't see him tonight. She had to go out of town. Connie screamed curses. Lousy bitch, lousy tramp bitch. A click ended the call. Carlo had gone to the track that afternoon. When he came home late evening, he was sore at losing and half drunk from the bottle he always carried. As soon as he stepped inside, Connie started screaming curses. He ignored her and took a shower. When he came out, he dried his naked body in front of her and started dressing to go out. Connie stood with hands on hips, her face pointy and white with rage. He wasn't going anywhere. His girlfriend had called and said she couldn't make it. He had the nerve to give his whores her phone number. She'd kill him. She rushed at him, kicking and scratching. He held her off with one muscular forearm. She was crazy, coldly. But she could see he was worried, as if he knew the crazy girl he was screwing would actually pull such a stunt. He said she was kidding around, some nut. Connie ducked around his arm and clawed his face, getting a bit of his cheek under her fingernails. With surprising patience, he pushed her away. She noticed he was careful because of her pregnancy, which gave her courage to feed her rage. She was also excited. Soon she wouldn't be able to do anything. Doctor said no sex for the last 2 months, and she wanted it before that started. Yet her wish to inflict physical injury on Carlo was very real, too. She followed him into the bedroom. She could see he was scared. Contemptuous delight filled her. She said he was staying home, not going out. He said, okay, still undressed except for his shorts. You like going around the house like that? Proud of his V-shaped body, golden skin? Connie looked at him hungrily. He tried to laugh. Was she going to give him something to eat at least? That mollified her, his calling on her duties. She was a good cook, learned from her mother. She sautéed veal and peppers, preparing a mixed salad while the pan simmered. Meanwhile, Carlo stretched out on his bed to read next day's racing form, a water glass full of whiskey beside him. Connie came to the bedroom doorway as if she couldn't come close without invitation. Food was on the table. He said he wasn't hungry yet. She stubbornly repeated it was on the table. He told her to stick it up her ass, drank off the whiskey, tilted the bottle to fill again, and paid no more attention. Connie went to the kitchen, picked up the plates filled with food, and smashed them against the sink. The loud crashes brought Carlo from the bedroom. He looked at the greasy veal and peppers splattered over the kitchen walls. His finicky neatness outraged. He called her a filthy guinea spoiled brat, venomously, and ordered her to clean it up right now or he'd kick the shit out of her. She said like hell she would, holding her hands like claws ready to scratch his bare chest. Carlo went to the bedroom and came out holding his belt doubled in his hand. He ordered her to clean it up. No mistaking the menace. She stood there not moving. He swung the belt against her heavily padded hips. The leather stung, but didn't really hurt. Connie retreated to the kitchen cabinets, hauled the long bread knife from a drawer, and held it ready. Carlo laughed. Even the female Corleones were murderers. He put the belt on the kitchen table and advanced. She tried a sudden lunge, but her pregnant, heavy body made her slow. He eluded the thrust she aimed at his groin in deadly earnest. He disarmed her easily and started slapping her face with slow, medium-heavy strokes so as not to break the skin. He hit her again and again as she retreated around the table, pursuing her into the bedroom. She tried to bite his hand. He grabbed her hair to lift her head and slapped her face until she wept like a little girl with pain and humiliation. Then he threw her contemptuously onto the bed. He drank from the whiskey bottle on the night table. Very drunk now. His light blue eyes with a crazy glint. Finally, Connie was truly afraid. Carlos straddled his legs apart, drinking from the bottle. He reached down and grabbed a chunk of her pregnant, heavy thigh, squeezing very hard, hurting her, making her beg for mercy. He told her she was fat as a pig with disgust and walked out. Thoroughly frightened and cowed, she lay in the bed, not daring to see what her husband was doing. Finally, she rose and peered into the living room. Carlo had opened a fresh bottle and sprawled on the sofa. Soon he'd drink himself into sodden sleep, and she could sneak to the kitchen and call her family in Long Beach. She'd tell her mother to send someone. She just hoped Sonny didn't answer. Best to talk to Tom Hagen or her mother. Nearly 10 o'clock when the kitchen phone in Don Corleone's house rang, a bodyguard answered and dutifully turned the phone over to Connie's mother. But Mrs. Corleone could hardly understand what her daughter was saying. The girl was hysterical, yet trying to whisper so Carlo wouldn't hear. Her swollen face and puffy lips thickened her speech. Mrs. Corleone signaled the bodyguard to call Sonny, who was in the living room with Tom Hagen. Sonny came into the kitchen and took the phone. Connie was so frightened both of her husband and of what her brother would do that her speech worsened. She babbled. Sonny should just send a car to bring her home. She'd tell him then it was nothing. He shouldn't come. Send Tom, please. It was nothing. She just wanted to come home. By now, Hagen had entered. The Don was sedated asleep upstairs. Hagen wanted to keep an eye on Sonny in all crises. 2 interior bodyguards were also in the kitchen. Everyone watched Sonny listening. No question. The violence in Sonny's nature rose from some deep, mysterious well. As they watched, they could see the blood rushing to his heavily corded neck, his eyes filming with hatred, the separate features of his face tightening, growing pinched, then taking on a grayish hue of a sick man fighting off death. Except the adrenaline pumping through his body made his hands tremble. But his voice was controlled, pitched low, as he told his sister to wait there. Just wait there. He hung up. He stood there, stunned, with his own rage, then called the man a fucking son of a bitch. He ran out. Hagen knew the look. All reasoning power had left. At that moment, Sonny was capable of anything. Hagen also knew the ride into the city would cool him off, make him more rational, which might make him even more dangerous, though rationality would enable him to protect himself against the consequences of his rage. Hagen heard the car motor roaring into life and told the 2 bodyguards to go after him. Then he went to the phone and made calls. He arranged for men of Sonny's regime living in the city to go to Carlo's apartment and get Carlo out. Other men would stay with Connie until Sonny arrived. He was taking a chance, thwarting Sonny, but knew the Don would back him up. He was afraid Sonny might kill Carlo in front of witnesses. He didn't expect trouble from the enemy. The 5 families had been quiet too long, obviously looking for peace of some kind. By the time Sonny roared out of the mall in his Buick, he had partly regained his senses. He noted the 2 bodyguards following and approved. He expected no danger. The 5 families had quit counterattacking. He'd grabbed his jacket. A gun waited in a secret dashboard compartment. The car registered to a regime member to keep him out of legal trouble. But he didn't anticipate needing it. He didn't even know what he'd do with Carlo. Now that he had time to think, Sonny knew he couldn't kill the father of an unborn child, his sister's husband. not over a domestic spat. Except it wasn't just that. Carlo was bad, and Sonny felt responsible his sister had met the bastard through him. The paradox in Sonny's violent nature. He couldn't hit a woman, never had. He couldn't harm a child or anything helpless. When Carlo had refused to fight back that day, complete submission had disarmed his violence. As a boy, he'd been truly tender-hearted. That he'd become a murderer as a man was simply his destiny. But he'd settle this once and for all, Sonny thought, heading toward the causeway over the water from Long Beach to the parkways beyond Jones Beach, his usual route to New York, less traffic. He decided he'd send Connie home with the bodyguards, then have a session with his brother-in-law. If the bastard had really hurt Connie, he'd make a cripple out of him. But the wind over the causeway, the salty freshness, cooled his anger. He put the window all the way down. He'd taken the Jones Beach causeway as always, usually deserted this time of night, this time of year, so he could speed recklessly until hitting the parkways. Even their traffic would be light. Driving very fast would help dissipate his dangerous tension. He'd already left his bodyguard's car far behind. The causeway was badly lit. Not a single car. Far ahead he saw the white cone of the manned toll booth. Other booths beside it were staffed only during the day. Sonny braked and searched his pockets for change. He had none. He reached for his wallet, flipped it open with one hand, fingered out a bill. He came within the arcade of light and saw, to mild surprise, a car in the toll booth slot blocking it. The driver asking directions from the toll taker. Sonny honked. The other car obediently rolled through. Sonny handed the toll taker the dollar bill and waited for change. He was in a hurry to close the window. The Atlantic air had chilled the whole car. But the toll taker fumbled with the change, actually dropped it, then stooped down in his booth. At that moment, Sonny noticed the other car hadn't kept going, but had parked a few feet ahead, still blocking him. His lateral vision caught another man in the darkened toll booth to his right. He didn't have time to think about that because two men came out of the car in front and walked toward him. The toll collector still hadn't appeared. In the fraction of a second before anything actually happened, Santino Corleone knew he was a dead man. In that moment, his mind was lucid, drained of all violence, as if hidden fear, finally real and present, had purified him. Even so, his huge body crashed against the Buick door in a reflex for life, bursting the lock. The man in the darkened toll booth opened fire. Shots caught Sonny in the head and neck as his massive frame spilled out. The two men in front held up their guns. The darkened booth cut its fire. Sonny's body sprawled on the asphalt with legs still partly inside. The two men each fired shots into his body, then kicked his face to disfigure his features, to show a mark made by more personal human power. Seconds later, all four men, three assassins and the bogus toll collector, were in their car speeding toward the Meadowbrook Parkway. Their pursuit was blocked by Sonny's car and body in the tollgate slot. When Sonny's bodyguards pulled up, minutes later, and saw his body, they had no intention to pursue. They swung around in a huge arc and returned to Long Beach. At the first public phone off the causeway, one hopped out and called Tom Hagen. Curt, brisk. Sonny was dead. Got him at the Jones Beach toll. Hagen's voice stayed perfectly calm. He told him to go to Clemenza's house and tell him to come right away. Clemenza would tell them what to do. Hagen had taken the call in the kitchen, with Mama Corleone bustling around preparing a snack for her daughter's arrival. He kept his composure. The old woman hadn't noticed anything amiss. Not that she couldn't have, but in her life with the Don, she'd learned it was far wiser not to perceive. If painful knowledge was necessary, it would be told soon enough. If it could be spared her, she could do without. She was content not to share her men's pain. After all, did they share women's pain? Impassively, she boiled coffee and set the table with food. In her experience, pain and fear did not dull physical hunger. The taking of food dulled pain. She'd have been outraged if a doctor tried to sedate her with drugs, but coffee and crusts of bread were another matter. She came from a more primitive culture. So she let Tom Hagen escape to his corner conference room. Once there, he began to tremble so violently he had to sit, legs squeezed together, head hunched into contracted shoulders, hands clasped between his knees as if praying to the devil. He knew now he was no fit wartime consigliere. He'd been fooled, faked out, by the five families and their seeming timidity. They'd remained quiet, laying their terrible ambush. They'd planned and waited, holding their bloody hands no matter the provocation, waiting to land one terrible blow. And they had. Old Genco Abandando would never have fallen for it. Would have smelled a rat, smoked him out, triple precautions. Through all this, Hagen felt his grief. Sonny had been his true brother, his savior, his hero when they were boys together. Sonny had never been mean or bullying, always affectionate, had taken him in his arms when Salazzo turned him loose. Sonny's joy at that reunion had been real. That he'd grown up cruel, violent, and bloody was, for Hagen, not relevant. He'd walked out of the kitchen because he could never tell Mama Corleone about her son's death. He'd never thought of her as his mother. He thought of the Don as his father, Sonny as his brother. His affection for her was like his affection for Freddie, Michael, and Connie, kindness without love. But he couldn't tell her. In a few short months, she'd lost all her sons. Freddie exiled to Nevada, Michael hiding for his life in Sicily, and now Santino dead. Which of the three had she loved most? She'd never shown. It was no more than minutes. Hagen got control, picked up the phone, and called Connie's number. It rang a long time before Connie answered in a whisper. Hagen spoke gently. He told her this was Tom. Wake her husband. He had to talk to him. Connie's low, frightened voice asked if Sonny was coming there. No, Hagen said. Sonny wasn't coming there. Don't worry about that. Just wake Carlo and tell him it was very important he speak to him. Connie's weepy voice said Carlo had beaten her up. She was afraid he'd hurt her again if he knew she called home. Hagen gently assured her Carlo wouldn't. He'd talk to Carlo and straighten him out. Everything would be okay. Tell Carlo it was very, very important he come to the phone. Okay? Almost 5 minutes before Carlo's voice came, half slurred by whiskey and sleep. Hagen spoke sharply to make him alert. He told Carlo he was going to say something very shocking. Carlo should prepare himself, then answer very casually. Hagen had told Connie it was important, so Carlo needed to give her a story. The family had decided to move them both to one of the mall houses and give Carlo a big job. The Don had finally decided to give him a chance to make his home life better. Got that? A hopeful note in Carlo's voice. Yeah. Okay. Hagen continued. In a few minutes, men would knock on the door to take Carlo away. Carlo should tell them Hagen wanted them to call him first. Don't say anything else. Hagen would instruct them to leave Carlo there with Connie. Okay? Yeah, Carlo's voice excited. The tension in Hagen's voice seemed to have finally alerted him that the coming news was really important. Hagen gave it straight. They killed Sonny tonight. Don't say anything. Connie had called while Carlo was asleep, and Sonny was on his way there. But Hagen didn't want Connie to know that, even if she guessed, not for sure. She'd start thinking it was all her fault. Carlo was to stay with her tonight, not tell her anything, make up with her, be the perfect loving husband, and stay that way until she had her baby. Tomorrow morning, someone, maybe Carlo, maybe the Don, maybe her mother, would tell Connie her brother got killed. Hagen wanted Carlo by her side. Do this favor, and Hagen would take care of him in the times to come. Got that? Carlo's voice shaky. Sure, Tom, sure. He and Tom always got along. He was grateful. Understand? Yeah, Hagen said. Nobody would blame Carlo's fight with Connie for causing this. Don't worry about that. He paused, then softly, encouragingly told Carlo to go take care of Connie, and broke the connection. He'd learned never to make a threat. The Don had taught him that. But Carlo had gotten the message. He was a hair away from death. Hagen made another call to Tessio, telling him to come to the mall immediately. He didn't say why. Tessio didn't ask. Hagen sighed. Now came the part he dreaded. He would have to waken the Don from his drug slumber. He would have to tell the man he most loved that he'd failed him. Failed to guard his domain and his eldest son's life. He would have to tell the Don everything was lost unless the sick man himself could enter the battle. Hagen didn't delude himself. Only the great Don could snatch even a stalemate from this terrible defeat. Hagen didn't even bother checking with the Don's doctors. Pointless. No matter what they ordered, even if they said the Don couldn't rise from his sickbed on pain of death, he must tell his adoptive father and then follow him. Of course, no question what the Don would do. Medical opinions were irrelevant now. Everything was irrelevant. The Don must be told, and he must either take command or order Hagen to surrender Corleone power to the 5 families. Yet with all his heart, Hagen dreaded the next hour. He tried to prepare his own manner. He would have to be strict with his guilt. To reproach himself would only add to the Don's burden. To show his own grief would only sharpen the Don's grief. To point out his shortcomings as a wartime consigliere would only make the Don reproach himself for bad judgment in picking such a man for such an important post. Hagen knew. He must tell the news, present analysis of what must be done to rectify the situation, then keep silent. His reactions thereafter must be those invited by his Don. If the Don wanted guilt, he would show guilt. If the Don invited grief, he would lay bare his genuine sorrow. Hagen lifted his head at the sound of motors, cars rolling onto the mall. The Capo regimes were arriving. He would brief them first, then go up and wake Don Corleone. He got up and went to the liquor cabinet, taking out a glass and bottle. He stood there so unnerved he couldn't pour. Behind him, he heard the door close softly. Turning, he saw, fully dressed for the first time since being shot, Don Corleone. The Don walked across the room to his huge leather armchair and sat down. He walked a little stiffly. His clothes hung a little loosely. But to Hagen's eyes, he looked the same as always. Almost as if by will alone, the Don had discarded all external evidence of his still weakened frame. His face was sternly set with all its old force and strength. He sat straight in the armchair and told Hagen to give him a drop of anisette. The Don's consigliere poured out 2 glasses of that raw, licorice-burning homebrew. Peasant rotgut, far stronger than anything legal, the annual gift from an old friend who sent the Don a small truckload every year. The Don spoke first, his voice low. He mentioned that his wife had been crying before she fell asleep, and that from his window he'd spotted his capo regimes arriving at midnight. So, he told his consigliere it was time to speak plainly, to tell his Don what everyone already knew. Hagen answered quietly. He said he hadn't told Mama anything. He'd been just about to come upstairs, to wake the Don himself and deliver the news. Another moment, and he would have done it. The Don didn't change expression. He observed that Hagen needed a drink first. Hagen admitted that was true. The Don noted the drink was finished. Now he could talk. There was a faint edge to it, the smallest reproach for a moment of weakness. Hagen delivered it flat. Sonny had been shot on the causeway. He was dead. For a fraction of a second, the Don's composure cracked. The wall inside him crumbled, and the draining of his physical strength became visible on his face. Then he pulled himself back together. He clasped his hands on the desk and locked eyes with Hagen. He asked for every detail, then raised a hand, stopping himself. Wait, let Clemenza and Tessio arrive first, so Hagen wouldn't have to tell the story twice. Moments later, a bodyguard escorted the two capo regimes in. They saw immediately that the Don already knew about his son because he stood to greet them. They embraced him the way old comrades were permitted to do. Everyone had a drink of anisette, poured by Hagen, before he recounted the night's events. At the end, the Don asked just one question. Was it certain his son was dead? Clemenza answered yes. He explained that the bodyguards, part of Santino's regime, but chosen by Clemenza himself, had come to his house. They'd seen the body in the light of the toll house. With the wounds they witnessed, no one could have lived. The guards had placed their own lives as forfeit for that testimony. The Don received the verdict without visible emotion, except for a long silence. Then he spoke. He ordered that no one involve themselves in this affair. No acts of vengeance. No inquiries into his son's murderers without his express command. No further acts of war against the five families unless he personally authorized them. The family would cease all business operations and all protection of those operations until after the funeral. Then they would meet again and decide. Tonight they would do what they could for Santino. Bury him as a Christian. He had friends who would arrange things with the police and authorities. Clemenza would stay at his side as bodyguard, along with Clemenza's regime. Tessio would guard all other family members. Tom was to call Amerigo Bonacera and tell him his services would be needed sometime that night. Wait at his establishment for 1, 2, 3 hours. Did everyone understand? The three men nodded. The Don continued. Clemenza was to get men and cars and wait. He'd be ready in a few minutes. Tom had done well. In the morning, he wanted Constanzia brought to her mother. Arrange for her and her husband to live in the mall. Have Sandra's women friends go stay with her. His wife would also go there after he'd spoken with her. She would tell the girl the news, and the women would arrange for the church to say masses and prayers for Santino's soul. The Don rose from his leather chair. The others stood with him. Clemenza and Tessio embraced him again. Hagen held the door open. The Don paused, looked at him, then placed a hand on his cheek, embraced him quickly, and said in Italian that Hagen had been a good son, that he comforted him, acknowledging that his consigliere had acted properly in this terrible moment. Then the Don went upstairs to speak to his wife, and only then did Hagen make the call to Amerigo Bonacera, summoning the undertaker to redeem the favor he owed the Corleones. News of Santino's death sent shockwaves through the nation's underworld. When it became known that Don Corleone had risen from his sickbed to retake control, and when funeral spies reported the Don appeared fully recovered, the heads of the five families scrambled to prepare for the bloody war they were sure would follow. No one made the mistake of underestimating him because of recent misfortunes. He had made very few mistakes in his career, and he'd learned from every single one. Only Hagen guessed the Don's real intentions. So when emissaries went out to propose peace, not just peace, but a full meeting of all families in the city with invitations nationwide, Hagen wasn't surprised. Since New York's families were the most powerful in the country, everyone understood that their welfare affected the whole nation. Suspicion came first. Was this a trap? A way to throw enemies off guard? A setup for a wholesale massacre to avenge his son? But Don Corleone proved his sincerity. He involved families across the country. He made no war-footing moves, sought no allies, and then he took the final irrevocable step. He called on the Baccacchio family. The Baccacchios were unique. Once a ferocious Mafia branch in Sicily, now an instrument of peace in America. Once savage men who lived by determination, they now live by what could be called a saintly trade. Their one asset was a blood-tight structure of family loyalty, severe even for a society that put family before wife. Once nearly 200 strong in southern Sicily, their income came from a handful of flour mills that provided labor, bread, and minimal security. With intermarriage, they presented a common front against enemies. No competing mill, no dam that would water their rivals or ruin their own water sales was ever built in their corner of Sicily. A baron tried to erect a personal mill. It burned. He called the carabinieri. 3 Bacchichius were arrested. Before the trial, the baron's manor house went up in flames. Charges dropped. Months later, a high Italian government official arrived to solve the island's water shortage with a huge dam. Roman engineers came to survey, watched by grim Bacchichio clansmen. Police flooded the area from a new barracks. It seemed unstoppable. Equipment landed in Palermo. That was as far as it got. The Bacchichios enlisted fellow Mafia chiefs. Heavy equipment was sabotaged, light gear stolen. Mafia deputies in Parliament launched a bureaucratic counterattack. This went on for years. Mussolini came to power, decreed the dam must be built. It was not. The dictator knew the Mafia threatened his regime, a separate authority. He gave full powers to a police official who solved the problem by arresting everyone, jailing or deporting them to penal islands. In a few years, he broke the Mafia's power by arbitrarily arresting any suspected mafioso and ruining many innocent families in the process. The Bacchichios rashly resorted to force against that unlimited power. Half their men died in armed combat. The rest were deported. A handful remained. Arrangements were made for them to emigrate to America via the underground route, jumping ship through Canada. Nearly 20 immigrants settled in a Hudson Valley town not far from New York. They started at the bottom and worked up to owning a garbage hauling firm with their own trucks. They prospered because they had no competition. Competitors found their trucks burned and sabotaged. One persistent undercutter was found buried in his own day's pickup, smothered. As the men married Sicilian girls, children came. The garbage business wasn't enough for the finer things America offered. So the Bacchichios diversified. They became negotiators and hostages in peace efforts between warring mafia families. A strain of stupidity ran through them, or perhaps just primitiveness. They recognized their limits. They couldn't compete in more sophisticated rackets like prostitution, gambling, dope, or public fraud. They were straight shooters who could bribe a patrolman but didn't know how to approach a political bagman. They had 2 assets, their honor and their ferocity. A Bacchichio never lied, never betrayed. That was too complicated. And a Bacchichio never forgot an injury, never left it unavenged, no matter the cost. By accident, they stumbled into their most lucrative profession. When warring families needed a truce, they called the Bacchichios. The clan head would negotiate and arrange hostages. For example, when Michael met Salazzo, a Bacchichio male had been left with the Corleones as surety, paid for by Salazzo. If Salazzo killed Michael, the Corleones would kill their Bacchichio hostage. Then the Bacchichios would take vengeance on Salazzo as the cause of their clansman's death. Being that primitive, they never let anything stand in the way of vengeance. They would give up their own lives. No protection existed against them if betrayed. A Bacchichio hostage was guilt-edged insurance. So when Don Corleone employed the Bacchichios as negotiators and supplied hostages for all families attending the peace meeting, no one could question his sincerity or suspect treachery. The meeting would be as safe as a wedding. Hostages given, the meeting convened in the director's conference room of a small commercial bank. Its president owed the Don a debt. Indeed, some bank stock belonged to Don Corleone, held in the president's name. The president had once offered a written document proving ownership to preclude treachery. The Don had been horrified. He claimed he would trust the president with his whole fortune, with his life and his children's welfare. He said it was inconceivable that the president would ever betray him. His whole world and faith in judging character would collapse. But of course, the Don added, he kept his own written records so his heirs would know the president held something in trust for them. And he knew that even if he weren't alive to guard his children's interests, the president would be faithful to their needs. The bank president, though not Sicilian, had tender sensibilities. He understood perfectly. Now, the Godfather's request was command. So on a Saturday afternoon, the executive suite, deep leather chairs, absolute privacy was made available to the families. Security was taken over by hand-picked men in bank guard uniforms. At 10 o'clock Saturday morning, the conference room began to fill. Besides the 5 families of New York, representatives came from 10 other families across the country, except Chicago, that black sheep. They'd given up trying to civilize Chicago and saw no point in including those mad dogs. A bar and small buffet had been set up. Each representative was allowed 1 aide. Most dons brought their consiglières, so comparatively few young men were in the room. Tom Hagen was one of those young men, and the only non-Sicilian, an object of curiosity. A freak. Hagen knew his manners. He didn't speak or smile. He waited on Don Corleone with all the respect of a favorite earl serving his king, bringing cold drinks, lighting cigars, positioning ashtrays, respectful but not obsequious. Hagen was the only one who recognized the portraits on the dark paneled walls, mostly fabulous financial figures in rich oils. One was Treasury Secretary Hamilton. Hagen couldn't help thinking Hamilton might have approved of this peace meeting in a banking institution. Nothing was more calming, more conducive to pure reason than the atmosphere of money. Arrival times were staggered between 9:30 and 10 a.m. Don Corleone, a sense the host since he'd initiated the talks, arrived first. One of his virtues was punctuality. Next came Carlo Tremonti, who controlled the southern United States. A handsome middle-aged man, tall for a Sicilian, deeply sunburned, exquisitely tailored. He looked less Italian and more like a magazine photograph of a millionaire fisherman lounging on his yacht. The Tremonti family lived off gambling. No one meeting their Don would guess with what ferocity he'd won his empire. Immigrating as a small boy to Florida, he'd grown up employed by a syndicate of southern small-town politicians who controlled gambling. Very tough men, backed by tough police. They never suspected this greenhorn could overthrow them. They were unprepared for his ferocity and couldn't match it because the rewards weren't worth so much bloodshed to them. Tremonti won over police with bigger shares. He exterminated those redneck hooligans who ran operations without imagination. He opened ties with Cuba and Batista, pouring money into Havana's gambling houses and whorehouses to lure gamblers from the mainland. Now a millionaire many times over, he owned one of Miami Beach's most luxurious hotels. When Tremonti entered with his equally sunburned consigliere, he embraced Don Corleone and made a sympathetic face, sorrowing for the dead son. Other Dons arrived. They all knew each other from years of meeting socially or doing business. They'd always shown professional courtesies. In leaner, younger days, they'd done each other small favors. The second to arrive was Joseph Zellucci from Detroit. His family owned a horse racing track under appropriate disguises, plus most of the gambling. Zellucci had a moon face and an amiable look, lived in a $100,000 house in fashionable Grosse Pointe. One son married into an old, well-known American family. Zellucci, like Don Corleone, was sophisticated. Detroit had the lowest rate of physical violence among all family-controlled cities. Only 2 executions in 3 years. He disapproved of drug trafficking. Zellucci brought his consigliere. Both men embraced the Don. Zellucci had a booming American voice with only a trace of accent, conservatively dressed, very businesslike, with hearty goodwill. He told Don Corleone that only the Don's voice could have brought him here. The Don bowed his head in thanks. He could count on Zellucci's support. The next 2 came from the West Coast, arriving in the same car since they worked closely. Frank Falcone and Anthony Molinari were in their early 40s, younger than most, dressed a bit more informally with a touch of Hollywood, a little too friendly. Falcone controlled movie unions, studio gambling, and a pipeline of prostitution supplying girls to Far West whorehouses. No Don could truly become showbiz, but Falcone had a touch. The other Dons distrusted him accordingly. Molinari controlled San Francisco's waterfronts and sports gambling. He came from Italian fishing stock and owned the city's best seafood restaurant. Legend said he lost money on it by giving too much value. He had the impassive face of a professional gambler and was known to dabble in dope smuggling over the Mexican border and from Oriental ocean ships. Their aides were young, powerfully built, obviously bodyguards, not counselors, though they wouldn't dare carry weapons. It was common knowledge these bodyguards knew karate, which amused the other Dons but didn't alarm them any more than if they'd come wearing papal amulets. Though it must be noted, some of those men were religious and believed in God. Next came Boston's representative, the only Don who lacked his fellows' respect. He was known as a man who didn't treat his people right, cheating them unmercifully. That could be forgiven. Each man measures his own greed. What couldn't be forgiven was his inability to keep order. Boston had too many murders, petty power wars, unsanctioned freelancing, too brazenly flouting the law. If Chicago were savages, then Boston were gavones, uncouth louts, ruffians. The Boston Don's name was Dominic Panza. Short, squat. As one Don put it, he looked like a thief. Cleveland Syndicate, perhaps the nation's most powerful pure gambling operation, was represented by a sensitive-looking elderly man with gaunt features and snow-white hair. Known, not to his face, as the Jew, because he surrounded himself with Jewish assistants rather than Sicilians. It was even rumored he'd name a Jew as consigliere if he dared. So as the Corleone family was called the Irish Gang because of Hagen, Don Vincent Forlenza's family was more accurately known as the Jewish family, but he ran an extremely efficient organization and had never fainted at the sight of blood despite his sensitive features. He ruled with an iron hand and a velvet political glove. The representatives of the 5 families of New York arrived last. Tom Hagen was struck by how much more imposing they were than the towners, the Hicks. For one thing, the 5 New York Dons were in the old Sicilian tradition, men with a belly, figuratively meaning power and courage, literally meaning physical flesh, as if the two went together. They were stout, corpulent men with massive leonine heads, large-scale features, fleshy imperial noses, thick mouths, heavy folded cheeks. Not too well-tailored or barbered. They had the look of non-nonsense busy men without vanity. There was Anthony Strachey, who controlled New Jersey and Manhattan's West Side docks. He ran Jersey gambling and was strong with the Democratic political machine. His fleet of freight trucks made a fortune because they could haul heavy overloads without being stopped by highway weight inspectors, ruining highways that his road-building firm then repaired with lucrative state contracts. A warm-hearted operation. Business creating more business. Strachey was old-fashioned, never dealt in prostitution, but waterfront business made drug smuggling impossible to avoid. Of the 5 New York families opposing the Corleones, his was the least powerful but the most well-disposed. The family controlling upper New York State, smuggling Italian immigrants from Canada, upstate gambling, veto power over racing track licensing, was headed by Attilio Cuneo, a completely disarming man with the face of a jolly round peasant baker. His legitimate business was a major milk company. Cuneo loved children, carried pocketfuls of sweets to pleasure his many grandchildren or associates' small offspring. He wore a round fedora with the brim turned down like a woman's sun hat, broadening his already moon-shaped face into the very mask of joviality. He was one of the few Dons never arrested, whose true activities had never even been suspected. He'd served on civic committees and been voted Businessman of the Year for the state of New York by the Chamber of Commerce. Don Emilio Barzini was the Tartaglia family's closest ally. He controlled gambling in parts of Brooklyn and Queens, plus prostitution, strong-arm, and all of Staten Island. He held sports betting in the Bronx and Westchester and was deep in narcotics. He had close ties to Cleveland, the West Coast, and was one of the few shrewd enough to be interested in Nevada's open cities, Las Vegas, and Reno. He also had interests in Miami Beach and Cuba. After the Corleones, his was perhaps the strongest family in New York and therefore the country. His influence reached Sicily. His hand was in every unlawful pie. Rumor even placed a toehold in Wall Street. He'd supported the Tattaglias with money and influence since the war began. His ambition was to supplant Don Corleone as the most powerful and respected mafia leader and to take over part of the Corleone empire. He was much like the Don, but more modern, sophisticated, businesslike. No one could call him an old mustache Pete. He had the confidence of newer, younger, brasher leaders on the rise. He possessed great personal force in a cold way, none of the Don's warmth, and was perhaps at this moment the most respected man in the group. The last to arrive was Don Philip Tattaglia, head of the family that had directly challenged the Corleones by backing Sollozzo, and had nearly succeeded. Yet the others held him in slight contempt. For one thing, he'd let Sollozzo dominate him. Led by the nose by that fine Turkish hand, he was held responsible for all the commotion that had disrupted New York family's daily business. Also, he was a 60-year-old dandy and woman chaser, with ample opportunity to indulge. The Tattaglia family dealt in women. Prostitution was its main business. It also controlled most U.S. nightclubs and could place talent anywhere. Tattaglia wasn't above using strong-arm to get control of singers and comics or muscling into record firms. His personality grated on these men. He was a whiner, always complaining about costs. Laundry bills for towels ate profits, though he owned the laundry. Girls were lazy and unstable, running off or committing suicide. Pimps were treacherous, dishonest, without loyalty. Good help was hard to find. Young Sicilian-blooded lads turned up their noses at such work, considering it beneath their honor to traffic and abuse women, those same rascals who'd slit a throat with a song on their lips and an Easter palm in their lapels. Tattaglia ranted to unsympathetic, contemptuous audiences. His biggest howl was reserved for authorities who could issue or cancel liquor licenses for his nightclubs. He swore he'd made more millionaires than Wall Street with the money he paid those thieving guardians of official seals. Curiously, his almost victorious war hadn't won him the respect it deserved. They knew his strength came first from Sollozzo, then from Barzini. And the fact that, with the advantage of surprise, he hadn't won complete victory was evidence against him. If he'd been more efficient, all this trouble could have been avoided. The Don's death would have ended the war. Since they both lost sons in their war against each other, it was proper that Don Corleone and Philip Tattaglia acknowledged each other only with a formal nod. The Don was the object of attention, the other men studying him for marks of weakness left by his wounds and defeats. The puzzling factor was why the Don had sued for peace after losing his favorite son. It was an acknowledgment of defeat that would almost surely lessen his power. But they would soon know. Greetings followed, drinks were served, and nearly another half-hour passed before Don Corleone took his seat at the polished walnut table. Hagen sat unobtrusively slightly to the Don's left and behind him. That was the signal for the other Dons to make their way to the table. Their aides sat behind them, consiglières up close to offer advice when needed. Don Corleone spoke first, as if nothing had happened, as if he hadn't been grievously wounded, his eldest son slain, his empire in shambles, his family scattered, Freddie in the west under Molinari protection, Michael hidden in Sicily's wastelands. He spoke naturally in Sicilian dialect. He thanked everyone for coming, considered it a personal service, and declared himself in their debt. He said he was there not to quarrel or convince, but to reason, as a reasonable man doing everything possible for them to part as friends. He gave his word on that, and those who knew him knew he didn't give it lightly. Then he suggested they get down to business. They were all honorable men. They didn't need to give assurances as if they were lawyers. He paused. None spoke. Some smoked cigars, others sipped drinks. All were good listeners, patient men. They shared one thing. They were rarities. Men who'd refused to accept organized society's rule, who refused other men's dominion. No force, no mortal man could bend them to their will unless they wished it. They guarded their free will with wiles and murder. Their wills could be subverted only by death or the utmost reasonableness. The Don sighed and asked rhetorically how things had gone so far. No matter, a lot of foolishness had come to pass. Unfortunate, unnecessary. But let him tell what happened as he saw it. He paused to see if anyone would object. He thanked God his health had been restored. Maybe he could help set things aright. Perhaps his son had been too rash, too headstrong. He didn't deny that. But Sollozzo had come to him with a business affair, asking for money and influence, claiming the Tattaglia family's interest. The affair involved drugs in which he had no interest. He was a quiet man. Such endeavors were too lively for his taste. He'd explained this to Sollozzo with all respect, given his no with courtesy. He told him his business wouldn't interfere with the Dons, that he had no objection to Sollozzo earning his living that way. Sollozzo took it ill and brought misfortune down on all their heads. Well, that was life. Everyone could tell his own tale of sorrow. That wasn't to his purpose. He motioned to Hagen for a cold drink, wet his mouth, and announced he was willing to make peace. Tattaglia had lost a son. He had lost a son. They were quits. What would the world come to if people kept carrying grudges against all reason? That had been Sicily's cross. Men so busy with vendettas they had no time to earn bread. Foolishness. So let things be as they were before. He'd taken no steps to learn who betrayed and killed his son. Given peace, he wouldn't. He had a son who couldn't come home. He needed assurances that when he arranged for his safe return, there would be no interference, no danger from authorities. Once that was settled, maybe they could talk about other matters and do themselves a profitable service. That was all he wanted. It was very well done. The Don Corleone old, reasonable, pliant, soft-spoken. But every man noted he claimed good health, meaning he wasn't to be held cheaply despite his family's misfortunes. He'd said discussion of other business was useless until the peace he asked for was given, and he'd asked for the old status quo. He would lose nothing despite having gotten the worst of it over the past year. But Emilio Barzini answered, not Tattaglia. Curt to the point without rudeness. He agreed that was all true enough, but there was more. Don Corleone was too modest. The fact was that Sollozzo and the Tattaglias couldn't enter their new business without the Don's assistance. His disapproval injured them. That wasn't his fault, but the fact remained. Judges and politicians who would accept favors from Don Corleone, even on drugs, wouldn't allow themselves to be influenced by anyone else on narcotics. Sollozzo couldn't operate without insurance that his people would be treated gently. They all knew that. They'd all be poor men otherwise. And now that penalties had increased, judges and prosecutors drove hard bargains when one of their people got in trouble with narcotics. Even a Sicilian sentenced to 20 years might break omerta and talk. That couldn't happen. Don Corleone controlled all that apparatus. His refusal to let them use it was not a friend's act. He took bread from their families' mouths. Times had changed. It wasn't the old days where everyone could go his own way. If Corleone had all the judges in New York, he must share them or let the others use them. Certainly he could present a bill. They weren't communists. But he had to let them draw water from the well. It was that simple. When Barzini finished, silence fell. The lines were drawn. There could be no return to the old status quo. More important, Barzini speaking out meant that if peace wasn't made, he would openly join the Tattaglias against the Corleones. And he'd scored a telling point. Their lives and fortunes depended on doing each other services. Denying a favor asked by a friend was an act of aggression. Favors weren't asked lightly and couldn't be lightly refused. Don Corleone finally answered. He said he hadn't refused out of spite, When had he ever refused an accommodation? That wasn't his nature. But he had to refuse this time. Why? Because he thought the drug business would destroy them in years to come. Too much strong feeling about such traffic in this country. It wasn't like whiskey, gambling, or even women, which most people wanted but were forbidden by the Petsanovante of church and government. Drugs were dangerous for everyone connected with them. They could jeopardize all other business. And he was flattered by the belief he was so powerful with judges and law officials, he wished it were true. He did have influence, but many who respected his counsel might lose that respect if drugs became involved in their relationship. They were afraid to be involved and had strong feelings about it. Even policemen who helped them in gambling would refuse to help in drugs. So to ask him to perform a service in these matters was to ask him to do a disservice to himself. But he was willing to do even that if all of them thought it proper in order to adjust other matters. When he finished, the room relaxed, with more whispers and crosstalk. He conceded the important point. He would offer his protection to any organized drug venture. He was effectively agreeing almost entirely to Sollazzo's original proposal, if endorsed by the national group gathered here. It was understood he would never participate operationally nor invest his money. He would merely use his protective influence with the legal apparatus. A formidable concession. Frank Falcone of Los Angeles spoke in answer. He said there was no way of stopping their people from going into that business. They went in on their own and got in trouble. Too much money to resist. So it was more dangerous if they didn't go in. At least if they controlled it, they could cover it better, organize it, make sure it caused less trouble. Being in it wasn't so bad. There had to be control, protection, organization. They couldn't have everyone running around doing just what they pleased, like anarchists. The Don of Detroit, more friendly to Corleone than the others, now spoke against his friend's position in the interest of reasonableness. He said he didn't believe in drugs. For years, he paid his people extra to stay out of that business. But it didn't help. Someone came to them and said, "I have powders. If you put up 3,000 or 4,000, we can make 50,000 distributing." Who could resist such profit? They got so busy with their side business, they neglected the work he paid them for. There was more money in drugs growing all the time. No way to stop it, so they had to control the business and keep it respectable. He didn't want any of it near schools or sold to children. That was an infamita. In his city, he would try to keep the traffic to the dark people, the colored. They were the best customers, the least troublesome, and they were animals anyway. No respect for their wives, families, or themselves. Let them lose their souls with drugs. But something had to be done. They just couldn't let people do as they pleased and make trouble for everyone. This speech received loud murmurs of approval. He'd hit the nail on the head. You couldn't even pay people to stay out. As for his remarks about children, that was his well-known tender-heartedness. Who would sell drugs to children anyway? Where would children get the money? As for his remarks about the coloreds, that wasn't even heard. The Negroes were considered of absolutely no account, no force whatsoever. That they had allowed society to grind them into dust proved them of no account. The Don of Detroit mentioning them proved his mind wavered toward irrelevancies. All the Dons spoke. Every one of them deplored drug trafficking as a bad thing that would cause trouble, but they agreed there was no way to control it. Too much money in the business, human nature being what it was, men would always dare anything to dabble. An agreement finally took shape. Drug traffic would be permitted, and Don Corleone would provide legal protection in the East. The Barzini and Tattaglia families would handle most larger-scale operations. With that settled, the conference moved to other matters. Las Vegas and Miami would be open cities where any family could operate, the cities of the future. No violence would be permitted there, and petty criminals were to be discouraged. Momentous executions that might cause public outcry required council approval. Button men and soldiers were to be restrained from violent crimes and personal vengeance. Families would do each other services when requested, providing executioners, technical assistance, even help bribing jurors. These high-level informal discussions took time, broken by lunch and drinks. Finally, Don Barzini tried to close. He declared the matter settled. Peace was made. He paid respects to Don Corleone as a man of his word. If more differences arose, they could meet again. There was no need to become foolish again. On his part, the road was new and fresh. He was glad it was all settled. Only Philip Tattaglia remained worried. Santino's murder made him the most vulnerable if war broke out again. He spoke at length for the first time. He'd agreed to everything, was willing to forget his own misfortune, but wanted strict assurances from Corleone. Would he attempt individual vengeance? As time passed and his position grew stronger, would he forget they'd sworn friendship? How could Tattaglia know that in 3 or 4 years the Don wouldn't feel ill-served, forced against his will, and free to break the agreement? Would they have to guard against each other constantly, or could they truly go in peace with peace of mind? Would Corleone give his assurances as Tattaglia now gave his? Then Don Corleone gave the speech that would be long remembered, reaffirming his position as the most far-seeing statesman among them, full of common sense, direct from the heart and to the heart of the matter. He coined a phrase that would become famous in its way, though not public for more than a decade. For the first time, he stood to address the council. He was short and a little thin from his illness. Perhaps his 60 years showed, but he'd regained his former strength and all his wits. He asked what manner of men they would be if they did not have their reason, no better than beasts in a jungle. But they had reason. They could reason with each other and with themselves. To what purpose would he start all those troubles again? His son was dead, a misfortune he must bear, not make the innocent world suffer with him. So he gave his honor. He would never seek vengeance, never seek knowledge of past deeds. He would leave with a pure heart. He said they must always look to their interests. They were men who had refused to be fools, refused to be puppets dancing on strings pulled by men on high. They had been fortunate in this country. Most of their children had found a better life. Some had sons who were professors, scientists, musicians. They were fortunate. Perhaps their grandchildren would become the new Pezzanovanti. None of them wanted their children to follow in their footsteps. Too hard a life. Their children could be like others, their position and security won by their parents' courage. He had grandchildren now, and he hoped their children might someday, who knows, become a governor, a president. Nothing was impossible in America, but they had to progress with the times. The time for guns and killings and massacres was past. They had to be cunning like business people. More money in it, and better for their children and grandchildren. As for their own deeds, they were not responsible to the Pezzanovanti, who took it upon themselves to decide what they should do with their lives, who declared wars to protect what they owned, who was to say they should obey laws made for others' interests and to their hurt, and who were those people to meddle when they looked after their own interests. Sana Cosa Nostra, he said. These are our own affairs. They would manage their world for themselves because it was their world, Cosa Nostra. They had to stick together against outside meddlers. Otherwise, they would put a ring in their noses, as they had put a ring in the noses of millions of Neapolitans and other Italians in this country. For this reason, he forswore vengeance for his dead son, for the common good. He swore that as long as he was responsible for his family's actions, not one finger would be lifted against any man there without just cause and utmost provocation. He was willing to sacrifice his commercial interests for the common good. That was his word, his honor. Some there knew he had never betrayed either. But he had a selfish interest. His youngest son had fled, accused of Sollazzo's murder and that of a police captain. He must make arrangements for him to come home safely, cleared of false charges. That was his affair. He would make those arrangements. He would find the real culprits, perhaps, or convince authorities of his innocence. Perhaps witnesses and informants would recant their lies. But again, this was his affair, and he believed he could bring his son home. But let him say this. He was a superstitious man, a ridiculous failing. But he confessed it. So if some unlucky accident should befall his youngest son, if a police officer accidentally shot him, if he hanged himself in his cell, if new witnesses appeared to testify to his guilt, his superstition would make him feel it was the result of ill will still borne him by some people there. Let him go further. If his son was struck by lightning, he would blame some of the people there. If his plane fell into the sea or his ship sank, if he caught a mortal fever, if his automobile was struck by a train, such was his superstition that he would blame the ill will felt by people there. That ill will, that bad luck, he could never forgive. But aside from that, let him swear by the souls of his grandchildren that he would never break the peace they had made. After all, were they or were they not better men than those Pezzanovanti who had killed countless millions in their lifetimes? With that, Don Corleone stepped from his place and went down the table to where Philip Tattaglia sat. Tattaglia rose to greet him, and the two men embraced, kissing each other's cheeks. The other Dons applauded and rose to shake hands with everyone in sight, congratulating the two on their new friendship. It was not the warmest friendship. They would not send Christmas gifts, but they would not murder each other. That was friendship enough in this world, all that was needed. Since his son Freddie was under the Molinari family's protection in the West, Don Corleone lingered with the San Francisco Don after the meeting to thank him. Molinari said enough for the Don to gather that Freddie had found his niche out there, was happy, and had become something of a ladies' man. He had a genius for running a hotel. The Don shook his head in wonder, as many fathers do when told of undreamed-of talents in their children. Sometimes the greatest misfortunes brought unforeseen rewards. They both agreed this was so. Meanwhile, Corleone made it clear the San Francisco Don was in his debt for protecting Freddie. He let it be known that his influence would be exerted so that the important racing wires would always be available to his people no matter what changes occurred in the power structure. An important guarantee, since the struggle over this facility was a constant open wound, complicated by Chicago's heavy hand. But Don Corleone was not without influence even in that land of barbarians. So his promise was a gift of gold. It was evening before Don Corleone, Tom Hagen, and the bodyguard chauffeur, Rocco Lampone, arrived at the Long Beach Mall. When they entered the house, the Don told Hagen to keep an eye on Lampone. The fellow was worth something better, he thought. Hagen wondered at this. Lampone hadn't said a word all day, hadn't even glanced at the two men in the back seat. He'd opened the door, had the car waiting when they emerged, everything correct, but no more than any well-trained chauffeur might do. Evidently, the Don's eye had seen something Hagen hadn't. The Don dismissed Hagen, telling him to come back after supper. Take his time, rest a little, since they would put in a long night. Also have Clemenza and Tessio present at 10 p.m., not before. Hagen was to brief them on the afternoon's meeting. At 10, the Don waited for the three men in his office. The corner room with its law library and special phone. A tray held whiskey, ice, soda water. The Don gave his instructions. He said they'd made peace that afternoon. He'd given his word and honor, which should be enough for all of them. But their friends were not so trustworthy, so stay on guard. No more nasty surprises. He turned to Hagen. Had he let the Bacchicchio hostages go? Hagen nodded. He'd called Clemenza as soon as he got home. The Don turned to massive Clemenza. The Capo regime nodded. He'd released them. Then he asked, was it possible for a Sicilian to be as dumb as the Bacchicchios pretended to be? The Don smiled a little. They were clever enough to make a good living. Why was it so necessary to be more clever than that? It wasn't the Bacchicchios who caused the world's troubles. But it was true, they hadn't got the Sicilian head. Relaxed now that the war was over, the Don mixed drinks himself and brought one to each man. He sipped his carefully and lit a cigar. He wanted nothing set forth to discover what happened to Sonny. That was done with to be forgotten. He wanted full cooperation with the other families, even if they became a little greedy and the Corleones didn't get their proper share. He wanted nothing to break this peace, no matter the provocation, until they'd found a way to bring Michael home. and he wanted that to be first on their minds. Remember this: when Michael came back, he must come back in absolute safety, not just from the Tartaglias or Barzanas. What concerned him was the police. Sure, they could get rid of the real evidence. That waiter wouldn't testify, nor that spectator or gunman. The real evidence was the least of their worries. What they had to worry about was police framing false evidence, because informers had assured them Michael Corleone was the man who killed their captain. Very well. They had to demand that the 5 families do everything in their power to correct this police belief. All their informers who worked with police must come up with new stories. After his speech that afternoon, he thought they would understand it was in their interest to do so. But that wasn't enough. They had to come up with something special so Michael would never have to worry again. Otherwise, there was no point in him coming back. So let them all think about that. The most important matter. Now, any man should be allowed one foolishness in his life. He'd had his. He wanted all the land around the mall, bought the houses bought. He didn't want any man able to look out his window into the Don's garden, even from a mile away. He wanted a fence around the mall, full protection at all times, a gate in that fence. In short, he wished now to live in a fortress. He would never go into the city to work again. He would be semi-retired. He felt an urge to work in the garden, to make a little wine when the grapes were in season. He wanted to live in his house. The only time he'd leave was for a little vacation or to see someone on important business. And then he wanted all precautions taken. They shouldn't take this amiss. He wasn't preparing anything. He was being prudent. He'd always been a prudent man. Nothing was so little to his taste as carelessness. Women and children could afford to be careless. Men could not. Be leisurely in all these things. No frantic preparations to alarm their friends. It could be done in such a way as to seem natural. The Don continued. He would leave more and more to the 3 of them. The Santino regime was to be disbanded, its men placed into their regimes. That would reassure their friends and show he meant peace. Tom was to assemble a group to go to Las Vegas and bring back a full report. What was really happening out there, and about Fredo. He heard he wouldn't recognize his own son. It seemed Freddie was a cook now, amusing himself with young girls more than a grown man should. He'd always been too serious when young, never the man for family business. But find out what could really be done out there. Hagen asked quietly if they should send the Don's son-in-law. Carlo was a Nevada native. He knew his way around. The Don shook his head. His wife was lonely without any of her children. He wanted Constanzia and her husband moved into one of the houses on the mall. Carlo should be given a responsible job. Maybe he'd been too harsh on him. The Don grimaced. He was short of sons. Take Carlo out of gambling and put him with the unions where he could do paperwork and a lot of talking. He was a good talker. A tiny note of contempt colored the Don's voice. Hagen nodded. He and Clemenza would go over all the people and put together a Vegas group. Did the Don want him to call Freddie home for a few days? The Don shook his head, speaking cruelly. What for? His wife could still cook their meals. Let him stay out there. The 3 men shifted uneasily. They hadn't realized Freddie was in such severe disfavor and suspected something they didn't know. The Don sighed. He hoped to grow good green peppers and tomatoes in the garden this year, more than they could eat. He'd make presents of them. He wanted a little peace, quiet, and tranquility for his old age. That was all. They could have another drink if they liked. A dismissal. The men rose. Hagen walked Clemenza and Tessio to their cars, arranged meetings to thrash out operational details, then went back inside. He knew the Don would be waiting. The Don had taken off his jacket and tie and was lying on the couch, his stern face relaxed into fatigue. He waved Hagen to a chair and asked, Well, Consigliere, did he disapprove of any of today's deeds? Hagen took his time answering. No, but he didn't find it consistent, nor true to the Don's nature. The Don said he didn't want to find out how Santino was killed or seek vengeance. Hagen didn't believe that. The Don had given his word for peace and would keep it, but Hagen couldn't believe he would give his enemies the victory they seemed to have won. The Don had constructed a magnificent riddle Hagen couldn't solve, so how could he approve or disapprove? Contentment crossed the Don's face. He said Hagen knew him better than anyone else. Even though Hagen wasn't Sicilian, the Don had made him one. Everything Hagen said was true, but there was a solution, and Hagen would comprehend it before it spun out to the end. Everyone had to take the Don's word, and he would keep his word. He wanted his orders obeyed exactly. But the most important thing, get Michael home as soon as possible. Make that first in mind and work. Explore all legal alleys, no matter the cost. It had to be foolproof when he came home. Consult the best criminal lawyers. The Don would give names of judges who would grant private audiences. Until then, guard against all treacheries. Hagen said he wasn't worried so much about real evidence as manufactured evidence. Also, some police friend might kill Michael after arrest in his cell or have a prisoner do it. As Hagen saw it, they couldn't even afford to have Michael arrested or accused. The Don sighed. He knew that was the difficulty. But they couldn't take too long. There were troubles in Sicily. Young fellows there didn't listen to elders anymore, and deported men from America were too much for old-fashioned Dons to handle. Michael could get caught in between. The Don had taken precautions. Michael still had a good cover, but it wouldn't last forever. That was one reason the Don had to make peace. Barzini had friends in Sicily who were beginning to sniff Michael's trail. That gave Hagen one answer to the riddle. The Don had to make peace to ensure his son's safety. There was nothing else to do. Hagen didn't bother asking how the Don had gotten that information. He wasn't surprised. And it was true this solved part of the riddle. When Hagen met with Tartaglia's people to firm up details, should he insist all drug middlemen be clean? Judges would be skittish about giving light sentences to a man with a record. The Don shrugged. They should be smart enough to figure that out themselves. Mention it, don't insist. They'd do their best, but if a real snowbird got caught, they wouldn't lift a finger, just say nothing could be done. But Barzini was a man who would know that without being told. Notice how he never committed himself in this affair. One might never have known he was concerned. That was a man who didn't get caught on the losing side. Hagen was startled. He meant Barzini had been behind Salazzo and Tartaglia all along. The Don sighed. Tartaglia was a pimp. He could never have outfought Santino. That's why the Don didn't have to know what happened. It was enough to know Barzini had a hand in it. Hagen let that sink in. The Don was giving clues, but something very important was left out. Hagen knew what it was, but knew it wasn't his place to ask. He said good night and turned to go. The Don had a last word. Use all wits for a plan to bring Michael home. And one other thing. Arrange with the telephone man so that every month the Don received a list of all calls made and received by Clemenza and Tessio. He suspected nothing. He would swear they would never betray him, but no harm in knowing any little thing that might help before the event. Hagen nodded and went out. He wondered if the Don was keeping a check on him as well, then was ashamed of the suspicion. But now he was sure that in the Godfather's subtle and complex mind, a phalangian plan was being initiated. Today's happenings no more than a tactical retreat. And there was that one dark fact no one mentioned, that he himself had not dared to ask, that Don Corleone ignored. All pointed to a future day of reckoning. But nearly another year passed before Don Corleone could arrange for Michael to be smuggled back into the United States. During that time, the whole family racked their brains for suitable schemes. Even Carlo Rizzi was listened to, now that he lived in the mall with Connie. They had a second child, a boy, but none of the schemes met with the Don's approval. Finally, the Baccacchio family, through a misfortune of its own, solved the problem. There was a young cousin, Felix, 25, born in America, with more brains than anyone in the clan had ever had. He'd refused the garbage-hauling business, married a nice American girl of English stock to further his split from the clan. He went to school at night to become a lawyer, worked days as a post office clerk. He had 3 children, his wife was a prudent manager, and they lived on his salary until he got his law degree. Like many young men, Felix thought his virtue would automatically be rewarded after earning his law degree. It proved not to be the case. Still proud, he refused all help from his clan. But a lawyer friend, well-connected with a budding career at a big firm, talked Felix into doing him a little favor. Very complicated, seemingly legal, a bankruptcy fraud. A million tunes shot against being found out. Felix took the chance. Using legal skills learned at a university seemed not so reprehensible. In an odd way, not even criminal. To make a foolish story short, the fraud was discovered. The lawyer friend refused to help Felix, wouldn't even answer his calls. The 2 principals, shrewd middle-aged businessmen who furiously blamed Felix's legal clumsiness, pleaded guilty and cooperated with the state, naming Felix as the ringleader, claiming he'd used threats of violence to control their business. Testimony linked Felix to uncles and cousins with criminal records for strong-arm. The 2 businessmen got suspended sentences. Felix got 1 to 5 years and served 3. The clan didn't ask help from any family or Don Corleone because Felix had refused to ask their help and had to learn that mercy comes only from the family. Felix was released after 3 years, went home, kissed his wife and 3 children, lived peacefully for a year, and then showed he was of the Baccacchio clan after all. Without attempting concealment, he procured a pistol and shot his lawyer friend to death. Then he searched out the 2 businessmen and calmly shot them both through the head as they came out of a luncheonette. He left the bodies in the street, went into the luncheonette, ordered a cup of coffee, and drank it while waiting for police to arrest him. His trial was swift, his judgment merciless. A member of the criminal underworld had cold-bloodedly murdered state witnesses. The public, press, society, even soft-hearted humanitarians united in wanting Felix Baccacchio in the electric chair. The governor would no more grant clemency than officials would spare a mad dog, the phrase of one of the governor's closest aides. The Baccacchio clan would spend whatever needed on appeals. They were proud of him now, but the conclusion was certain. After legal folderol, Felix Baccacchio would die in the electric chair. Hagen brought the case to the Don's attention at a Baccacchio's request, hoping something could be done. The Don curtly refused. He was not a magician. People asked him the impossible, but the next day, the Don called Hagen in, had him go over the case in intimate detail, then told him to summon the Baccacchio clan head to the mall. What happened next had the simplicity of genius. Don Corleone guaranteed that Felix's wife and children would receive a handsome pension. The money would be handed over immediately. In turn, Felix must confess to the murders of Sollazzo and police Captain McCluskey. Many details to arrange. Felix would have to confess convincingly, know some true details, also implicate the police captain in narcotics. Then the Luna restaurant waiter must be persuaded to identify Felix as the murderer. Courage required, as the description would change radically, Felix being much shorter and heavier, but the Don would attend to that. Also, since the condemned man had been a great believer in higher education, his children would need college money. The Don would pay that as well. The Baccacchio clan had to be reassured there was no hope for clemency on the original murders. The new confession would seal Felix's already almost certain doom. Everything was arranged, money paid, contact made with the condemned man for instruction. Finally, the plan was sprung. The confession made headlines. A huge success. But Don Corleone, cautious as always, waited until Felix Pacchicchio was actually executed 4 months later before finally giving the command that Michael Corleone could return home. A year after Sonny's death, Lucy Mancini still missed him with a ferocity that surpassed any romance. But her grief wasn't the schoolgirl longing for a life companion or for sentimental gifts and hero worship. She missed him for a more important reason. He had been the only man in the world who could make her body achieve the act of love. In her youth and innocence, she still believed he was the only one who possibly could. Now she sunned herself in the balmy Nevada air. A slender blonde young man played with her toes at the pool's edge. Despite the Sunday afternoon crowd, his hand slid up her bare thigh. She told him to stop, adding that she thought doctors at least weren't as silly as other men. Jules grinned and called himself a Las Vegas doctor. He tickled the inside of her thigh, amazed how such a small thing excited her. It showed on her face despite her attempts to hide it. She was primitive, innocent. So why couldn't he make her come across? Living tissue under his hand required other living tissue. Dr. Jules Siegel decided he would make the big push that night at his apartment. He'd wanted to do it without trickery, but if trickery was needed, he was the man for it. All in the interests of science, of course. Besides, the poor kid was dying for it. Her voice trembling, she begged him to stop. Jules immediately relented, put his head in her lap, and used her soft thighs as a pillow for a nap. He was amused by her squirming, the heat from her loins. When she put her hand on his head to smooth his hair, he grasped her wrist playfully, lover-like, but really to feel her pulse. Galloping. He'd get her tonight and solve the mystery, whatever it was. Fully confident, he fell asleep. Lucy watched the pool crowd. She could never have imagined her life would change so much in less than 2 years. She never regretted her foolishness at Connie Corleone's wedding. It was the most wonderful thing that had ever happened to her, relived over and over in her dreams and the months that followed. Sonny had visited once a week, sometimes more, never less. Before seeing him, her body was in torment. Their passion was elementary, undiluted by poetry or intellectualism, a coarsest, fleshly love of tissue for opposing tissue. When Sonny called that he was coming, she made sure there was enough liquor and food for supper and breakfast, because he usually stayed until late the next morning. He had his own key. When he came through the door, she flew into his massive arms. They were brutally direct, brutally primitive. During their first kiss, they fumbled at each other's clothing. He lifted her in the air. She wrapped her legs around his huge thighs. They made love standing in the foyer, as if repeating their first act, and then he carried her to the bedroom. They lay in bed for 16 hours, completely naked. She cooked enormous meals. Sometimes he got phone calls, obviously business, but she never listened. She was too busy toying with his body, fondling it, kissing it, burying her mouth in it. When he walked by for a drink, she reached out to touch him, hold him, make love as if his body were a specially constructed, intricate but innocent toy, revealing known but still surprising ecstasies. At first she'd been ashamed, but soon saw it pleased her lover. Her complete sensual enslavement flattered him. In all this there was an animal innocence. They were happy. When Sonny's father was gunned down, she understood for the first time that her lover might be in danger. Alone, she didn't weep. She wailed aloud, an animal wailing. When Sonny didn't come for almost 3 weeks, she subsisted on sleeping pills, liquor, and anguish. Physical pain, her body ached. When he finally came, she held on to him almost every moment. After that, he came at least once a week until he was killed. She learned of his death through newspaper accounts. That same night, she took a massive overdose of sleeping pills. Instead of killing her, the pills made her so ill she staggered into the hall and collapsed in front of the elevator door, where she was found and taken to the hospital. Her relationship to Sonny wasn't generally known, so her case received only a few inches in the tabloids. In the hospital, Tom Hagen came to console her. He arranged a job in Las Vegas at the hotel, run by Sonny's brother Freddie. He told her she would receive an annuity from the Corleone family. Sonny had made provisions. He asked if she was pregnant. She said no. He asked if Sonny had come or called that fatal night. She said no, that he hadn't called. She was always home waiting when she finished working. She told Hagen the truth. Sonny was the only man she could ever love. She couldn't love anybody else. She saw him smile a little, but also look surprised. She asked if he found that unbelievable. Wasn't Sonny the one who brought Hagen home as a kid? Hagen said Sonny had grown up to be a different kind of man. Not to her, Lucy said. Maybe to everybody else, but not to her. She was too weak to explain how Sonny had never been anything but gentle with her. Never angry, irritable, or nervous. Hagen made all arrangements for her move to Las Vegas. A rented apartment was waiting. He took her to the airport himself and made her promise to call if she ever felt lonely or things went wrong. Before boarding, she asked hesitantly if Sonny's father knew what he was doing. Hagen smiled. He was acting for the Don as well as himself. The Don was old-fashioned and would never go against his son's legal wife, but he felt Lucy was just a young girl and Sonny should have known better. Her taking all those pills had shaken everybody up. He didn't explain how incredible suicide was to a man like the Don. After nearly 18 months in Las Vegas, she was surprised to find herself almost happy. Some nights she dreamed of Sonny. Lying awake before dawn, she continued her dream with her own caresses until she could sleep again. She hadn't had a man since, but Vegas life agreed with her. She swam in hotel pools, sailed on Lake Mead, drove through the desert on days off. She became thinner, which improved her figure, still voluptuous but more American than old Italian style. She worked as a receptionist in public relations and had little to do with Freddie, though he would stop and chat when he saw her. She was surprised at his change. He'd become a ladies' man, dressed beautifully, and seemed to have a real flair for running a gambling resort. He controlled the hotel side, unusual for casino owners. With the long, hot summers, or perhaps his more active sex life, he too had become thinner. Hollywood tailoring made him look almost debonair in a deadly sort of way. After 6 months, Tom Hagen came to check on her. She'd been receiving $600 a month in addition to her salary. Hagen explained the money had to appear from somewhere and asked her to sign complete powers of attorney so he could channel it properly. As a formality, she would be listed as owner of 5 points in the hotel. She'd have to go through Nevada legal formalities, but everything would be handled, her personal inconvenience minimal. She was not to discuss this with anyone without his consent. She would be protected legally, her monthly money assured. If authorities ever questioned her, refer them to her lawyer, and she wouldn't be bothered further. Lucy agreed. She understood what was happening, but had no objections. It seemed a reasonable favor, but when Hagen asked her to keep her eyes open around the hotel, to watch Freddie and Freddie's boss, the man who owned and operated the hotel as major stockholder, she asked if he wanted her to spy on Freddie. Hagen smiled. Freddie's father worried about him. He was in fast company with Mo Green, and they just wanted to make sure Freddie didn't get into trouble. He didn't bother explaining that the Don had backed building this desert hotel, not only as a haven for his son, but to get a foot in the door for bigger operations. Shortly after, Dr. Jules Siegel came to work as the hotel physician. Thin, handsome, charming, he seemed very young to be a doctor, at least to Lucy. She met him when a lump grew above her wrist. She worried for a few days, then one morning went to his office suite. 2 showgirls from the chorus line were in the waiting room, gossiping, blonde and peach pretty. One swore if she had another dose she was giving up dancing. When Jules opened his door to Motion 1 inside, Lucy was tempted to leave. He wore slacks and an open shirt. The horn-rimmed glasses and quiet reserve helped, but the impression was informal. And like many old-fashioned people, Lucy didn't believe medicine and informality mixed. When she finally got into his office, his manner reassured her. He spoke hardly at all, but was not brusque, taking his time. He explained the lump was a common fibrous growth, not malignant or serious. He picked up a heavy medical book, told her to hold out her arm, then smiled and admitted he was cheating himself out of a surgical fee. He would smash it with the book to flatten it. It might pop up again, but surgical removal would cost money and require bandages, okay? She trusted him absolutely. She said, okay. The next instant, she yelled as he brought down the heavy volume on her forearm. The lump flattened almost completely. He asked if it hurt that much. No, she said. He completed her case history card without further attention. She left. A week later, he saw her in the coffee shop and sat next to her at the counter, asking about her arm. Fine, she said. Unorthodox, but pretty good. He grinned. She didn't know how unorthodox he was. And he hadn't known how rich she was. The Vegas Sun had published a list of point owners. Lucy Mancini had 10 points. He could have made a fortune on that little bump. She didn't answer, suddenly remembering Hagen's warnings. He grinned again and told her not to worry. He knew the score. She was just one of the dummies. Vegas was full of them. How about seeing a show with him that night? He'd buy dinner and even some roulette chips. She felt doubtful. He urged her. Finally, she admitted she'd like to come, but worried he might be disappointed by how the night ended. She wasn't really a swinger like most Vegas girls. Jules said cheerfully. That was why he'd asked her. He prescribed a night's rest for himself. Lucy smiled sadly and asked if it was that obvious. He shook his head. She agreed to supper, but insisted on buying her own roulette chips. They went to the supper show. Jules kept her amused by describing different types of bare thighs and breasts in medical terms. All good humor, never sneering. Afterward, they played roulette together at the same wheel and won over $100. Later, they drove up to Boulder Dam in the moonlight. He tried to make love to her, but when she resisted after a few kisses, he knew she meant no and stopped. He took his defeat with great good humor. She told him with half-guilty reproach that she'd said she wouldn't. He pointed out she would have been insulted if he hadn't even tried. She had to laugh because it was true. Over the next few months, they became best friends. Not love. They didn't make love. Lucy wouldn't let him. She could see he was puzzled by her refusal, but not hurt the way most men would be, which made her trust him even more. Beneath his professional doctor's exterior, he was wildly fun-loving and reckless. On weekends, he drove a souped-up MG in California races. On vacation, he went into interior Mexico, the real wild country, he told her, where strangers were murdered for their shoes and life was as primitive as 1,000 years ago. She accidentally learned he was a surgeon who'd been connected with a famous New York hospital. This puzzled her more than ever about his taking the hotel job. When she asked, Jules said she should tell him her dark secret, and he'd tell her his. She blushed and dropped it. He didn't pursue it either. Their warm friendship continued, something she counted on more than she realized. Now, sitting at the pool with Jules's blonde head in her lap, she felt overwhelming tenderness. Her loins ached. Without realizing it, her fingers sensuously stroked his neck. He seemed to be sleeping. She became excited just by the feel of him. Suddenly, he raised his head, stood up, took her hand, and led her over the grass and cement, walk into one of the cottages holding his private apartment. Inside, he fixed them both big drinks. After the blazing sun and her own sensuous thoughts, the drink went to her head. Then his arms were around her, their bodies, naked except for scanty bathing suits, pressed together. She murmured, "Don't," without conviction. Jules paid no attention. He stripped off her bathing bra, fondled her heavy breasts, kissed them, then stripped off her trunks, kissing her body as he did her rounded belly and the insides of her thighs. He stood up, struggled out of his own shorts, embraced her, and then naked they were on his bed. She could feel him entering her. The slight touch was enough for her to reach her climax. In the second afterward, she could read surprise in the motions of his body. Overwhelming shame flooded her, the shame she'd felt before she knew Sonny. But Jules twisted her body over the bed's edge, positioning her legs a certain way. She let him control her limbs. He entered her again, kissing her. This time she could feel him. But more importantly, she could tell he was feeling something too, reaching his climax. When he rolled off, Lucy huddled into a corner of the bed and began to cry, ashamed. Then she was shockingly surprised to hear Jules laugh softly. He called her a poor, benighted Italian girl, so that's why she kept refusing him all these months? He called her a dope with such friendly affection that she turned toward him. He took her naked body against his and said she was medieval, positively medieval. His voice was soothingly comforting as she continued to weep. Jules lit a cigarette and put it in her mouth, so she choked on the smoke and had to stop crying. He told her to listen. If she'd had a decent modern raising with a family culture part of the 20th century, her problem would have been solved years ago. He explained her problem. It wasn't the equivalent of being ugly or having bad skin. It was like having a wart or a mole. Stop thinking of it in sexual terms. Stop thinking she had a big box no man could love because it wouldn't give necessary friction. What she had was a pelvic malformation and a weakening of the pelvic floor, usually coming after childbearing, but sometimes just bad bone structure. A common condition. Many women lived miserable lives because of it, when a simple operation could fix them. Some even committed suicide. He'd never figured her for that condition because of her beautiful body. He thought it was psychological. But he would give her a thorough physical examination and tell her exactly how much work would be needed. Now go take a shower. She took a shower. Patiently and over her protest, Jules made her lie on the bed with legs spread. He had an extra doctor's bag open and a small glass-top table with instruments. All business now, examining her, fingers inside. She began to feel humiliated when he kissed her navel and said almost absent-mindedly it was the first time he'd enjoyed his work. Then he flipped her over, thrust a finger into her rectum, feeling around, but his other hand stroked her neck affectionately. When finished, he turned her right side up, kissed her tenderly on the mouth, and said he was going to build her a whole new thing down there, then try it out personally. A medical first. He could write a paper for the official journals. Jules did everything with such good-humored affection, he obviously cared for her, that Lucy got over her shame and embarrassment. He even showed her a medical textbook with a case like hers and the surgical procedure. She found herself quite interested. He said it was a health thing, too. If she didn't get it corrected, she'd have hellish trouble later with her whole plumbing system. The structure became progressively weaker and less corrected by surgery. A damn shame that old-fashioned prudery kept doctors from properly diagnosing and correcting it, and women from complaining. She begged him not to talk about it. He could see she was still ashamed of her secret, embarrassed by her ugly defect. Though to his medically trained mind this seemed the height of silliness, he was sensitive enough to identify with her. Then he said he'd tell her his secret. She always asked what he was doing in this town, one of the youngest and most brilliant surgeons in the East. The truth was, he was an abortionist. Not so bad, half the medical profession was. But he got caught. He'd had a friend, a doctor named Kennedy, a really straight guy who said he'd help. Tom Hagen had told Kennedy that if he ever needed help, the Corleone family was indebted to him. So Kennedy spoke to Hagen. Next thing, the charges were dropped, but the Medical Association and Eastern Establishment had him blacklisted. The Corleone family got him this job. He made a good living doing a job that had to be done. Showgirls were always getting knocked up. Aborting them was easy if they came to him right away. Freddie Corleone was a real terror. By Jules' count, Freddie had knocked up 15 girls while he'd been there. He'd seriously considered giving Freddie a father-to-son talk about sex, especially since he'd had to treat him 3 times for clap and once for syphilis. Freddie was the original bareback rider. Jules stopped. He'd been deliberately indiscreet, so Lucy would know that other people, including someone she knew and feared a little, like Freddie, also had shameful secrets. He told her to think of it as a piece of elastic that had lost its elasticity. By cutting out a piece, you made it tighter, snappier. She said she'd think about it, but she was sure she was going through with it. She trusted Jules absolutely. Then she asked how much it would cost. Jules frowned. He didn't have the facilities for that surgery, nor was he the expert. But he had a friend in Los Angeles, the best in the field, with facilities at the best hospital. The friend tightened up movie stars when those dames found that face. And breast lifts weren't the whole answer to making a man love them. The friend owed Jules favors, so it wouldn't cost anything. If it weren't unethical, Jules would tell her the names of some movie sex queens who'd had the operation. She became immediately curious and pressed him to tell her. It would be delicious gossip. And one thing about Jules was she could show her feminine love of gossip without him making fun of it. He said he'd tell her she had dinner and spent the night with him. They had a lot of lost time to make up for because of her silliness. Lucy felt overwhelming affection for his kindness and admitted he didn't have to sleep with her. He wouldn't enjoy it the way she was now. Jules burst out laughing and called her an incredible dope. Hadn't she ever heard of any other way of making love? Far more ancient? Far more civilized? Was she really that innocent? She said, "Oh, that..." He mimicked her. Nice girls didn't do that. Manly men didn't do that, even in 1948. Then he offered to take her to the house of a little old lady in Las Vegas, the youngest madam of the most popular whorehouse in the Wild West days back in 1880. She liked to talk about the old days. Jules reported that those gunslingers, those manly, virile, straight-shooting cowboys, would always ask the girls for a French, what doctors called fellatio, what she called, "oh, that." He asked if she'd ever thought of doing "oh, that" with her beloved Sonny. For the first time, she truly surprised him. She turned on him with what he could only think of as a Mona Lisa smile, his scientific mind darting off on a tangent, wondering if this solved that centuries-old mystery, and said quietly that she'd done everything with Sonny. It was the first time she'd ever admitted anything like that to anyone. 2 weeks later, Jules stood in the Los Angeles hospital operating room, watching his friend Dr. Frederick Kellner perform the specialty. Before Lucy went under anesthesia, Jules leaned over and whispered that he told Kellner she was his special girl, so Kellner was going to put in some real tight walls. But the preliminary pill had already made her dopey. She didn't laugh or smile. His teasing remark did take away some of the operation's terror. Kellner made his incision with the confidence of a pool shark making an easy shot. The technique required 2 objectives: shortening the musculo-fibrous pelvic sling to take up slack, and bringing the vaginal opening forward under the pubic arch, relieving it from direct pressure above. Repairing the pelvic sling was called parinchorrhaphy. Suturing the vaginal wall was colporrhaphy. Jules observed Kellner working carefully now. The big danger in cutting was going too deep and hitting the rectum. A fairly uncomplicated case. Jules had studied all the X-rays and tests. Nothing should go wrong, except that in surgery, something could always go wrong. Kellner worked on the diaphragm sling. The T-forceps held the vaginal flap, exposing the antemuscle and the fascia forming its sheath. Kellner's gauze-covered fingers pushed aside loose connective tissue. Jules kept his eyes on the vaginal wall for the appearance of veins, the telltale danger signal of injuring the rectum. But old Kellner knew his stuff. He was building a new snatch as easily as a carpenter nailed together 2x4 studs. Kellner trimmed away the excess vaginal wall, using a fastening down stitch to close the bite taken from the redundant angles tissue, ensuring no troublesome projections would form. He tried inserting 3 fingers into the narrowed opening, then 2. He managed to get 2 fingers in, probing deeply, and for a moment looked up at Jules, his china blue eyes over the gauze mask twinkling as if asking whether that was narrow enough. Then he returned to his sutures. It was over. They wheeled Lucy to recovery. Kellner was cheerful, the best sign everything had gone well. No complications, he told Jules. Nothing growing in there, a very simple case. She had wonderful body tone, unusual for these cases, and now she was in first-class shape for fun and games. Kellner envied him. Of course, Jules would have to wait a little while, but then Kellner guaranteed he'd like the work. Jules laughed and called Kellner a true Pygmalion, really marvelous. Kellner grunted. That was all child's play, like Jules's abortions. If society were only realistic, truly talented people could do important work and leave this stuff for hacks. By the way, he'd send Jules a girl next week, a very nice girl. They seem the ones who always got in trouble. That would make them square for this job. Jules shook his hand, thanked him, and invited Kellner to come out sometime. He'd see that Kellner got all courtesies of the house. Kellner gave a wry smile. He gambled every day. He didn't need roulette wheels and crap tables. He knocked heads with fate too often as it was. He warned that Jules was going to waste out there. Another couple of years, and he could forget about serious surgery. He wouldn't be up to it. He turned away. Jules knew it wasn't meant as a reproach, but as a warning. Still, it took the heart out of him. Since Lucy wouldn't be out of recovery for at least 12 hours, he went out on the town and got drunk. Partly from relief that everything had worked out so well with her. The next morning at the hospital, he was surprised to find 2 men at her bedside and flowers everywhere. Lucy was propped up on pillows, her face radiant. She'd broken with her family and told Jules not to notify them unless something went wrong. Freddie knew she was in for a minor operation, necessary so they could both get time off. And Freddie had said the hotel would cover all bills. Lucy introduced them. Jules instantly recognized the famous Johnny Fontaine. The other was a big, muscular, snotty-looking Italian named Nino Valenti. They shook hands with Jules and then paid him no further attention, kidding Lucy about the old New York neighborhood, people and events Jules had no way of sharing. He told Lucy he'd drop by later. He had to see Kellner anyway. But Fontaine turned on the charm, saying they had to leave themselves. Jules should keep Lucy company and take good care of her. Jules noticed a peculiar hoarseness in Fontaine's voice and remembered the man hadn't sung in public for over a year, though he'd won an Academy Award for acting. Could the voice have changed so late in life, with the papers and everyone keeping it a secret? Jules loved inside gossip and kept listening, trying to diagnose the trouble. Simple strain, too much booze and cigarettes, or even too many women. The voice had an ugly timbre. He could never be called the sweet crooner anymore. Jules asked if Fontaine had a cold. Fontaine said politely it was just strain. He tried to sing last night. He guessed he just couldn't accept that his voice had changed. Getting old, you know. He gave a what-the-hell grin. Jules asked casually if Fontaine had seen a doctor about it. Maybe it could be fixed. Fontaine turned less charming, giving a long, cool look. He'd seen the best specialist nearly 2 years ago. His own doctor, supposed to be the top guy in California. They told him to rest. Nothing wrong, just getting older. A man's voice changes with age. Fontaine ignored him after that, charming Lucy as he charmed all women. Jules kept listening. There had to be a growth on those vocal cords. Then why hadn't the specialist spotted it? Malignant and inoperable? He interrupted Fontaine to ask when he'd last been examined by a specialist. Fontaine, irritated but polite for Lucy's sake, said about 18 months ago. Jules asked if his own doctor looked once in a while. Fontaine said yes, codeine spray and a checkup. The doctor told him it was just his voice aging, all the drinking and smoking and other stuff. Did Jules know more than he did? Jules asked the doctor's name. Fontaine said with a faint flicker of pride, Dr. James Tucker. What did Jules think of him? The name was familiar, linked to famous movie stars and an expensive health farm. Jules said Tucker was a sharp dresser, grinning. Fontaine got angry, asking if Jules thought he was a better doctor. Jules laughed and asked if Fontaine was a better singer than Carmen Lombardo. He was surprised to see Nino Valenti break up laughing, banging his head on his chair. The joke hadn't been that good. Then on the wings of those guffaws, Jules caught the smell of bourbon and knew that even this early in the morning, Valenti was at least half drunk. Fontaine grinned at his friend, saying Valenti was supposed to be laughing at his jokes, not Jules's. Meanwhile, Lucy stretched out her hand to Jules and drew him to her bedside. She told him he looked like a bum, but was a brilliant surgeon. If he said he was better than Dr. Tucker, then he was better than Dr. Tucker. Johnny should listen to him. The nurse came in and said they had to leave. The resident needed privacy to work on Lucy. Jules was amused to see Lucy turn her head away, so when Fontaine and Valenti kissed her, they hit her cheek instead of her mouth. But they seemed to expect it. She let Jules kiss her on the mouth and whispered for him to come back that afternoon, please. He nodded. In the corridor, Valenti asked what the operation was. Anything serious? Jules shook his head. Just a little female plumbing? Absolutely routine. He was more concerned than they were. He hoped to marry the girl. They looked at him appraisingly. He asked how they'd found out she was in the hospital. Fontaine said Freddie called and asked him to look in. They all grew up in the same neighborhood. Lucy was maid of honor when Freddie's sister got married. Jules didn't let on that he knew the whole story, perhaps because they were so cagey about protecting Lucy in her affair with Sonny. As they walked down the corridor, Jules said he had visiting doctor's privileges. Why not let him look at Fontaine's throat? Fontaine shook his head. He was in a hurry. Valenti said that was $1 million throat. He couldn't have cheap doctors looking down it. Jules saw Valenti grinning at him, obviously on his side. Jules said cheerfully he was no cheap doctor. He'd been the brightest young surgeon and diagnostician on the East Coast until they got him on an abortion rap. As he'd known it would, that made them take him seriously. By admitting his crime, he inspired belief in his high competence. Valenti recovered first. If Johnny couldn't use Jules, Valenti had a girlfriend he wanted Jules to look at. Not at her throat, though. Fontaine asked nervously how long it would take. 10 minutes, Jules said. A lie, but he believed in lying to patients. Truth-telling and medicine just didn't go together, except in dire emergencies, if then. Fontaine agreed. His voice was darker, hoarser with fright. Jules recruited a nurse and a consulting room. It didn't have everything he needed, but enough. In less than 10 minutes, he knew there was a growth on the vocal cords. Easy. Tucker, that incompetent sartorial son of a bitch of a Hollywood phony, should have spotted it. Christ, maybe the guy didn't even have a license, and if he did, it should have been taken away. Jules ignored the two men now. He picked up the phone and asked for the hospital's throat man to come down. Then he swung around and told Valenti it might be a long wait. He'd better leave. Fontaine stared in utter disbelief, called Jules a son of a bitch, and accused him of thinking he could keep him there and fuck around with his throat. Jules, with more pleasure than he would have thought possible, gave it straight between the eyes. Fontaine could do whatever he liked, but he had a growth of some sort on his vocal cords and his larynx. If he stayed the next few hours, they could nail down whether it was malignant or non-malignant. They could make a decision for surgery or treatment. Jules could give the whole story, give the name of a top specialist in America, and have him out on a plane that night with Fontaine's money if Jules thought necessary. But Fontaine could walk out, see his quack buddy, sweat while deciding to see another doctor or get referred to somebody incompetent. Then if it was malignant and got big enough, they'd cut out his whole larynx or he'd die. Or he could just sweat. Stick with Jules and get it all squared away in a few hours. Did he have anything more important to do? Valenti said they should stick around. He'd go down the hall and call the studio. Wouldn't tell them anything, just that they were held up. Then he'd come back and keep Johnny company. It proved a very long afternoon, but a rewarding one. The staff throat man's diagnosis was perfectly sound, as far as Jules could see after X-rays and swab analysis. Halfway through, Fontaine, his mouth soaked with iodine, retching over the gauze stuck in his mouth, tried to quit. Valenti grabbed him by the shoulders and slammed him back into a chair. When it was all over, Jules grinned at Fontaine and said one word: warts. Fontaine didn't grasp it. Jules repeated. Just some warts. They'd slice him right off, like skin off bologna. In a few months, he'd be okay. Valenti let out a yell, but Fontaine was still frowning. How about singing afterward? How would it affect his singing? Jules shrugged. No guarantee, but since he couldn't sing now, what was the difference? Fontaine looked at him with distaste and accused him of not knowing what he was talking about. Jules was acting like he was giving good news when what he was telling Fontaine was maybe he wouldn't sing anymore. Was that right? Maybe he wouldn't sing anymore. Finally, Jules was disgusted. He'd operated as a real doctor, and it had been a pleasure. He'd done this bastard a real favor, and Fontaine was acting as if he'd been done dirt. Jules coldly told him to listen. He was a doctor of medicine, and Fontaine could call him doctor, not kid, and he had given very good news. When he brought Fontaine down, he was certain there was a malignant growth in his larynx. Would entail cutting out his whole voice box, or could kill him. Jules had been worried he might have to tell Fontaine he was a dead man. He'd been so delighted when he could say the word warts, because Fontaine's singing had given Jules so much pleasure, helped him seduce girls when he was younger, and Fontaine was a real artist, but also a very spoiled guy. Did he think because he was Johnny Fontaine he couldn't get cancer, or a brain tumor, or heart failure? Did he think he was never going to die? Well, it wasn't all sweet music. If Fontaine wanted to see real trouble, take a walk through the hospital and he'd sing a love song about warts. So just stop the crap and get on with what he had to do. His Adolphe Monjou medical man could get him the proper surgeon. But if Tucker tried to get into the operating room, Jules suggested Fontaine have him arrested for attempted murder. Jules started to walk out. Valenti said, "Attaboy, Doc, that was telling him." Jules whirled around and asked if Valenti always got looped before noontime. Valenti said sure, and grinned with such good humor that Jules said more gently than he'd meant. Valenti had to figure he'd be dead in 5 years if he kept that up. Valenti lumbered toward Jules with little dancing steps, threw his arms around him, his breath stinking of bourbon, and laughed very hard. 5 years? Was it going to take that long? A month after her operation, Lucy sat beside the Vegas hotel pool, one hand holding a cocktail, the other stroking Jules's head in her lap. Jules teased her about not needing to build up courage. He had champagne waiting in their suite. Lucy asked if it was really okay so soon. He reminded her he was the doctor. Tonight was the big night. He realized he'd be the first surgeon in medical history to try out the results of his medical first operation, the before and after. He'd enjoy writing it up for the journals. He started to dictate a mock clinical description, but stopped because Lucy yanked his hair hard enough to make him yell. She smiled down and told him that if he wasn't satisfied tonight, she could truly say it was his fault. He guaranteed his work. He'd planned it, even though he let old Kellner do the manual labor. Now rest up. A long night of research ahead. When they went up to their suite, where they were living together now, Lucy found a surprise. A gourmet supper, and next to her champagne glass, a jeweler's box with a huge diamond engagement ring. Jules said that showed how much confidence he had in his work. Now let's see her earn it. He was very tender, very gentle. She was scared at first, her flesh jumping from his touch, but then reassured, she felt her body building to a passion she'd never known. When they finished the first time, Jules whispered that he did good work. She whispered back that, yes, he did. Yes, he did. And they both laughed as they started making love again. After 5 months of exile in Sicily, Michael Corleone finally came to understand his father's character and his destiny. He came to understand men like Luca Brasi, the ruthless Clemenza, his mother's resignation and acceptance of her role. In Sicily, he saw what they would have been if they had chosen not to struggle. He understood why the Don always said, "A man has only one destiny." He came to understand contempt for authority and legal government, hatred for any man who broke omertà. Dressed in old clothes and a billed cap, Michael had been transported from the Palermo dock to the interior, to the very heart of a province controlled by the Mafia, where the local capo mafioso was greatly indebted to his father for some past service. The province held the town of Corleone, whose name the Don had taken when he emigrated to America so long ago. But none of the Don's relatives remained alive. The women had died of old age, the men had been killed in vendettas or had emigrated to America, Brazil, or the Italian mainland. He later learned this small, poverty-stricken town had the highest murder rate of any place in the world. Michael became a guest in the home of a bachelor uncle of the capo mafioso. The uncle, in his 70s, was also the district's doctor. The capo mafioso was a man in his late 50s named Don Tomasino, who operated as the Gabellotto for a huge estate belonging to one of Sicily's most noble families. The Gabellotto, a sort of overseer for the rich, guaranteed that the poor would not claim uncultivated land or encroach on the estate by poaching or squatting. In short, the Gabellotto was a mafioso who, for a sum of money, protected the rich estate from all claims by the poor, legal or illegal. When a poor peasant tried to implement the law permitting him to buy uncultivated land, the Gabellotto frightened him off with threats of bodily harm or death. That simple. Don Tomasino also controlled the area's water rights and vetoed new dams by the Roman government. Such dams would ruin the profitable business of selling water from the artesian wells he controlled. Make water too cheap, ruin the whole water economy built over hundreds of years. However, Don Tomasino was old-fashioned and would have nothing to do with drugs or prostitution, putting him at odds with the new breed of mafia leaders springing up in big cities like Palermo. New men influenced by deported American gangsters who had no such scruples. The mafia chief was extremely portly, a man with a belly, literally and figuratively. Under his protection, Michael had nothing to fear, but keeping the fugitive's identity secret was necessary. So Michael was restricted to the walled estate of Dr. Taza, the Don's uncle. Dr. Taza was tall for a Sicilian, almost 6 feet, with ruddy cheeks and snow-white hair. Though in his 70s, he went every week to Palermo to pay respects to the younger prostitutes. The younger, the better. His other vice was reading. He read everything and talked about it to illiterate peasants and shepherds, giving him a local reputation for foolishness. What did books have to do with them? In the evenings, Dr. Taza, Don Tomasino, and Michael sat in the huge garden populated with marble statues that seemed to grow from the garden as magically as the black grapes. Dr. Taza loved telling stories about the Mafia's exploits over centuries, and in Michael he had a fascinated listener. Sometimes even Don Tomasino, carried away by the balmy air, fruity wine, and quiet comfort, told a story from his own experience. The doctor was the legend, the Don the reality. In that antique garden, Michael learned the roots from which his father grew. The word Mafia had originally meant place of refuge, then became the name for the secret organization that fought against rulers who had crushed the country for centuries. Sicily had been more cruelly raped than any other land. The Inquisition tortured rich and poor alike. Land-downing barons and Catholic Church princes exercised absolute power over shepherds and farmers. The police were their instruments, so identified with them that to be called a policeman was the foulest insult one Sicilian could hurl at another. Faced with savage absolute power, the suffering people learned never to betray their anger and hatred for fear of being crushed. They learned never to utter threats. Such warnings ensured quick reprisal. They learned society was their enemy. So for redress, they went to the rebel underground, the Mafia. The Mafia cemented its power by originating omerta, the law of silence. In the Sicilian countryside, a stranger asking directions would not even receive a courtesy answer. The greatest crime any Mafia member could commit was telling police the name of the man who had just shot him. Omerta became the people's religion. A woman whose husband was murdered would not tell police his killer's name, nor her child's murderer, nor her daughter's rapist. Justice had never come from authorities, so the people always went to the Robin Hood Mafia. To some extent, the Mafia still fulfilled this role. People turned to their local capo mafioso for help in every emergency. He was their social worker, district captain, ready with food and a job, their protector. But what Dr. Taza did not add, what Michael learned on his own in the months that followed, was that the Mafia in Sicily had become the illegal arm of the rich and even the auxiliary police of the legal and political structure. It had become a degenerate capitalist structure, anti-communist, anti-liberal, placing its own taxes on every form of business, no matter how small. Michael understood for the first time why men like his father chose to become thieves and murderers rather than members of legal society. The poverty, fear, and degradation were too awful to accept for any man of spirit. And in America, some emigrating Sicilians assumed there would be equally cruel authority. Dr. Taza offered to take Michael into Palermo on his weekly bordello visit, but Michael refused. His flight to Sicily had prevented proper treatment for his smashed jaw, and he now carried a memento from Captain McCluskey on the left side of his face. The bones had knitted badly, throwing his profile askew, giving him an appearance of depravity from that side. He had always been vain about his looks, which upset him more than he thought possible. The pain that came and went he didn't mind at all. Dr. Taza gave him pills that deadened it. Taza offered to treat his face, but Michael refused. He had been there long enough to learn that Dr. Taza was perhaps the worst physician in Sicily. Taza read everything but his medical literature, which he admitted he could not understand. He had passed his medical exams through the good offices of the most important Mafia chief in Sicily, who had made a special trip to Palermo to confer with Taza's professors about what grades to give him. This, too, showed how the Mafia in Sicily was cancerous to society. Merit meant nothing. Talent nothing. Work nothing. The Mafia Godfather gave you your profession as a gift. Michael had plenty of time to think. During the day, he took walks in the countryside, always accompanied by two of Don Tomasino's shepherds. The island shepherds were often recruited as Mafia hired killers, doing the job simply to earn money. Michael thought about his father's organization. If it continued to prosper, it would grow into what happened here. So cancerous it would destroy the whole country. Sicily was already a land of ghosts, its men emigrating everywhere to earn bread or simply to escape being murdered for exercising political and economic freedoms. On his long walks, the most striking thing was the country's magnificent beauty. He walked through orange orchards forming shady deep caverns, with ancient conduits splashing water from fanged mouths of great snake stones carved before Christ. Houses built like ancient Roman villas with huge marble portals and great vaulted rooms fell into ruins or were inhabited by stray sheep. On the horizon, bony hills shone like pick-bleached bones piled high. Gardens and fields sparkled green against the desert landscape like bright emerald necklaces. Sometimes he walked as far as Corleone, its 18,000 people strung out in dwellings pitting the side of the nearest mountain, mean hovels built from black rock quarried from that mountain. In the last year, over 60 murders had occurred in Corleone. Death shadowed the town. Further on, the wood of Facuzza broke the savage monotony of arable plain. His two shepherd bodyguards always carried their luperas, the deadly Sicilian shotgun, the Mafia's favorite weapon. Indeed, the police chief sent by Mussolini to clean the Mafia out of Sicily had, as one of his first steps, ordered all stone walls knocked down to no more than 3 feet high so murderers with luperas couldn't use them for ambushes. This didn't help much. The police minister solved the problem by arresting and deporting any suspected mafioso to penal colonies. When the Allied armies liberated Sicily, American military government officials believed anyone imprisoned by the fascist regime was a Democrat. Many mafiosi were appointed mayors of villages or interpreters to the military government. This good fortune enabled the Mafia to reconstitute itself and become more formidable than ever. The long walks, a bottle of strong wine at night with heavy pasta and meat, enabled Michael to sleep. Books in Italian filled Dr. Taz's library, and though Michael spoke dialect and had taken some college courses in Italian, reading them took great effort and time. His speech became almost accentless. Though he could never pass as a native of the district, he could be believed as one of those strange Italians from the far north bordering Switzerland and Germany. The distortion of his left face made him more native, the kind of disfigurement common in Sicily due to lack of medical care. The little injury that cannot be patched up for lack of money. Many children, many men, bore disfigurements that in America would have been repaired by minor surgery or sophisticated treatment. Michael often thought of Kay, her smile, her body, and always felt a twinge of conscience at leaving her so brutally without farewell. Oddly, his conscience was never troubled by the 2 men he had murdered. Salazzo had tried to kill his father. Captain McCluskey had disfigured him for life. Dr. Taza kept after him about getting surgery for his lopsided face, especially when Michael asked for pain-killing drugs, the pain getting worse and more frequent as time passed. Taza explained there was a facial nerve below the eye, radiating a whole complex of nerves. Indeed, this was the favorite spot for Mafia torturers, who searched it out on victims' cheeks with ice pick points. That nerve in Michael's face had been injured, or perhaps a splinter of bone lanced into it. Simple surgery in a Palermo hospital would permanently relieve the pain. Michael refused. When the doctor asked why, Michael grinned and said it was something from home. He really didn't mind the pain, which was more an ache, a small throbbing in his skull, like a motorized apparatus running in liquid to purify it. 7 months into his slow, rustic exile, Michael finally felt the edge of genuine boredom. Don Tomasino had grown scarce, locked in a quiet war with young Palermo toughs, the so-called new Mafia, who used post-war construction wealth to chip away at old country fiefs. Without the old man's company, Michael found himself stuck with Dr. Taza's stories, which had begun looping back on themselves. One sunny morning, Michael decided on a long hike toward the mountains, beyond Corleone. His 2 shepherd bodyguards came along, not so much for family enemies as for the simple fact that a stranger walking Sicily alone was asking for trouble. Bandits roamed, Mafia factions fought, and if some peasant found his straw-thatched Pagliaio looted, a lone wanderer like Michael might get mistaken for the thief and dealt with on the spot. The first shepherd, Carlo, was a near-mute, almost simple-minded fellow with an impassive Indian-still face and the wiry build of a man not yet gone soft. The second, Fabrizio, was younger, more talkative, a former Italian sailor with a lurid chest tattoo, a husband stabbing 2 entwined lovers that he'd gotten to hide a birthmark. Fabrizio chatted about America, brought Michael fresh cheese still sweating milk, and knew exactly who Michael was without ever saying it aloud. They walked dusty roads past donkeys pulling gaudy painted carts. Pink flowers, orange orchards, almond and olive groves, all blooming. Michael had expected barren poverty, but found a lush, heavy plush garden instead. So beautiful he couldn't understand why anyone ever left, yet the Exodus told its own grim story. He planned to reach the coastal village of Mazzara, then bus back to Corleone, tire himself out enough to sleep. The shepherds carried rucksacks of bread and cheese, their luperas slung openly like hunting pieces. The morning felt freshly washed, like a childhood summer day before ball games. Cicely's flower carpet scent, orange and lemon blossoms, was so thick Michael could smell it even through the sinus pressure left by his old facial injury. The bone had healed wrong, an eggshell fracture of the zygoma that pushed on his sinuses, making his left eye ache and his nose run constantly. Dr. Taza had offered a major surgery, break the bone again, fix it properly, but Michael refused. He hated the heavy, wrong feeling in his face more than the pain or the dripping. After 15 miles, they stopped in the cool green shade of an orange grove to eat and drink wine. Fabrizio lounged, unbuttoned his shirt, and flexed his stomach to make the tattooed lovers writhe, a joke that amused them all. And then it happened. The thunderbolt. Beyond the grove, a baronial estate stretched out. Down the road stood a Roman-looking villa with marble columns, and from those columns emerged a flock of village girls flanked by 2 stout black-clad matrons. They'd been cleaning for the Baron, now they headed into the fields to pick flowers. Pink sulla, purple wisteria, orange and lemon blossoms. They didn't see the resting men. They drifted closer. 3 or 4 girls chased one girl toward the grove. She held a bunch of purple grapes in her left hand, throwing individual grapes at her pursuers with her right. Her ringleted hair was purple-black as the grapes, her body seeming to burst its skin. Just short of the grove she paused, startled, her eyes catching the alien color of the men's shirts. She stood on her toes, poised like a deer to run. She was all ovals, oval eyes, oval bones, oval brow, dark creamy skin, enormous dark violet-brown eyes shadowed by heavy lashes. Her mouth was rich, sweet, stained dark red with grape juice. So lovely that Fabrizio murmured a joking prayer about dying, though his voice came out too hoarse. As if she'd heard, the girl whirled and fled back to her friends, her haunches moving animals move beneath the tight print dress. At the group she spun around again, her face a dark hollow against bright flowers, and pointed her grape-filled hand toward the grove. The girls ran off laughing, the matrons scolding. Michael found himself standing, heart pounding, dizzy. Blood surged through every extremity, fingers, toes pounding like a second heartbeat. All the island's perfumes rushed in on the wind. His body felt sprung away from himself. Then the shepherds laughed. Fabrizio clapped his shoulder, saying Michael had been hit. Even Carlo patted his arm, telling him to take it easy, affectionate, as if Michael had been struck by a car. A long slug of wine cleared his head. He asked what they were talking about. Carlo answered with utter seriousness. You can't hide the thunderbolt. When it hits, everyone sees it. Don't be ashamed. Some men pray for it. Michael didn't like his emotions being so readable. But nothing like this had ever happened to him. Not adolescent crushes. Not Kay, whose sweetness and intelligence he'd loved as a fair dark polarity. This was overwhelming desire for possession, the girl's face permanently printed on his brain. He knew she'd haunt every future day if he didn't have her. His life simplified to one point. Kay, the woman he thought of through exile, despite knowing they could never be lovers or friends again. Not after he'd made his bones as a murderer. Kay vanished completely from his consciousness. Fabrizio offered to go to the village and find out about her. One cure for the thunderbolt, he hinted. Michael said nothing, just followed, as the shepherd started down the road toward the nearby village where the girls had disappeared. The village circled the usual central square with its fountain. A few stores, wine shops, one little cafe with 3 tables on a small terrace. No sign of the girls, just small boys and a wandering donkey. The cafe owner, a short, burly, almost dwarfish man, greeted them cheerfully, set out chickpeas, and bragged about his own wine. Dark purple mixed with oranges and lemons, as powerful as brandy. It was even better than he claimed. Fabrizio told the owner they'd seen some beauties, one of whom had hit their friend with the thunderbolt. The owner looked at Michael with new interest, a cracked face that had seemed ordinary now worthy of a second glance. He advised bringing a few bottles home for help sleeping. Michael described the girl: curly hair, creamy skin, enormous dark eyes. The owner answered curtly that he knew no such girl and vanished into his cafe. They finished the first jug, called for more. The owner didn't reappear. Fabrizio went inside and came out grimacing, just as he thought the man's own daughter they'd been describing. The father was in the back now, boiling up his blood, likely to do them mischief. Fabrizio added that the old bastard had two big, tough sons he could whistle up with a word. They'd better start walking toward Corleone. Michael still couldn't get used to Sicilian touchiness on sex. Even by local standards, this was extreme. But the shepherds took it as normal, already waiting for him to move. Michael turned a cold stare on them. Up to now, he'd been quiet, gentle, a typical American. But this was their first sight of the Corleone stare. The cold look, his rigid white face, the anger coming off him like smoke off ice, it killed their laughter and snuffed their easy familiarity. When he saw he had their full, respectful attention, Michael told them to bring the cafe owner out to him. They didn't hesitate. Shouldering their lupras, they went inside and reappeared, seconds later with the stubby man between them. He wasn't frightened, but his anger had turned wary. Michael leaned back, studied him a moment, then spoke very quietly. He apologized for any offense in talking about the man's daughter, a stranger who didn't know the customs. He meant no disrespect to either of them. The shepherds were impressed. Michael's voice carried command even in apology. The cafe owner shrugged, more wary still, knowing he wasn't dealing with some farm boy. He asked who Michael was and what he wanted. Without hesitation, Michael told him, an American hiding from the police, name of Michael. The owner could inform the authorities and make his fortune, but then his daughter would lose a father rather than gain a husband. Michael wanted to meet her, with permission, under family supervision, with all decorum and respect. He was an honorable man with no thoughts of dishonor. He wanted to talk. If it hit them both right, they'd marry. If not, the owner would never see him again. When the time came, he'd tell everything a wife's father should know. The three men stared in amazement. Fabrizio whispered in awe that it was the real thunderbolt. The cafe owner's anger wavered, his confidence slipped. Finally, he asked if Michael was a friend of the friends, the closest a Sicilian could come to saying Mafia aloud. Michael said no, he was a stranger in this country. The owner looked him over. The smashed left side of his face, the long legs rare in Sicily, the two shepherds carrying luparas openly without fear. He remembered how they'd come in and told him their padrone wanted to talk. Something had made him come out. Now something made him realize courtesy was best. Grudgingly, he gave his name, Vitelli, and said, "Come Sunday afternoon to the cafe." His house was up on the hill above the village. He'd take Michael up. Fabrizio started to speak. One look from Michael froze the shepherd's tongue, Vitelli noticed. When Michael stood and extended his hand, the cafe owner took it and smiled. He'd make inquiries. If the answers were wrong, his two sons could greet Michael with their own shotguns. But something told him this was one of those wild strokes of fortune Sicilians believed in, that his daughter's beauty would make the family secure. To show goodwill, he sent them off with a bottle of his best cold wine. He noticed one shepherd paid the bill, making it clear Michael was the superior. Michael lost interest in the hike. They hired a car and driver back to Corleone. Before supper, Dr. Taza had heard the story from the shepherds. That evening in the garden, he told Don Tomasino their friend had been hit by the thunderbolt. Don Tomasino grunted, wishing some of those young Palermo toughs would catch a thunderbolt so he could get some peace. Michael told him to order the shepherds to leave him alone Sunday. He was going to the girl's family for dinner and didn't want them hanging around. Tomasino shook his head. He was responsible to Michael's father. Another thing, he'd heard Michael even talked marriage. He couldn't allow that without sending word to the father. Michael was careful. This was a man of respect. He reminded Tomasino that his father went deaf at the word no and didn't get his hearing back until the answer was yes. Michael understood about the guards. They could come Sunday. But if he wanted to marry, he'd marry. If he didn't let his own father interfere, it would insult his father to let Tomasino do so. The capo mafioso sighed. Marriage it would have to be. He knew the thunderbolt. The girl was from a respectable family. Michael couldn't dishonor them without the father trying to kill him. Then blood would be shed. Besides, Tomasino knew the family well and couldn't allow that to happen. Michael admitted she might not stand the sight of him. She was very young, might think him old. He saw the two men smiling. He'd need money for presents and a car. Don Tomasino nodded. Fabrizio would handle everything. Clever boy, learned mechanics in the Navy. He'd give Michael money in the morning and let his father know what was happening, that he had to do. Michael asked Dr. Taza for something to dry up the constant drip from his nose. He couldn't have the girl seeing him wipe it all the time. Dr. Taza said he'd coat it with a drug before each visit. It would numb the flesh a little, but Michael wouldn't be kissing her for a while yet. By Sunday, Michael had a battered but serviceable Alfa Romeo and had made a bus trip to Palermo for presents. The girl's name was Apollonia. Every night he thought of her lovely face and name, drinking a good deal of wine to sleep, the old women servants leaving a chilled bottle at his bedside each night. Sunday, to the tolling of church bells, he drove to the village and parked outside the cafe. Carlo and Fabrizio waited in the back seat with their luperas. Michael ordered them to stay in the cafe, not to come to the house. Vitelli was leaning against his empty terrace railing. They shook hands. Michael took 3 packages and trudged up the hill with Vitelli. The house was larger than the usual village hut. Inside stood statues of the Madonna entombed in glass, votive lights flickering red. The 2 sons waited in their Sunday black sturdy young men, just past their teens, looking older from farm work. The mother was vigorous and stout. No sign of the girl. After introductions, Michael barely heard. They sat in a cluttered room that served as living or dining space, middle-class splendor for Sicily. Michael gave Signor and Signora Vitelli their presents: a gold cigar cutter for the father, a bolt of the finest cloth from Palermo for the mother. 1 package remained for the girl. The gifts were received with reserved thanks. A little premature, he shouldn't have given anything until a second visit. The father told him, man to man, not to think them so low. They welcomed strangers easily, but Don Tomasino had vouched for him personally. Nobody in the province doubted that good man's word. He made Michael welcome, but if intentions were serious about his daughter, they'd need to know more about Michael and his family. His family was from this country, after all. Michael nodded politely, saying he'd tell anything the father wished to know any time. Vitelli held up a hand. He wasn't nosy. They'd see if it was necessary first. Despite the drug painted inside his nose, Michael smelled the girl's presence. He turned. She stood in the arched doorway, the smell of fresh flowers and lemon blossoms. She wore nothing in her jet-black curls, nothing on her severe black Sunday dress. She gave him a quick glance and a tiny smile before casting her eyes down and sitting beside her mother. Again Michael felt the shortness of breath, the flooding possessiveness, not so much desire as an insane need to own. For the first time he understood the classical jealousy of the Italian male. He was ready to kill anyone who touched her, tried to claim her, take her away. He wanted to own her like a miser wants gold, like a sharecropper wants land. Nothing would stop him. He didn't want anyone even to see her. When she smiled at one of her brothers, Michael gave the young man a murderous look without realizing it. The family saw the classical thunderbolt and felt reassured. This young man would be putty in their daughter's hands until marriage. Michael had bought new clothes in Palermo, no longer a roughly dressed peasant. The family could see he was some kind of don. His smashed face didn't make him as evil-looking as he believed. His other profile was so handsome that the disfigurement seemed interesting instead. He looked directly at Apollonia, at the lovely ovals of her face, her lips almost blue with pulsing blood. He said he'd seen her by the orange groves the other day when she ran away. He hoped he hadn't frightened her. She raised her eyes for just a fraction and shook her head. But the loveliness of those eyes made Michael look away. The mother tartly told Apollonia to speak. The poor fellow had come miles to see her, but the girl's long jet lashes remained closed like wings. Michael handed her the gold-wrapped present. The father told her to open it, but her hands, small and brown, and urchin's hands, didn't move. The mother reached over and opened the package impatiently, careful not to tear the precious paper. The red velvet jeweler's box gave her pause. She'd never held such a thing and didn't know how to spring the catch, but she got it open on instinct and took out the present. It was a heavy gold necklace chain. Its obvious value awed them, but in this society a gift of gold also signaled the most serious intentions. Nothing less than a proposal, or rather the signal that a proposal was coming. They could no longer doubt the stranger's seriousness, nor could they doubt his substance. Apollonia still hadn't touched her present. Her mother held it up, and the girl raised her lashes, looked directly at Michael with her grave doe-brown eyes, and thanked him. It was the first time he'd heard her voice, velvety soft with youth and shyness, setting his ears ringing. He kept looking away, talking to the parents, because watching her confused him too much. But he noticed that despite the conservative looseness of her dress, her body seemed to shine through the cloth with sheer sensuality, and her dark, creamy skin blushed darker as blood surged to her face. Finally, Michael rose to go. Goodbyes were formal. When the girl shook his hand, he felt the shock of her warm, rough peasant skin against his. The father walked him down the hill, invited him to Sunday dinner the next week. Michael nodded, but knew he couldn't wait that long. He didn't. The next day, without his shepherds, he drove to the village and sat on the cafe terrace, chatting with her father. Signor Vitelli took pity and sent for his wife and daughter. This meeting was less awkward. Apollonia was less shy, spoke more, wore her everyday print frock, much better suited to her coloring. The next day, the same. Only this time, Apollonia wore the gold chain he'd given her. He smiled, knowing the signal. He walked with her up the hill, her mother close behind. They couldn't keep their bodies from brushing. Once Apollonia stumbled and fell against him. He had to hold her. Her warm, alive body in his hands started a deep wave of blood rising through him. Behind them, the mother smiled. Her daughter was a mountain goat who hadn't stumbled on this path since infancy. And this was the only way the young man would get his hands on her daughter until the wedding. This went on for 2 weeks. Michael brought presents every time. She grew less shy. But they never met without a chaperone. She was just a barely literate village girl with no idea of the world, but she had a freshness and eagerness for life that, with the language barrier, made her seem interesting. At Michael's request, everything moved swiftly. The girl was fascinated by him and knew he must be rich. A wedding date was set for the Sunday, 2 weeks away. Don Tomasino took a hand. Word had come from America. Michael wasn't subject to orders, but all elementary precautions should be taken. Tomasino appointed himself the groom's parent to ensure his own bodyguards. Carlo and Fabrizio and Dr. Taza joined the wedding party from Corleone. The couple would live in Dr. Taza's walled villa. The wedding was a usual peasant affair. Villagers threw flowers as the bridal party walked from church to the bride's home. The procession pelted neighbors with sugar-coated almonds. Leftover candies made sugary white mountains on the bride's wedding bed, symbolic only since the first night would be spent outside Corleone. The feast went until midnight, but the couple left earlier in the Alfa Romeo. Michael was surprised to find the mother coming with them at the bride's request. The father explained, "The girl was young, a virgin, a little frightened. She'd need someone to talk to the morning after to put her on the right track if things went wrong." Michael saw Apollonia looking at him with doubt in her huge dough-brown eyes. He smiled and nodded. So they drove back to the villa with the mother-in-law in the car. But the older woman immediately put her head together with the servants, hugged her daughter, kissed her, and disappeared. Michael and his bride were allowed to go to the huge bedroom alone. Apollonia still wore her bridal costume with a cloak over it. Her trunk had been brought up. On a small table sat wine and wedding cakes. The huge canopy bed never left their vision. The young girl waited for Michael to make the first move. Now that he had her alone, legally possessed, with no barrier to enjoying the body and face he dreamed about every night, Michael couldn't bring himself to approach her. He watched her take off the bridal shawl, drape it over a chair, place the bridal crown on the dressing table among perfumes and creams he'd sent from Palermo. She tallied them with her eyes. He turned off the lights, thinking she wanted darkness to shield her while undressing. But the Sicilian moon came through the unshuttered windows, bright as gold. He went to close the shutters, but not all the way. The room would be too warm. The girl still stood by the table. So Michael went out, down the hall to the bathroom. He, Dr. Taza, and Don Tomasino had taken wine in the garden while the women prepared for bed. He'd expected to find Apollonia already in her nightgown between the covers. He was surprised that her mother hadn't done that service. Maybe Apollonia had wanted him to help her undress, but he was certain she was too shy, too innocent for such forwardness. Coming back, he found the room completely dark. Someone had closed the shutters all the way. He groped toward the bed, made out the shape of her body under the covers, her back to him, curved away and huddled. He undressed and slipped naked beneath the sheets. He stretched out one hand and touched silky naked skin. She hadn't put on her gown. This boldness delighted him. Slowly, carefully, he put one hand on her shoulder and pressed gently so she would turn to him. She turned slowly. His hand touched her breast, soft, full, and then she was in his arms so quickly their bodies came together in one line of silken electricity. He finally had his arms around her, was kissing her warm mouth deeply, crushing her body and breasts against him, rolling his body on top of hers. Her flesh and hair were taut silk. She was all eagerness, surging against him wildly in a virginal erotic frenzy. When he entered her, she gave a little gasp, was still for just a second, and then, in a powerful forward thrust of her pelvis, she locked her satiny legs around his hips. At the end, they were locked together so fiercely, straining so violently, that falling away felt like the tremble before death. That night and the weeks that followed, Michael came to understand the premium put on virginity by socially primitive people. He experienced a period of sensuality mixed with masculine power he'd never known before. Apollonia became almost his slave. Given trust and affection, a young, full-blooded girl aroused from virginity to erotic awareness was as delicious as an exactly ripe fruit. She brightened the gloomy masculine atmosphere of the villa. She packed her mother off the very next day after the bridal night and presided at the communal table with bright, girlish charm. Don Tomasino dined with them every night. Dr. Taza told all his old stories as they drank wine in the garden, full of statues garlanded with blood-red flowers. The evenings passed pleasantly enough. At night in their bedroom, the newlyweds spent hours of feverish lovemaking. Michael couldn't get enough of Apollonia's beautifully sculpted body, her honey-colored skin, her huge brown eyes glowing with passion. She had a wonderfully fresh, fleshy smell, perfumed by her sex, almost sweet, unbearably aphrodisiacal. Her virginal passion matched his nuptial lust. Often dawn came when they fell into exhausted slumber. Sometimes, spent but not yet ready to sleep, Michael sat on the window ledge and stared at her naked body while she slept. Her face was lovely in repose, a perfect face he'd seen only before in art books of painted Italian Madonnas who could not, by any stretch of the artist's skill, be thought virginal. In the first week of marriage, they went on picnics and small trips in the Alfa Romeo. But then Don Tomasino took Michael aside. The marriage had made his identity common knowledge in that part of Sicily. Precautions had to be taken against enemies of the Corleone family, whose long arms stretched to this island refuge. Tomasino put armed guards around the villa. The two shepherds, Carlo and Fabrizio, were fixtures inside the walls. So Michael and his wife had to remain on the grounds. Michael passed time by teaching Apollonia to read and write English and to drive the car along the inner walls. Tomasino seemed preoccupied and poor company. Still having trouble with the new Mafia in Palermo, Dr. Taza said. One night in the garden, an old village woman who worked as a servant brought a dish of fresh olives, then turned to Michael. She asked if it was true what everybody was saying, that he was the son of Don Corleone in New York City, the Godfather. Michael saw Don Tomasino shaking his head in disgust at the general knowledge of their secret. But the old crone looked at him so concernedly, as if it was important for her to know the truth, that Michael nodded. He asked if she knew his father. The woman, Filomena, had a face as wrinkled and brown as a walnut. For the first time since he'd been at the villa, she smiled at him. She said the Godfather had saved her life once, and her brains, too, gesturing toward her head. She obviously wanted to say something else. Michael smiled to encourage her. Almost fearfully, she asked if Luca Brasi was dead. Michael nodded again and was surprised at the look of release on her face. Filomena crossed herself, asked God to forgive her, but said may his soul roast in hell for eternity. Michael remembered his old curiosity about Brasi and had the sudden intuition that this woman knew the story Hagen and Sonny had refused to tell him. He poured her a glass of wine, made her sit down. He asked gently, "Tell him about his father and Luca Brasi. He knew some of it, but how did they become friends? And why was Brasi so devoted to his father? Don't be afraid. Come tell him." Filomena's wrinkled face and raisin black eyes turned to Don Tomasino, who signaled permission. And so Filomena passed the evening for them by telling her story. 30 years before, Filomena had been a midwife in New York City on 10th Avenue, servicing the Italian colony. The women were always pregnant. She prospered. Her husband had been a prosperous grocery store owner. Dead now, poor soul, she blessed him, though he'd been a card player and wencher who never saved for hard times. One cursed night 30 years ago, when all honest people were long in their beds, knocking came at Filomena's door. She wasn't frightened. It was the quiet hour babes prudently chose to enter this sinful world. She dressed and opened the door. Outside stood Luca Brasi, whose reputation was already fearsome. It was known he was a bachelor. Filomena was immediately frightened. She thought he'd come to do her husband harm, that her husband had foolishly refused Brasi some small favor. But Brasi had come on the usual errand. He told Filomena there was a woman about to give birth. The house was some distance away, and she was to come with him. Filomena immediately sensed something amiss. Brasi's brutal face looked almost like a madman's that night, obviously in the grip of some demon. She tried to protest that she attended only women whose history she knew, but he shoved a handful of green dollars in her hand and ordered her roughly to come along. She was too frightened to refuse. In the street was a Ford with a driver of the same feather as Brasi. The drive was no more than 30 minutes to a small frame house in Long Island City, right over the bridge. A two-family house, but obviously tenanted only by Brazzi and his gang, other ruffians in the kitchen playing cards and drinking. Brazzi took Filomena upstairs to a bedroom. In the bed was a young, pretty girl who looked Irish. Her face painted, her hair red, her belly swollen like a sow. The poor girl was so frightened. When she saw Brazzi, she turned her head away in terror, and the look of hatred on Brazzi's evil face was the most frightening thing Filomena had ever seen in her life. Here Filomena crossed herself again. To shorten a long story, Brazzi left the room. Two of his men assisted the midwife. The baby was born. The exhausted mother fell into a deep sleep. Brazzi was summoned. Filomena extended the bundled newborn to him, saying if he was the father, take her work was finished. Brazzi glared at her, malevolent insanity stamped on his face. He admitted he was the father, but said he didn't want any of that race to live. He ordered her to take it down to the basement and throw it into the furnace. Filomena was puzzled. Did he mean because the girl wasn't Italian? Because she was a whore? Or that anything springing from his loins he forbade to live? She thought it was a brutal joke, said shortly that it was his child, do what he wanted, and tried to hand him the bundle. The exhausted mother awoke, turned to face them, and saw Brazzi thrust violently at the bundle, crushing the infant against Filomena's chest. She called out weakly, apologizing. Brazzi turned to face her. Filomena recalled it was terrible. They were like two mad animals, not human. The hatred they bore each other blazed through the room. Nothing else, not even the newborn, existed for them. Then Brazzi turned back and harshly ordered Filomena to do what he told her, promising to make her rich. Filomena couldn't speak. She shook her head, finally whispering that he should do it himself. He was the father. Brazzi didn't answer. Instead, he drew a knife from his shirt and threatened to cut her throat. She must have gone into shock, because the next thing she remembered, they were all standing in the basement in front of a square iron furnace. Filomena was still holding the blanketed baby, which hadn't made a sound. One of the men must have opened the furnace door. The fire became visible. Then she was alone with Brazzi in that basement with its sweating pipes and mousy odor. Brazzi had his knife out again. There was no doubting he would kill her. The flames. Brazzi's eyes. His face was a devil's gargoyle, not human, not sane. He pushed her toward the open furnace door. Filomena fell silent, folded her bony hands, and looked directly at Michael. He knew what she wanted, to tell him without her voice. He asked gently if she did it. She nodded. After another glass of wine, crossing herself and muttering a prayer, she continued. She was given a bundle of money and driven home, understanding that if she spoke a word, she'd be killed. 2 days later, Brazzi murdered the young Irish girl, the infant's mother, and was arrested. Filomena, frightened out of her wits, went to the Godfather and told her story. He ordered her to keep silent, that he would attend to everything. At that time, Brazzi didn't work for Don Corleone. Before Don Corleone could set matters right, Brazzi tried to commit suicide in his cell, hacking at his throat with glass. He was transferred to the prison hospital. By the time he recovered, Don Corleone had arranged everything. The police didn't have a provable case, and Brazzi was released. Though Don Corleone assured Filomena she had nothing to fear, she had no peace. Her nerves were shattered. She couldn't work at her profession. She persuaded her husband to sell the grocery store, and they returned to Italy. Her husband was a good man who understood everything, but he was weak. In Italy, he squandered the fortune they'd both slaved in America to earn. After he died, she became a servant. She blessed the name of Michael's father. He always sent money when she asked, saved her from Brazzi. Tell him she said a prayer for his soul every night and that he shouldn't fear dying. After she left, Michael asked Don Tomasino if her story was true. The capo mafioso nodded. Michael thought, no wonder nobody wanted to tell him. Some story. Some Luca. The next morning, Michael wanted to discuss it with Don Tomasino, but learned the old man had been called to Palermo by an urgent courier. That evening, Don Tomasino returned and took Michael aside. News had come from America, he said. News that grieved him to tell. Santino Corleone had been killed. The Sicilian sun, early morning lemon-colored, filled Michael's bedroom. He awoke and, feeling Apollonia's satiny body against his own sleep-warm skin, made her come awake with love. When they were done, even all the months of complete possession couldn't stop him from marveling at her beauty and passion. She left to wash and dress in the bathroom down the hall. Michael, still naked, the morning sun refreshing his body, lit a cigarette and relaxed on the bed. This was the last morning they would spend in this house and villa. Don Tomasino had arranged for him to be transferred to another town on the southern coast. Apollonia, in her first month of pregnancy, wanted to visit her family for a few weeks and would join him at the new hiding place afterward. The night before, Don Tomasino had sat with Michael in the garden after Apollonia went to bed. The Don was worried and tired, admitting concern about Michael's safety. He explained that the marriage had brought Michael into sight. He was surprised Michael's father hadn't made arrangements to move him elsewhere. Tomasino was having his own troubles with the young Turks in Palermo. He'd offered fair arrangements so they could wet their beaks more than they deserved. But those scum wanted everything. They'd tried a few little tricks, but he wasn't so easy to kill. They must know he was too strong to be held so cheaply. But that was the trouble with young people. They didn't reason things out and wanted all the water in the well. Then Don Tomasino told Michael that the two shepherds, Fabrizio and Carlo, would go with him as bodyguards in the Alfa Romeo. Tomasino would say his goodbyes tonight, since he'd be off early at dawn to see to his affairs in Palermo. Also, Michael wasn't to tell Dr. Taza about the move. The doctor planned to spend the evening in Palermo and might blab. Michael had known Tomasino was in trouble. Armed guards patrolled the villa walls at night. Faithful shepherds with their luperas were always in the house. Tomasino himself went heavily armed with a personal bodyguard at all times. The morning sun was now too strong. Michael stubbed out his cigarette and put on work pants, work shirt, and the peaked cap most Sicilian men wore. Still barefoot, he leaned out his bedroom window and saw Fabrizio sitting in a garden chair, lazily combing his thick, dark hair, his lupara carelessly thrown across the table. Michael whistled. Fabrizio looked up. Michael called down to him to get the car. He'd be leaving in 5 minutes. He asked where Carlo was. Fabrizio stood up, his shirt open, exposing the tattoo on his chest. He said Carlo was having coffee in the kitchen and asked if Michael's wife was coming with him. Michael squinted down at him. It occurred to him that Fabrizio had been following Apollonia too much with his eyes the last few weeks. Not that he'd ever dare make an advance toward the wife of a friend of the Don's. In Sicily, there was no surer road to death. Michael said coldly that she wasn't coming. She was going to her family first, would join them in a few days. He watched Fabrizio hurry into the stone hut that served as a garage. Michael went down the hall to wash. Apollonia was gone, most likely in the kitchen preparing his breakfast with her own hands, trying to wash out the guilt she felt for wanting to see her family one more time before going so far away. Don Tomasino would arrange transportation for her to where Michael would be. Down in the kitchen, old Filomena brought him coffee and shyly bid him goodbye. Michael said he'd remember her to his father. She nodded. Carlo came in and asked if he should get Michael's bag. Michael said no, he'd get it, then asked where Apollonia was. Carlo's face broke into an amused grin. She was sitting in the driver's seat, dying to step on the gas. She'd be a real American woman before she got to America. It was unheard of for a peasant woman in Sicily to attempt driving, but Michael sometimes let her guide the Alfa Romeo around inside the villa walls, always beside her because she sometimes stepped on the gas when she meant to brake. Michael told Carlo to get Fabrizio and wait in the car. He ran upstairs to the bedroom, His bag was already packed. Before picking it up, he looked out the window and saw the car parked in front of the portico steps rather than the kitchen entrance. Apollonia sat inside, her hands on the wheel like a child playing. Carlo was putting the lunch basket in the rear seat. Then Michael was annoyed to see Fabrizio disappearing through the villa gates on some errand outside. He saw Fabrizio take a look over his shoulder, somehow furtive. He'd have to straighten out that damn shepherd. Michael went downstairs and decided to go through the kitchen to see Philomena again for a final farewell. He asked if Dr. Taza was still sleeping. Philomena's wrinkled face turned sly. Old roosters can't greet the sun. The doctor had gone to Palermo last night. Michael laughed. He went out the kitchen entrance. The smell of lemon blossoms penetrated even his sinus-filled nose. He saw Apollonia wave to him from the car just 10 paces up the driveway, then realized she was motioning him to stay where he was. She meant to drive the car to him. Carlo stood grinning beside the car, his lupara dangling. Still no sign of Fabrizio. At that moment, without any conscious reasoning, everything came together in his mind. Michael shouted to the girl, "No! No!" But his shout was drowned in the roar of the tremendous explosion as Apollonia switched on the ignition. The kitchen door shattered into fragments. Michael was hurled along the villa wall for a good 10 feet. Stones tumbling from the roof hit his shoulders. One glanced off his skull as he lay on the ground. He was conscious just long enough to see that nothing remained of the Alfa Romeo but its 4 wheels and the steel shafts that held them together. Michael came to in a room that felt very dark. Voices so low they were pure sound rather than words. Out of animal instinct, he tried to pretend unconsciousness, but the voices stopped. Someone leaned from a chair close to his bed, the voice distinct now, observing that he was finally with them. A lamp went on, its light like white fire on his eyeballs. Michael turned his head, heavy, numb, and saw Dr. Taza's face above him. The doctor said he'd take a quick look and put the light out. He shone a small pencil flashlight into Michael's eyes, pronounced he'd be all right, then turned to someone else in the room and said they could speak to him. Don Tomasino sat on a chair near the bed, asking if Michael could talk or wanted to rest. Michael raised a hand in a small gesture. Tomasino asked if Fabrizio had brought the car from the garage. Michael smiled. A chilling smile of assent, without knowing he did so. Tomasino said Fabrizio had vanished. He explained that Michael had been unconscious for nearly a week. Everyone thought he was dead, so he was safe. They'd stopped looking for him. Messages had gone to his father, instructions sent back. It wouldn't be long now, he'd be back in America. He was to rest quietly in a special farmhouse Tomasino owned up in the mountains. The Palermo people had made their peace now that Michael was supposed to be dead, so they were the target all along. They'd wanted to kill Michael while making people think Tomasino was the target. That was something Michael should know. Everything else, leave to him. Michael remembered now. He knew his wife was dead, Carlo dead. He thought of the old woman in the kitchen, couldn't recall if she'd come outside with him. He whispered Filomena's name. Tomasino said she wasn't hurt, just a bloody nose from the blast. Michael then spoke of Fabrizio. He wanted his shepherds to know that the one who delivered Fabrizio would own the finest pastures in Sicily. Both men seemed to sigh with relief. Tomasino lifted a glass of amber fluid. Dr. Taza sat on the bed and remarked almost absently that Michael was a widower, rare in Sicily, as if the distinction might comfort him. Michael motioned Tomasino closer, told him to tell his father to get him home, that he wished to be his son. It would be another month before Michael recovered from his injuries. Another 2 months after that, before all the necessary papers and arrangements were ready. He was flown from Palermo to Rome, then Rome to New York. In all that time, no trace of Fabrizio had been found. Kay Adams earned her college degree and took a grade school teaching job in her New Hampshire hometown. For 6 months after Michael vanished, she made weekly phone calls to his mother asking about him. Mrs. Corleone was always friendly, always ended by saying Kay was a very nice girl. She should forget about Mikey and find a nice husband. Kay wasn't offended. She understood the mother spoke out of concern for her impossible situation. When her first school term ended, Kay decided to go to New York to buy decent clothes, see old college girlfriends, and maybe look for a more interesting job. She'd lived like a spinster for almost 2 years, reading, teaching, refusing dates, refusing to go out at all, even after giving up calls to Long Beach. She knew she couldn't keep it up. She was becoming irritable and unhappy. But she'd always believed Michael would write or send some message, that he hadn't humiliated her and saddened her, that he distrusted her even now. She took an early train, checked into her hotel by mid-afternoon. Her girlfriends worked. She planned to call them at night. She didn't feel like shopping after the exhausting trip. Being alone in the hotel room, remembering all the times she and Michael had used hotel rooms to make love, left her desolate. That more than anything gave her the idea of calling Michael's mother in Long Beach. A rough masculine voice answered. Kay asked to speak to Mrs. Corleone. After a few minutes' silence, the heavily accented voice came on, asking who it was. Kay felt a little embarrassed. She identified herself and asked if Mrs. Corleone remembered her. The mother remembered, asked why Kay no call no more if she got married. Kay said no, she'd been busy. She was surprised the mother seemed annoyed she'd stopped calling. She asked if Mrs. Corleone had heard anything from Michael, if he was all right. Silence. Then Mrs. Corleone's voice came strong. Mikey was home. Hadn't he called? Hadn't he seen her? Kay's stomach went weak with shock and a humiliating desire to weep. Her voice broke when she asked how long he'd been home. 6 months, Mrs. Corleone said. Kay said she understood. And she did. Hot waves of shame that Michael's mother knew he was treating her so cheaply. Then anger. Angry at Michael, at his mother, at all foreigners and Italians who lacked common courtesy to maintain a decent show of friendship even if a love affair was over. Didn't Michael know she'd be concerned for him as a friend even if he no longer wanted her for a bed companion or a wife? Did he think she was one of those poor Italian girls who commit suicide after giving up her virginity and being thrown over? She kept her voice cool, thanked Mrs. Corleone, said she was glad Michael was home and all right. She just wanted to know. She wouldn't call again. Mrs. Corleone spoke impatiently as if she hadn't heard a word. She told Kay to come out now, give Mikey a nice surprise. Take a taxi. She'd tell the man at the gate to pay. Kay refused coldly. If Michael wanted to see her, he'd have called before this. Obviously, he didn't want to resume their relationship. Mrs. Corleone's voice came briskly. Kay was a very nice girl with nice legs, but not much brains. She chuckled. Kay should come out to see her, not Mikey. She wanted to talk. Come right now. Don't pay the taxi. She'd wait. The phone clicked. Mrs. Corleone had hung up. Kay could have called back and refused, but she knew she had to see Michael, talk to him, even just polite talk. If he was home openly, that meant he was no longer in trouble, could live normally. She jumped off the bed and took great care with her makeup and dress. At the mirror, she studied her reflection. Was she better looking than when Michael disappeared? Or would he find her unattractively older? Her figure had become more womanly. Rounder hips, fuller breasts. Italians supposedly liked that, though Michael had always said he loved her being thin. It didn't matter, really. Michael obviously didn't want anything to do with her anymore. Otherwise, he'd have called in the 6 months he'd been home. The taxi she hailed refused to take her to Long Beach until she gave a pretty smile and promised double the meter. The ride took nearly an hour. The Long Beach Mall had changed. Iron fences, an iron gate barring the entrance. A man in slacks and a white jacket over a red shirt opened the gate, poked his head in to read the meter, and paid the driver. Kay got out, walked across the mall to the central house. Mrs. Corleone opened the door herself and greeted Kay with a warm embrace that surprised her. She surveyed Kay with an appraising eye and flatly pronounced her a beautiful girl with stupid sons. She pulled Kay inside, led her to the kitchen where a platter of food and a pot of coffee waited. Michael would come home pretty soon, she said. Kay would surprise him. They sat together, the old woman forcing Kay to eat while asking questions with great curiosity. She was delighted Kay was a school teacher, that she'd come to New York to visit old girlfriends, and that she was only 24. She kept nodding, as if all the facts matched some private specifications in her mind. Kay was so nervous she just answered, never saying anything else. She saw him first through the kitchen window. A car pulled up. 2 other men got out. Then Michael. He straightened up to talk with one of them. His left profile, the cracked, indented one, was exposed to her view, like the plastic face of a doll a child had wantonly kicked. Curiously, it didn't mar his handsomeness in her eyes, but moved her to tears. She saw him put a snow-white handkerchief to his mouth and nose, hold it for a moment, then turn away to come inside. The door opened. Footsteps in the hall turned into the kitchen. Then he stood in the open space, seeing her and his mother. He seemed impassive, then smiled ever so slightly, the broken half of his face halting the widening of his mouth. Kay, who had meant only to say a cool hello, slipped out of her seat and ran into his arms, burying her face against his shoulder. He kissed her wet cheek, held her until she finished weeping, then walked her out to his car, waved his bodyguard away, and drove off with her beside him. She repaired her makeup by simply wiping what was left away with her handkerchief. She admitted she'd never meant to do that. It was just that nobody told her how badly they'd hurt him. Michael laughed and touched the broken side of his face, dismissing it as nothing but sinus trouble. Now that he was home, he'd probably get it fixed. He said he couldn't have written her or anything. She had to understand that first. She accepted it. He had a place in the city, he said. Was it all right to go there, or should they do dinner and drinks at a restaurant? She wasn't hungry. They drove toward New York in silence. He asked if she got her degree. She had. She was teaching grade school in her hometown now. Then she asked, did they find the man who really killed the policeman? Was that why he could come home? After a moment, Michael said yes, they did. It had been in all the New York papers. Didn't she read about it? Kay laughed with relief that he was denying being a murderer. Their town only got the New York Times, she said. It must have been buried on page 89. If she'd read it, she'd have called his mother sooner. She paused and added that it was funny. The way his mother used to talk, she'd almost believe Michael had done it. And just before he arrived, over coffee, his mother told her about that crazy man who confessed. Michael said maybe his mother did believe it at first. His own mother? Kay asked. He grinned. Mothers were like cops. They always believed the worst. He parked in a garage on Mulberry Street where the owner seemed to know him. He took her around the corner to a fairly decrepit brownstone that fit the rundown neighborhood. He had a key. Inside, Kay saw it was as expensively and comfortably furnished as a millionaire's townhouse. He led her upstairs to an enormous living room, a huge kitchen, and a door to the bedroom. He mixed drinks at a corner bar. They sat on a sofa together. Michael quietly suggested they might as well go into the bedroom. Kay took a long pull from her drink, smiled, and agreed. For Kay, the lovemaking was almost like before, except Michael was rougher, more direct, less tender, as if he were on guard. But she didn't want to complain. It would wear off. She thought men were more sensitive in a situation like this. After 2 years, making love to Michael felt like the most natural thing in the world, as if he'd never been away. She told him he could have written, could have trusted her. She would have practiced the New England omerta. Yankees were pretty close-mouthed, too. Michael laughed softly in the dark. He never figured her to be waiting after what happened. She said quickly she never believed he killed those two men, except maybe when his mother seemed to think so. But she never believed it in her heart. She knew him too well. She heard him sigh. He said it didn't matter whether he did or not. She had to understand that. Stunned by the coldness in his voice, she asked directly, "Did he or didn't he?" Michael sat up, lit a cigarette. He asked if he asked her to marry him. Would he have to answer that question first before she gave him an answer to his? Kay said she didn't care if she loved him, but if he loved her, he wouldn't be afraid to tell the truth. He wouldn't be afraid she'd tell the police. That was it, wasn't it? He was really a gangster then. But she didn't care. What she cared about was that he obviously didn't love her. He hadn't even called when he got home. Michael puffed his cigarette. Ashes fell on her bare back. She flinched, joked for him to stop torturing her. She wouldn't talk. He didn't laugh. His voice sounded absent-minded as he confessed that when he came home, he wasn't that glad to see his family. His father, mother, sister Connie, Tom. It was nice, but he didn't really give a damn. Then he came home tonight and saw her in the kitchen, and he was glad. Was that what she meant by love? She said it was close enough for her. They made love again. Michael more tender this time. Then he went out for drinks. He came back and sat in an armchair facing the bed. He said to get serious. How did she feel about marrying him? Kay smiled, motioned him into the bed. He smiled back, told her to be serious. He couldn't tell her about anything that happened. He was working for his father now, being trained to take over the family olive oil business. But his family had enemies. His father had enemies. She might become a very young widow. Not much chance, but it could happen. He wouldn't be telling her what happened at the office every day. He wouldn't be telling her anything about his business. She'd be his wife, but not his partner in life. Not an equal partner. That couldn't be. Kay sat up, switched on a huge lamp, lit a cigarette, and leaned back on the pillows. She said quietly that he was telling her he was a gangster, responsible for people being killed and other sundry crimes related to murder. She was never to ask about that part of his life, not even to think about it. Just like in horror movies when the monster asked the beautiful girl to marry him. Michael grinned, his cracked face toward her. Kay rushed to say she didn't even notice that stupid thing. She swore she didn't. He laughed. He liked having it now, except that it made the snot drip out of his nose. She pressed on. If they got married, what kind of life was she supposed to lead? Like his mother? An Italian housewife with just kids and home? And what about if something happened? She supposed he could wind up in jail someday. Michael said no, that wasn't possible. Killed, yes. Jail, no. Kay laughed at the confidence. A laugh mixed with pride and amusement. She asked how he could say that. He sighed. Those were all things he couldn't talk to her about. Didn't want to talk about. Kay was silent for a long time. Then she asked why he wanted to marry her after never calling all these months. Was she so good in bed? Michael nodded gravely. Sure, but he was getting it for nothing, so why marry for that? He didn't want an answer now. They'd keep seeing each other. She could talk it over with her parents. He heard her father was a real tough guy in his own way. Listen to his advice. She demanded again. Why? Why did he want to marry her? Michael took a white handkerchief from the night table drawer, blew his nose, and wiped. He said there was the best reason for not marrying him. How would that be? Having a guy around who always had to blow his nose. Kay impatiently told him to be serious. He held the handkerchief and said, this one time, she was the only person he felt any affection for that he cared about. He didn't call, because it never occurred to him she'd still be interested after everything that happened. Sure, he could have chased her, conned her. He didn't want to do that. Now, here was something he'd trust her with, and he didn't want her to repeat it even to her father. If everything went right, the Corleone family would be completely legitimate in about 5 years. Some very tricky things had to be done to make that possible. That's when she might become a wealthy widow. What did he want her for? He wanted her, and he wanted a family. He wanted kids. It was time. And he didn't want those kids to be influenced by him the way he was influenced by his father. Not that his father deliberately influenced him. He never did. He never even wanted Michael in the family business. He wanted Michael to become a professor or a doctor. But things went bad, and he had to fight for his family. He had to fight because he loved and admired his father. He never knew a man more worthy of respect. A good husband, a good father, a good friend to people less fortunate. There was another side to him, but that wasn't relevant to Michael as his son. Anyway, he didn't want that to happen to their kids. He wanted them to be influenced by her. He wanted them to grow up to be all-American kids. Real all-American, the whole works. Maybe they or their grandchildren would go into politics. He grinned. Maybe one of them would be President of the United States. Why the hell not? In his Dartmouth history course, they studied the presidents' backgrounds. Their fathers and grandfathers were lucky they didn't get hanged. But he'd settle for his kids being doctors or musicians or teachers. They'd never be in the family business. By the time they were that old, he'd be retired anyway, and he would be part of some country club crowd. The good, simple life of well-to-do Americans. How did that strike her for a proposition? Kay called it marvelous, but noted he'd sort of skipped over the widow part. Michael said there wasn't much chance of that. He just mentioned it to give a fair presentation. She said she couldn't believe he was a man like that. He just wasn't. Her face looked bewildered. She didn't understand the whole thing. Michael said gently he wasn't giving any more explanations. She didn't have to think about any of this stuff. It had nothing to do with her, really, or with their life together if they got married. Kay shook her head. How could he want to marry her? Hint that he loved her. He never said the word, but he just said he loved his father. How could he, if he distrusted her so much, he couldn't tell her about the most important things in his life? How could he want a wife he couldn't trust? His father trusted his mother. She knew that. Michael said sure. But that didn't mean he told her everything, and he had reason to trust her. Not because they got married and she was his wife, but she bore him 4 children in times when it wasn't safe to bear children. She nursed and guarded him when people shot him. She believed in him. He was always her first loyalty for 40 years. After Kay did that, maybe he'd tell her a few things she really didn't want to hear. She asked if they would have to live in the mall. Michael nodded. They'd have their own house. It wouldn't be so bad. His parents didn't meddle. Their lives would be their own. But until everything got straightened out, he had to live in the mall. Kay finished the thought. Because it was dangerous for him to live outside it. For the first time since she'd known him, Kay saw Michael angry. It was cold, chilling anger, not externalized in any gesture or change of voice, but a coldness that came off him like death. Kay knew this coldness was what would make her decide not to marry him, if she decided that. Michael said the trouble was all that damn trash in the movies and newspapers. She had the wrong idea about his father and the Corleone family. He offered a final explanation. His father was a businessman trying to provide for his wife, his children, and those friends he might need someday in a time of trouble. He didn't accept society's rules because those rules would have condemned him to a life not suitable to a man of extraordinary force and character. He considered himself the equal of all those great men. Presidents, prime ministers, Supreme Court justices, governors of states. He refused to live by rules set up by others, rules that condemned him to a defeated life. His ultimate aim was to enter that society with a certain power, since society didn't really protect members who lacked their own individual power. In the meantime, He operated on a code of ethics he considered far superior to the legal structures of society. Kay looked at him incredulously, calling it ridiculous. What if everybody felt the same way? How could society function? They'd be back in caveman times. She asked if he really believed what he was saying. Michael grinned. He was just telling her what his father believed. He wanted her to understand that whatever else his father was, he wasn't irresponsible, at least not in the society he'd created. He wasn't a crazy, machine-gunning mobster, as she seemed to think. He was a responsible man in his own way. She asked quietly what Michael himself believed. He shrugged. He believed in his family, in her and the family they might have. He didn't trust society to protect him. He had no intention of placing his fate in the hands of men whose only qualification was conning a block of people to vote for them. But that was for now. His father's time was done. The things he did could no longer be done except with great risk. Whether they liked it or not, the Corleone family had to join that society. But when they did, he wanted them to join with plenty of their own power, money, and ownership of other valuables. He wanted to make his children as secure as possible before they joined that general destiny. Kay reminded him that he'd volunteered to fight for his country, that he was a war hero. What happened to make him change? Michael said this was really getting them nowhere, but maybe he was just one of those real old-fashioned conservatives they grew up in their hometown, someone who took care of himself as an individual. Governments really didn't do much for their people, but that wasn't it, really. All he could say was that he had to help his father, had to be on his side, and she had to make her decision about being on his side. He smiled and guessed getting married was a bad idea. Kay patted the bed. She didn't know about marrying, but she'd gone without a man for 2 years and wasn't letting him off so easy. "Come on in here." "In bed together? Lights out?" she whispered, if he believed her about not having a man since he left. "He said he did." She asked in a softer voice if he had. He said yes. He felt her stiffen a little, but not in the last 6 months. It was true. Kay was the first woman he'd made love to since Apollonia's death. The garish suite overlooked fake fairyland grounds at the rear of the hotel, transplanted palm trees lit by climbers of orange lights, 2 huge swimming pools shimmering dark blue by desert starlight. On the horizon, sand and stone mountains ringed Las Vegas nestled in its neon valley. Johnny Fontaine let the heavy gray drape fall and turned back to the room. A special detail of 4 men, a pit boss, a dealer, an extra relief man, and a cocktail waitress in her scanty nightclub costume, were getting things ready for private action. Nino Valenti lay on the sofa in the living room, a water glass of whiskey in his hand, watching them set up the blackjack table with 6 padded chairs around its horseshoe outer rim. He slurred that it was great. Johnny should come gamble with him against these bastards. He had the luck. Johnny sat on a footstool opposite the couch, saying he didn't gamble. He asked Nino how he was feeling. Nino grinned back. Great. He had broads coming up at midnight, then some supper, then back to the blackjack table. He'd beaten the house for almost 50 grand, and they'd been grinding him for a week. Johnny asked who he wanted to leave it to when he croaked. Nino drained his glass and called Johnny a deadhead. Where the hell did he get his rep as a swinger? Tourists in this town have more fun. Johnny asked if he wanted a lift to that blackjack table. Nino struggled upright, planted his feet, said he could make it, and walked steadily to where the table was set up. The dealer was ready. The pit boss stood behind, watching. The relief dealer sat away from the table. The cocktail waitress sat in line of vision to catch any of Nino's gestures. Nino rapped on the green baize chips. The pit boss filled out a slip for the usual $5,000 to start. Nino scrawled his signature, and the dealer stacked black and gold $100 chips before him, 5 even stacks of 10 chips each. Nino placed single chips on 3 squares, playing $300 hands. He refused hits because the dealer showed a 6, a bust card. The dealer busted. Nino raked in his chips and turned to Johnny, saying that was how to start the night. Johnny smiled. It was unusual for a gambler like Nino to sign a chit. A word was usually good enough for high rollers. Maybe they were afraid Nino's drinking would make him forget his takeout. They didn't know Nino remembered everything. Nino kept winning. After the third round, he lifted a finger at the waitress. She brought his usual rye and a water glass. He switched it to his other hand, put an arm around her, and told her to sit with him, play a few hands, bring him luck. Johnny could see the waitress was beautiful, but all cold hustle. No real personality, though she worked at it. She smiled big at Nino, but her tongue was hanging out for those black and gold chips. Johnny figured why shouldn't she get some of it? He just regretted Nino wasn't getting something better for his money. Nino let her play his hands for a few rounds, then gave her one chip and a pat on the behind to send her away. Johnny motioned to her to bring him a drink. She did, turning all her charm on the great Johnny Fontane as if playing the most dramatic moment in the most dramatic movie ever made. Eyes sparkling with invitation, the sexiest walk ever walked, her mouth very slightly parted, as if ready to bite the nearest object of her obvious passion. She resembled nothing so much as a female animal in heat, but it was a deliberate act. Johnny thought, oh, Christ, one of them. It was the most popular approach of women who wanted to take him to bed. It only worked when he was very drunk, and he wasn't drunk now. He gave her one of his famous grins. Thanked her, honey. She looked back with smoky eyes, her body tensed, torso leaning slightly back from long, tapering legs in mesh stockings. An enormous tension seemed to build, her breasts seeming to grow fuller and swell against her thin blouse. Then her whole body gave a slight quiver that nearly let off a sexual twang. The impression of a woman having an orgasm simply because Johnny Fontane had smiled at her and said thank you. It was very well done, better than he'd ever seen before. But by now he knew it was fake, and odds were good that broads who did it were a lousy lay. He watched her go back to her chair and nursed his drink slowly. He didn't want to see that little trick again. He wasn't in the mood tonight. An hour passed before Nino Valenti began to go. He started leaning, wavered back, then plunged off the chair straight to the floor. But the pit boss and relief dealer had been alerted by the first weave and caught him before he hit the ground. They lifted him and carried him through the parted drapes into the bedroom of the suite. Johnny watched as the cocktail waitress helped the other two men undress Nino and shove him under the bed covers. The pit boss counted Nino's chips and made a note on his pad, then guarded the table. Johnny asked how long that had been going on. The pit boss shrugged. Nino had gone early tonight, the first time they called the house doc, who fixed him up and gave a lecture. Then Nino told him not to call the doc when it happened again. Just put him to bed and he'd be fine in the morning. So that's what they did. He was lucky, a winner again tonight, almost $3,000. Johnny told him to get the house doc up here. Page the casino floor if necessary. Nearly 15 minutes passed before Jules Siegel arrived. Johnny noted with irritation that this guy never looked like a doctor. Tonight, wearing a blue loose-knit polo shirt, white suede shoes, no socks, carrying the traditional black doctor's bag. Johnny suggested he figure out a way to carry his stuff in a cut-down golf bag. Jules grinned, agreeing the medical school carry-all was a real drag, scared the hell out of people. They should change the color anyway. He went to Nino's bedside, opened his bag, and thanked Johnny for the excessive consultant check he'd sent. He hadn't done that much. Johnny dismissed it as a long time ago and asked what was with Nino. Jules made a quick examination of heartbeat, pulse, blood pressure, then took a needle from his bag and casually shoved it into Nino's arm, pressing the plunger. Nino's sleeping face lost its waxy paleness. Color came into his cheeks as if blood started pumping faster. Jules gave a very simple diagnosis. He'd examined Nino and run tests when Nino first came and fainted. Had him moved to the hospital before he regained consciousness. Nino had diabetes, mild adult stable, no problem if managed with medication and diet, but he insisted on ignoring it. Also, he was firmly determined to drink himself to death. His liver was going, his brain would go. Right now, he was in a mild diabetic coma. Jules's advice was to have him put away. Johnny felt relief. Couldn't be too serious. All Nino had to do was take care of himself. He asked if Jules meant one of those joints where they dried you out. Jules went to the bar and made himself a drink. No, he meant committed. The crazy house. Johnny told him not to be funny. Jules wasn't joking. He wasn't up on all the psychiatric jazz, but knew something about it, part of his trade. Nino could be put back in fairly good shape unless the liver damage had gone too far, which they couldn't know until an autopsy, really. But the real disease was in his head. In essence, Nino didn't care if he died, maybe even wanted to kill himself. Until that was cured, no hope. That's why Jules said commit him for necessary psychiatric treatment. A knock came, Johnny answered. Lucy Mancini stepped into his arms and kissed him, saying it was so good to see him. Johnny agreed it had been a long time. He noticed Lucy had changed. Much slimmer. Better clothes she wore better. A boyish haircut fitting her face. She looked younger and better than ever. The thought crossed his mind that she could keep him company here in Vegas. Pleasure hanging out with a real broad. But before he could turn on the charm, he remembered she was the doc's girl. So it was out. He kept his smile friendly and asked what she was doing coming to Nino's apartment at night. She punched his shoulder. She'd heard Nino was sick, and Jules came up. She wanted to see if she could help. Nino was okay, wasn't he? Johnny assured her he'd be fine. Jules sprawled on the couch and said, like hell he was. He suggested they all sit here and wait for Nino to come to, then talk him into committing himself. Lucy, Nino liked her. Maybe she could help. Johnny, if he was a real friend, he'd go along. Otherwise, old Nino's liver would shortly be Exhibit A in some university medical lab. Johnny was offended by the doctor's flippant attitude. Before he could say so, Nino's voice came from the bed, asking for a drink. Nino sat up, grinned at Lucy, and held his arms wide. Lucy sat on the edge of the bed and hugged him. Nino didn't look bad at all now, almost normal. He snapped his fingers, telling Johnny to give him a drink. The night was young. Where the hell was his blackjack table? Jules took a long slug from his own glass and told Nino he couldn't have a drink. His doctor forbade it. Nino scowled, told the doctor to screw himself, then play-acted contrition, recognizing Jules as his doctor and saying he didn't mean him. Oh, buddy, Johnny should get him a drink or he'd get it himself. Johnny shrugged and moved toward the bar. Jules said indifferently that he was saying Nino shouldn't have it. Johnny knew why Jules irritated him. The doctor's voice was always cool. Words never stressed, no matter how dire. Voice always low and controlled. Warnings came in the words alone. The voice itself was neutral, uncaring. That made Johnny sore enough to bring Nino his water glass of whiskey. Before handing it over, he asked Jules if this would kill him. Jules calmly said no. Lucy gave him an anxious glance, started to speak, then kept still. Nino took the whiskey and poured it down. Johnny smiled down at Nino. They'd shown the punk doctor. Suddenly Nino gasped. His face turned blue. He couldn't catch his breath, choking for air. His body leaped upward like a fish, his face gorged with blood, eyes bulging. Jules appeared on the other side of the bed, took Nino by the neck, held him still, and plunged the needle into his shoulder near the neck. Nino went limp in his hands. The heave subsided. After a moment, he slumped back onto his pillow, eyes closing in sleep. Johnny, Lucy, and Jules went back to the living room and sat around a huge, solid coffee table. Lucy ordered coffee and food sent up. Johnny mixed himself a drink at the bar. He asked Jules if he'd known Nino would have that reaction from the whiskey. Jules shrugged. He was pretty sure he would. Johnny sharply asked why he didn't warn him. Jules said he had warned him. Johnny said coldly he hadn't warned him right. Jules was one hell of a doctor, didn't give a shit. Telling him to get Nino in a crazy house without using a nice word like sanatorium. He really liked to stick it to people, right? Lucy stared at her lap. Jules kept smiling at Fontaine. Nothing was going to stop Johnny from giving Nino that drink. He had to show he didn't have to accept Jules's warnings or orders. Jules reminded Johnny that when Johnny offered him a job as personal physician after that throat business, Jules turned him down because he knew they could never get along. A doctor thought he was God, the high priest in modern society, one of his rewards. But Johnny would never treat him that way. He'd be a flunky god like those Hollywood doctors. Where did they get those people from? They must know what was happening to Nino, but just gave him all kinds of drugs to keep him going. They wore silk suits and kissed ass because Johnny was a powerful movie man, so Johnny thought they were great doctors. Showbiz docs gotta have heart, right? But they didn't give a fuck if you lived or died. Jules's little hobby, unforgivable as it was to keep people alive. He let Johnny give Nino that drink to show what could happen. Jules leaned toward Johnny, voice still calm, unemotional. Nino was almost terminal. Without therapy and strict medical care, he hadn't got a chance. His blood pressure, diabetes, and bad habits could cause a cerebral hemorrhage in the very next instant. His brain would blow itself apart. Was that vivid enough? Sure, Jules said, Crazy House. He wanted Johnny to understand what was needed, or he wouldn't make a move. He put it straight. Johnny could save his buddy's life by having him committed. Otherwise, kiss him goodbye. Lucy murmured for Jules not to be so tough. Just tell him. Jules stood up. His usual cool was gone. Johnny noticed with satisfaction. His voice had lost its quiet monotone. He asked if Johnny thought this was the first time he'd had to talk to people like him in a situation like this. He did it every day. Lucy said, "Don't be so tough." But she didn't know what she was talking about. He used to tell people, "Don't eat so much or you'll die. Don't smoke so much or you'll die. Don't work so much or you'll die. Don't drink so much or you'll die." Nobody listened. Because he didn't say, "You will die tomorrow." Well, he could tell Johnny that Nino might very well die tomorrow. Jules went to the bar, mixed another drink, and asked if Johnny was going to get Nino committed. Johnny said he didn't know. Jules took a quick drink and filled his glass again. He said it was a funny thing. You could smoke yourself to death, drink yourself to death, work yourself to death, even eat yourself to death. That was all acceptable. The only thing you couldn't do medically was screw yourself to death, and yet that's where they put all the obstacles. He finished his drink, then added that even that was trouble for women anyway. He used to have women who weren't supposed to have any more babies. He'd tell them it was dangerous, they could die. A month later, they'd pop in with rosy faces saying they thought they were pregnant. And sure enough, they'd kill the rabbit. He'd tell them it was dangerous. His voice used to have expression in those days. And they'd smile and say, "But my husband and I are very strict Catholics." A knock came. 2 waiters wheeled in a cart covered with food and silver service coffee pods. They set up a portable table. Johnny dismissed them. They ate hot sandwiches and drank coffee. Johnny leaned back, lit a cigarette, and asked Jules. So he saved lives. How come he became an abortionist? Lucy spoke up. He wanted to help girls in trouble. Girls who might commit suicide or do something dangerous to get rid of the baby. Jules smiled at her and sighed. It wasn't that simple. He became a surgeon finally. Had the good hands. But he was so good he scared himself silly. He'd open up some poor bastard's belly and know he was going to die. He'd operate, knowing the cancer or tumor would come back, but he'd send them off home with a smile and a lot of bullshit. Some poor broad came in, he sliced off one tit. A year later, she was back, he sliced off the other tit. A year after that, he scooped out her insides like you scoop seeds out of a cantaloupe. After all that, she died anyway. Meanwhile, husbands kept calling up, asking what the test showed. So Jules hired an extra secretary to take all those calls. He saw patients only when fully prepared for examination, tests, or operations. He spent minimum time with each victim because he was a busy man. Finally, he'd let the husband talk to him for 2 minutes. He'd say it's terminal, and they could never hear that last word. They understood, but never heard it. He thought at first he was unconsciously dropping his voice, so he consciously said it louder. Still, they never heard it. One guy even asked what the hell he meant. Germinal? Jules started to laugh. Germinal? Terminal? What the hell? He started doing abortions, nice and easy, everybody happy like washing dishes and leaving a clean sink. That was his class. He loved it, loved being an abortionist. He didn't believe a 2-month fetus was a human being, so no problems there. He helped young girls and married women in trouble, made good money. He was out of the front lines. When he got caught, he felt like a deserter hauled in. But he was lucky. A friend pulled strings and got him off, but now the big hospitals wouldn't let him operate. So here he was, giving good advice again, ignored just like the old days. Johnny said he wasn't ignoring it, he was thinking it over. Lucy changed the subject, asking what Johnny was doing in Vegas, relaxing or working. Johnny shook his head. Michael Corleone wanted to see him and have a talk. He was flying in tonight with Tom Hagen. Tom said they'd be seeing Lucy. She knew what it was about. Lucy shook her head. They were all having dinner together tomorrow night. Freddie, too. She thought it might have something to do with the hotel. The casino had been dropping money lately, which shouldn't be. The Don might want Michael to check it out. Johnny heard Michael finally got his face fixed. Lucy laughed. Kay must have talked him into it. He wouldn't do it when they were married. She wondered why. It looked awful and made his nose drip. He should have had it done sooner. She paused, then added that Jules was called in by the Corleone family for that operation, as a consultant and observer. Johnny nodded dryly that he'd recommended Jules for it. Lucy said anyway. Michael said he wanted to do something for Jules. That's why he was having them to dinner tomorrow night. Jules said musingly that Michael didn't trust anybody. He warned Jules to keep track of what everybody did. It was fairly straight. Ordinary surgery, any competent man could do it. A sound came from the bedroom. Nino was conscious again. Johnny went and sat on the bed. Jules and Lucy went to the foot. Nino gave a wan grin and said, okay. He'd stopped being a wise guy. He felt really lousy. He asked Johnny to remember. About a year ago. What happened with those 2 broads down in Palm Springs? He swore he wasn't jealous about what happened. He was glad. He asked if Johnny believed him. Johnny reassured him. Sure, Nino. He believed him. Lucy and Jules exchanged a glance. From everything they knew about Johnny Fontaine, it seemed impossible he'd take a girl away from a close friend like Nino. And why was Nino saying he wasn't jealous a year after it happened? The same thought crossed both their minds, that Nino was drinking himself to death romantically because a girl had left him to go with Johnny. Jules checked Nino again. He'd get a nurse to be in the room tonight. Nino really had to stay in bed for a couple of days. No kidding. Nino smiled and said, okay, just don't make the nurse too pretty. Jules called for a nurse, then he and Lucy left. Johnny sat in a chair near the bed to wait. Nino was falling asleep again, exhausted. Johnny thought about what Nino had said, not being jealous about what happened over a year ago. The thought had never entered Johnny's head that Nino might be jealous. A year ago, Johnny Fontaine had sat in his plush movie company office feeling as lousy as he'd ever felt in his life. Which was surprising, because the first movie he produced, starring himself with Nino in a featured part, was making tons of money. Everything worked. Everybody did their job. The picture came in under budget. Jack Woltz was losing 10 years of his life. Now Johnny had 2 more pictures in production, one starring himself, one starring Nino. Nino was great on screen, one of those charming, dopey lover boys women love to shove between their tits. Little boy lost. Everything he touched made money. The Godfather was getting his percentage through the bank, making Johnny feel really good. He justified his Godfather's faith. But today, that wasn't helping much. Now that he was a successful independent movie producer, he had as much power as ever as a singer, maybe more. Beautiful broads fell all over him just like before, though for more commercial reasons. He had his own plane, lived more lavishly with special tax benefits businessmen got that artists didn't. So what the hell was bothering him? He knew. The front of his head hurt, his nasal passages hurt, his throat itched. The only way to scratch that itch was singing, and he was afraid to even try. He'd called Jules about when it would be safe to try. Jules said any time he felt like it, he'd tried and sounded so hoarse and lousy he'd given up. His throat hurt like hell the next day. Different than before, the warts were removed, worse, burning. He was afraid to keep singing, afraid he'd lose his voice forever or ruin it. If he couldn't sing, what was the use of everything else? Everything else was just bullshit. Singing was the only thing he really knew. Maybe he knew more about singing and his kind of music than anybody else in the world. He was that good, he realized. Now, all those years made him a real pro. Nobody could tell him right from wrong. He didn't have to ask anybody. He knew. What a waste. It was Friday. He decided to spend the weekend with Virginia and the kids. He called, as always, to tell her he was coming. Really to give her a chance to say no. She never said no, not in all the years they'd been divorced, because she would never say no to a meeting of her daughters and their father. He'd been lucky with Virginia. Though he knew he cared more about her than any other woman, it was impossible for them to live together sexually. Maybe when they were 65, like retirement, they'd retire together, retire from everything. But reality shattered those thoughts. He arrived to find Virginia feeling grouchy, and the 2 girls not that crazy to see him because they'd been promised a weekend visit with girlfriends on a California ranch where they could ride horses. He told Virginia to send the girls off, kissed them goodbye with an amused smile. What kid wouldn't rather ride horses than hang around a grouchy father? He said he'd have a few drinks and shove off, too. Virginia said, all right, having one of her bad days, rare but recognizable. It wasn't too easy for her leading this kind of life. She saw him taking an extra-large drink and asked what he was cheering himself up for. Everything was going so beautifully. She'd never dreamed he had it in him to be such a good businessman. Johnny smiled. It wasn't so hard. At the same time, he thought, so that's what was wrong. He understood women, and he understood now that Virginia was down because she thought he was having everything his own way. Women really hated seeing their men doing too well. It irritated them, made them less sure of their hold through affection, sexual custom, or marriage ties. So more to cheer her up than voice his own complaints, Johnny said, what the hell difference did it make if he couldn't sing? Virginia's voice was annoyed. He wasn't a kid anymore. Over 35. Why keep worrying about that silly singing stuff? He made more money as a producer anyway. Johnny looked at her curiously. He was a singer. He loved to sing. What did being old have to do with that? Virginia was impatient. She'd never liked his singing anyway. Now that he'd shown he could make movies, she was glad he couldn't sing anymore. Both were surprised when Johnny said with fury that was a fucking lousy thing to say. He was shaken. How could Virginia feel like that? How could she dislike him so much? Virginia smiled at his hurt, and because it was so outrageous, he was angry at her. She said, how did she feel when all those girls came running after him because of his singing? How would he feel if she went ass-snake down the street to get men running after her? That's what his singing was. and she used to wish he'd lose his voice and never sing again, but that was before they got divorced. Johnny finished his drink. She didn't understand a thing, not a damn thing. He went into the kitchen and dialed Nino's number, quickly arranging for them both to go down to Palm Springs for the weekend. He gave Nino the number of a girl to call, a real fresh young beauty he'd been meaning to get around to. She'd have a friend for Nino. Johnny would be at Nino's place in an hour. Virginia gave him a cool goodbye when he left. He didn't give a damn, one of the few times he was angry with her. The hell with it. He'd tear loose for the weekend and get all the poison out of his system. Sure enough, everything was fine down in Palm Springs. Johnny used his own house, always open and staffed this time of year. The two girls were young enough to be great fun and not too rapacious for favors. Some people came over to keep them company at the pool until supper time. Nino went to his room with his girl to get ready for supper, and a quick bang while still warm from the sun. Johnny wasn't in the mood, so he sent his girl, a short bandbox blonde named Tina, up to shower alone. He never could make love to another woman after a fight with Virginia. He went into the glass-wall patio living room that held a piano. When singing with the band, he'd fooled around with the piano just for laughs, picking out songs in a fake moonlight soft ballad style. He sat down, hummed along a bit very softly, muttering words but not really singing. Before he knew it, Tina was in the living room making him a drink and sitting beside him at the piano. He played a few tunes. She hummed with him. He left her at the piano and went up to shower, singing short phrases, more like speaking. He got dressed and went back down. Tina was still alone. Nino was really working his girl over or getting drunk. Johnny sat at the piano again while Tina wandered outside to watch the pool. He started singing one of his old songs. No burning in his throat. The tones came out muted, but with proper body. He looked at the patio. Tina was still out there, the glass door closed. She wouldn't hear him. For some reason, he didn't want anybody to hear him. He started fresh on an old ballad, his favorite. He sang full out as if in public, letting himself go, waiting for the familiar burning rasp. But there was none. He listened to his voice. It was different somehow, but he liked it. Darker. A man's voice, not a kid's. Rich, he thought. Dark rich. He finished easing up and sat there thinking. Behind him, Nino said, "Not bad, old buddy. Not bad at all." Johnny swiveled. Nino stood in the doorway alone. His girl wasn't with him. Johnny was relieved. He didn't mind Nino hearing. He said, "Yeah, let's get rid of those two broads. Send them home." Nino said Johnny should send them home. They were nice kids. He wasn't going to hurt their feelings. Besides, he just banged his twice. How would it look if he sent her away without even giving her dinner? The hell with it, Johnny thought. Let the girls listen even if he sounded lousy. He called a band leader he knew in Palm Springs and asked him to send over a mandolin for Nino. The band leader protested. Hell, nobody played mandolin in California. Johnny yelled to just get one. The house was loaded with recording equipment. Johnny had the two girls work the turn-off and volumes. After dinner, Johnny went to work. He had Nino play mandolin accompaniment and sang all his old songs, singing all the way out, not nursing his voice at all. His throat was fine. He felt he could sing forever. In the months he hadn't been able to sing, he'd often thought about singing, planned how he'd phrase lyrics differently now than as a kid. He'd sung the songs in his head with more sophisticated variations of emphasis. Now he was doing it for real. Sometimes it went wrong in actual singing. Stuff that sounded good in his head didn't work out singing out loud. Out loud, he thought. He wasn't listening to himself now. He was concentrating on performing. He fumbled a little on timing, but that was okay. Just rusty. He had a metronome in his head that would never fail him. Just a little practice was all he needed. Johnny Fontaine stopped singing. Tina approached, her eyes bright, and held a long kiss on him while explaining that now she understood why her mother attended all his films. It would have been the wrong thing to say at almost any moment, but not this one. Johnny and Nino laughed. They played the playback, and Johnny finally heard himself clearly. His voice had transformed, deeper, darker, richer, yet it remained unmistakably his own. A man's voice now, not a boy's, carrying more genuine emotion and character. Technically, it surpassed anything he had ever done. Masterful. And if he sounded this good while rusty, he imagined what shape would bring. Grinning at Nino, he asked whether it was as good as he thought. Nino studied Johnny's happy face before answering that it was very damn good, but suggested they see how he sang tomorrow. Hurt by the downbeat response, Johnny accused Nino of jealousy over not being able to sing that way, insisted he felt great, and dismissed worries about tomorrow. Still, he sang no more that night. He and Nino took the girls to a party. Tina stayed in his bed afterward, though he wasn't much good there, leaving her a little disappointed. Johnny figured you couldn't do everything in one day. Morning brought apprehension, a vague terror that the recovered voice had been a dream. Once sure it wasn't, he grew scared it would be gone again. At the window, he hummed, then went to the living room in pajamas, picked out a tune on the piano, and tried singing. Mutedly at first, with no pain or hoarseness, so he let it out fully. The chords rang true and rich, effortless, just pouring from him. Johnny realized the bad time was over. He had it all now. It didn't matter if he failed in movies, if he couldn't perform with Tina, if Virginia hated that he could sing again. Only one regret surfaced. If only his voice had returned while trying to sing for his daughters. How lovely that would have been. The hotel nurse wheeled in a cart of medication. Johnny stood and stared down at Nino, sleeping or possibly dying. He understood that Nino wasn't jealous of the recovered voice itself, only jealous of how happy that recovery made Johnny, of how much Johnny cared about singing. Because what had become obvious was that Nino Valenti didn't care enough about anything to want to stay alive. Michael Corleone arrived late in the evening, ungreeted at the airport by his own order. Only Tom Hagen and a new bodyguard named Albert Neri accompanied him. The most lavish hotel suite had been prepared for Michael and his party, with necessary people already waiting. Freddie greeted his brother with a warm embrace, looking transformed from the man shipped out of New York 4 years earlier, stouter, more benevolent, dandified, in an exquisitely tailored gray silk suit. He remarked that Michael looked much better after the facial surgery, guessed Kay had finally talked him into it, and asked when she would visit. Michael smiled back, complimented Freddie's appearance, and explained that Kay was pregnant again and tending the baby. This trip was business, requiring him to fly back by the next night or the morning after. Freddie insisted Michael eat first, praised the hotel's chef, and said he would summon the lined-up people once Michael showered and changed. Michael requested that Mo Green be saved for last, asked Johnny Fontaine and Nino to dine with them, plus Lucy and her doctor friend. He turned to Hagen, who had no additions. Freddie had greeted Hagen much less warmly, which Hagen understood. Freddie was on the Don's bad side and blamed the consigliere for not fixing it, though the Don never specified grievances, only made displeasure felt. After midnight, they gathered around the dinner table in Michael's suite. Lucy kissed him without commenting on his improved face. Jules Siegel boldly studied the repaired cheekbone, pronounced it a good, well-knitted job, and asked about the sinus. Michael said fine and thanked him for helping. Dinner focused on Michael. Everyone noted his resemblance in speech and manner to the Don, inspiring respect and awe while remaining natural and putting people at ease. Hagen stayed in the background. Albert Neri, claiming no hunger, sat in an armchair near the door reading a local paper. After drinks and food, waiters were dismissed. Michael congratulated Johnny on his voice returning as good as ever and winning back his old fans. Johnny thanked him, curious what favor would be asked. Michael then addressed everyone. The Corleone family planned to move to Vegas, selling the olive oil business and settling here over the next 2 to 4 years. Friends of the family already owned a good percentage of this hotel and casino. Mo Green would sell his interests so the property could be wholly owned by those friends. Freddie anxiously doubted that Green would sell, noting Green loved the business and had never mentioned selling. Michael quietly replied he would make an offer Green couldn't refuse. The phrase landing with chilling effect. Michael turned to Johnny Fontaine, explaining that the Don counted on Johnny to help them get started, since entertainment would draw gamblers. He hoped Johnny would sign a contract for 5 week-long engagements a year, and that his movie friends would do the same. Johnny had done them favors, now he could call them in. Johnny agreed to do anything for his Godfather, though a faint shadow of doubt colored his voice. Michael assured him he wouldn't lose money. He'd get points in the hotel, and important friends would get points too. These were the Don's words. Johnny hurriedly believed him, but worried that 10 more hotels and casinos were being built on the Strip. The market might be glutted, making them too late. Tom Hagen spoke up. The Corleone family had friends financing 3 of those hotels. Johnny immediately understood. The family owned those 3, with plenty of points to give out. He said he would start working on it. Michael turned to Lucy and Jules Siegel, telling Jules he owed him. He'd heard Jules wanted to return to surgery, but hospitals wouldn't let him use their facilities because of the old abortion business. He asked if that was what Jules wanted. Jules smiled and agreed, but explained that Michael's power meant nothing to the medical establishment. He doubted Michael could help. Michael nodded absently, acknowledged Jules was right, then mentioned that well-known friends of his planned to build a big hospital for Las Vegas, which the growing town would need. They might let Jules into the operating room if the request was framed properly. He asked how many surgeons as good as Jules, or half as good, they could get to come to the desert. They'd be doing the hospital a favor. So stick around. He added that he heard Jules and Lucy were going to get married. Jules shrugged, saying when he saw he had a future. Lucy remarked wryly that if Michael didn't build that hospital, she'd die an old maid. Everyone laughed except Jules, who told Michael there couldn't be any strings attached. Michael coldly said no strings. He just owed Jules and wanted to even out. When Lucy gently told him not to get sore, Michael smiled and said he wasn't sore, then turned back to Jules and called the remark dumb. The Corleone family had pulled strings for him. Did Jules think Michael would ask him to do hateful things? But if he did, so what? Who else had ever helped when Jules was in trouble? Michael had taken time to see if he could help, and he could. He wasn't asking for anything. Jules could at least consider their relationship friendly, and Michael assumed Jules would do for him what he'd do for any good friend. That was the string, but Jules could refuse. Hagen lowered his head and smiled. Not even the Don could have done it better. Jules flushed, apologized, said he hadn't meant it that way, and was grateful. Michael nodded and said, fine. Until the hospital opened, Jules would be medical director for the 4 hotels, with a staff and increased salary, to be discussed with Tom later. Michael told Lucy to coordinate the shops and the hotel arcades on the financial side, or hire girls for the casinos, something like that. So if Jules didn't marry her, she could be a rich old maid. Freddie had been puffing angrily on his cigar. Michael gently told him he was just the Don's errand boy. What Freddie was to do, the Don would tell him personally, but Michael was sure it would be big enough to make him happy. Everyone reported what a great job Freddie had been doing. Freddie asked plaintively why the Don was sore at him, just because the casino lost money. He didn't control that end, Mo Green did. What did the old man want? Michael told him not to worry. Michael asked Johnny where Nino was. He'd looked forward to seeing him. Johnny shrugged. Said Nino was pretty sick with a nurse attending him. And Jules thought Nino should be committed. He was trying to kill himself. Michael, Genuinely surprised, reflected that Nino had always been a real good guy. Never lousy or putting anyone down, never gave a damn about anything except booze. Johnny agreed. Money rolled in, Nino could get plenty of work singing or in movies, made 50 grand a picture and blew it. Didn't care about being famous. In all their years as buddies, Johnny had never known Nino to do anything creepy, and the son of a bitch was drinking himself to death. Jules was about to speak when a knock came. He was surprised that the man nearest the door, Albert Neri, didn't answer but kept reading. Hagen opened it and was almost brushed aside as Mo Green strode in with 2 bodyguards. Green, a handsome former Murder Incorporated executioner from Brooklyn, had seen Vegas's potential early and built one of the first strip hotel casinos. He still had murderous tantrums. Everyone in the hotel feared him. His handsome face was grim now. He told Michael he'd been waiting around to talk, had many things to do tomorrow, so he'd catch him tonight. Michael looked at him with friendly astonishment, agreed, and motioned for Tom to get Green a drink. Jules noticed that Albert Neri studied Green intently, ignoring the bodyguards leaning against the door. Jules knew violence wouldn't happen here. Not in Vegas itself, strictly forbidden as fatal to making Vegas a legal sanctuary for gamblers. Green told his bodyguard to draw chips for all these people, Jules, Lucy, Johnny, and Neri, so they could gamble on the house. Michael nodded agreeably, calling it a good idea. Only then did Neri rise and prepare to follow the others out. After goodbyes, only Freddie, Tom Hagen, Mo Green, and Michael remained. Green set his drink down and asked, with barely controlled fury, what this was about. The Corleone family buying him out. He'd buy them out. Michael reasonably pointed out that Green's casino had been losing money against all odds. Something was wrong with the operation, and maybe they could do better. Green laughed harshly, called them goddamn Dagos, accused Michael of forgetting that Green had done them a favor by taking Freddie in during a bad time, and now they were trying to push him out. He declared he didn't get pushed out by nobody and had friends who would back him up. Michael stayed quietly reasonable. He reminded Mo Green that Green had taken Freddie in only because the Corleone family had provided a large sum to finish furnishing the hotel, bankroll the casino, and because the Molinari family on the coast had guaranteed Freddie's safety. He didn't understand the anger. They would buy Green's share at any reasonable price. With the casino losing money, they were doing him a favor. Green shook his head. The Corleone family didn't have that much muscle anymore. The Godfather was sick. They were getting chased out of New York and thought they could find easier pickings here. He advised Michael not to try. Michael asked softly whether that explained why Green thought he could slap Freddie around in public. Startled, Tom Hagen looked at Freddie, whose face reddened. Freddie dismissed it as nothing. Mo didn't mean anything, sometimes flew off the handle, but they were good friends. Green agreed, adding that he sometimes had to kick asses to run the place. He'd gotten sore at Freddie for banging cocktail waitresses and letting them goof off. They'd had a little argument, and he'd straightened Freddie out. Michael asked his brother impassively whether he was straightened out. Freddie stared sullenly and didn't answer. Green laughed, describing how Freddie had been taking waitresses to bed 2 at a time, doing the old sandwich job. He admitted Freddie really put it to those women. Hagen saw Michael's surprise. They exchanged a look. This was perhaps the real reason the Don was displeased with Freddie. The Don considered such cavorting degeneracy and allowing physical humiliation from a man like Green decreased respect for the family. Michael rose, dismissing Green with a request to think about his price. Michael had to return to New York tomorrow. Green savagely accused him of brushing him off, claimed he'd killed more men than Michael before he could jerk off, and said he'd fly to New York to talk to the Don himself and make an offer. Freddie nervously urged Tom Hagen as consigliere to talk to the Don and advise him. Michael turned the full chilly blast of his personality on both Vegas men. He announced that the Don had semi-retired. Michael was now running the family business, He had removed Tom from the consigliere spot. Tom would be strictly Michael's lawyer in Vegas, moving out with his family in a couple of months. Anything anyone had to say it to him. No one answered. Michael formally told Freddie that he respected him as his older brother, but Freddie was never to take sides with anyone against the family again. He wouldn't even mention it to the Don. Then to Green. Don't insult people trying to help. Green would do better to find out why the casino was losing money. The Corleone family had big dough invested and wasn't getting its money's worth. But Michael hadn't come to abuse him. He offered a helping hand. If Green preferred to spit on it, that was his business. Michael had said all he could. He had not raised his voice once, but the words sobered both Green and Freddie. Michael stared at them and moved away from the table, indicating they should leave. Hagen opened the door. Both men left without saying goodnight. The next morning, Michael received Green's message via Freddie. He would not sell his share at any price. Michael shrugged and told Freddie he wanted to see Nino before flying back. In Nino's suite, they found Johnny Fontaine eating breakfast on the couch. Jules was examining Nino behind closed bedroom drapes. When the drapes opened, Michael was shocked at Nino's disintegration. Dazed eyes, loose mouth, slack facial muscles. Michael sat on the bedside, said it was good to see him, and mentioned that Don always asked about him. Nino grinned his old grin, told Michael to tell the Don he was dying, that show business was more dangerous than the olive oil business. Michael assured him he'd be okay and asked if anything was bothering him that the family could help. Nino shook his head. Nothing. Just nothing. Michael chatted a few more moments and left. Freddie accompanied Michael and his party to the airport, but at Michael's request didn't hang around for departure. As Michael boarded the plane with Tom Hagen and Al Neri, he asked Neri whether he'd made Green good. Neri tapped his forehead. He had Mo Green mugged and numbered up there. On the plane back to New York, Michael tried to relax and sleep, but couldn't. The most terrible period of his life was approaching, perhaps even fatal. It could no longer be put off. Everything was ready. 2 years of precautions taken. No further delay. Last week, when the Don formally announced his retirement to the Capo regimes and other family members, Michael recognized this as his father's way of saying the time was ripe. Almost 3 years had passed since he returned home. Over 2 years since he married Kay. He'd spent those years learning the family business. Long hours with Tom Hagen and the Don. He was amazed at the family's true wealth and power. Valuable Midtown Manhattan real estate, whole office buildings, through fronts and partnerships, 2 Wall Street brokerage houses, pieces of Long Island banks, garment center partnerships, all in addition to illegal gambling operations. The most interesting thing Michael learned, reviewing past family transactions, was that shortly after the war, the family had received protection income from music record counterfeiters who duplicated and sold records of famous artists so skillfully they were never caught. Artists and production companies received nothing. Michael noticed that Johnny Fontaine had lost considerable money to this counterfeiting. At the time, just before he lost his voice, his records were the most popular in the country. Michael asked Hagen why the Don allowed counterfeiters to cheat his godson. Hagen shrugged. Business was business. Besides, Johnny was in the Don's bad graces for divorcing his childhood sweetheart to marry Margot Ashton, which displeased the Don greatly. Michael asked how those counterfeiters stopped. Did the cops get them? Hagen shook his head. The Don withdrew his protection right after Connie's wedding. It was a pattern Michael would see often. The Don helping those in misfortune, whose misfortune he had partly created, not out of cunning, but because of the interlinking of good and evil. Michael had married Kay in a quiet New England wedding with only her family and friends present. They moved into one of the houses on the mall in Long Beach. Michael was surprised how well Kay got along with his parents and the other residents. She got pregnant right away like a good old-style Italian wife was supposed to, and that helped. The second child on the way in 2 years was just icing. Kay would be waiting for him at the airport, as always, so glad when he returned. And he was too. Except now, this trip's end meant he finally had to take the action he'd been groomed for over 3 years. The Don would be waiting, the Capo regimes would be waiting, and Michael would have to give the orders and make the decisions, deciding his and the family's fate. Every morning, when Kay Adams Corleone got up for the baby's early feeding, she saw Mama Corleone being driven away from the mall by a bodyguard, returning an hour later. Kay soon learned her mother-in-law went to church every single morning. Often on return, the old woman stopped by for coffee and to see her grandchild. Mama Corleone always started by asking why Kay didn't consider becoming a Catholic, ignoring that Kay's child had already been baptized Protestant. Kay felt it proper to ask why the old woman went to church every morning. Was that necessary for Catholics? As if worried this might stop Kay from converting, the old woman said no. Some Catholics only go on Easter and Christmas. You go when you feel like it. Kay laughed and asked why she went every single morning. In a completely natural way, Mama Corleone said she went for her husband, pointing downward, so he doesn't go down there. She paused, then said she prayed for his soul every day, so he goes up there pointing heavenward. She said this with an impish smile, as if subverting her husband's will, or as if it were a losing cause, in her grim Italian old crone fashion. As always, when her husband wasn't present, there was an attitude of disrespect toward the great Don. Kay politely asked how her husband was feeling. Mama Corleone shrugged. He wasn't the same man since they shot him. He let Michael do all the work, just played the fool with his garden, peppers, tomatoes, as if still a peasant. But men were always like that. Later in the morning, Connie Corleone would walk across the mall with her 2 children to visit Kay and chat. Kay liked Connie's vivaciousness and obvious fondness for Michael. Connie had taught Kay to cook some Italian dishes, but sometimes brought her own more expert concoctions for Michael to taste. This morning, as usual, Connie asked what Michael really thought of her husband, Carlo. Did Michael really like him, as he seemed to? Carlo had always had a little trouble with the family, but had straightened out over the last years. He was doing really well in a labor union, but worked terribly long, hard hours. Connie always said Carlo really liked Michael. But then, everybody liked Michael, just like everybody liked her father. Michael was the Don all over again. It was the best thing that Michael was going to run the family olive oil business. Kay had observed that whenever Connie spoke about Carlo in relation to the family, she was nervously eager for approval. Kay would have been stupid not to notice Connie's almost terrified concern over whether Michael liked Carlo. One night, Kay brought it up to Michael, mentioning that no one ever spoke about Sonny, at least not in her presence. She had once tried to offer condolences to the Don and his wife, only to be met with almost rude silence and then ignored. She had also tried unsuccessfully to get Connie talking about her older brother. Sonny's wife, Sandra, had taken the children and moved to Florida, where her parents lived. Financial arrangements had been made so they could live comfortably, but Sonny had left no estate. Michael reluctantly explained what had happened the night Sonny was killed. Carlo had beaten Connie, she called them all, and Sonny took the call and rushed out in a blind rage. So naturally, Connie and Carlo were always nervous that the rest of the family blamed her for indirectly causing Sonny's death, or blamed Carlo. But that wasn't the case. Proof was that they had given Connie and Carlo a house on the mall itself and promoted Carlo to an important union job. Carlo had straightened out, stopped drinking, stopped whoring, stopped trying to be a wise guy. The family was pleased with his work and attitude for the last 2 years. No one blamed him. Kay suggested they invite the couple over some evening so Michael could reassure his sister. The poor thing was always so nervous about what Michael thought of her husband. Michael said he couldn't do that. They didn't talk about those things in their family. Kay offered to tell Connie what Michael had told her. He took a long time thinking it over, then said he didn't think it wouldn't do any good. Connie would worry anyway. It was something nobody could do anything about. Kay was amazed. She realized Michael was always a little colder to Connie than to anyone else, despite Connie's affection. She asked if he surely didn't blame Connie for Sonny being killed. Michael sighed, said of course not. She was his kid sister, and he was very fond of her. He felt sorry for her. Carlo had straightened out, but was really the wrong kind of husband. It was just one of those things. He wanted to forget about it. It wasn't in Kay's nature to nag. She let it drop. She had also learned Michael wasn't a man to push. He could become coldly disagreeable. She knew she was the only person in the world who could bend his will, but doing it too often would destroy that power. Living with him the last 2 years had made her love him more. She loved him because he was always fair. To everybody around him, never arbitrary even in little things. She had observed he was now a very powerful man. People came to confer and ask favors, treating him with deference. But one thing had endeared him to her above everything else. Ever since Michael returned from Sicily with his broken face, everyone in the family had tried to get him to undergo corrective surgery. His mother was constantly after him. At one Sunday dinner, with all the Corleones gathered on the mall, she shouted at Michael that he looked like a movie gangster, to get his face fixed for the sake of Christ and his poor wife, and so his nose would stop running like a drunken Irishman. The Don, at the head of the table, asked Kay if it bothered her. She shook her head. The Don told his wife that Michael was out of her hands, it was no concern of hers. The old woman immediately held her peace, not from fear, but because it would have been disrespectful to dispute him in such a matter before others. Connie, the Don's favorite, came in from the kitchen, face flushed from the stove, and said Michael should get his face fixed. He was the most handsome in the family before he got hurt. She urged him to say he'd do it. Michael looked at her absently, as if he hadn't heard. Connie came to stand beside her father, asking him to make Michael do it. Her 2 hands rested affectionately on his shoulders. She rubbed his neck. She was the only one ever so familiar with the Don. Her affection was touching, trusting like a little girl's. The Don patted one of her hands and said they were all starving. Put the spaghetti on the table and then chatter. Connie turned to her husband and said Carlo should tell Mike to get his face fixed, her voice implying Michael and Carlo had some friendly relationship beyond anyone else's. Carlo, handsomely sunburned with neatly cut blonde hair, sipped homemade wine and said nobody could tell Mike what to do. Carlo had become a different man since moving on to the mall. He knew his place in the family and kept to it. Kay sensed something she didn't understand, something beneath the surface. As a woman, she could see Connie was deliberately charming her father. Though beautifully done and even sincere, it was not spontaneous. Carlo's reply had been a manly knuckling of the forehead. Michael had absolutely ignored everything. Kay didn't care about her husband's disfigurement, but worried about his sinus trouble, which sprang from it. Surgical face repair would also cure the sinus. For that reason, she wanted Michael to enter the hospital, but she understood that in a curious way, he desired his disfigurement. She was sure the Don understood this too. After Kay gave birth to their first child, Michael surprised her by asking whether she wanted him to get his face fixed. She nodded, explaining that kids notice their son would feel bad when old enough to understand it wasn't normal. She didn't want their child to see it. She honestly didn't mind at all. Michael smiled and agreed. He waited until she was home from the hospital, then made all the arrangements. The operation was successful. The cheek indentation became barely noticeable. Everyone in the family was delighted, Connie most of all. She visited Michael every day in the hospital, dragging Carlo along. When he came home, she gave him a big hug and kiss, looked at him admiringly, and declared he was her handsome brother again. Only the Don was unimpressed, shrugging and asking what difference it made. But Kay was grateful. She knew Michael had done it against all his inclinations, done it because she asked, and that she was the only person in the world who could make him act against his own nature. On the afternoon of Michael's return from Vegas, Rocco Lampone drove the limousine to the mall to pick up Kay so she could meet her husband at the airport. She always met him when he arrived from out of town, mostly because she felt lonely without him, living as she did in the fortified mall. She saw him come off the plane with Tom Hagen and the new man working for him, Albert Neri. Kay didn't care much for Neri. He reminded her of Luca Brasi in his quiet ferociousness. She saw Neri drop behind Michael and off to the side, his quick, penetrating glance sweeping over everyone nearby. Neri spotted Kay first and touched Michael's shoulder to direct his attention. Kay ran into her husband's arms. He quickly kissed her and let her go. She, Michael, and Tom Hagen got into the limousine, and Albert Neri vanished. Kay didn't notice that Neri had gotten into another car with two other men, and that this car rode behind the limousine until it reached Long Beach. Kay never asked Michael how his business had gone. Even such polite questions were understood to be awkward. Not that he wouldn't answer politely, but it would remind them both of the forbidden territory their marriage could never include. Kay didn't mind anymore, but when Michael told her he would have to spend the evening with his father to report on the Vegas trip, she couldn't help frowning in disappointment. Michael apologized, promised they would go into New York tomorrow night for a show and dinner, patted her 7 months pregnant stomach, and noted she was more Italian than Yankee, 2 kids in 2 years. Kay tartly replied he was more Yankee than Italian, spending his first evening home on business, but she smiled. She asked if he wouldn't be home late. Before midnight, Michael said, and told her not to wait up if she felt tired. She said she would wait up. At the meeting that night, in the corner room library of Don Corleone House, were the Don himself, Michael, Tom Hagen, Carlo Rizzi, and the 2 capo regimes, Clemenza and Tessio. The atmosphere was by no means as congenial as in former days. Ever since Don Corleone announced his semi-retirement and Michael's takeover, there had been strain. Succession in such an enterprise was by no means hereditary. In any other family, powerful capo regimes like Clemenza and Tessio might have succeeded to the position of Don, or at least been allowed to split off and form their own family. Also, ever since Don Corleone made peace with the 5 families, the Corleone family's strength had declined. The Barzini family was now indisputably the most powerful in the New York area. Allied with the Tartaglias, they held the position that Corleones once had. They were slyly whittling down Corleone power, muscling into their gambling areas, testing reactions, and finding them weak, establishing their own bookmakers. The Barzinis and Tartaglias were delighted with the Don's retirement. Michael, formidable as he might prove, could never hope to equal the Don in cunning and influence for at least another decade. The Corleone family was definitely in decline. They had suffered serious misfortunes. Freddie had proved to be nothing more than an innkeeper and ladies' man, the idiom connotating a greedy infant always at its mother's nipple, unmanly. Sonny's death had also been a disaster. Sonny was a man to be feared, not taken lightly. Sending Michael to kill the Turk and the police captain, though necessary tactically, proved a serious long-term strategic error. It forced the Don to rise from his sickbed. It deprived Michael of 2 years of valuable training under his father, and an Irish consigliere had been the only foolishness the Don ever perpetrated. No Irishman could hope to equal a Sicilian for cunning. So went the opinion of all the families, who were naturally more respectful to the Barzini-Tattaglia alliance than to the Corleones. Their opinion of Michael was that he was not equal to Sonny in force, though more intelligent, certainly, but not as intelligent as his father. A mediocre successor, and a man not to be feared too greatly. Also, though the Don was generally admired for his statesmanship in making peace, the fact that he had not avenged Sonny's murder lost the family much respect. It was recognized that such statesmanship sprang from weakness. All this was known to the men sitting in the room, perhaps even believed by a few. Carlo Rizzi liked Michael, but did not fear him, as he had feared Sonny. Clemenza, too, though he gave Michael credit for the bravura performance with the Turk and the police captain, could not help thinking Michael too soft to be a Don. Clemenza had hoped for permission to form his own family, his own empire split away from the Corleones. But the Don had indicated this was not to be, and Clemenza respected the Don too much to disobey, unless the whole situation became intolerable. Tessio held a better opinion of Michael. He sensed something else in the young man, a force cleverly kept hidden, a man jealously guarding his true strength from public gaze, following the Don's precept that a friend should always underestimate your virtues and an enemy overestimate your faults. The Don himself and Tom Hagen were under no illusions about Michael. The Don would never have retired without absolute faith in his son's ability to retrieve the family position. Hagen had been Michael's teacher for the last 2 years and was amazed at how quickly Michael grasped all the intricacies of the family business. Truly his father's son. Clemenza and Tessio were annoyed with Michael because he had reduced the strength of their regimes and never reconstituted Sonny's. The Corleone family now had only 2 fighting divisions, with less personnel than formerly. Clemenza and Tessio considered this suicidal, especially with Barzini-Tattaglia encroachments on their empires. They were hopeful these errors might be corrected at this extraordinary meeting convened by the Don. Michael started by reporting on his Vegas trip and Mo Green's refusal to buyout offer. But they would make Green an offer he couldn't refuse. The Corleone family planned to move operations west with 4 hotel casinos on the Strip, but not right away. They needed time to straighten things out. Speaking directly to Clemenza, Michael asked both Coppa regimes to go along with him for 1 year without questioning and without reservations. At the end of that year, both could split off from the Corleone family and be their own bosses, maintaining friendship, of course. Until then, just follow his lead and be patient. Negotiations were ongoing that would solve problems they thought unsolvable. Tessio spoke up. If Mo Green wanted to talk to the Don, why not let him? The Don could always persuade anyone. The Don answered directly that he had retired. Michael would lose respect if he interfered. Besides, that was a man he would rather not talk to. Tessio remembered stories about Mo Green slapping Freddie around one night in the Vegas hotel. He began to smell a rat. He leaned back. Mo Green was a dead man. The Corleone family did not wish to persuade him. Carlo Rizzi asked whether the Corleone family would stop operating in New York altogether. Michael nodded. They were selling the olive oil business, turning over everything possible to Tessio and Clemenza. But Carlo shouldn't worry about his job. He had grown up in Nevada, knew the state and the people. Michael was counting on him as the right-hand man when they made the move out west. Carlo leaned back, face flushed with gratification. His time was coming. Michael continued. Tom Hagen was no longer consigliere. He would be their lawyer in Vegas, moving out permanently in about 2 months with his family, strictly as a lawyer. Nobody went to him with any other business as of this minute. No reflection on Tom. That was the way Michael wanted it. Besides, if Michael ever needed advice, who was a better counselor than his father? They all laughed. But they got the message despite the joke. Tom Hagen was out. He no longer held any power. Fleeting glances checked Hagen's reaction, but his face was impassive. Clemenza asked in his fat man's wheeze. In a year's time they were on their own, was that it? Maybe less, Michael said courteously. They could always remain part of the family, that was their choice. But most of the family's strength would be out west, and maybe they would do better organized on their own. Tessio quietly said that in that case Michael should give them permission to recruit new men for their regimes. Those Barzini bastards kept chiseling into his territory. Maybe it would be wise to teach them a little lesson in manners. Michael shook his head. No good. Just stay still. All that stuff would be negotiated and straightened out before they left. Tessio was not so easily satisfied. He took a chance on incurring Michael's ill will and spoke directly to the Don, asking forgiveness and citing their years of friendship. He thought the Don and Michael were all wrong about the Nevada business. How could they hope for success there without their strength here to back them up? The two went hand in hand. With the Corleones gone, Barzini and Tartaglia would be too strong for Clemenza and Tessio. They would come under their thumb sooner or later. And Barzini was a man not to his taste. He said the Corleone family had to make its move from strength, not weakness. They should build up regimes and take back lost territories in Staten Island at least. The Don shook his head. He had made the peace. He couldn't go back on his word. Tessio refused to be silenced. Everyone knew Barzini had given provocation since then. Besides, if Michael was the new chief, what stopped him from taking any action he saw fit? The Don's word didn't strictly bind Michael. Michael broke in sharply, very much the chief now. There were things being negotiated that would answer Tessio's questions and resolve his doubts. If Michael's word wasn't enough, Tessio could ask his Don. But Tessio understood he had finally gone too far. If he dared question the Don, he would make Michael his enemy. So he shrugged, said he had spoken for the good of the family, not for himself. He could take care of himself. Michael gave him a friendly smile, said he never doubted Tessio in any way, but to trust in him. Of course, Michael wasn't equal to them in these things, but he had his father to guide him. They would all come out fine. The meeting was over. The big news: Clemenza and Tessio would be permitted to form their own families from their regimes. Tessio keeping his gambling in docks in Brooklyn, Clemenza the gambling in Manhattan, and family contacts at the Long Island racing tracks. The two capo regimes left not quite satisfied, still a little uneasy. Carlo Rizzi lingered, hoping the time had come when he would finally be treated as one of the family, but quickly saw Michael was not of that mind. He left the Don, Tom Hagen, and Michael alone in the corner library. Albert Neri ushered him out, and Carlo noticed Neri stood in the doorway watching him walk across the floodlit mall. In the library, the three men relaxed as only people can, who have lived years together in the same house. Michael served anisette to the Don and scotch to Tom Hagen, taking a drink for himself, which he rarely did. Tom Hagen spoke first. Why was Michael cutting him out of the action? Michael seemed surprised. Tom would be his #1 man in Vegas. They would be legitimate all the way, and Tom was the legal man. What could be more important? Hagen smiled sadly. He wasn't talking about that. He was talking about Rocco Lampone, building a secret regime without his knowledge. He was talking about Michael dealing direct with Neri rather than through him or a Capor regime, unless Michael didn't know what Lampone was doing. Michael softly asked how Hagen found out about Lampone's regime. Hagen shrugged and told him not to worry. No leak, nobody else knew, but in his position he could see what was happening. Michael had given Lampone his own living, a lot of freedom, so Lampone needed people to help in his little empire. But everyone he recruited had to be reported to Hagen, and everyone Lampone put on the payroll was a little too good for that particular job, getting a little more money than that exercise was worth. Michael had picked the right man. Lampone was operating perfectly. Michael grimaced. Not so damn perfect if Hagen noticed. Anyway, the Don had picked Lampone, so why was Hagen cut out of the action? Michael faced him, and without flinching gave it straight. Tom was not a wartime consigliere. Things might get tough with this move, and they might have to fight. Michael wanted to get Tom out of the line of fire, just in case. Hagen's face reddened. If the Don had told him the same, he would have accepted it humbly. But where did Mike come off making such a snap judgment? He said he happened to agree with Tessio. Michael was going about this all wrong, making the move out of weakness, not strength. That was always bad. Barzini was like a wolf, and if he tore Michael limb from limb, the other families wouldn't come rushing to help the Corleones. The Don finally spoke. It wasn't just Michael. The Don had advised him on these matters. There were things that might have to be done that the Don didn't want to be responsible for. That was his wish, not Michael's. He never thought Tom was a bad consigliere. He thought Santino a bad Don. May his soul rest in peace. Sonny had a good heart, but wasn't the right man to head the family when the Don had his little misfortune. And who would have thought Frito would become a lackey of women? So don't feel badly. Michael had all the Don's confidence, as Tom did. For reasons Tom couldn't know, he must have no part in what might happen. By the way, the Don had told Michael that Lampone's secret regime would not escape Tom's eye, so that showed the Don had faith in him. Michael laughed, admitting he honestly hadn't thought Tom would pick that up. Hagen knew he was being mollified. He offered maybe he could help. Michael shook his head decisively. Tom was out. Tom finished his drink, and before leaving, gave Michael a mild reproof. Michael was nearly as good as his father, but there was one thing he still had to learn. Michael asked what? How to say no, Hagen answered. Michael nodded gravely, agreed, and said he would remember that. When Hagen left, Michael jokingly asked his father, so the Don had taught him everything else. Tell him how to say no to people in a way they would like. The Don moved to sit behind the big desk. You cannot say no to the people you love. Not often. That was the secret. And then when you did it, had to sound like a yes, or you had to make them say no. You had to take time and trouble. But he was old-fashioned. Michael was the new modern generation. Don't listen to him. Michael laughed and asked whether the Don agreed about Tom being out, though. The Don nodded. Tom couldn't be involved in this. Michael quietly said it was time to tell his father that what he was going to do was not purely out of vengeance for Apollonia and Sonny. It was the right thing to do. Tessio and Tom were right about the Barzinis. Don Corleone nodded. Revenge was a dish that tasted best when it was cold. He would not have made that peace except that he knew Michael would never come home alive otherwise. He was surprised Barzini still made a last try at Michael, maybe arranged before the peace talk and couldn't be stopped. Was Michael sure they were not after Don Tomasino? Michael said that was how it was supposed to look, and it would have been perfect. Even the Don would never have suspected, except Michael came out alive. He saw Fabrizio going through the gate, running away, and of course he had checked it all out since coming back. The Don asked whether they had found that shepherd. Michael had found him a year ago, up in Buffalo, with his own little pizza place, new name, phony passport, and identification. Fabrizio, the shepherd, was doing very well. The Don nodded. So it was to no purpose to wait any longer. When would Michael start? Michael wanted to wait until after Kay had the baby, just in case anything went wrong. And he wanted Tom settled in Vegas so he wouldn't be concerned in the affair. He thought a year from now. The Don asked if Michael had prepared for everything. Michael gently said the Don had no part, was not responsible. Michael took all responsibility. He would refuse to let the Don even veto. If the Don tried to veto now, Michael would leave the family and go his own way. The Don was not responsible. The Don was silent for a long time and then sighed. So be it. Maybe that was why he retired, why he had turned everything over to Michael. He had done his share in life. He didn't have the heart anymore. And there were some duties the best of men couldn't assume. That was it then. During that year, Kay Adams Corleone delivered a second boy without any trouble and was welcomed back to the mall like a royal princess. Connie presented an expensive, beautiful handmade Italian silk layette, explaining that Carlo had found it after shopping all over New York when she couldn't find anything she truly liked. Kay smiled her thanks and immediately understood she was meant to pass this fine tale to Michael. She was on her way to becoming a Sicilian. Also that year, Nino Valenti died of a cerebral hemorrhage. His death made front pages because the Johnny Fontaine movie featuring him had opened weeks earlier to smash hit success, establishing Nino as a major star. Papers noted Johnny was handling funeral arrangements, private only family and close friends. One sensational story claimed Johnny blamed himself in an interview, saying he should have forced Nino under medical care. though the reporter made it sound like the usual self-reproach of a sensitive but innocent bystander. Johnny had made his childhood friend a movie star. What more could a friend do? No Corleone family member attended the California funeral except Freddie. Lucy and Jules Siegel also attended. The Don himself had wanted to go but suffered a slight heart attack that kept him bedridden for a month. He sent a huge floral wreath instead. Albert Neri was sent west as the family's official representative. 2 days after Nino's funeral, Mo Green was shot to death in the Hollywood home of his movie star mistress. Albert Neri did not reappear in New York for almost a month, having taken his vacation in the Caribbean and returned tan nearly black. Michael welcomed him with a smile and praise, including the news that Neri would, from then on, receive an extra living, the family income from an especially rich East Side book. Neri was content, satisfied to live in a world that properly rewarded a man who did his duty. Michael had taken precautions against every eventuality. His planning was faultless, his security impeccable. He was patient, hoping to use the full year to prepare. But he was not to get that year because fate itself took a stand against him, and in the most surprising fashion. It was the Godfather, the great Don himself, who failed Michael. On a sunny Sunday morning, while the women were at church, Don Vito Corleone, dressed in his gardening uniform, baggy gray trousers, a faded blue shirt, a battered dirty brown fedora with a stained gray silk hat band. The Don had gained considerable weight in a few years and worked on his tomato vines for the sake of his health, he said. But he deceived no one. The truth was, he loved tending his garden, loved the sight of it early morning. It brought back his childhood in Sicily 60 years ago, without the terror and sorrow of his own father's death. Beans in their rows grew little white flowers on top. Strong green scallion stalks fenced everything in. At the foot of the garden, a spouted barrel filled with liquid cow manure stood guard. Lower down were square wooden frames he had built with his own hands. Sticks cross-tied with thick white string, tomato vines crawling over them. The Don hastened to water before the sun waxed too hot and turned water into a prism of fire that could burn his lettuce leaves like paper. Sun was more important than water. Water also important. But the two, imprudently mixed, could cause great misfortune. He moved through the garden hunting for ants. If ants were present, that meant lice were in the vegetables and the ants were going after the lice. He would have to spray. He had watered just in time. The sun grew hot. The Don thought, prudence. But there were a few more plants needing support sticks, so he bent down again. He would go inside when he finished this last row. Suddenly, it felt as if the sun had come down very close to his head, the air filled with dancing golden specks. Michael's oldest boy came running through the garden toward where the Don knelt, and the boy was enveloped by a yellow shield of blinding light. But the Don was too old a hand to be tricked. Death hid behind that flaming yellow shield, ready to pounce. With a wave of his hand, he warned the boy away, just in time. The sledgehammer blow inside his chest made him choke for air. He pitched forward into the earth. The boy raced away to call his father. Michael and some men at the mall gate ran to the garden and found the Don lying prone, clutching handfuls of earth. They lifted him and carried him to the shade of his stone-flagged patio. Michael knelt beside his father, holding his hand, while others called for an ambulance and doctor. With great effort, the Don opened his eyes to see his son once more. The massive heart attack had turned his ruddy face almost blue. He was in extremis. He smelled the garden. The yellow shield of light smote his eyes, and he whispered that life was so beautiful. He was spared the sight of his women's tears, dying before they came back from church, before the ambulance or doctor arrived. He died surrounded by men, holding the hand of the son he had most loved. The funeral was royal. The 5 families sent their Dons and Capo regimes, as did the Tessio and Clemenza families. Johnny Fontaine made tabloid headlines by attending, despite Michael's advice not to appear. Johnny stated to newspapers that Vito Corleone was his godfather and the finest man he had ever known, that he was honored to pay his last respects, and didn't give a damn who knew it. The wake was held in the house on the Mall in the old-fashioned style. Amerigo Bonacera had never done finer work, discharging all obligations by preparing his old friend and godfather as lovingly as a mother prepares a bride for her wedding. Everyone commented that not even death had erased the nobility and dignity of the great Don's countenance. Remarks that filled Bonacera with knowing pride and a curious sense of power. Only he knew what a terrible massacre death had perpetrated on the Don's appearance. All the old friends and servitors came. Nazarene and his family, Lucy Mancini with Freddie from Las Vegas, Tom Hagen and his family, Dons from San Francisco, Los Angeles, Boston, and Cleveland. Rocco Lamponin, Albert Neri were pallbearers with Clemenza and Tessio, and, of course, the Don's sons. The mall and all its houses were filled with floral wreaths. Outside the gates waited newspapermen, photographers, and a small truck known to contain FBI men with movie cameras recording the epic. Some newspapermen who tried to crash the funeral found the gate and fence manned with security guards demanding identification and an invitation card. Treated with utmost courtesy and refreshments, they were not permitted inside. Those who tried to speak with people coming out met stony stares and not a syllable. Michael spent most of the day in the corner library with Kay, Tom, and Freddie. People were ushered in to offer condolences. Michael received them with all courtesy, even when some addressed him as Godfather or Don Michael, only Kay noticing his lips tighten with displeasure. Clemenza and Tessio joined the inner circle. Michael personally served them drinks. There was business gossip. Michael informed them the mall and all its houses were to be sold to a development company at an enormous profit. Still another proof of the great Don's genius. Everyone understood that. Now the whole empire would go west, the Corleone family liquidating its New York power. Such action had awaited the Don's retirement or death. Someone observed it was nearly 10 years since such a celebration in this house. Nearly 10 years since Connie's wedding. Michael walked to the window looking out on the garden. That long ago time he had sat there with Kay, never dreaming of the curious destiny awaiting him. And his father, dying, had said life was so beautiful. Michael could never remember his father ever uttering a word about death, as if the Don respected death too much to philosophize about it. Time for the cemetery. Time to bury the great Don. Michael linked his arm with Kay's and went out into the garden to join the host of mourners. Behind him, the capo regimes, then their soldiers, then all the humble people the Godfather had blessed during his lifetime. The baker Nazarene, the widow Colombo and her sons, and countless others of the world he had ruled so firmly and justly. Even some who had been his enemies came to do him honor. Michael observed all this with a tight, polite smile. He was not impressed. Yet he thought, if I can die saying life is so beautiful, then nothing else is important. If I can believe in myself that much, nothing else matters. He would follow his father. He would care for his children, his family, his world, but his children would grow in a different world. They would be doctors, artists, scientists, governors, presidents, anything at all. He would see to it that they joined the general family of humanity. But he, a powerful and prudent parent, would most certainly keep a wary eye on that general family. On the morning after the funeral, all the most important officials of the Corleone family assembled on the Mall. Shortly before noon, they were admitted into the Don's empty house. Michael received them. They almost filled the corner library. Capo regimes, Clemenza and Tessio. Rocco Lampone with his reasonable, competent air. Carlo Rizzi, very quiet, knowing his place. Tom Hagen, forsaking his strictly legal role to rally around in the crisis. Albert Neri, trying to stay physically close to Michael, lighting his new Don cigarette, mixing his drink, all to show unswerving loyalty despite the recent disaster. The Don's death was a great misfortune. Without him, half their strength seemed gone, and almost all their bargaining power against the Barzini-Tattaglia alliance. Everyone in the room knew this, and they waited for Michael to speak. In their eyes, he was not yet the new Don. He had not earned the position or title. If the Godfather had lived, he might have assured his son's succession. Now it was by no means certain. Michael waited until Neri had served drinks. Then he quietly told everyone that he understood how they felt. He knew they all respected his father, but now they had to worry about themselves and their families. Some wondered how what happened would affect the planning and promises made. The answer was nothing. Everything went on as before. Clemenza shook his great shaggy buffalo head. His iron-gray hair and features more deeply embedded in added layers of fat were unpleasant. He warned that the Barzinis and Tattaglias would move in real hard. Michael had to fight or have a sit-down with them. Everyone noticed Clemenza had not used a formal address to Michael, much less the title of Don. Michael said to wait and see. Let them break the peace first. Tessio spoke up softly. They already had. They opened 2 books in Brooklyn that morning. He had the word from the police captain who ran the protection list at the station house. In a month, he wouldn't have a place to hang his hat in all Brooklyn. Michael stared thoughtfully and asked if Tessio had done anything about it. Tessio shook his small, ferret-like head. He didn't want to give Michael any problems. Michael said, "Good, just sit tight." That was what he wanted to say to everyone. Sit tight. Don't react to any provocation. Give him a few weeks to straighten things out, to see which way the wind would blow. Then he would make the best deal he could for everyone. Then they would have a final meeting and make final decisions. He ignored their surprise as Neri started ushering them out. Michael sharply told Tom to stick around. Hagen went to the window facing the mall, waiting until he saw the Capo regimes, Carlo and Rocco being shepherded through the guarded gate by Neri. Then he turned to Michael and asked whether Michael had all the political connections wired in. Michael shook his head regretfully. Not all. He needed about 4 more months. The Don, and he had been working on it, but he had all the judges, they did that first, and some important people in Congress. The big party boys in New York were no problem, of course. The Corleone family was a lot stronger than anyone thought, but Michael had hoped to make it foolproof. He smiled at Hagen and guessed Tom had figured everything out by now. Hagen nodded. It wasn't hard, except why Michael wanted him out of the action, but he put on his Sicilian hat and finally figured that too. Michael laughed. The old man said Tom would. But that was a luxury Michael couldn't afford anymore. He needed Tom here, at least for the next few weeks. Tom should phone his wife in Vegas and tell her a few weeks. Hagen mused aloud how they would come at Michael. Michael sighed, the Don instructed him. Through somebody close. Barzini would set him up through somebody close that supposedly Michael wouldn't suspect. Hagen smiled. Somebody like him. Michael smiled back. Tom was Irish. They wouldn't trust him. Hagen corrected that he was German-American. To them that was Irish, Michael said. They wouldn't go to Tom, and they wouldn't go to Neri because Neri was a cop. Plus both were too close to Michael. They couldn't take that gamble. Rocco Lampone wasn't close enough. No, it would be Clemenza, Tessio, or Carlo Rizzi. Hagen softly said he was betting it was Carlo. Michael said they would see. It wouldn't be long. The next morning, while Hagen and Michael were having breakfast together, Michael took a phone call in the library. When he returned to the kitchen, he told Hagen that everything was set up. He was going to meet Barzini a week from now to make a new peace now that the Don was dead. Michael laughed. Hagen asked who phoned, who made the contact. They both knew that whoever in the Corleone family had made the contact had turned traitor. Michael gave Hagen a sad, regretful smile and said it was Tessio. They ate the rest of their breakfast in silence. Over coffee, Hagen shook his head. He could have sworn it would have been Carlo or maybe Clemenza. He never figured Tessio. Tessio was the best of them. Michael agreed he was the most intelligent, and he did what seemed to him the smart thing. He set Michael up for the hit by Barzini and inherited the Corleone family. He stuck with Michael, and he got wiped out. He was figuring Michael couldn't win. Hagen paused, then reluctantly asked how right that figuring was. Michael shrugged. It looked bad. But his father was the only one who understood that political connections and power were worth 10 regimes. Michael thought he had most of his father's political power in his hands now, but he was the only one who really knew that. He smiled reassuringly at Hagen. He would make them call him Don, but he felt lousy about Tessio. Hagen asked whether Michael had agreed to the meeting with Barzini. Michael said yes, a week from tonight, in Brooklyn, on Tessio's ground where he would be safe. He laughed again. Hagen warned him to be careful before then. For the first time, Michael was cold with Hagen. He didn't need a consigliere to give him that kind of advice. During the week preceding the peace meeting, Michael showed Hagen just how careful he could be. He never set foot outside the mall and never received anyone without Neri beside him. There was only one annoying complication. Connie and Carlo's oldest boy was to receive his confirmation, and Kay asked Michael to be the godfather. Michael refused. Kay said she didn't often beg him, please do this just for her. Connie wanted it so much, and so did Carlo. It was very important to them. Michael grew angry with her for insisting, and Kay expected him to refuse. So she was surprised when he nodded and agreed, but he couldn't leave the mall. Kay should tell them to arrange for the priest to confirm the child there. He would pay whatever it cost. If they ran into trouble with church people, Hagen would straighten it out. And so the day before the meeting with the Barzini family, Michael stood godfather to the son of Carlo and Connie Rizzi. He presented the boy with an extremely expensive wristwatch and gold band. There was a small party at Carlo's house, to which were invited the Kapoor regimes, Hagen, Lampone, everyone who lived on the mall, and the Don's widow. Connie was so overcome with emotion that she hugged and kissed her brother and Kay all evening. Even Carlo became sentimental, wringing Michael's hand and calling him godfather at every excuse, old country style. Michael himself had never been so affable, so outgoing. Connie whispered to Kay that she thought Carlo and Mike were going to be real friends now. Something like this always brought people together. Kay squeezed her sister-in-law's arm and said she was so glad. Albert Neri sat in his Bronx apartment and carefully brushed the blue serge of his old policeman's uniform. He unpinned the badge and set it on the table to be polished. The regulation holster and gun were draped over a chair. This old routine of detail made him happy in some strange way, one of the few times he had felt happy since his wife left him nearly 2 years ago. He had married Rita when she was a high school kid, and he was a rookie policeman. She was shy, dark-haired, from a straight-laced Italian family who never let her stay out later than 10 o'clock. Neri was completely in love with her innocence, her virtue, and her dark prettiness. At first, Rita was fascinated by her husband. He was immensely strong, and she could see people were afraid of him because of that strength and his unbending attitude toward right and wrong. He was rarely tactful. If he disagreed with a group's attitude or an individual's opinion, he kept his mouth shut or brutally spoke his contradiction. He never gave a polite agreement. He also had a true Sicilian temper, and his rages could be awesome. But he was never angry with his wife. Neri, in 5 years, became one of the most feared policemen on the New York City force, also one of the most honest. But he had his own ways of enforcing the law. He hated punks, and when he saw young rowdies making a disturbance on a street corner at night, disturbing passerby, he took quick and decisive action. He employed a physical strength that was truly extraordinary, which he himself did not fully appreciate. One night on Central Park West, he jumped out of the patrol car and lined up 6 punks in black silk jackets. His partner remained in the driver's seat, not wanting to get involved, knowing Neri. The 6 boys, all in their late teens, had been stopping people and asking for cigarettes in a youthfully menacing way, but not doing any real physical harm. They had also teased passing girls with a sexual gesture more French than American. Neri lined them up against the stone wall that closed off Central Park from 8th Avenue. It was twilight, but Neri carried his favorite weapon, a huge flashlight. He never bothered drawing his gun. It was never necessary. His face when angry was so brutally menacing, combined with his uniform, that the usual punks were cowed. These were no exception. Neri asked the first youth his name. The kid answered with an Irish name. Neri told him to get off the street. If he saw him again tonight, he would crucify him. He motioned with the flashlight, and the youth walked quickly away. Neri followed the same procedure with the next 2 boys, letting them walk off. But the 4th boy gave an Italian name and smiled at Neri as if to claim some kinship. Neri was unmistakably Italian. Neri looked at this youth for a moment and asked superfluously whether he was Italian. The boy grinned confidently. Neri hit him a stunning blow on the forehead with the flashlight. The boy dropped to his knees. The skin and flesh of his forehead cracked open, blood pouring down his face, but strictly a flesh wound. Neri harshly called him a disgrace to Italians, giving them all a bad name. He ordered the boy to his feet, gave him a kick in the side, not gentle, not too hard, and told him to get home and stay off the street. He warned never to catch him wearing that jacket again, or he would send him to the hospital. The boy was lucky. Neri wasn't his father. Neri didn't bother with the other 2 punks. He just booted their asses down the avenue, telling them he didn't want them on the street that night. In such encounters, everything was done so quickly there was no time for a crowd to gather or for anyone to protest. Neri would get into the patrol car, and his partner would zoom away. Once in a while, there would be a real hard case who wanted to fight and might even pull a knife. Truly unfortunate people. Neri would, with awesome, quick ferocity, beat them bloody and throw them into the patrol car. They would be arrested for assaulting an officer, but their case would usually have to wait until they were discharged from the hospital. Eventually, Neri was transferred to the beat that held the United Nations building area, mainly because he had not shown his precinct sergeant proper respect. The UN people, with their diplomatic immunity, parked limousines all over the streets without regard to police regulations. Neri complained and was told not to make waves, just ignore it. But one night, a whole side street was impassable because of carelessly parked cars. It was after midnight, so Neri took his huge flashlight from the patrol car and went down the street smashing windshields to smithereens. It was not easy, even for high-ranking diplomats, to get windshields repaired in less than a few days. Protests poured into the precinct, demanding protection against this vandalism. After a week of windshield smashing, the truth gradually hit someone about what was actually happening, and Albert Neri was transferred to Harlem. One Sunday shortly afterward, Neri took his wife to visit his widowed sister in Brooklyn. Neri had the fierce protective affection for his sister common to all Sicilians, and always visited her at least once every couple of months to make sure she was all right. She was much older than he was and had a 20-year-old son named Thomas. Without a father's hand, the boy was given trouble. Minor scrapes, running a little wild. Neri had once used his police contacts to keep the youth from being charged with larceny. On that occasion, he had kept his anger in check, but given his nephew a warning. Tommy made his sister cry, and Neri would straighten him out himself. It was intended as a friendly, uncle-like warning, not really a threat, but even though Tommy was the toughest kid in that tough Brooklyn neighborhood, he was afraid of his Uncle Al. On this particular visit, Tommy had come in very late Saturday night and was still sleeping in his room. His mother went to wake him, telling him to get dressed so he could eat Sunday dinner with his uncle and aunt. The boy's voice came harshly through the partly open door. He didn't give a shit, let him sleep. and his mother came back out into the kitchen smiling apologetically. They had to eat dinner without him. Neri asked his sister whether Tommy was giving her any real trouble. She shook her head. Neri and his wife were about to leave when Tommy finally got up. He barely grumbled a hello and went into the kitchen. Then he yelled to his mother, not as a request, but as the spoiled complaint of an indulged child, asking her to cook him something to eat. His mother shrilly told him he should have gotten up at dinner time. She wasn't cooking again for him. It was a fairly common little ugly scene, but Tommy, still irritable from sleep, made a mistake. He told her to fuck off with her nagging and said he would go out to eat. As soon as he said it, he regretted it. His Uncle Al was on him like a cat on a mouse. Not so much for the insult this particular day, but because it was obvious he often talked to his mother that way when they were alone. Tommy never dared say such a thing in front of her brother. This Sunday, he had just been careless. Before the frightened eyes of the two women, Neri gave his nephew a merciless, careful physical beating. The youth attempted self-defense, but soon gave up and begged for mercy. Neri slapped his face until the lips were swollen and bloody, rocked his head back and slammed him against the wall, punched him in the stomach, then got him prone on the floor and slapped his face into the carpet. He told the women to wait and made Tommy go down the street and get into his car. There he put the fear of God into him. If his sister ever reported that kind of talk again, this beating would seem like kisses from abroad. He wanted to see Tommy straighten out. Then he ordered him to go back upstairs and tell Neri's wife that he was waiting for her. 2 months later, Neri returned from a late shift and found his wife had left him, packed all her clothes, and gone back to her family. Her father told him Rita was afraid of him, afraid to live with him because of his temper. All was stunned with disbelief. He had never struck her, never threatened her, had felt nothing but affection. Bewildered, he decided to let a few days pass before going to talk to her. It was unfortunate that the next night he ran into trouble on his shift. His car answered a call in Harlem about a deadly assault. Neri jumped out while the patrol car was still rolling to a stop after midnight, carrying his huge flashlight. A crowd had gathered outside a tenement doorway. A Negro woman told him there was a man in there cutting a little girl. Neri went into the hallway. An open door at the far end streamed light. He heard moaning. He went down the hall and through the doorway, almost falling over two bodies stretched on the floor. A Negro woman of about 25 and a Negro girl no more than 12, both bloody from razor cuts on their faces and bodies. In the living room, he saw the man responsible. He knew him well, Wax Baines, a notorious pimp, dope pusher, and strong-arm artist. His eyes were popping from drugs, a bloody knife wavering in his hand. Neri had arrested him 2 weeks before for severely assaulting one of his whores. Baines had told him it was none of his business, and Neri's partner had suggested letting the niggers cut each other up. But Neri had hauled Baines in anyway. Baines was bailed out the next day. Neri had never much liked Negroes, and working in Harlem had made him like them even less. Baines' brazen law-breaking infuriated him. The sight of the little girl all cut up sickened him. Quite coolly, in his own mind, he decided not to bring Baines in. But witnesses were already crowding into the apartment behind him, people from the building and his partner. Neri ordered Baines to drop his knife and declared him under arrest. Baines laughed and said Neri would have to use his gun to arrest him, or maybe Baines would use his knife. Neri moved very quickly so his partner wouldn't have time to draw a gun. Baines stabbed, but Neri's extraordinary reflexes caught the thrust with his left palm. With his right hand, he swung the flashlight in a short, vicious arc, catching Baines on the side of the head and making his knees buckle comically like a drunk's. The knife dropped. Baines was helpless. Neri's second blow was inexcusable, as later hearings and trials proved. He brought the flashlight down on top of Baines' skull in an incredibly powerful blow that shattered the glass, the enamel shield and bulb popping out and flying across the room. The heavy aluminum barrel bent. Only the batteries inside prevented it from doubling on itself. A Negro man from the tenement later testified against Neary, remarking that was a hard-headed nigger, but not hard enough. The blow caved in Baines' skull. He died 2 hours later at Harlem Hospital. Albert Neary was the only one surprised when he was brought up on departmental charges for excessive force. Suspended, criminally charged, indicted for manslaughter, convicted, and sentenced to 1 to 10 years in prison. By then, he was filled with baffled rage and hatred of all society, that they dared to judge him a criminal, send him to prison for killing an animal like that pimp nigger, while not giving a damn about the woman and little girl carved up and disfigured for life. He did not fear prison. He felt his police background would protect him. Several buddy officers assured him they would speak to friends. Only his wife's father, a shrewd old-style Italian who owned a Bronx fish market, realized a man like Albert Neary had little chance of surviving a year in prison. Either another inmate would kill him, or he would kill one of them, out of guilt that his daughter had deserted a fine husband for womanly foolishness. Neary's father-in-law used his contacts with the Corleone family. He paid protection money to one of its representatives and supplied the Corleones with the finest fish available as a gift, and petitioned for their intercession. The Corleone family knew about Albert Neary. He was something of a legend as a legitimately tough cop, a man not to be held lightly, a man who could inspire fear regardless of uniform and badge. The family was always interested in such men. It was Pete Clemenza, with his fine nose for good personnel, who brought the Neary affair to Tom Hagen's attention. Hagen studied the police dossier and listened to Clemenza, suggesting they might have another Luca Brasi. Clemenza agreed vigorously. Michael should look into it himself. And so, before Neary was transferred from temporary jail to permanent upstate residence, he was informed that the judge had reconsidered his case based on new information and affidavits from high police officials. His sentence was suspended. He was released. Neary was no fool, and his father-in-law no shrinking violet. Neary learned what had happened and paid his debt by agreeing to divorce Rita. Then he made a trip to Long Beach to thank his benefactor. Arrangements had been made beforehand. Michael received him in the library. Neary stated his thanks in formal tones, and was surprised and gratified by the warmth of Michael's response. Michael said he couldn't let them do that to a fellow Sicilian. They should have given Neary a medal. But politicians didn't give a shit, except about pressure groups. Michael had checked everything out and saw what a raw deal Neary got. One of Michael's people had talked to Neary's sister, who told them how Neary was always worried about her and her kid, how he straightened the boy out and kept him from going bad. His father-in-law said Neary was the finest fellow in the world. That was rare. Michael tactfully said nothing about Neary's wife leaving him. They chatted. Neary, usually taciturn, found himself opening up to Michael, who was only about 5 years his senior, but Neary spoke to him as if he were much older, old enough to be his father. Finally, Michael said there was no sense getting Neary out of jail and leaving him high and dry. He could arrange work, interests in Las Vegas, hotel security with Neary's experience, or if Neary wanted to go into some little business, Michael could put a word in with the banks for a capital loan. Neary was overcome with grateful embarrassment, proudly refused, and added that he had to stay under court jurisdiction because of the suspended sentence. Michael briskly dismissed that as crap detail, said he could fix it. Forget supervision, and so banks wouldn't get choosy. He would have Neary's yellow sheet pulled. Neary had been on the force long enough to know that many hoodlums were treated leniently because a clean yellow sheet had been submitted by a bribed police records department. He wasn't too surprised Michael could do such a thing, but he was surprised such trouble would be taken on his account. He said if he needed help, he would get in touch. Michael looked at his watch. Neary took this as dismissal and rose to go. Again, he was surprised. Michael said it was lunchtime, invited him to eat with him and his family. His father wanted to meet Neary. They would walk to his father's house. Michael's mother should have fried peppers, eggs, and sausages, real Sicilian style. That afternoon was the most agreeable Neri had spent since he was a small boy, since before his parents died when he was 15. Don Corleone was at his most amiable, delighted to discover that Neri's parents had originally come from a small village only minutes from his own. The talk was good, the food delicious, the wine robustly red. Neri was struck by the thought that he was finally with his own true people. He understood he was only a casual guest, but he knew he could find a permanent place and be happy in such a world. Michael and the Don walked him to his car. The Don shook his hand, called him a fine fellow, and explained that Michael had been learning the olive business, the Don getting old and wanting to retire. Michael came to him saying he wanted to interfere in Neri's little affair. The Don told him to just learn about olive oil, but Michael wouldn't leave him alone. Said here was this fine Sicilian, and they were doing this dirty trick to him. Michael kept on, gave the Don no peace until he interested himself in it. The Don said this to tell Neri that Michael was right. Now that he had met Neri, he was glad they took the trouble. So if they could do anything further, just ask a favor. They were at his service. Remembering the Don's kindness, Neri wished the great man was still alive to see the service that would be done this day. It took Neri less than 3 days to make up his mind. He understood he was being courted, but understood more. The Corleone family approved that act of his, which society condemned and punished him for. The Corleone family valued him. Society did not. He understood he would be happier in the world the Corleones had created than in the world outside. And he understood that the Corleone family was the more powerful within its narrower limits. Neri visited Michael again and put his cards on the table. He did not want to work in Vegas, but would take a job with the family in New York. He made his loyalty clear. Michael was touched. Neri could see that. It was arranged, but Michael insisted Neri take a vacation first in Miami at the family hotel. All expenses paid with a month's salary in advance so he could enjoy himself properly. That vacation was Neri's first taste of luxury. People at the hotel took special care of him. Once word passed that he was a friend of Michael Corleone. He was given one of the plush suites, not the grudging small room a poor relation might receive. The nightclub manager fixed him up with beautiful girls. When Neri returned to New York, he had a slightly different view of life in general. He was put in the Clemenza regime and tested carefully by that masterful personnel man. Certain precautions had to be taken. He had, after all, once been a policeman. But Neri's natural ferocity overcame whatever scruples he might have had about being on the other side of the fence. In less than a year he had made his bones. He could never turn back. Clemenza sang his praises. Neri was a wonder. The new Luca Brasi. Better than Luca, Clemenza bragged. After all, Neri was his discovery. Physically, the man was a marvel. His reflexes and coordination could have made him another Joe DiMaggio. Clemenza also knew Neri was not a man to be controlled by someone like himself. Neri was made directly responsible to Michael, with Tom Hagen as the necessary buffer. He was a special, commanding a high salary but without his own living, no bookmaking or strong-arm operation. His respect for Michael was enormous. One day Hagen joked that Michael now had his Luca. Michael nodded. He had brought it off. Albert Neri was his man to the death. It was a trick learned from the Don himself. While learning the business under his father, Michael had once asked how the Don came to use an animal like Luca Brasi. The Don instructed him. There were men in this world who went about demanding to be killed, quarreling in gambling games, jumping out of cars in rage over a scratched fender, humiliating people whose capabilities they did not know. They wandered through the world shouting, "Kill me!" And someone always obliged. Luca Brasi was such a man, but so extraordinary that, for a long time, nobody could kill him. The trick was to make yourself the only person in the world he truly desired not to kill him. He had only that one fear, not of death, but that you might be the one to kill him. He was yours then. It was one of the most valuable lessons the Don gave before he died, and Michael had used it to make Neri his Luca Berzai. And now, finally, Albert Neri, alone in his Bronx apartment, was going to put on his police uniform again. He brushed it carefully, polishing the holster next, then his cap and black shoes. Neri worked with a will. He had found his place in the world. Michael had placed his absolute trust in him, and today he would not fail that trust. On that same day, 2 limousines parked on the Long Beach Mall. One waited to take Connie, her mother, her husband, and her 2 children to the airport. The Carlo Rizzi family was to vacation in Las Vegas before their permanent move there. Michael had given Carlo the order over Connie's protests. He didn't explain that he wanted everyone out before the Corleone Barzini meeting. Indeed, the meeting itself was top secret, known only to the family's capos. The other limousine was for Kay and her children, being driven to New Hampshire to visit her parents. Michael had to stay. Affairs were too pressing. The night before, Michael had also sent word to Carlo that he would require his presence on the mall for a few days. He could join his wife and children later that week. Connie was furious. She tried to reach Michael, but he had gone into the city. Now her eyes searched the mall for him, but he was closeted with Tom Hagen and not to be disturbed. Connie kissed Carlo goodbye when she got in the limousine and threatened that if he didn't come out in 2 days, she would come back to get him. He gave her a polite, husbandly smile of sexual complicity. He would be there. She hung out the window, worried frown making her look old and unattractive, asking what Michael wanted him for. Carlo shrugged, said Michael had been promising him a big deal and that was probably it, what he'd hinted anyway. Carlo did not know about the meeting scheduled with the Barzini family that night. Connie asked eagerly if that was really true. Carlo nodded reassuringly. The limousine moved off through the gates. Only after the first limousine left did Michael appear to say goodbye to Kay and his own 2 children. Carlo also came over, wishing Kay a good trip. Finally, the second limousine pulled away. Michael told Carlo he was sorry he had to keep him there. It wouldn't be more than a couple of days. Carlo quickly said he didn't mind at all. Michael told him to stay by his phone and he would call when ready. He had to get some other dope first. Carlo agreed and went into his own house. He called the mistress he was discreetly keeping in Westbury, promising to try to get to her late that night. Then he settled with a bottle of rye and waited. He waited a long time. Cars started coming through the gates shortly after noontime. He saw Clemenza get out of one, then Tessio from another. Both were admitted to Michael's house by a bodyguard. Clemenza left after a few hours, but Tessio did not reappear. Carlo took a breath of fresh air on the mall, no more than 10 minutes. He was familiar with all the guards who usually pulled duty, even friendly with some, and thought he might gossip to pass the time. But to his surprise, none of the guards today were men he knew. They were all strangers. Even more surprising, the man in charge at the gate was Rocco Lampone, of too high a rank in the family to be pulling such menial duty unless something extraordinary was afoot. Rocco gave him a friendly smile and hello. Carlo was wary. Rocco remarked that he thought Carlo was going on vacation. Carlo shrugged, explained Mike wanted him to stick around for a couple of days, had something for him to do. Rocco said, yeah, same here. Michael told him to keep a check on the gate. Well, what the hell? He was the boss. His tone implied Michael wasn't the man his father was. A bit derogatory. Carlo ignored the tone and said Mike knew what he was doing. Rocco accepted the rebuke in silence. Carlo said so long and walked back to the house. Something was up, but Rocco didn't know what it was. Michael stood in the window of his living room, watching Carlo stroll around the mall. Hagen brought him a strong brandy. Michael sipped gratefully. Behind him, Hagen gently said it was time to start moving. Michael sighed, wishing it weren't so soon, wishing the old man had lasted a little longer. Hagen assured him nothing would go wrong. If Hagen hadn't tumbled, nobody did. Michael had set it up real good. Michael turned from the window. The old man had planned a lot of it. Michael never realized how smart he was, but he guessed Hagen knew. Hagen said nobody liked him, but this was beautiful. The best, so Michael couldn't be too bad either. Michael said, "Let's see what happened," and asked whether Tessio and Clemenza were on the mall. Hagen nodded. Michael finished his brandy and told Hagen to send Clemenza in. He would instruct him personally. He didn't want to see Tessio at all. Just tell Tessio that Michael would be ready to go to the Barzini meeting with him in about a half hour. Clemenza's people would take care of him after that. Hagen asked in a non-committal voice whether there was any way to let Tessio off the hook. Michael said no way. Upstate in Buffalo, a small pizza parlor on a side street did a rush trade. As lunch hours passed, business slackened. The counterman took his round tin tray with leftover slices out of the window and put it on the brick oven shelf. Then peeked at a pie baking inside. The cheese hadn't started to bubble. When he turned back to the counter, a young, tough-looking man stood there, demanding a slice. The counterman used his wooden shovel to scoop a cold slice into the oven to warm it. The customer came through the door instead of waiting outside. The store was empty. The counterman served a hot slice on a paper plate, but the customer didn't pay. Instead, he stared intently, mentioned hearing about a great tattoo on the counterman's chest, said he could see the top of it over his shirt, and asked to see the rest. The counterman froze, paralyzed. The customer ordered him to open his shirt. The counterman shook his head, claiming he had no tattoo. That was the nightman. The customer laughed, an unpleasant, harsh, strained sound, and insisted. The counterman backed toward the rear, trying to edge around the oven. The customer raised a gun above the counter and fired. The bullet caught the counterman in the chest, hurling him against the oven. Another bullet made him slump to the floor. The customer came around the serving shelf, ripped the buttons off the shirt. Blood covered the chest, but the tattoo was visible, intertwined lovers with a knife transfixing them. The counterman raised an arm feebly. The gunman announced that Michael Corleone sent his regards, extended the gun inches from the counterman's skull, and pulled the trigger. Then he walked out to a waiting car at the curb and sped off. Rocco Lampone answered the phone installed on an iron pillar of the gate. He heard someone say that his package was ready, then the click of the hang-up. Rocco drove out of the mall, crossed the Jones Beach Causeway where Sonny had been killed, and drove to the Wantagh Railroad Station. He parked. Another car with two men waited for him. They drove to a motel 10 minutes farther out on Sunrise Highway. Rocco left his two men in the car and went to one of the little chalet-type bungalows. One kick sent the door flying off its hinges. Rocco sprang inside. Philip Tattaglia, 70 years old and naked as a baby, stood over a bed on which lay a young girl. His thick black hair contrasted with the steel-gray plumage of his crotch. His body had the soft plumpness of a bird. Rocco pumped 4 bullets into him, all in the belly. Then he turned and ran back to the car. The two men dropped him at the Wantagh station. He picked up his car and drove back to the mall, saw Michael for a moment, then took up his position at the gate. Albert Neri, alone in his apartment, finished getting his uniform ready. He slowly put on trousers, shirt, tie, jacket, holster, and gun belt. He had turned in his gun when suspended, but through administrative oversight they hadn't made him give up his shield. Clemenza had supplied a new, untraceable .38 police special. Neri broke it down, oiled it, checked the hammer, reassembled it, clicked the trigger, loaded the cylinders. He put his cap in a heavy paper bag, covered his uniform with a civilian overcoat, and checked his watch. 15 minutes until the car would be waiting. He spent that time checking himself in the mirror. No question, he looked like a real cop. The car waited with 2 of Rocco's men. Neri got in back. As they left his neighborhood and started downtown, he shrugged off the overcoat and ripped open the paper bag, putting the cap on his head. At 55th and 5th Avenue, the car pulled over. Neri got out and walked downtown. The uniform felt queer, back patrolling as he had so many times. Crowds of people. In front of Rockefeller Center, across from St. Patrick's, he spotted the limousine he was looking for, parked alone between no parking and no standing signs. He slowed too early. He stopped to write in his summons book, then walked on. Abreast of the limousine, he tapped its fender with his nightstick. The driver looked up in surprise. Neri pointed to the no standing sign and motioned him to move. The driver turned his head away. Neri walked into the street to the driver's open window. The driver was a tough-looking hood, just the kind Neri loved to break up. With deliberate insult, Neri asked whether the driver wanted a summons up his ass or wanted to get moving. The driver impassively suggested. Neri check with his precinct and just give the ticket if it would make him happy. Neri ordered him the hell out or he'd drag him out and break his ass. The driver magically produced a $10 bill, folded it one-handed, and tried to shove it inside Neri's blouse. Neri moved back to the sidewalk and crooked his finger. The driver got out. Neri asked for license and registration. He had hoped to get the driver to go around the block, but no hope now. Out of the corner of his eye, Neri saw 3 short, heavy-set men coming down the steps of the Plaza building. Barzini himself with 2 bodyguards on their way to meet Michael. Even as he saw this, one bodyguard peeled off to investigate the problem with Barzini's car. The bodyguard asked the driver what was up. The driver curtly said he was getting a ticket. No sweat. This guy must be new in the precinct. Barzini came up with his other bodyguard and growled what the hell was wrong now. Neri finished writing, returned the registration and license, put his summons book back in his hip pocket, and with the forward motion drew the .38 special. He put 3 bullets into Barzini's barrel chest before the other 3 men unfroze enough to dive for cover. Neri darted into the crowd and around the corner to the waiting car. It sped to 9th Avenue, turned downtown. Near Chelsea Park, Neri, having discarded the cap and put on the overcoat, transferred to another waiting car. He left the gun and uniform in the first car to be disposed of. An hour later, he was safely on the Long Beach Mall talking to Michael. Tessio waited in the old Don's kitchen, sipping coffee, when Tom Hagen came for him. Hagen said Mike was ready and suggested Tessio call Barzini to start on his way. Tessio rose, went to the wall phone, dialed Barzini's office, curtly announced they were on their way to Brooklyn, hung up, and smiled at Hagen. He hoped Mike could get them a good deal tonight. Hagen gravely said he was sure he would. He escorted Tessio onto the mall toward Michael's house. At the door, a bodyguard stopped them. The boss said he would come in a separate car. Tessio and Hagen should go ahead. Tessio frowned. That screwed up all his arrangements. 3 more bodyguards materialized around them. Hagen gently said he couldn't go either, Tessio. The ferret-faced capo regime understood everything in a flash. He accepted it. A moment of physical weakness, then recovery. He told Hagen to tell Mike it was business. He always liked him. Hagen nodded. Mike understood that. Tessio paused, then softly asked whether Tom could get him off the hook for old time's sake. Hagen shook his head. He couldn't. He watched Tessio being surrounded and led into a waiting car. He felt a little sick. Tessio had been the best soldier in the family. The old Don relied on him more than any other except Luca Brzezzi. Too bad so intelligent a man made such a fatal error in judgment so late in life. Carlo Rizzi, still waiting for his interview, grew jittery with all the arrivals and departures. Something big was going on, and it looked like he would be left out. Impatiently, he called Michael. A bodyguard answered, went to get Michael, and returned with the message that Michael wanted him to sit tight. He would get to him soon. Carlo called his mistress again, assured her he would take her to a late supper and spend the night. Michael had said he would call soon. Whatever he had planned couldn't take more than an hour or two, plus 40 minutes to drive to Westbury. He sweet-talked her into not being sore. He decided to get properly dressed to save time. He had just slipped into a fresh shirt when a knock came. He reasoned that Mike had tried to call but got a busy signal and simply sent a messenger. Carlo opened the door. His whole body went weak with terrible, sickening fear. Standing there was Michael Corleone, his face the face of that death Carlo saw often in his dreams. Behind Michael were Hagen and Rocco Lampone, looking grave, like people reluctantly bringing bad news to a friend. The three entered, and Carlo led them to the living room. Recovered from his first shock, he thought he'd suffered a nervous attack. Michael's words made him truly sick, physically nauseous. Michael said Carlo had to answer for Santino. Carlo didn't answer, pretended not to understand. Hagen and Lampone split to opposite walls. Michael flatly stated that Carlo had fingered Sonny for the Barzini people. That little farce with Connie, did Barzini kid him that would fool a Corleone? Carlo spoke out of terrible fear, without dignity or pride, swearing on the heads of his children that he was innocent, begging Mike not to do this to him. Michael quietly said Barzini was dead, Philip Tattaglia dead. He wanted to square all family accounts tonight. So don't claim innocence. It would be better to admit what he did. Hagen and Lampone stared at Michael with astonishment, thinking he was not yet the man his father was. Why try to get a confession? The guilt was already proven. The answer was obvious. Michael still wasn't that confident of his right, still feared being unjust, still worried about that fraction of uncertainty that only Carlo's confession could erase. There was still no answer. Michael spoke almost kindly, telling Carlo not to be so frightened. Did Carlo think Michael would make his sister a widow or his nephews fatherless? After all, Michael was godfather to one of his kids. No, Carlo's punishment would be that he wouldn't be allowed any work with the family. Michael was putting him on a plane to Vegas to join his wife and kids, and he wanted Carlo to stay there. Michael would send Connie an allowance, that was all. But don't keep saying he was innocent. Don't insult Michael's intelligence and make him angry. Who approached him, Tattaglia or Barzini? Carlo, in his anguished hope for life and sweet flooding relief that he wasn't going to be killed, murmured Barzini's name. Michael softly said, "Good, good," then beckoned with his right hand. He wanted Carlo to leave now. A car was waiting to take him to the airport. Carlo went out first, the other three close behind. Night had fallen, but the mall was bright with floodlights. A car pulled up, Carlo's own car. He didn't recognize the driver. Someone sat in the back on the far side. Lampone opened the front door and motioned Carlo in. Michael said he would call Connie to tell her Carlo was on his way. Carlo got in. His silk shirt was soaked with sweat. The car pulled away swiftly toward the gate. Carlo started to turn his head to see if he knew the man behind him. At that moment, Clemenza, as cunningly and daintily as a little girl slipping a ribbon over a kitten's head, threw his garrote around Carlo's neck. The smooth rope cut into skin with Clemenza's powerful yanking throttle. Carlo's body leaped into the air like a fish on a line, but Clemenza held fast, tightening until the body went slack. A foul odor filled the car. Carlo's body, sphincter released by approaching death, had voided itself. Clemenza kept the garrote tight for another few minutes, then released it and put it back in his pocket. He relaxed against the seat cushions as Carlo's body slumped against the door. After a few moments, Clemenza rolled the window down to let out the stink. The Corleone family's victory was complete. During that same 24 hours, Clemenza and Lampone turned loose their regimes and punished the infiltrators of Corleone domains. Neri was sent to take command of Teschio's regime. Barzini bookmakers were put out of business. Two of Barzini's highest-ranking enforcers were shot to death as they peaceably picked their teeth over dinner on Mulberry Street. A notorious fixer of trotting races was killed, returning home from a winning night at the track. Two of the biggest waterfront Shylocks disappeared, to be found months later in the New Jersey swamps. With this one savage attack, Michael made his reputation and restored the Corleone family to its primary place among the New York families. He was respected for his tactical brilliance, and because some of the most important capo regimes from both the Barzini and Tattaglia families immediately went over to his side. It would have been a perfect triumph, except for an exhibition of hysteria by his sister Connie. Connie had flown home with her mother, the children left in Vegas. She restrained her widow's grief until the limousine pulled into the mall. Then, before her mother could stop her, she ran across the cobbled street to Michael's house and burst through the door. Michael and Kay were in the living room. Kay started toward her to offer comfort, but stopped short when Connie began screaming curses and reproaches at her brother. She shrieked that Michael had killed her husband, waited until their father died, and nobody could stop him. He blamed Carlo about Sonny. Everybody did. But Michael never thought about her, never gave a damn. What was she going to do now? She wailed. Two bodyguards came up behind her, waiting for orders. But Michael stood impassively, waiting for her to finish. Kay said in a shocked voice that Connie was upset and shouldn't say such things. Connie recovered from her hysteria, her voice deadly venomous. She asked why Kay thought Michael was always so cold to her, why he kept Carlo on the mall all the time he knew he was going to kill her husband. He didn't dare while their father was alive. He was just waiting. Then he stood godfather to their child just to throw them off the track. The cold-hearted bastard. Did Kay think she knew her husband? Did she know how many men Michael had killed along with Carlo? Just read the papers, Barzini, Tattaglia, and the others. Michael had them killed. She worked herself into hysteria again and tried to spit in Michael's face but had no saliva. Michael ordered her taken home and a doctor called. The guards grabbed Connie's arms and pulled her out. Kay was still shocked, horrified. She asked what made Connie say those things, what made her believe that. Michael shrugged. She was hysterical. Kay looked into his eyes and asked him to say it wasn't true. Michael shook his head wearily, said of course it wasn't, and told her to believe him. This one time he was letting her ask about his affairs, and he was giving her an answer. It was not true. He had never been more convincing. He looked directly into her eyes, using all the mutual trust they had built in their married life to make her believe him. She could doubt no longer. She smiled ruefully and came into his arms for a kiss. She suggested they both needed a drink and went into the kitchen for ice. While there, she heard the front door open. She came out and saw Clemenza, Neri, and Rocco Lampone entering with the bodyguards. Michael had his back to her, but she moved to see him in profile. At that moment, Clemenza addressed her husband formally, Don Michael. Kay could see how Michael stood to receive their homage. He reminded her of statues of Roman emperors of antiquity, who, by divine right, held the power of life and death over their fellow men. One hand on his hip, the profile of his face showing cold, proud power, his body carelessly, arrogantly at ease, weight resting on one foot slightly behind the other. The Capo regime stood before him. In that moment, Kay knew that everything Connie had accused Michael of was true. She went back into the kitchen and wept. The bloody victory was not complete until a year of delicate political maneuvering established Michael as the most powerful family chief in the United States. For 12 months, Michael divided his time equally between Long Beach and his new Las Vegas home. But at year's end, he decided to close out the New York operation and sell the houses and mall property. He brought his whole family east on a last visit, a month to wind up business, Kay handling packing and shipping. The Corleone family was unchallengeable. Clemenza had his own family, was unchallengeable. Clemenza had his own family. Rocco Lampone was the Corleone capo regime. In Nevada, Albert Neri headed all security for the family-controlled hotels. Hagen was part of Michael's Western family. Time helped heal old wounds. Connie was reconciled to Michael. Indeed, not more than a week after her terrible accusations, she apologized and assured Kay there had been no truth in her words, only a young widow's hysteria. Connie easily found a new husband. She didn't even wait the year of respect before filling her bed again with a fine young fellow who came to work for the family as a male secretary, a boy from a reliable Italian family but graduated from the top business college in America. Naturally, his marriage to the Don's sister made his future assured. Kay had delighted her in-laws by taking instruction in the Catholic religion and joining that faith. Her two boys were being brought up in that church as required. Michael hadn't been too pleased. He would have preferred the children to be Protestant, more American. To her surprise, Kay came to love Nevada. The scenery, hills, and canyons of garishly red rock-burning deserts, unexpected refreshing lakes, even the heat. Her boys rode their own ponies. She had real servants, not bodyguards. Michael owned a construction business, joined businessmen's clubs and civic committees, had a healthy interest in local politics without interfering publicly. It was a good life. Kay was happy they were closing down the New York house, that Las Vegas would be their permanent home. She hated coming back to New York. On this last trip, she arranged packing and shipping with utmost efficiency and speed, and on the final day, she felt the urgency to leave that long-time patients feel when discharged from the hospital. On that final day, Kay woke at dawn. She could hear truck motors roaring outside on the mall, the trucks that would empty all the houses of furniture. The family would fly back to Las Vegas in the afternoon, including Mama Corleone. When Kay came out of the bathroom, Michael was propped on his pillow smoking a cigarette. He asked why the hell she had to go to church every morning. He didn't mind Sundays, but why during the week? She was as bad as his mother. He reached over and switched on the table light. Kay sat at the edge of the bed to pull on her stockings, saying that converted Catholics took it more seriously. Michael reached to touch her thigh where the top of her nylon hose ended. She told him not to. She was taking communion this morning. He didn't try to hold her when she got up. He smiled slightly and asked that if she was such a strict Catholic, how come she let the kids duck church so much? She felt uncomfortable and wary. He was studying her with what she privately called his Don's eye. She said they had plenty of time. When they got back home, she would make them attend more. She kissed him goodbye and left. Outside, the air was already warm. The summer sun rising in the east was red. Kay walked to her car near the mall gates. Mama Corleone, dressed in widow black, was already sitting in it, waiting. It had become a set routine, early mass every morning together. Kay kissed the old woman's wrinkled cheek and got behind the wheel. Mama Corleone suspiciously asked whether she had eaten breakfast. Kay said no. The old woman nodded approvingly. Kay had once forgotten that it was forbidden to take food from midnight before receiving communion. That was a long time ago. But Mama Corleone never trusted her after that and always checked. She asked if Kay felt all right. Kay said yes. The church was small and desolate in the early morning sunlight. Its stained glass windows shielded the interior from heat. It would be cool there, a place to rest. Kay helped her mother-in-law up the white stone steps and then let her go before her. The old woman preferred a pew up front, close to the altar. Kay waited on the steps for an extra minute. She was always reluctant at this last moment, always a little fearful. Finally, she entered the cool darkness. She took holy water on her fingertips and made the sign of the cross, fleetingly touching her wet fingertips to her parched lips. Candles flickered redly before the saints, the Christ on his cross. Kay genuflected before entering her row and then knelt on the hard wooden rail of the pew, waiting for her call to communion. She bowed her head as if praying, but she was not quite ready for that. It was only in these dim, vaulted churches that she allowed herself to think about her husband's other life. About that terrible night a year ago when he had deliberately used all their trust and love to make her believe his lie, that he had not killed his sister's husband. She had left him because of that lie, not because of the deed. The next morning, she had taken the children to her parents' house in New Hampshire, without a word to anyone, without really knowing what action she meant to take. Michael had understood immediately. He called the first day and then left her alone. A week passed before the limousine from New York pulled up with Tom Hagen. She spent a long, terrible afternoon with Hagen, the most terrible afternoon of her life. They walked in the woods outside her little town, and Hagen was not gentle. Kay made the mistake of trying to be cruelly flippant, a role she wasn't suited for. She asked whether Mike had sent Hagen to threaten her, adding that she expected to see some of the boys get out with machine guns to make her go back. For the first time since she'd known him, she saw Hagen angry. He called it the worst kind of juvenile crap he'd ever heard and said he never expected that from a woman like her. They walked along the green country road. Hagen quietly asked why she ran away. Kay said because Michael lied to her, made a fool of her when he stood godfather to Connie's boy. He had betrayed her. She couldn't love a man like that, couldn't live with it, couldn't let him be father to her children. Hagen said he didn't know what she was talking about. She turned on him with now justified rage and said she meant that Michael killed his sister's husband and lied to her. They walked on in silence. Finally, Hagen said she had no way of really knowing that was all true, but just for argument's sake, let's assume it was. What if he gave her some possible justifications? Kay looked at him scornfully and said that was the first time she'd seen the lawyer side of him, not his best side. Hagen grinned and asked her to hear him out. What if Carlo had put Sonny on the spot, fingered him? What if Carlo beating Connie that time was a deliberate plot to get Sonny out in the open, knowing he would take the Jones Beach Causeway route? What if Carlo had been paid to help get Sonny killed? Kay didn't answer. Hagen continued. What if the Don, a great man, couldn't bring himself to avenge his son's death by killing his daughter's husband? What if that was finally too much for him, so he made Michael his successor, knowing Michael would take that load off his shoulders, take that guilt? Kay said tearfully that it was all over. Everybody was happy. Why couldn't Carlo be forgiven? Why couldn't everything go on and everybody forget? They crossed a meadow to a tree-shaded brook. Hagen sank down on the grass, sighed, and said that in this world, you could do it. Kay said Michael wasn't the man she married. Hagen laughed shortly. If he were, he'd be dead now. Kay would be a widow with no problem. Kay blazed out at him, demanding he speak straight once in his life. She knew Michael couldn't, but Hagen wasn't Sicilian. He could tell a woman the truth, treat her like an equal. Another long silence. Hagen shook his head and said Kay had Mike wrong. She was mad because he lied to her, but he warned her never to ask about business. She was mad because he was godfather to Carlo's boy, but she made him do that. Actually, it was the right move if he was going to take action against Carlo, the classical tactical move to win the victim's trust. Hagen gave her a grim smile and asked if that was straight enough. Kay bowed her head. Hagen gave her more straight talk. After the Don died, Mike was set up to be killed. Did she know who set him up? Tessio. So Tessio had to be killed, Carlo had to be killed, treachery couldn't be forgiven. Michael could have forgiven it, but people never forgive themselves, and so would always be dangerous. Michael really liked Tessio. He loved his sister. But he would be shirking his duty to Kay and his children, to his whole family, to Hagen and his family, if he let Tessio and Carlo go free. They would have been a danger to them all their lives. Kay listened with tears running down her face and asked if that was what Michael sent Hagen to tell her. Hagen looked genuinely surprised. No. Michael told him to tell Kay she could have everything she wanted and do everything she wanted as long as she took good care of the kids. He smiled and said, Michael told him to say she was his Dawn. Just a joke. Kay put her hand on Hagen's arm and asked whether Michael didn't order him to tell her all the other things. Hagen hesitated a moment, then said she still didn't understand. If she told Michael what Hagen had told her today, Hagen was a dead man. He paused again and said that Kay and the children were the only people on this earth Michael couldn't harm. 5 long minutes passed. Then Kay rose from the grass and they walked back to the house. Almost there, Kay asked Hagen whether, after supper, he could drive her and the kids to New York in his car. That was what he came for, Hagen said. A week after she returned to Michael, she went to a priest for instruction to become a Catholic. From the innermost recess of the church, the bell tolled for repentance. As she had been taught, Kay struck her breast lightly with her clenched hand, the stroke of repentance. The bell tolled again. There was a shuffling of feet as communicants left their seats to go to the altar rail. Kay rose to join them. She knelt at the altar. From the depths of the church, the bell tolled again. With her closed hand, she struck her heart once more. The priest stood before her. She tilted back her head and opened her mouth to receive the papery thin wafer. This was the most terrible moment of all, until it melted away and she could swallow, and she could do what she came to do. Washed clean of sin, a favored supplicant, she bowed her head and folded her hands over the altar rail. She shifted her body to make her weight less punishing to her knees. She emptied her mind of all thought, of herself, of her children, of all anger, of all rebellion, of all questions. Then, with a profound and deeply willed desire to believe, to be heard, as she had done every day since the murder of Carlo Rizzi, she said the necessary prayers for the soul of Michael Corleone. The end. And so, the doors closed softly on the Corleone family. But some stories never truly end. They linger in quiet thoughts, in difficult questions, and in the uneasy realization that power, loyalty, and love are often far more complicated than they first appear. Thank you for spending this time inside this world and allowing its characters to walk beside you for a while. For Mario Puzo, The Godfather began not as an attempt to glorify crime, but as an exploration of power itself, how it is gained, protected, inherited, and feared. Struggling financially during the 1960s, Puzo deliberately set out to write a commercially successful novel, yet what emerged was something far deeper. Drawing inspiration from real organized crime history, immigrant family traditions, and his own observations of authority and survival, he created a story that resonated far beyond the world of the Mafia. Perhaps that is why the novel has endured. Beneath its violence and intrigue lies a meditation on family, identity, duty, and the cost of every compromise we make to protect what we love. Don Vito Corleone is remembered as a powerful man, but the story's lasting question is not how power is obtained. It is what power eventually demands in return. Puzo would later write novels such as Fools Die, The Sicilian, and Omerta, continuing to explore ambition, loyalty, and the hidden forces that shape human lives. Yet The Godfather remains the work most closely tied to his legacy, in part because of what happened after the book reached readers. When Paramount Pictures acquired the rights, few expected the adaptation to become one of the most celebrated films ever made. Director Francis Ford Coppola approached the material with a deeply personal vision, seeing not simply a crime story, but a family saga rooted in tradition, generational conflict, and the American dream itself. Working alongside Mario Puzo, who co-wrote the screenplay, Coppola transformed the novel into something both faithful and uniquely cinematic. Many of the film's most beloved moments came from creative decisions made during production. Marlon Brando's quiet, gravelly portrayal of Don Corleone redefined screen acting. And the cat he holds during the opening scene was reportedly a stray found on the studio lot moments before filming began. Al Pacino was initially considered too unknown and too unconventional by some studio executives. Yet Coppola fought repeatedly to keep him in the role of Michael Corleone, a decision that would become one of cinema's most famous casting choices. The adaptation remained remarkably faithful to the novel's central story, but some changes were made. Several side plots and secondary character arcs were reduced or removed to strengthen the film's emotional focus on Michael's transformation. The result was a more concentrated tragedy, one that gradually shifts from a family drama into the story of a man becoming the very thing he once hoped to avoid. The production itself faced constant challenges. Coppola worried about being replaced during filming. Tensions occasionally surfaced between the studio and the creative team, and the pressure of adapting such a successful novel weighed heavily on everyone involved. Yet cinematographer Gordon Willis's shadow-filled imagery gave the film its iconic visual identity, while composer Nino Rota's haunting score became inseparable from the story's emotional heartbeat. The success of The Godfather led to The Godfather Part II in 1974, a sequel many critics consider equal to, or even greater than, the original. Coppola would later create films such as Apocalypse Now: The Conversation and Bram Stoker's Dracula, continuing to build a career defined by ambitious storytelling and artistic risk. Even decades later, the influence of The Godfather remains everywhere. Lines from the film have entered everyday language. Its characters are recognized across generations. Universities study it, filmmakers reference it, and readers continue discovering the novel that started it all. If this retelling sparked your curiosity, the original book is well worth experiencing for yourself. Within its pages are additional layers, perspectives, and details that reveal even more about the world Mario Puzo imagined. And if this journey stayed with you, feel free to share your own thoughts. Perhaps you sympathize with Michael. Perhaps you saw Don Corleone differently. Perhaps you disagreed with choices the characters made. Stories become richer when different voices meet around them. If you'd like to continue exploring great novels and the worlds behind them, your support through a like, a subscribe, or simply sharing these stories with someone who loves storytelling helps keep these journeys alive. For now, though, the Corleones return to the shadows from which they came. The book may be closed. The final scene may have faded. But somewhere, in the quiet space between memory and imagination, the family still gathers, promises are still made in whispers, and the consequences of those promises continue to echo. Some stories end on the page. The greatest ones continue long after the last word is spoken.